I met my girlfriend during my high school years. My girlfriend is a naturally rebellious and endearingly silly person. I urged her to head west, yet she insisted on going east. I made her smile, yet she began to shed tears. I asked her to kiss me once. She tenderly cupped my face and began to nibble. Yet that day, I merely uttered a casual remark, "Wait for me." This foolish girl truly waited for me for a decade. Even the wild geese migrating south have replaced 10 sets of feathers, yet she remains in the same old place. Many years later, when I achieved success in my entrepreneurial endeavors, I planned to return home to share this joy with her. She confided over the phone that she had been afflicted with severe depression since her youth. By the time I arrived, one foot was already poised in midair. "Zhou, if there is a next life, I hope I shall not be so wretched, because I wish to remain by your side forever." Fool! How could someone who loves you bear to let you depart alone? I embrace her amidst the swirling winds. At the brink of death, an infinite wave of remorse washes over the heart. Why was it not discovered sooner? Why am I perpetually occupied with trivial tasks? Why did I not spend time with her? Gradually, the gaze begins to illuminate, accompanied by the incessant chatter and clamor. I wearily open my eyes, my face already adorned with tears. Have I been reborn? I wipe the corner of my eye, casting a glance around me. Suddenly, I turn my gaze toward the direction of my memories. At the next moment, a petite girl made her way down the aisle. She held her head slightly bowed, her disheveled hair obscuring her features from view. Even though her face was not discernible, I instantly recognized the identity of the female protagonist. It was Lin Curson from my high school days. Upon encountering the one I have longed for day and night, I vowed to dedicate my entire life to safeguarding this precious soul. I found myself rooted to the spot, hesitant to step forward. For I fear this may be but a dream, a fragile illusion that shatters upon touch. At this moment, the girl lowered her head and gracefully made her way towards her seat. Her steps were light, reminiscent of a delicate little kitten. The pair of once white shoes on my feet, now stained with a yellowish hue, have been worn for an indeterminate length of time, their soles significantly worn down. If one walks too heavily, the sound of footsteps may echo. She fears that her weighty tread will attract scornful, derisive glances from her peers. Such attention is undesirable. Thus, she must tread lightly. Her attire mirrors this caution. Clad in a once white school uniform, now tinged with yellow, its fabric frayed, yet trimmed anew, only the sleeves bear the marks of wear, threads unraveling beyond repair. To evade the notice of others, she discreetly pinches the sleeves with her hand. Gazing at Lin Curson, whose steps are cautious and demeanor ever so careful, my heart experiences a pang of pain. During her high school years, she found herself ensnared by the shackles of poverty, which gradually seeped into her very bones, instilling a profound sense of inferiority. Despite her earnest attempts to engage with her classmates, her inability to articulate her thoughts, coupled with a somewhat introverted nature, rendered her an outsider. Moreover, her tattered attire and the monotonous diet of steamed buns and pickled vegetables quickly earned her the label of being miserly, subjecting her to relentless mockery from her peers. As time passed, this unfortunate girl became increasingly cautious in her every action. Her self-esteem diminished to the point where she could scarcely lift her gaze. As Lin Curson gradually approached, I felt an overwhelming desire to rush forward and envelop her in my embrace. However, it is not feasible at present. Lin Curson resembles a porcupine ready to unleash its quills at any moment. Any attempt at intentional closeness will provoke an extreme reaction from her. It seems I must take my time. I let out a sigh, calming my emotions before resuming my seat. The companionship that was absent in my previous life shall be compensated for in this one. At this moment, Lin Curson has returned to herself. At this moment, Lin Curson returned to her seat, yet she remained oblivious to the fervent gaze I cast upon her. With her head bowed, she gently settled in her chair, her every movement delicate, as if fearful of producing any sound. However, upon noticing her pencil case on the desk, she momentarily froze, bewildered by the sight before her. Someone had tampered with her belongings, and the case, once containing only a few worn-out pens, lay in utter disarray, the contents shattered and scattered across the surface. Gazing at the chaotic scene, Lin Curson's breath hitched. Her fair fingers tightened slightly as she tenderly picked up the dismembered pieces of her pens, intent on reassembling them for eventual placement back into the pencil case. Yet, upon lifting the fragments, she realized they had been violently dismantled. Many crucial plastic clips lay in ruins, reduced to mere rubble. The most vital spring was conspicuously absent. Despite the turmoil within her, she uttered not a word. Instead, her eyes glistened with the threat of tears as she quietly gathered the remnants, preparing to organize them back into her case. Just then, her gaze trembled, abruptly drawn to the extensive graffiti sprawled across the desk. Ugly girl, steel door, autism. Each derogatory phrase sliced through Lin Kerson's already fragile heart like a blade. Clenching her fists, she felt her body quiver slightly as she rose to her feet. At this moment, the class bell had yet to ring. The surrounding classmates appeared to be engrossed in lively conversation, oblivious to Lin Kerson's peculiar demeanor. Lin Kerson tightly clenched her small fist, her breath quickening slightly. At last, she took a deep breath and glanced at the few classmates nearest to her. However, as she opened her mouth, her throat, constricted by anxiety, rendered her speechless. It was not until 10 seconds later that Lin Kerson finally mustered the courage to speak, directing her inquiry toward a nearby male classmate. "Classmate, have you seen anyone tampering with my pencil case?" "Uncertain. I have other matters to attend to." The male classmate waved his hand dismissively. After offering a perfunctory response, he turned away to continue his conversation with a close friend, utterly disregarding Lin Kerson's inquiry. Lin Kerson, feeling somewhat awkward, fidgeted with her fingers and turned her gaze toward the female classmate sitting nearby. Feeling the gaze of Lin Kerson, the female classmate continued to jest with her close friend, seemingly indifferent to her presence. Lin Kerson took a deep breath and spoke. "Classmate, have you seen anyone who has touched my pencil case?" I did not see. How would I know?" The female classmate covered her ears, shaking her head and laughing. In truth, she has always been aware of who was responsible. Lin Kerson was momentarily taken aback. She had no choice but to rephrase her question, inquiring, "Have you seen anyone come by my place?" "I do not know. I have already stated my ignorance, yet you persist in your inquiries." "What do you mean?" a female classmate suddenly exclaimed. Following that, she let out a cold snort for an entire week. "Turn and leave." After being shouted at, Lin Kerson stood dazed in place. 5 seconds later, she quietly turned around and slowly returned to her desk, gazing at the doodles on the surface. From the compartment of her pencil case, Lin Kerson retrieved an eraser and began meticulously wiping away the drawings. Hot tears began to well up in her eyes. It was not the first time this had happened. "What is it?" Lin Kerson pondered as she erased, questioning within herself. The doodles made with a permanent marker were exceedingly difficult to remove. The eraser in her hand had clearly been worn down over time. With each stroke, her delicate arms trembled slightly. Her grandmother had advised her to get along well with her classmates. "Though our family is poor, I can wear less fashionable clothes and eat simpler meals, but I must not take advantage of others. I have never troubled anyone." As her breathing grew increasingly rapid, the eraser in her hand felt both small and rigid. She struggled to stabilize it with her fingertips, and each attempt to erase the doodles caused it to slip, leaving oily residue on her fair little hands. Yet she did not cease her actions, silently continuing to wipe the surface of the table, until tears brimmed in her eyes. On the verge of cascading down, grandmother always emphasized the importance of diligent study, encouraging independence and self-reliance thus, no matter how arduous the lessons or abundant the assignments. I have never relinquished my efforts. But why? Why must such events unfold? Lin Kerson finally paused, gently placing the eraser in her hand down. She began to gently straighten the bent pen refills, meticulously arranging them within her stationery box. To others, these pens may have seemed like mere refuse, yet to Lin Kerson, they retained their significance. For the following fortnight, she would rely on these nearly broken pen refills to inscribe the answers to her assignments. Though she had not found what she was searching for, she resolved to persist in living with unwavering strength. Before long, a stout man in the back row suddenly stood up. He shook his head and inquired, "What seems to be the matter? Did you see who was responsible for this?" No one responded. The plump man scratched his head, gazing at Lin Kerson, who lowered her head, valiantly holding back her tears. He chuckled softly. Ha ha, just like me. I didn't see anything either. How pitiable she is on the verge of tears. Upon hearing these words, most of the students remained indifferent. Some classmates, however, looked on with malicious glee at Lin Kursin. It is well known that this rotund individual is intentional in his demeanor. Yet, those who revel in the spectacle find no fault in the chaos. What concern is it of theirs when others are subjected to mistreatment? In that fleeting moment, tears welled in Lin Kursin's eyes, and she could no longer contain them, cascading down in gentle drops onto the table. Her body trembled slightly. The hand that was once gripping the eraser to clean the desk now picked it up, desperately shielding her eyes. Her breath quickened, her figure hunched low, reluctant to let anyone witness her tears. Upon witnessing this scene, a chilling gaze enveloped me. My countenance darkened. It was at this moment that I fully recalled. This rotund individual is named Kai Kuan, a mere troublemaker, a coward who preys on the weak. I once witnessed Kai Kuan dismantling Lin Kursin's pen and adorning the table with an array of doodles. Lost in contemplation, I clenched my fists, reflecting on how, in my past life, I was no different from those indifferent onlookers, who remained untouched by the affairs at hand. Some regrets arise, and once they manifest, they cannot be mended. Certain scars, once inflicted, can never truly heal. I rise from my seat and stride directly to the back row, positioning myself before Kai Kuan. Kai Kuan was originally joking with his classmates when he was suddenly startled. "Zhou, what are you doing? Is there something wrong?" I cast a lofty glance at Kai Kuan, my pupils suddenly constricting. "You have previously offered an apology to Lin Kursin. Dao Zhou exhibition. Are you mistaken? On what grounds should I apologize to her?" Kai Kuan nearly thought he had misheard. "I have bullied many people, yet I have never offered an apology to anyone. How could I possibly be compelled to apologize to a woman? Stop pretending. I am aware that it was you who did this. Convey my regards to Lin Kursin." With that said, I took a decisive step forward, seizing Kai Kuan's collar with both hands. I forcefully pinned him against the corner of the wall. Kai Kuan's heart jolted with surprise. How could this young man possess such immense strength? However, when he was seized by the collar, he immediately became furious. "If you claim I did it, then I must have done it," he retorted. "Who witnessed it? Did any of you see?" His confidence grew with each word, and he forcefully broke free from my grasp, turning to his classmates to seek their input. I cast a frigid glare at Kai Kuan, articulating each word with deliberate clarity. "I do not wish to repeat myself a third time. What does it matter what you say?" Kai Kuan retorted defiantly. A sharp clap echoed throughout the entire classroom in the next moment. The classmates turned in astonishment to gaze at Zhou Zhan, their mouths agape. After a considerable pause, they finally managed to utter a few words, questioning the situation. Did Zhou Zhan actually strike Kai Kuan? Surely, I must be mistaken. Is this truly the same bookish Zhou Zhan, who is always engrossed in his studies? The entire classroom fell into a profound silence in that very instant, so much so that one could hear a pin drop. All the classmates were taken aback. Zhou Zhan unexpectedly struck the class bully with a slap. Kunkin touched his aching cheek, standing dazed in place. He had been struck. Had he truly been assaulted? Was this still the same Zhou Zhan he once knew? The disbelief in Kai Kuan's eyes was palpable. At that moment, I gently raised my palm and coldly uttered, "I have stated this before. I do not wish to repeat myself a third time. Now at once, go over and apologize to Lin Kursin." After receiving that slap, Kai Kuan was left utterly bewildered. He lifted his gaze to meet my eyes. The chilling aura of murderous intent within them sent a shiver coursing through his entire being. At this moment, Kai Kuan had completely faltered. He relished in bullying others, yet he was not a mere thug. Essentially, he was just a coward who preyed on the weak while fearing the strong. Understood. I approached with enthusiasm, my heart racing. Kai Kuan, with his lips tinted a deep crimson, swiftly made his way to Lin Kursin. "I'm truly sorry, Lin Kursin. It was my doing. I genuinely regret it." Upon hearing the words, Lin Kursin offered no response. She merely shielded her eyes with great intensity for that fleeting moment, as the water appeared to surge even more violently, cascading through her fingers. Lin Kursin is reluctant to allow others to witness her tears. This is her final act of defiance. She bows her head, letting the torrent of tears cascade onto the table. After Kai Kuan finished speaking, he immediately retreated back to his desk, covering his mouth and remaining silent. Occasionally, he would cast a fearful glance in my direction. I approached Lin Kursen's desk without uttering a single word. In that fleeting moment, the entire class gazed at me in utter astonishment. They were completely taken aback, rooted to the spot, unable to regain their composure. Is this still the Zhou Zhan they once knew? I disregarded the gazes of my classmates, extracting a sizable eraser from my pencil case, and silently assisted Lin Kursen in wiping the desk. Lin Kursen remained silent, yet she gradually lowered her hand that had firmly shielded the corners of her eyes. She picked up the small, hard eraser and began to wipe the desk alongside me. Seated by the classroom window, Lin Kursen was concealed from view by my towering figure, leaving no one in the classroom able to glimpse her tear-streaked, peach blossom eyes. As I observed the trembling of Lin Kursen's body gradually subside, a wave of warmth surged in my heart. In my previous life, I failed to protect Lin Kursen. Now at last I have accomplished this. However, this is merely the beginning. As the inscriptions on the desk diminish, the once graffiti-covered surface has been meticulously cleaned. I retrieved some pen casings to assist Lin Kursen in reassembling the disassembled fountain pens. Before long, I finally tidied up my desk. It was at that moment that the bell for class rang. My classmates, initially with mouths agape and gazing in astonishment, gradually came back to their senses, only to realize that, unbeknownst to them, class had begun. They finally came to their senses, returning to their seats, yet their gazes remained irresistibly wary of me. The once boisterous classroom gradually fell into a solemn hush. I cast a glance at Lin Kursen. Her eyes began to clear, the previous dimness fading away, as if infused with a flicker of hope. I smiled with a sense of contentment and returned to my seat. At this moment, Lin Kursen sat upright, yet her dainty fingers beneath the desk were incessantly tracing circles. She cast a furtive glance in my direction before quickly averting her gaze. My grandmother once said, "When someone extends a helping hand, it is imperative to express gratitude." Lin Kursen pondered this thought while absent-mindedly caressing the edges of her belongings. Yet, she found herself devoid of any possessions to offer. Stealing a glance at me, she felt her legs awkwardly pressed together. It was only when Lin Kursen noticed a carefully preserved piece of large milk candy tucked away in the compartment of her pencil case, a gift from her younger sister, Z, that her heart stirred. She had held onto it for so long, reluctant to indulge. To her, this piece of candy was undoubtedly the most precious treasure. Nonetheless, a sense of bashfulness lingered within her. As she grasped the large milk candy, her hands trembled, alternating between a tight grip and a relaxed hold. At last, she summoned her resolve. After a few moments, her delicate hands timidly extended towards me, offering a meticulously crafted paper bundle. Upon opening it, I discovered a large piece of white rabbit milk candy, accompanied by a delicate line of text. "Thank you. This is all I have." Chapter 5. The accuser takes the initiative. As Liu Chuan picked up the slightly yellowed white rabbit milk candy, a sweetness enveloped his heart. To others, it might merely appear as a cheap confection, yet Liu Chuan understood that this was likely the most cherished possession that the timid Chu Xiaoyu could offer at this moment. Despite his reluctance and gratitude for her assistance, she extended the candy to him. Liu Chuan unwrapped the sweet delicacy and took a bite. The sugary flavor instantly blossomed upon his palate, a sweetness that resonated deep within his heart. He turned to face Chu Xiaoyu, who wore an expression of bashfulness, and smiled gently, saying, "The milk candy is delightful. I truly enjoy it." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoyu's beautiful almond-shaped eyes sparkled with joy. The legs that had previously been tightly drawn together relaxed slightly, and her delicate hands clasped tightly under the desk in a surge of excitement. She was aware of Liu Chuan's affluent background and had been concerned that her humble token of appreciation might fall short. However, now she felt reassured that Liu Chuan did not harbor any disdain. Inside, Chu Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her, and a barely perceptible smile began to form at the corners of her mouth. Liu Chuan continued with a warm smile. "It's nothing extraordinary. It's merely a mutual aid among classmates." Chu Yu paused momentarily, absorbing the phrase mutual aid among classmates, before nodding earnestly in agreement. Suddenly, the sharp clacking of high heels echoed through the classroom, bringing an immediate hush over the students. A middle-aged woman, adorned in professional attire, yet bearing a stern expression, entered the room. She was Su Hong, the homeroom teacher responsible for teaching mathematics, and this was her designated class. Upon entering, Su Hong surveyed the classroom and unfurled her lesson plan, preparing to commence the lesson. At that moment, however, Zhang Yang, seated in the back row, suddenly glared at Liu Chuan with a look of resentment. Recalling Liu Chuan's icy gaze filled him with trepidation. Yet, as he touched the stinging mark on his cheek from the earlier slap, indignation surged within him, and he stood up with flushed cheeks. Noticing Zhang Yang's abrupt rise, Su Hong furrowed her brow. "What now?" she inquired tersely. "Speak up immediately. Do not disrupt the class." "Teacher, I accuse Liu Chuan of hitting me. Just look at the mark on my face," Zhang Yang declared, pointing accusingly at Liu Chuan, preemptively casting himself as the victim. He conveniently omitted the fact that he had bullied Chu Xiaoyu first, instead flaunting the swollen bruise on his cheek as evidence. Su Hong turned her gaze to Zhang Yang, and upon seeing the angry mark on his face, her expression shifted to one of seriousness. Instances of student altercations were no trifling matter. They could lead to disciplinary actions. Yet, Liu Chuan, associated with violence? That seemed utterly implausible. In her memory, Liu Chuan was a diligent student with a commendable reputation, never one to cause trouble. The very notion of him engaging in a fight was hard to fathom. Her immediate instinct was disbelief. Surely, Zhang Yang was fabricating this tale. Nevertheless, the vivid mark on his cheek was irrefutable. Zhang Yang stood there, emboldened. For a moment, she hesitated to draw any conclusions. Su Hong turned to Liu Chuan and inquired, "Liu Chuan, please stand up and explain what happened." Liu Chuan rose confidently and stated, "Teacher, I did it, but there is a reason." Liu Chuan, do not attempt to argue. Violence is violence, and what reason could possibly justify it? Zhang Yang interjected immediately, denying Liu Chuan the chance to elaborate. He then glanced at his usual companions, signaling them with a look. "Who you? Zhang Kai. What do you say? Wasn't it Liu Chuan who instigated the trouble and then struck me?" Indeed, the whole class witnessed it. Several classmates chimed in unison. "Teacher, we all saw it. Liu Chuan struck first." Hearing these accusations, Su Hong's expression turned grave as she demanded, "Liu Chuan, what exactly transpired?" Zhang Yang was a troublemaker who seldom completed his assignments and often dozed off in class. Nevertheless, that did not excuse him being struck. Her tone grew increasingly stern as she fixed her gaze on Liu Chuan. Zhang Yang wore a smug expression, relishing the situation. "You dared to hit me. Prepare for the consequences." Meanwhile, beside them, Chu Xiaoyu discreetly cast a glance at Liu Chuan, her fair hands clenched in anger. She was taken aback by Zhang Yang's audacity to play the victim and conspire with classmates to fabricate lies. It was Zhang Yang who had dismantled her pen and defaced her desk. Liu Chuan was merely standing up for her. At that moment, a wave of guilt washed over the Navi girl. If Liu Chuan were to face punishment for defending her, and it jeopardized his future, she would never forgive herself. Chu Xiaoyu cast a deep, determined look at Liu Chuan. Her grandmother had always said that one must not allow those who have helped them to suffer injustice. Furthermore, classmates should support one another. He had aided her, thus she felt compelled to stand up for him. Just then, Liu Chuan smirked disdainfully. Having lived 2 lives, dealing with a few high school students was a trivial matter. He could easily twist any narrative, whether it was originally white or black. To conspire with a few classmates in an attempt to target him? Utterly juvenile. He shook his head, on the verge of explaining. However, at that very moment, a timid yet melodious voice broke the tension. "Teacher." Su Hong turned to see Chu Xiaoyu slowly rising, her eyes reflecting a hint of resolve. Her small hands were tightly clasped beneath the desk, yet she gradually lifted her gaze and spoke. "Teacher, I. Chu Xiaoyu. It's all right. Take your time," Su Hong replied gently. She held a particularly favorable impression of Chu Xiaoyu, a girl from a modest background who consistently ranked among the top 10 in her class. After years of being a homeroom teacher, she sensed that there was more to the story the instant she saw Chu Xiaoyu stand. Chu Xiaoyu nodded, feeling anxious as she declared, "Teacher, Liu Chuan. Liu Chuan. He was helping me. Zhang Yang was the one who first dismantled my pen and scribbled on my desk. Liu Chuan was merely defending me." Su Hong nodded thoughtfully, her eyes filled with contemplation. So this is how it unfolded. It is indeed fortunate that Chu Xiaoyu could stand up. Otherwise, a misunderstanding might have arisen. Just then, Zhang Yang stretched his neck and, maintaining a calm demeanor, proclaimed, "Teacher, I did not. This is slander. Chu Xiaoyu, did you witness me dismantling your pen with your own eyes? Did you see me drawing recklessly on your desk?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. She indeed had not seen it with her own eyes. However, there must have been classmates nearby who had witnessed the incident. She glanced around at her peers, her mouth opening as if to inquire. Yet, Zhang Yang interrupted directly. Teacher, Hu Yu and Zhang Kai can testify. I was playing with them the entire time during recess. Indeed, teacher, Zhang Yang was with us the whole time, Hu Yu and Zhang Kai immediately affirmed. Hearing this, Liu Chuan's gaze sharpened as he retorted angrily. Zhang Yang, you just admitted it in front of the entire class that you did it. Do not feign innocence. Zhang Yang exclaimed passionately. Nonsense. You already hit me. Do you think I want to get beaten again by denying it? You claim you saw it with your own eyes. Did anyone else see it besides you? Su Hong, listening to their quarrel, furrowed her brow increasingly. Chu Xiaoyu observed her classmates, all with their heads down, seemingly indifferent to the matter. And she felt a wave of panic wash over her. She never anticipated it would escalate to this point. How shameless Zhang Yang could be. He turned black into white and refused to admit his wrongdoing. The other students appeared disinterested in becoming involved. What should she do? Chu Xiaoyu clenched her fists, once again engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. At that moment, a boy who had been looking down suddenly raised his head and slowly raised his hand. Teacher, I saw it. As his words fell, it was as if a chain reaction had been ignited. In the next second, one boy after another raised their hands. And even some girls joined in. They all acknowledged that they had witnessed the event. Witnessing this scene, Liu Chuan felt a surge of amusement. In his previous life, he had enjoyed a good rapport in the class. Due to his prowess in basketball, he had formed friendships with several boys who were also basketball enthusiasts, almost like brothers, which had also garnered him the admiration of numerous girls. Coupled with his academic excellence and his willingness to help classmates understand their studies, his reputation in the class had remained commendable. However, Liu Chuan never expected that his standing in the class would be repaid in such a manner. In that moment, the previously quiet classroom erupted into a cacophony of voices. Su Hong raised her hand to silence them, saying, Quiet, everyone. Chen Fei, you are the class monitor. Hearing this, a bespectacled boy, resembling a bookworm, adjusted his glasses and slowly stood up. He glanced at the homeroom teacher and then at his eager classmates, finally nodding slowly. Teacher, what Chu Xiaoyu said is true. Su Hong nodded in acknowledgement, her expression understanding. All right, Chen Fei, you may sit down. Chu Xiaoyu, you may also take your seat. Chen Fei promptly sat down. Chu Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment before slowly sitting down, casting a worried glance at Liu Chuan. Su Hong turned to Liu Chuan and Zhang Yang, her voice cold. Both of you, step outside and stand. You are not permitted to attend class today. Zhang Yang, having initially bullied his classmates, truly deserved to be punished. However, Liu Chuan's act of retaliation was equally misguided. One must learn to exercise restraint. They were both sent outside to stand as a form of reflection. Upon hearing Su Hong's verdict, Zhang Yang's countenance fell into despair. It was as if he had lifted a stone only to crush his own foot. The previously meek Chu Xiaoyu had the audacity to come forth and identify him. He had believed that denying the incident vehemently would suffice, yet he was met with betrayal from the entire class. Now, not only had he received a slap, but he was also sentenced to stand for the entire day. Zhang Yang let out a lament and exited the classroom. Liu Chuan, on the other hand, appeared unfazed. Hands in pockets, he sauntered out of the classroom, indifferent to the lesson, viewing the punishment as an opportunity to contemplate his current predicament. Enough disruption, open your notebooks. Today we will review compulsory 2, Su Hong declared, spreading out the lesson plan. With that command, all the students focused their attention and opened their notebooks. Only Chu Xiaoyu seemed somewhat distracted, gazing at Liu Chuan's retreating figure, feeling a twinge of remorse within. Chapter 6. The Goal After Rebirth. Moments later. In the corridor outside the classroom, Liu Chuan stood with his hands tucked into his pockets, gazing out of the window. The sky remained unchanged, the clouds identical. Everything mirrored the high school campus of his memories, reflecting on the unwavering determination in Chu Xiaoyu's eyes moments ago, as well as the delightful sweetness of the candy. A subtle smile graced Liu Chuan's lips. In his recollections, the previous life of Chu Xiaoyu was marred by the immense trauma inflicted upon her by classmates' bullying. Yet now, due to his rebirth, everything had transformed. Chu Xiaoyu's fate had begun to shift, albeit slightly, towards a more favorable trajectory. Suddenly, a thought struck Liu Chuan. He recalled that, shortly after, the health of the grandmother who had raised Chu Xiaoyu would deteriorate. In his past life, due to a lack of funds for medical expenses, her grandmother had passed away prematurely, leaving an indelible scar on Chu Xiaoyu's heart, a bond that lingered in her thoughts until her last breath. With this realization, Liu Chuan clenched his fists, his resolve solidifying. It was evident that he must find a way to earn more money. The primary objective after his rebirth was to ensure the recovery of Chu Xiaoyu's grandmother. As Liu Chuan pondered this, time swiftly slipped away. The ringing of the dismissal bell signaled the end of the final class of the day. Rubbing his sore back, Liu Chuan couldn't help but reflect on the relief of it being the last lesson. Otherwise, even at 18, his back could hardly withstand such strain. After a moment of reflection, Liu Chuan turned to head back to the classroom. He rotated his neck to ease his muscles, exhibiting none of the demeanor of someone recently punished by standing. Yet, just as he began to walk, a pair of large hands suddenly clapped down on his shoulders. Turning to look back, Liu Chuan noticed several male classmates had rushed out of the classroom, surrounding him. He paused, slightly taken aback. What was happening? Before he could ponder further, classmates poured out of the classroom one after another, encircling Liu Chuan tightly. Observing the familiar faces, Liu Chuan smiled and asked, "What's this? Aren't you all heading home after school?" Among them, a stout boy with an expressive face exclaimed, "Home? Going home. That slap you gave was simply exhilarating." Another classmate quickly mimicked the sound. That was a resounding smack. Zhang Yang didn't even dodge. It was a real show of precision. That's what you call quick and ruthless. He then dramatically leaned back, eliciting bursts of laughter from the group. Seeing these lively characters, Liu Chuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Well done, Liu Chuan. Indeed, I've long been irked by that Zhang Yang. What a braggart." Another voice chimed in. "Don't worry, Liu Chuan. If that rascal dares to trouble you, just let us know. We'll handle it." Among the crowd, several boys thumped their chests, displaying a camaraderie that promised to protect their own. At that moment, a few female classmates had also gathered their belongings and exited the classroom. Glancing at Liu Chuan, who was encircled, one girl remarked casually, "Have you noticed that Liu Chuan seems different?" Another girl nodded in agreement, "Indeed. But I can't quite put my finger on it. The Liu Chuan we knew was solely focused on his studies, but now he appears to exude a certain masculinity." The girls exchanged a few more words and, after another look at Liu Chuan, they simply walked away. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang, standing not far off, wore an increasingly sour expression. He touched his still pained cheek, lowered his head, and hurriedly fled the scene. Minutes later, the classmates surrounding Liu Chuan gradually dispersed, leaving only a few lingering figures. "Liu Chuan, shall we head home together?" One student inquired suddenly. "No." Liu Chuan shook his head. "You know the old class rules. Standing in punishment entails cleaning duty." "Do you need us to help?" Another offered. "No, violence is never justified. I can manage on my own," Liu Chuan replied, shaking his head once more. After a brief farewell to his classmates, he stepped back into the classroom. Upon entering, his gaze fell upon the window seat where the endearingly naive Chu Xiaoyu was diligently memorizing English vocabulary. She recited the words aloud, clutching a worn little notebook filled with densely packed notes. Observing her earnestness, Liu Chuan felt a stirring in his heart. In his memories of the past life, Chu Xiaoyu often stayed late, returning home alone under the cover of night. It was no surprise that this seemingly foolish girl, despite her simplicity, managed to gain admission to prestigious universities. Behind her brilliance lay an unfathomable amount of effort. Not wishing to interrupt her concentration, Liu Chuan quietly began tidying the classroom. Time flew by, and as the darkness outside deepened, Liu Chuan shook his wrist, which had grown sore from erasing the blackboard, finally completing his task. However, when he turned around, he found that Chu Xiaoyu was still seated at her desk. Now, instead of studying, she gazed out the window with a worried expression. Liu Chuan was slightly taken aback. Surely, one need not stay so late, especially a girl. How unsafe. After a moment's contemplation, Liu Chuan approached her desk. He tapped lightly on the surface and said, "Let us go home together. It's too late. It's not safe. I'll walk you back." "Ah." Chu Xiaoyu jumped in surprise. So engrossed in her studies, she hadn't noticed the empty classroom still harbored a living presence. "Don't be startled. It's just me," Liu Chuan said as he picked up his backpack and settled in front of her. Once she recognized him, Chu Xiaoyu gently patted her chest, regaining some semblance of calm. "And no, I'll study a bit longer and return home by myself." Chu Xiaoyu gently shook her head. "Learning can be done at home as well, can it? Why must it be here? It's already quite late. Can I truly allow you, a young lady, to return home alone?" Liu Chuan replied, propping his chin upon his hand, his gaze lingering on Chu Xiaoyu's enchanting peach blossom eyes. "And no, it's fine. I often come home late," Chu Xiaoyu stammered, feeling somewhat guilty under his scrutiny, lowering her head and hesitating for a long while before responding. "Wait, Are you perhaps disdainful of me? Is that why you refuse my offer to escort you home? Observing her continued reluctance, Liu Chuan immediately feigned a wounded expression. And no, that's not it, Chu Xiaoyu exclaimed, hastily waving her hands in explanation. She looked earnestly into Liu Chuan's face and slowly articulated, Liu Chuan, I do not disdain you. It's just what? There is no just. If you do not disdain me, then let us depart together. Now, immediately, Liu Chuan declared, taking hold of Chu Xiaoyu's backpack and striding out of the classroom. Watching Liu Chuan's retreating figure, a flicker of internal conflict crossed Chu Xiaoyu's eyes, but after a moment's deliberation, she gritted her teeth and resolved to follow him. Chapter 7. A warm heart in the cool embrace of October's evening in Binqing, a chill lingered in the air. The temperature hovered above freezing, yet the biting wind, laden with moisture, found its way through the cuffs of Liu Chuan's attire, sending shivers through his robust frame. Despite being a stout man clad in warm clothing, he was unprepared for this sudden gust of cold air that preceded the global warming phenomenon. Trailing behind him was Chu Xiaoyu, donning only a thin, tattered school uniform, beneath which lay a flimsy shirt. Her fair neck recoiled against the icy breath of the wind, drawing her into a small ball of warmth. She walked at a leisurely pace, lingering at a distance behind Liu Chuan's towering silhouette, her head bowed as she occasionally glanced up, lost in a daze at the sight of him. After nearly 10 minutes, they finally reached the school gate. Outside, the street vendors were in the process of closing up, with only a few scattered customers lingering at their stalls. The remnants of roasted sweet potatoes and freshly made jianbing wafted enticingly, exhaling warm vapors into the cool night air. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Xiaoyu paused, her gaze fixed on the food. The delectable aroma wafting from the freshly prepared dishes made her swallow hard. Yue and Grandma would surely relish these, she mused. However, as she patted her wallet, she pursed her lips and slowly turned away, choosing not to indulge in the temptation. But just then, a disconcerting gurgle emanated from her stomach, echoing in the silence. Liu Chuan turned around, curiosity dancing in his eyes as they locked gazes. Chu Xiaoyu froze, embarrassment washing over her as her delicate hands fidgeted together, and her fair face flushed a vibrant shade of pink. I, she stammered, her bashfulness palpable as she lowered her head, her hands twisting in circles before her. Liu Chuan nearly burst into laughter but managed to stifle it. This girl was so thin that her bones were visible. Her body clearly craved nourishment. It seemed imperative to devise a plan to feed her, albeit without being too overt. After a brief moment of silent exchange, Liu Chuan suddenly patted his own stomach and chuckled. Apologies, my stomach just growled. At his words, a surprised Chu Xiaoyu lifted her head, realizing that he too was hungry. Relief washed over her. Perhaps her own embarrassing stomach growl had gone unnoticed. Liu Chuan gestured toward the nearby food stall, saying, Perfect timing, I'll go buy something. You stay here and don't move. Not even a step. Chu Xiaoyu opened her mouth, ready to protest, but before she could utter a word, Liu Chuan had already turned and walked away. She gazed longingly at the fragrant stall, swallowing deeply once more. Finally, as if resolved, she rummaged through her tattered wallet. Yet, upon opening it, she found only a crumpled 1 yuan note, her budget for 2 days' worth of breakfast. 4 large white buns could be bought for a single yuan, sufficient to last her 2 days if rationed. However, the jianbing and roasted sweet potatoes were considerably more expensive. That solitary yuan was woefully inadequate. Chu Xiaoyu clutched the crumpled $1 bill tightly, feeling awkward and unsure of what to do. Just as she was caught in her dilemma, a hand suddenly thumped heavily on her shoulder. Damn it, I searched everywhere for you. Chu Xiaoyu, you are truly hard to find. A girl with striking red hair and a tattered school uniform remarked coldly. She was adorned with heavy, ostentatious makeup, large glittering earrings dangling from her ears, and a lit cigarette in hand, which she exhaled in swirling rings as she spoke. Behind the red-haired girl stood 5 or 6 similarly flamboyantly colored girls, all smoking and staring at Chu Xiaoyu. Startled, Chu Xiaoyu instinctively stepped back, lowering her head and attempting to turn away. Unfortunately, it was too late. With a mere glance from the red-haired girl, her companions quickly formed a circle around Chu Xiaoyu, trapping her in the center. Don't push your luck. You always claim to be broke. Today, I see you are about to purchase something. Surely you have money now? The red-haired girl extinguished her cigarette and seized Chu Xiaoyu by the collar, her expression darkening. I have no money, Chu Xiaoyu murmured softly, her hands tightly clutching her wallet. No money? Damn, you think I'm blind? ISNT that a wallet in your hand? The red-haired girl scoffed. releasing her grip and turning to her accomplices. Xiao Li, Xiao Zi, hold her down. I want to see if she really has no money. Xiao Li and Xiao Zi nodded, swiftly grabbing Chu Xiaoyu and restraining her. Despite her desperate writhing and the tight grip she kept on her wallet, the two girls, being stronger and more numerous, easily pried her hands away. They clamped their arms around her, causing her to wince in pain. As the red-haired girl's hand inched closer to her wallet, Chu Xiaoyu's heart raced faster and faster. However, just as the red-haired girl's fingers brushed against the wallet, a pair of strong hands suddenly appeared and grasped tightly. The red-haired girl cried out in pain, and Xiao Li and Xiao Zi were forcefully pushed aside. Feeling the pressure on her body suddenly ease, Chu Xiaoyu turned to see Liu Chuan, with a pancake roll in his mouth and another in his hand. He winked at her, gradually tightening his grip on the red-haired girl's wrist until her face contorted in agony, prompting him to finally release her. Holding the pancake, Liu Chuan slowly surveyed the colorful group of girls, deep in thought. No wonder Chu Xiaoyu always returned home so late. It seemed someone was causing her trouble. In his previous life, he had overlooked the fact that there were girls who troubled Chu Xiaoyu. It appeared that her situation was far worse than he had imagined. Liu Chuan cast a cold glance at the group of girls, determined to memorize their faces for future reckoning. At that moment, the red-haired girl rubbed her painfully clasped wrist and glared at Liu Chuan, her voice dripping with contempt. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you touch me? Leave at once, or you will regret it, she exclaimed, shoving Liu Chuan forcefully. However, the disparity in strength caused her to stumble back instead. Liu Chuan, with an air of calm, lightly patted his chest and met the fiery-haired girl's gaze with serene composure. Who do you think I am? Perhaps your reluctant guardian? He smiled mildly and continued. Since your father fails to discipline you, allow me, your guardian, to step in. How dare you? You're asking for trouble. The brazen girl, having lost the verbal duel, furrowed her brow in anger and charged forward, fists raised. At that moment, a crisp slap echoed through the air. The fiery-haired girl was momentarily stunned, touching her numbed cheek in disbelief as she stared at Liu Chuan. I was struck? How could I, the queen bee, be slapped by a mere boy from the first high school? Especially in front of my subordinates. Fury coursed through her veins, causing her to tremble as she opened her mouth to retort. But again, a sharp crack resounded. Another resounding slap, while Liu Chuan remained utterly unperturbed, as if he had merely performed an inconsequential act. The girl's followers instinctively stepped back, frightened by the unexpected ferocity of the seemingly delicate boy. With gritted teeth, she glared up at him. You will pay for this. Oh, will I? Liu Chuan scoffed, unimpressed. The more they blustered, the more he saw through their bravado. What good were empty threats? Yet, he couldn't help but admire her resilience. Even after 2 slaps, not a single tear fell from her eyes. He scrutinized the fiery-haired girl more closely. At that moment, the garish makeup on her face was disrupted, revealing a youthful, unadorned visage. Liu Chuan's eyes widened in surprise. Zhou Xiaoyu? Is this not the daughter of my colleague, old Zhou? His thoughts raced. What a deceptive man he is. He claimed his daughter was exceptionally well-behaved. Yet here she is, a rebellious girl in high school. A sense of bewilderment washed over him. What started as mere banter had unexpectedly revealed a connection with her father. Nevertheless, this revelation made things simpler. Observing the fury etched on Zhou Xiaoyu's face, he remarked, Zhou Xiaoyu, you would do well to leave immediately, or else. Or else what? I am determined to confront you today. Zhou Xiaoyu retorted fiercely, but then she paused, taken aback by his knowledge of her name. Wait, how do you know my name? Didn't I mention? I am your guardian, thus familiar with your father, Liu Chuan replied, his tone unhurried. East City Garden, Building 3, Room 503, correct? Your father is Zhou Chongquan. It seems I haven't seen old Zhou in quite some time. Perhaps it's time to catch up. His voice was calm, yet upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoyu stood frozen, a sense of dread washing over her. How does he know my inept father's name? And my address? Is he really going to inform my parents? After a moment of stunned silence, Zhou Xiaoyu clenched her fist and exclaimed to Liu Chuan, You are ruthless. I'll inform my parents about this. Just wait. Turning to her friends, she declared, Ladies, let's go. In a few days, we shall seek out Sister Chen and let this young man understand why the flowers bloom so vividly. Several young girls followed Zhou Xiaoyu, but as they passed Liu Chuan, they couldn't resist hurling some derogatory remarks. You're doomed, kid. My elder sister's elder sister is Chu Xiaoyu. Prepare to face the consequences. Liu Chuan merely scoffed at their taunts. However, upon hearing that name, his expression shifted to one of surprise. Chu Xiaoyu? Could it be such a coincidence? Wasn't she the client with whom I sealed my last significant deal? Now she is the leader of these young delinquents? Liu Chuan momentarily felt overwhelmed. Once the group of girls had departed, he took a moment to steady his emotions. Coincidence aside, feeding the little darling was the priority. At that moment, Chu Xiaoyu gently tapped Liu Chuan on the back. Thank you. Her voice was soft and sincere. Hadn't it been said that students should assist one another? Liu Chuan nonchalantly chuckled. Of course. Chu Xiaoyu nodded slightly, lowering her head once more. Here, your jianbingguozi. Liu Chuan offered the plastic bag in his left hand to Chu Xiaoyu, but she merely glanced at it and did not take it. No. It's fine. I'm not hungry. Her voice was barely above a whisper. She was not truly hungry. Rather, this jianbingguozi felt far too precious to her. Liu Chuan firmly placed the jianbingguozi in Chu Xiaoyu's hands with a warm smile. It's just a jianbingguozi. I can afford it. Today, I am happy because I have made a new friend. As he spoke, Liu Chuan gazed into Chu Xiaoyu's eyes and continued softly, this new friend is named Chu Xiaoyu. Chu Xiaoyu suddenly looked up, a glimmer of light appearing in her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. Thank you, she said gently. At that moment, the jianbingguozi in her hands radiated a comforting warmth, and slowly, the once frosty heart of Chu Xiaoyu began to thaw. Chapter 8. The meat-loving little fool. The freshly cooked jianbingguozi sizzled and oozed with oil, its enticing aroma wafting irresistibly into the air. Chu Xiaoyu couldn't help but lick her lips. At the very moment she caught a whiff of the delicious scent, her mouth began to salivate uncontrollably. However, despite holding onto the jianbingguozi for quite some time, she hesitated to take a bite. Swallowing hard, she raised her gaze to Liu Chuan and timidly inquired, Is it possible for me to take this home and eat it later? I'm not really hungry right now. As she spoke, her stomach audibly grumbled, causing her to shyly lower her head. In truth, she was quite famished and yearned to devour the jianbingguozi immediately. Yet, the thought that her beloved grandmother and younger sister would not get to enjoy such a delectable treat compelled her to restrain her appetite. The little fool would rather endure hunger herself than deny her family the pleasure of tasting this delightful dish. Liu Chuan perceived Chu Xiaoyu's thoughts and felt a twinge of compassion. This silly girl, even with her stomach growling, was still thinking about her sister and grandmother. Truly, she was a little fool. Go ahead, eat it. It won't taste as good when you take it home, he urged, lifting 2 plastic bags in his right hand with a smile. I've already prepared some for your sister and grandmother. Look, they're still warm. Hurry and eat, so we can head back quickly. Your grandmother and sister can still enjoy their warm jianbing. Feeling somewhat embarrassed at having her thoughts so easily read, Chu Xiaoyu found it difficult to refuse Liu Chuan's thoughtful gesture. Thank you, Liu Chuan, she said, raising her eyes to him. Liu Chuan chuckled. Now? Can you eat it? Chu Xiaoyu nodded earnestly. With that, she took small bites, her cherry-like mouth slightly ajar as she savored the crispy skin of the jianbing. The little fool thought to herself that if she ate less, perhaps her grandmother and sister could have a bit more. The family's meals were quite meager. With her grandmother's illness and her sister still growing, it was of little consequence whether she ate more or less. However, as the subtle wheat flavor of the jianbing mingled with the succulent pork and rich sauce burst forth in her mouth, she could no longer contain herself. One bite after another, she consumed it with increasing speed. Before long, the entire jianbing had vanished. Chu Xiaoyu's fair complexion was now adorned with remnants of the meal, resembling a little calico cat. Glancing into the empty plastic bag in her hands, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. She hadn't anticipated that the jianbing would be so delicious, and she had devoured it all in a moment of weakness. Meanwhile, Liu Chuan observed her intently. He keenly noted that when the little fool indulged in meat, her beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, she was a meat lover. It seemed that his future plans for feeding her would unfold smoothly. With this thought, Liu Chuan couldn't help but smile softly. Mistakenly believing Liu Chuan was laughing at her voracious eating, Chu Xiaoyu's fair cheeks flushed a rosy hue. She murmured, did I eat too quickly? Seeing her flustered demeanor, Liu Chuan couldn't suppress a chuckle. After finishing their meal, Liu Chuan chuckled as he retrieved a napkin, extending his hand to wipe the small face of Chu Xiaoyu. Startled, Chu Xiaoyu quickly accepted the napkin, stammering, I can do it myself, thank you. After cleaning her cheeks, she felt an inexplicable warmth spreading across her face. Having completed their pancakes, the two had nearly reached the vicinity of Chu Xiaoyu's home. She resided in a shanty town in Bicheng. There were no streetlights, and under the dim glow cast by the residential buildings, Liu Chuan meticulously surveyed his surroundings. The houses here bore walls mottled with cracks, and white spider webs crept from the ground, filling every corner. The narrow road was paved with fractured bluestone slabs, each step producing the sound of crunching stones. Observing the environment, Liu Chuan felt a pang of astonishment. He was aware that Chu Xiaoyu's living conditions had been challenging during high school, yet he had not anticipated such a dilapidated state. In 10 years, the shanty town would be demolished and transformed into a pristine commercial center, replete with towering skyscrapers. But for now, the walls of these houses were riddled with fissures, and cold winds could sweep directly into the rooms. He could only imagine how damp it would become if it rained. Liu Chuan clenched his fist slightly. He recalled that during high school, a cracked ceiling in Chu Xiaoyu's home had caused a falling stone to injure her leg, leaving a scar on her thigh. It was clear that he needed to start earning money immediately. He could no longer allow his beloved girl to endure such hardship. This matter could not be postponed any longer. He could not bear to see the girl he cherished suffer any further due to adverse living conditions. At that moment, they arrived at the entrance of the shanty town. Chu Xiaoyu suddenly halted, whispering, "Liu Chuan, you can stop here. It's too late. You should go home." "It's all right. I'm on my way." Liu Chuan waved dismissively. "Hurry up, or the pancakes will get cold." Reluctantly, Chu Xiaoyu nodded and continued walking forward. The two progressed, one after the other, deeper into the shanty town. As the night grew darker, Chu Xiaoyu glanced around with concern. "Liu Chuan, it's really too late. You should go back." Liu Chuan smiled reassuringly. "Didn't I say? I'm on my way. Moreover, if you're going to send someone home, you must see them home safely, right?" "Yes," Chu Xiaoyu replied softly, nodding. After walking a bit further, they arrived at the entrance of Chu Xiaoyu's home. She suddenly stopped, her head bowed, her small hands clenched tightly. Yet, she pointed to a nearby house that seemed equally dilapidated within the shanty town. She nervously said, That's my home. So, Liu Chuan, would you like to come in for a bit?" "No, thank you." Liu Chuan shook his head. "I'll come by next time. By the way, I'll pick you up tomorrow. Wait for me at your door, all right?" In the dim light, Chu Xiaoyu opened her mouth to refuse, but Liu Chuan's figure had already receded into the darkness. She stood there, dazed for a moment, before suddenly realizing that although Liu Chuan claimed it was on the way, he had just walked in the opposite direction. In that fleeting instant, the naive girl seemed to comprehend something, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Just then, an elderly yet gentle voice echoed, "Xiaoyu, you're back?" Upon hearing the voice, Chu Xiaoyu immediately turned towards her home. Under the faint light, a kind old woman with silver hair sat on a small stool at the doorway. She was dressed in a tattered, old cotton coat, its thin fabric allowing the cold wind to seep through the sleeves, causing her body to shiver slightly. Witnessing this scene, Chu Xiaoyu's heart ached. "Grandma, didn't I tell you not to wait for me? It's so cold outside, and your health is not good." Anxiously, she grasped her grandmother's hand, her eyes glistening with tears. "Grandma, let us go home." "Xiaoyu, I'm fine. No need to worry, I know my own body well." Grandma Chu replied with a gentle smile, her aged fingers tenderly stroking Chu Xiaoyu's back. When her old eyes caught sight of the two warm pancakes in Chu Xiaoyu's hands, as well as the lingering blush on her cheeks, a flicker of emotion passed through them. "Xiaoyu," Grandma Chu gently inquired, "was that your classmate just now? He seems like a boy." "Yes, Grandma, he is a boy from our class." Chu Xiaoyu honestly nodded, a hint of shyness flashing across her cheeks. Observing this, Grandma Chu's eyes sparkled with contemplation as she paused before saying, "Xiaoyu, he treats you quite well. Although our family is poor. Next time you must invite your classmates in for a glass of water. It's only polite, you understand?" "Understood, Grandma." Chu Xiaoyu replied earnestly, yet inexplicably. A subtle joy blossomed in her heart at her grandmother's words. "All right, Xiaoyu, go to your homework with Yue now. Grandma needs to sleep." As Grandma Chu stood up, Chu Xiaoyu immediately assisted her into the room. She helped her grandmother lie down and covered her with a quilt. Offering the pancakes, she smiled and said, "Grandma, eat this. It's very delicious." Grandma Chu accepted the pancake and smiled back, saying, "Xiaoyu, make sure to thank your classmate for me, all right?" "I will." Chu Xiaoyu obediently responded, a smile gracing her face as she exited the room. At that moment, a little head suddenly peeked out from the crack of the door ahead in the corridor, bearing an expression of delight. "Sister, you're back." The little girl dashed into Chu Xiaoyu's embrace. Fondly, Chu Xiaoyu patted the little girl's head and asked, "Yue, have you eaten yet?" "I have," the little girl replied in her sweet voice. However, she soon lowered her head with a hint of grievance, adding, "But Yue is still hungry." Upon hearing this, A flicker of concern flashed in Chu Xiaoyu's eyes. She gently rubbed the little girl's cherubic face and retrieved the still warm pancake from her embrace, smiling as she said, "Here, have this." Chu Yue exclaimed in delight, spinning around as she accepted the pancake, ready to take a bite. However, she suddenly paused, extending the pancake towards Chu Xiaoyu and sweetly saying, "Sister, you eat." Yue isn't hungry. Chu Xiaoyu smiled with a sense of warmth, replying, "You should eat. Yue, sister has already had her fill." "Really?" Chu Yue tilted her little head. Her eyes filled with skepticism. "Indeed." Chu Xiaoyu pointed to her own stomach. "Sister is quite full and simply cannot eat anymore." Instantly, Chu Yue nodded in happiness. After all, she was just a child. Her understanding was commendable, yet she remained utterly powerless against the allure of delicious food. Without hesitation, she began to munch eagerly. The little girl had not tasted anything so delightful in quite some time. She savored each bite, her eyes sparkling with genuine joy with every morsel. Watching her sister relish the meal brought a heartfelt smile to Chu Xiaoyu's lips. Yet, unexpectedly, the image of Liu Chuan flickered in her mind, stirring a peculiar ripple of emotion within her heart. Chapter 9. The closer to home, the more hesitant on the other side, Liu Chuan, after escorting Chu Xiaoyu home, boarded the familiar number 3 bus. Within the confines of the bus, he leaned against the backrest, retrieving a notebook and pen, and began to scribble and sketch his thoughts. The rise of e-commerce, micro-businesses, bulk goods, liquor, digital currencies, influencer marketing, and investment in gaming. He filled several pages with the promising ventures he envisioned for the next decade, to mend the heart of his dear friend. What he needed most at this moment was capital. Documenting these opportunities was merely the first step. Liu Chuan's brow gradually furrowed. Each piece of information on those pages could potentially be a project valued at billions in the future. Yet, he lacked the necessary startup funds. He was in urgent need of a substantial sum. Was the lottery his only hope? However, in his previous life, Liu Chuan had never purchased a lottery ticket, nor could he have foreseen his own rebirth, let alone remember the winning numbers. Was he doomed to accumulate wealth slowly? A wave of disappointment washed over him. The path to his first pot of gold after rebirth was proving to be more arduous than he had anticipated. Suddenly, a faint memory flickered in his mind, and his eyes sparkled with realization. In 2008, it seemed that old Liu had missed a lucrative opportunity, regretting it for quite some time. It appeared that he had been burdened with unsold goods, and after reluctantly selling them at a loss, their value skyrocketed shortly thereafter. The details of this recollection were somewhat hazy, and Liu Chuan found it difficult to recall them with clarity. It seemed that he would need to consult old Liu to uncover the specifics. Minutes later, after 5 stops, the number 3 bus arrived at Sheng'an Community, where Liu Chuan's home was located. Many years ago, old Liu had purchased this apartment, which was initially in an obscure development. However, a few years later, due to government planning, a subway line was established, and a commercial center was developed in the area. Overnight, property values surged, significantly increasing the family's assets. Liu Chuan's home was nestled in the middle of the community, just a few steps away. As he gazed at the familiar, yet unfamiliar residence, a whirlwind of emotions swirled within him, evoking a sense of hesitance upon returning home. In his previous life, during high school, Liu Chuan had been in a cold war with old Liu. Old Liu operated a modest steel trading company locally, which, during prosperous times, boasted an annual revenue in the millions. Their family was relatively well off, yet old Liu's demanding work schedule kept him away from home, leading to strained father-son relations, exacerbated by his high expectations of Liu Chuan. It was only a decade later, upon entering the workforce himself, that Liu Chuan began to grasp the burdens borne by old Liu as a man. The money earned by one individual was expended by the entire family. Balancing family and work was no easy feat nonetheless. During his high school years, despite his stern demeanor, old Liu was generous with financial support. Thus, even now, Liu Chuan's modest savings still amounted to several thousand yuan. In 2008, a few thousand yuan was not an insignificant sum. Ascending the staircase, he arrived at the familiar door of room 203. Taking a deep breath, Liu Chuan opened the door. The familiar aroma of home-cooked meals enveloped him. In the kitchen, the sounds of his mother, Jiang Mei, skillfully wielding a spatula filled the air, while in the study, his father's voice could be heard negotiating business over the phone. Everything was just as he remembered it at home. Liu Chuan stood in a daze for a moment before slipping on his slippers and calling out, "Mom, I'm back." Immediately, Jiang Mei's voice resonated from the kitchen. "Xiao Chuan, why are you so late today?" Hurry up and wash your hands. Dinner is ready. Upon hearing his mother's voice, Liu Chuan's eyes misted with emotion. At this moment, his mother still sounded so youthful. Just then, Jiang Mei emerged from the kitchen with a platter of dishes. And upon seeing Liu Chuan's reddened eyes, she swiftly placed the food on the dining table. What's wrong, Xiao Chuan? Did your father scold you again? Liu Chuan shook his head in silence and embraced his mother. Jiang Mei was momentarily taken aback, then gently patted Liu Chuan. What's the matter? Is it about your father? Before Liu Chuan could respond, Jiang Mei, unable to contain herself, dashed towards the study, exclaiming, Liu Yunzong, get out here. You may be absent all day, but why do you have to upset our son? He is about to take his college entrance exams, and if you jeopardize his future, we will have serious words. Inside the study, old Liu was startled by his wife's voice and hurriedly replied, Xiao Chun, this batch of rebar is at a loss. Get it out quickly and don't let it linger. My sister-in-law needs something. I must hang up. After ending the call, old Liu greeted Jiang Mei with a forced smile, blocking her path. My dear, what's the matter now? I was just discussing business. Discussing business? If you harm our son's future, what good will your business be? Jiang Mei retorted sharply. Yes, of course, old Liu nodded vigorously. Although he was unsure of the details, he knew better than to contradict her. Looking up, he noticed Liu Chuan standing behind him. The jovial expression on his face immediately faded as he turned his attention to his son. What's wrong? Have you been bullied? I wasn't saying you should. Dad, it's nothing. I just missed you, Liu Chuan softly confessed. At that moment, old Liu stood frozen. This rascal actually called me dad? And he said he missed me. What on earth has gotten into him? Old Liu distinctly remembered their recent quarrel, where Liu Chuan had stormed out in anger. Yet now, old Liu gazed deeply at Liu Chuan. Although his face retained a serious demeanor, warmth flooded his heart. He had called him dad. This signified that his son was making amends, reconciling. Initially troubled by the stockpile of rebar, old Liu suddenly felt a refreshing lightness within him at the sound of his son's voice. However, being a middle-aged man, he maintained a composed exterior. Nodding at Liu Chuan, he said softly, Good, no worries then. He patted Liu Chuan on the shoulder. You've matured. Let us eat. It's been ages since the three of us have dined together. Beside them, Jiang Mei, witnessing this exchange, quickly realized what had transpired. Her previously furrowed brow transformed into a radiant smile. She guided Liu Chuan to the dining table, serving both him and old Liu generous bowls of food. Reconciliation is what matters. The relationship between father and son has improved, and the upcoming college entrance examination will surely bring forth better performances. Son, eat more. The exam is just around the corner. After all the hard work you've put in, you must nourish yourself, Jiang Mei said, as she diligently served Liu Chuan with dishes. Before long, his bowl was overflowing with fish, shrimp, and meat. Liu Chuan devoured the food voraciously. A bit salty. Yet, this is the taste of my mother. After several years of navigating the complexities of society, Liu Chuan increasingly cherishes the warmth of home. Coming home to a hot meal, with his parents by his side, is a comfort he values immensely. The high school years are, in truth, one of life's most blissful phases. His parents have not yet begun to age, and the promising future he envisions is within reach. How could he have failed to realize this back then? Why did he insist on being stubborn with old Liu? Now, humbling himself and sharing a harmonious dinner together feels so much more rewarding. Chapter 10. The first fortune secured. The family of three joyfully finished their dinner. After the meal, Jiang Mei busied herself with clearing the dishes, while the two men, resembling figures carved from the same mold, sprawled languidly on the soft sofa. Old Liu glanced at his son, who was slouched unceremoniously, and suddenly felt as though he were gazing into a mirror devoid of taste. Slightly embarrassed, he adjusted his posture, straightened his back, and fixed a serious gaze upon the financial news. Old Liu primarily engaged in the steel trade, but he often participated in the trading of other commodities as well. The essence of trade lies in the disparities of information. Buy low and sell high to profit from the difference. Thus, watching financial news had long become a habit for old Liu. Observing his father's earnest demeanor, Liu Chuan instinctively began to pay attention to the news as well. Today's news was not particularly complex. In essence, it conveyed that various goods were experiencing significant fluctuations in the short term this year, making business increasingly challenging. This prompted Liu Chuan to recall a vague memory. Was it not old Liu who had misjudged the price fluctuations of his goods, leading to premature sales and a missed opportunity for wealth? Calculating the time, he realized he needed to inquire with old Liu without delay. Clearing his throat gently, Liu Chuan smiled at his father. Dad, may I ask you something? Humph. What could you possibly want? Running low on cash again? Old Liu snorted, reaching for his wallet. This troublesome boy. He never approached me unless it was about money. Liu Chuan quickly restrained his father's hand, chuckling. No, Dad, it's really not about money. I'm simply becoming more understanding and want to check on you. I was wondering how business has been for you lately. The news has been saying that this year is tough for business. Old Liu regarded Liu Chuan with suspicion. What could have spurred this sudden interest in his father's business? Did he perhaps intend to venture into commerce himself? Despite his curiosity, any seasoned man would seize the opportunity to impress his son. With arms crossed and a confident smile gracing his lips, old Liu replied, Son, the news is indeed accurate. The price fluctuations of goods this year have been exceedingly unstable, making business quite difficult. Several of my old associates have suffered considerable losses this year. At this, old Liu couldn't help but sigh. In the realm of commerce, true friends are scarce. Yet, the bonds forged over the years are genuine, and he could not bring himself to take advantage of their misfortune. Liu Chuan nodded eagerly, his tone tinged with excitement. So, Dad, you too have faced substantial losses this year? Old Liu scoffed dismissively. Son, you are mistaken. My business acumen is remarkably forward-thinking. I have always operated on multiple fronts. Steel is my primary focus, supplemented by other commodities. For instance, with this year's cold wave, I purchased a large quantity of cabbage and successfully sold it at the peak price. As he spoke, he cast a triumphant glance at Liu Chuan. Thus, this year, not only did I avoid losses, but I also made a considerable profit. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Liu Chuan abruptly stood up. Had he perhaps misremembered? In 2008, old Liu seemingly had no missteps. Yet in his memories, he continually lamented the mistakes made that year. What was this impossibility? Old Liu cast a puzzled glance at Liu Chuan. This rascal. Shouldn't he be idolizing me instead? Why does it seem as though he wishes for me to incur losses? Dad, don't you have any unsold goods weighing you down? Liu Chuan inquired anxiously. Old Liu, irked, waved his hand dismissively. No. How dare you question your father's capabilities? Really? There are no goods at a loss. Liu Chuan pressed on. Disbelief etched on his face. None. Old Liu, now somewhat agitated, turned away. Think again. Liu Chuan persisted, changing his position to follow old Liu. No means no. Old Liu huffed. He found it perplexing that his son was so fixated on losses. If he admitted it in front of his son, wouldn't that undermine his paternal authority? Absolutely not. He was resolute in his silence. Observing old Liu's defensive demeanor, Liu Chuan felt a wave of despondency wash over him, momentarily doubting his own recollection. At that moment, Jiang Mei, having finished washing the dishes, entered the living room. Observing old Liu's pretentious display, she scolded, Liu Yinsheng, what are you pretending for in front of our son? It's not like you haven't been stressed out lately. Constantly on the phone about business. Jiang Mei spared no kindness towards old Liu. She could not stand his pretentiousness. Their prior quarrels had stemmed from old Liu's stubbornness. Despite his evident concern for their son, after receiving a tongue lashing, old Liu quickly donned a cheerful facade. Yes, my fault. Then hurry up and speak. Jiang Mei commanded, hands on her hips. Only then did old Liu turn to Liu Chuan, clearing his throat. Ahem, son, I must say, in business, it's impossible to avoid losses. This year, the price fluctuations of various goods have been significant, especially in steel, where the volatility is particularly pronounced. Shaking his head, he continued, before the new year, I acquired 10 tons of rebar, which has become a burden on my hands. While 10 tons isn't excessive, disposing of it would still incur a loss of several thousand yuan. Of course, compared to those true steel merchants, my endeavors are merely trifling. Upon hearing the term rebar, Liu Chuan's eyes sparkled with clarity. The previously hazy memories crystallized in an instant. Indeed, rebar. In 2008, the rebar market experienced a tumultuous period. Approximately 3 days later, old Liu would sell his 10 tons of rebar at the lowest price, only for it to reach an all-time high just a day after. It was certain. His first pot of gold was finally within reach. Liu Chuan immediately grasped old Liu's hand, exclaiming, Dad, let me handle this batch of rebar. Hearing this, old Liu scrutinized Liu Chuan intently. This boy truly wishes to engage in business? He certainly possesses a semblance of my former vigor. It is indeed possible. A sum of tens of thousands of yuan is of little concern to your father. If lost, then so be it. However, you must elucidate the reasoning behind this. Old Liu gazed intently into Liu Chuan's eyes, speaking earnestly. What? Liu Chuan found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly admit to knowing that rebar prices would rise, could he? In the midst of Liu Chuan's contemplation, Jiang Mei, somewhat anxious, interjected, Xiao Chuan. What do you need rebar for? Your college entrance examination is imminent. Do not allow such dubious matters to sway your academic performance. Upon hearing this, old Liu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What does she mean by dubious matters? At that moment, an epiphany struck Liu Chuan, and he turned to Jiang Mei, exclaiming, Exactly. Mom, it's all for my studies. I have set my sights on my university goal, the business program at Liangdan University, so I must prepare in advance. Jiang Mei was immediately convinced. Liangdan University. Her son was ambitious. Elated by her son's aspirations, Jiang Mei wholeheartedly supported him. Ultimately, old Liu, under his wife's insistence, handed over the pile of rebar to Liu Chuan. Moments later, in the bedroom, Liu Chuan lay on his bed, a smile gracing his face as he read the text messages on his phone. Old Liu had entrusted this batch of rebar entirely to him. With just one text sent, it would be sold from old Liu's end. Timing was of the essence. He was only waiting for the peak price in 4 days. The first pot of gold was secured. Chapter 11. As warm as hot milk the following morning, just as dawn began to break, Liu Chuan stretched languidly and energetically rose from his bed. Yawning, he ambled over to the dressing mirror, gazing at his youthful, handsome visage and the well-defined 8-pack abs. He felt a momentary daze. Is this really what I look like at 18? The foundation is undeniably excellent. However, I do tend to neglect my appearance, appearing somewhat disheveled. My hair is a chaotic mess, slightly greasy, with unruly bangs obscuring my forehead, lending an overall lackluster impression. Yet, this is not unusual. Most boys in high school are quite similar, ordinary and lacking in distinguishing features. Even if they possess a modicum of attractiveness, neglecting their grooming renders them quite unremarkable. The truth is, high school is overwhelmingly busy, and boys often shy away from bathing, fearing it a waste of precious time. Liu Chuan, during his high school years, felt that skipping showers and combing his hair was inconsequential, but now, having been reborn, he felt a prickling discomfort at the sight of his untidy reflection. Deciding to take action, Liu Chuan stepped into the bathroom for a refreshing shower. Afterward, he donned a crisp white undershirt paired with faded blue jeans, topped with a light jacket. With his hair slightly styled, his entire demeanor was instantly elevated. In reality, there are no unattractive high school boys. It is merely a matter of grooming. A little attention can make a significant difference in how one is perceived, especially for someone like Liu Chuan, whose natural looks are exceptional. Fresh from his shower, the sounds of his mother, Jiang Mei, bustling about in the kitchen reached his ears. As soon as she noticed Liu Chuan emerging from the bathroom, she promptly brought breakfast to the dining table. Son, breakfast is ready, Jiang Mei called out, taking a seat at the table. Upon seeing Liu Chuan, who had taken the time to present himself well, her eyes widened in surprise. My precious son, you seem a bit different today, Jiang Mei mused, studying him closely, momentarily questioning if she was mistaken. Noticing the time, Liu Chuan hurriedly grabbed 2 bags of milk and a bag of boiled eggs, smiling as he said, Mom, I'm in a rush, I have to go. This will suffice for breakfast. With that, he turned and exited the house. Take care, son. You woke up early, you have time, Jiang Mei called after his retreating figure. Watching him walk away, she reluctantly closed the door. At the dining table, Jiang Mei sipped her soy milk and munched on fried dough sticks, her mind swirling with curiosity. Why does it feel like my son has changed in some peculiar way? He seems to be consuming more eggs. Has his appetite increased? Is he entering another growth spurt? With that thought, Jiang Mei sprang to her feet, resolved to go out and buy groceries. Her son needed nourishment, especially with the impending college entrance exams. He must be well fed. Just eating eggs would not suffice. He needs plenty of beef. A few minutes later, in a dilapidated neighborhood, Chu Xiaoyu stood at her front door, clad in a thin, worn school uniform, her head bowed. Even before the first light of dawn at around 5 o'clock, she had already been waiting outside. On this October morning, a brisk wind swept through, carrying a distinct chill. As Chu Xiaoyu stood amidst the cold wind, her delicate hands nestled within her sleeves. She anxiously clenched them together. With her head held high, she scanned the surroundings, hoping to catch a glimpse of Liu Chuan. However, The streets of the dilapidated neighborhood were deserted at this early hour. The residents here had either long departed for work or were returning from the night shift. Suddenly, a figure emerged from a distance, and a flicker of joy illuminated Chu Xiaoyu's enchanting peach blossom eyes, a smile gracing her features. Yet, as the figure drew nearer, she realized her mistake, her heart sinking as she lowered her gaze. Glancing at her watch, she noted it was 6:30. She had already been waiting for over an hour, but Liu Chuan's silhouette remained elusive, her small hands anxiously intertwined. Her beautiful eyes glistened with a hint of distress as they roamed the empty streets. She couldn't help but worry. Had she risen too late? Perhaps Liu Chuan had come and left in frustration at her absence. Suddenly, a troubling thought crossed her mind, leaving her momentarily speechless. Could it be that Liu Chuan had merely been jesting with her yesterday? What if he had no intention of coming at all? With that disheartening notion, she lowered her head, her straight legs tense as she stood rooted in place. She contemplated leaving, yet found herself unable to move, still holding on to the hope that Liu Chuan would arrive. Her hands remained tightly clasped, her anxious gaze directed away from the dilapidated neighborhood. At that moment, a pair of large hands gently rested on her shoulder, startling Chu Xiaoyu and causing her fair neck to retract instinctively. But then, a familiar voice broke through the silence. "Have you been waiting for me?" Upon hearing Liu Chuan's voice, a spark of joy flickered in Chu Xiaoyu's eyes. She turned around, unable to resist the urge to engage him in conversation. Yet, as she beheld Liu Chuan, she noticed his previously tousled hair now neatly styled, his attire carefully chosen, exuding a markedly improved demeanor compared to the day before. Feeling a wave of self-consciousness wash over her, she lowered her gaze, her fingers fidgeting nervously. Liu Chuan, perhaps you shouldn't come to pick me up tomorrow? It seems like a waste of your time," she stammered. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Liu Chuan replied, panting slightly, "It's not a waste of time. I'm just unfamiliar with the route. A little time wasted today ensures you can rest easy tomorrow." Did you run all the way here?" Chu Xiaoyu asked, her heart aching as she lifted her gaze, finally noticing the beads of sweat on Liu Chuan's forehead. The morning air was frigid. How far must he have run to be so drenched in perspiration? She reached into her pocket and pulled out a warm steamed bun, realizing that in his haste, he must have skipped breakfast. With a touch of delight swelling within her, she slowly extended the bun toward Liu Chuan. But just then, she noticed Liu Chuan carrying a warm bottle of milk and a bag of eggs. Her small hand froze mid-motion, swiftly retracting the bun back into her pocket. "Chu Xiaoyu, you are far too kind. How do you know that my favorite food is steamed buns?" Liu Chuan asked with a chuckle, pointing at Chu Xiaoyu's pocket. Chu Xiaoyu looked up in surprise. Liu Chuan smiled and said, "What do you mean, Hand them over." Quickly. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoyu lowered her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she retrieved 2 steaming white buns from her pocket. These buns had just come out of the oven, purchased by Chu Xiaoyu early in the morning and carefully placed in the inner pocket, still warm to the touch. Liu Chuan snatched the buns and began to devour them voraciously. "Hey, don't choke," Chu Xiaoyu exclaimed, startled. Liu Chuan pounded his chest, swallowing the slightly tough bun, and laughed. "Chu Xiaoyu, where did you buy these? They're quite sweet." Really? Chu Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with surprise as she looked up suddenly. "Of course, I really like them. Thank you. All right, I'll bring them to you every day. How about that?" Chu Xiaoyu said earnestly, gazing at Liu Chuan. Liu Chuan swallowed and said, "Here, this is for you." While chewing the bun, he waved a milk and egg drink in front of her, urging, "Hurry up and eat. It'll be unpleasant if the milk cools down. And no, it's fine. You treated me yesterday." Chu Xiaoyu waved her hands shyly, not expecting these to be for her. She felt both happy and a little disappointed. Liu Chuan was so kind and caring towards her, yet she could only offer him 2 buns in return. Ignoring Chu Xiaoyu's refusal, Liu Chuan stuffed the drink into her hands, feigning reproach. "Yesterday was yesterday. Today is today. Did you not treat me to buns as well? You're so thin. You must eat more." "What?" Liu Chuan leaned closer. "Chu Xiaoyu, do you really dislike me?" No. Chu Xiaoyu was taken aback. "I'll eat. Is that okay?" "That's more like it." Liu Chuan finished off the 2 buns and clapped his hands. Leading the way, the two walked side by side. Chu Xiaoyu took bites of the egg and sipped the milk, feeling a warmth in her heart. She occasionally stole glances at Liu Chuan's profile, her fair face quickly flushing with a hint of pink. It seemed that for the first time, someone cared for her like this, though it felt a bit domineering. At this moment, Chu Xiaoyu's heart was as warm as the hot milk. Chapter 12. Photographic memory. The distance from Chu Xiaoyu's home to the school was not far. The two walked for merely a few minutes before arriving at the first high school. The entrance was bustling with activity. Throngs of students clad in uniforms hurriedly passing through the gates. Liu Chuan and Chu Xiaoyu walked side by side, occasionally brushed past by other students in a rush. With her head bowed, Chu Xiaoyu dared not glance at anyone, her fair complexion tinged with a lovely blush. However, upon reaching the school entrance, Liu Chuan suddenly noticed that Chu Xiaoyu was subtly distancing herself from him. In a moment of distraction, she had already created several meters of space between them. As they approached the classroom, Liu Chuan hastily grasped her arm and inquired, "What's wrong?" Chu Xiaoyu lowered her head, murmuring softly, "Well, at school. Let South not walk too close. I fear it might not reflect well on you." With that, she quickened her pace, hurrying towards the classroom. Suddenly, recalling something, Chu Xiaoyu paused, turned back, and gently expressed her gratitude to Liu Chuan before darting into the classroom. Watching her retreating figure, Liu Chuan let out a soft sigh. This girl was far too lacking in confidence. It seemed imperative to first transform her exterior, helping her reclaim some self-assurance. With confidence, she would gradually learn to face challenges optimistically, thus preventing any potential descent into future melancholy. Entering the classroom, Liu Chuan cast a glance at the little studious girl who was engrossed in her books, reciting softly to herself. He too retrieved his textbooks and settled at his desk. It appeared that he needed to exert himself as well, especially with the imminent college entrance examination looming. He mused, shaking his head. I must not lag behind and risk being outpaced by that little genius. As the days to the exam dwindled, the atmosphere of diligent study in the classroom intensified. Apart from the resolute sounds of students reciting their lessons, there were whispers of classmates engaged in silent dictation. Except for a few boys at the back, who were lost in slumber, the rest were diligently focused on their work. Such was the environment in a top-tier class. Every day, the homeroom teacher, Su Hong, would reiterate, "Why linger in sleep while alive? You shall find eternal rest only in death. As long as you breathe, study with all your might." The college entrance exam is the last fair chance in your lives. A single point of progress can outshine 1,000 competitors. Liu Chuan recalled that in his previous life, he had faltered during the final sprint leading to the exam. A cold war with his father diverted his focus from his studies, resulting in a disappointing performance and relegating him to an ordinary second-tier university. Yet, upon entering university, he transformed completely, leveraging his solid academic foundation from the Jiangnan region, earning scholarships with ease, and ultimately securing admission to graduate studies at Tsinghua and Peking University. With the knowledge acquired at these esteemed institutions, returning to high school should feel like a significant advantage. However, nearly a decade without revisiting high school subjects had left him somewhat adrift. He had nearly forgotten many intricate mathematical formulas and classical literary works. For a moment, uncertainty washed over Liu Chuan. Taking a deep breath, he opened his textbook. Yet, upon merely glancing at the pages, he found himself momentarily stunned. How was this possible? It was as if everything was imprinted in his mind with crystal clarity. He remembered it all. These memories seemed to be sealed within Liu Chuan's mind, merely awaiting the moment he opened a book to be revitalized. All knowledge pertaining to high school, in that instant, unfolded before him as if layers of silk were meticulously peeled away. However, to say that would not be entirely accurate. Upon slightly engaging his mental faculties, he discovered that these memories were stored like photographs in his mind. Although vividly clear, retrieving them required a modicum of time. In essence, while the knowledge resided within his mind, if he did not revisit it, his response time during examinations might falter. Simply put, what Liu Chuan urgently needed was to review the entirety of his high school knowledge, which would enable him to attain a proficiency far superior to that of his previous life. With a sense of tentative anticipation, Liu Chuan opened the book Word 3000 and randomly selected a page. After merely glancing at it, he closed the book, shut his eyes tightly, and began to meticulously recall the content. The first word was decade, a noun signifying a span of 10 years. The second word was decrease, an intransitive verb meaning to diminish or lessen, with usage being in the briefest of moments. Liu Chuan vividly recalled all definitions and applications of the words on that page. It is worth noting that although he had already surpassed level 6, his use of English had dwindled, causing him to forget many intricate grammatical nuances. Yet now he remembered it all. Was this a jest? The ability to retain everything at a glance, could it be that his rebirth had enhanced all facets of his being? Liu Chuan clenched his fist in delight. With only one semester remaining, he had not anticipated performing exceptionally well. But now everything seemed remarkably effortless. Accepting this reality, Liu Chuan swiftly entered a state of focus, turning the pages of Word 3000 one by one. As he diligently perused the pages, the number of students in the classroom increased, and the temperature gradually rose. Liu Chuan casually removed his jacket, revealing a crisp white shirt beneath, sitting upright as he continued to read. The sunlight streaming through the window illuminated his face, accentuating his handsome profile amidst his tousled hair. A nearby girl, who had been earnestly studying, momentarily paused upon catching sight of Liu Chuan, her book slipping from her grasp as she stared at him in awe. High school boys were typically not known for their grooming, particularly a decade ago when their attire could be described as rather unrefined. Yet today, Liu Chuan, clad in a white shirt paired with faded blue jeans, appeared as refreshing as a prince from a tale, bathed in light. "Hey, look at Liu Chuan. Don't you think he has changed a bit today?" One girl nudged her desk mate, whispering. "Indeed, his hair used to be quite messy, but this hairstyle suits him so well." "I never realized Liu Chuan was so handsome," her desk mate replied, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Just then, a girl from the back row interjected, somewhat displeased, "Please. Liu Chuan has always had a good foundation. He has just been too low-key, all right? I've noticed it all along." "Indeed. It appears that our class harbors such a handsome boy. Have you noticed that Liu Chuan bears a slight resemblance to Yang Yang?" Upon witnessing Liu Chuan's transformation, a group of girls began to whisper and chatter among themselves. Back in 2008, Yang Yang was not particularly famous. Thus, at this moment, Liu Chuan, in their eyes, surpassed even Yang Yang in attractiveness. Some girls even boldly positioned themselves directly in front of Liu Chuan, feigning difficulty as they pulled out their textbooks to pose questions. "Liu Chuan, can you solve this? I've pondered over it for quite some time without success." One girl playfully blinked at him. Liu Chuan, paying little heed to her expression, casually took the problem and provided a hasty explanation, intending to brush it off. However, to his surprise, as soon as he finished solving one question, a swarm of girls encircled him. "Wow, Liu Chuan, you are so impressive. Could you explain this question to me? I want to hear too. This political question has stumped me for ages, and you're the best at politics." In an instant, Liu Chuan was besieged by a throng of inquisitive girls. Reluctantly, he began to elucidate the questions, letting out a soft sigh inwardly. It turns out, being popular can be quite exhausting. Meanwhile, sitting nearby and diligently memorizing her notes, Chu Xiaoyu glanced up at Liu Chuan's direction. Upon seeing him surrounded by a gaggle of girls, she wore a neutral expression and lowered her head once more to resume her studies. Yet this time, she suddenly felt that the English vocabulary in her hands had lost its allure. No matter how tightly she furrowed her brow, those words could not obscure the image that flashed through her mind. Thus, Chu Xiaoyu found herself unable to resist looking back at Liu Chuan. When she noticed those girls leaning in closely to him under the pretext of asking questions, an inexplicable discomfort washed over her heart. She turned back to her book. Her fingers clenched tightly, yet her legs remained restless, rendering the content on the page utterly indecipherable. Eventually, Chu Xiaoyu gently stood up, grasped her water cup, and decided to fetch some water. To do so, she had to pass by Liu Chuan's vicinity, and stubbornly, she walked past. However, when she caught sight of Liu Chuan intimately discussing the problems with the girls, a pang of profound sorrow coursed through her. Stunned, Chu Xiaoyu lingered in place, bit her lip, and turned away, choosing to exit through the farther back door, away from Liu Chuan. Chapter 13. The basketball game. At that moment, Liu Chuan inadvertently glanced up and caught sight of Chu Xiaoyu, who was walking towards the classroom with a cup of water in hand. Observing the slightly pursed lips of Chu Xiaoyu, Liu Chuan was suddenly reminded of her earlier attempt to distance herself upon entering the campus. He shook his head gently, realizing that he needed to take the initiative to bridge the gap between them. It was imperative that this sensitive soul understood that interacting normally with him at school was entirely acceptable. Holding his empty water cup, Liu Chuan concocted a casual excuse and managed to extricate himself from the throng of female classmates surrounding him. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Chu Xiaoyu ambled towards the tea room. Her head bowed. As the class was about to commence, only a few scattered individuals occupied the area. Chu Xiaoyu, lost in thought, twisted open her water cup and placed it beneath the hot water tap. The hot water gushed into the cup, producing a low, bubbling sound, while steam rose from the vessel. The nearby classmates cautiously monitored their own cups, fearful of the scalding liquid. Yet, Chu Xiaoyu remained oblivious. Her eyes glazed over as she stared at her cup, which was nearing capacity, without any reaction. Just as the water was about to overflow, images of other girls clustered around Liu Chuan flickered through her mind, showcasing their closeness. Distracted, she fiddled with the cup lid, about to reach into the scalding water. At that moment, Liu Chuan leisurely turned off the tap and took the lid from her hand, securing it on the cup. "What are you thinking?" Liu Chuan's voice suddenly resonated from behind her. Startled, Chu Yu gasped, her flustered state rendering her momentarily at a loss for what to do. "What are you doing? Who touches hot water?" Liu Chuan chided gently, flicking her forehead with his finger, producing a soft thud. Rubbing her forehead in mild pain, Chu Yu lowered her head, feeling a tinge of grievance as she whimpered, "Ah, I was just scolded and flicked on the forehead." Yet, at that moment, a sense of clarity washed over her. Raising her head, she softly murmured, Thank you. I'll be more careful next time." Liu Chuan smiled, lifting the water cup and handing it to her. "Here, your cup," filled to the brim. As the cup was passed between them, their bodies drew closer, and Chu Xiaoyu suddenly realized the proximity was too intimate. She quickly grabbed the cup and ducked her head, slipping out from Liu Chuan's embrace. Looking up at Liu Chuan's tall figure, she slowly accepted the water cup, lowering her gaze, her heart inexplicably fluttering with joy. She murmured, Thank you. I understand now. I'll pay attention next time." With another gentle flick to her head, Liu Chuan playfully admonished, "What are you standing there for? Class is starting. Hurry back to the classroom." He clapped his hands and turned to walk away. I understand," Chu Xiaoyu replied meekly. Watching Liu Chuan's retreating figure, she gazed blankly at her water cup while touching her slightly flushed forehead. At that moment, the tumult of emotions within her left her bewildered, unable to comprehend her own feelings. Once Liu Chuan had disappeared from sight, she clenched her palms and hurriedly followed after him. As the two individuals returned to the classroom, they had scarcely settled in when the bell rang, signaling the start of class. This period was originally designated for physical education. However, due to the long-standing illness of the PE teacher, whose condition, according to their homeroom teacher Su Hong, had deteriorated to the point of requiring ICU care, the students quietly retrieved their mathematics notebooks, preparing for a math lesson. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the burly PE teacher Zhang Lei strode into the room. His sunburnt physique revealed no signs of illness. With a wave of his hand, he addressed the class. "We will proceed with physical education as usual. Form a line and head to the playground." Upon seeing their supposedly bedridden teacher, the students erupted in cheers. "Mr. Zhang, you're finally better. But the math teacher said you were in the ICU." Some mischievous boys jested. Zhang Lei, slightly annoyed, waved dismissively. "Who the hell is spreading these rumors? I'm perfectly fine. Now hurry up and line up. We must make the most of our time. Don't just focus on academics to the detriment of your health. You'll regret it when it's time for college entrance exams." Before long, under Zhang Lei's management, the entire class lined up on the playground. Yet, being a class of high achievers, their enthusiasm for physical education was lackluster, as their minds were preoccupied with the looming college entrance examinations. Zhang Lei, realizing this, hastily led them through some warm-up exercises before announcing a period of free activity. The students dispersed, forming several small groups. The girls sought a quiet spot to continue their studies, while a few boys, excitedly clutching basketballs, planned to unwind first. Liu Chuan yawned and made his way towards the convenience store to purchase an energy drink, needing a boost of vitality since he had risen early that day. Just as the boys from the elite class approached the basketball court, a loud thud echoed through the air. A basketball struck one of the boys squarely in the back. The sudden noise startled them, and they rushed to assist their fallen peer, casting irritated glances in the direction of the source of the disruption. "Oh, look, it's the elite class that never participates in PE," came the mocking voices from the adjacent class, notorious for its underperforming athletes, Jiang Yuan and Guo Fei. With the college entrance exams approaching, even the sports students had returned to class. However, having completed their physical education assessments, they were largely indifferent to academics, and the teachers had practically given up on them. These sports students, particularly Jiang Yuan and Guo Fei, spent their days either playing basketball or engaging in fights, akin to the proverbial rotten apples of high school. Recognizing their rivals, the boys from the elite class shook their heads in disdain. One of them patted the shoulder of the boy who had been hit, offering consolation. "Forget it. They are just the remnants that the teachers have abandoned. We don't need to stoop to their level." Another chimed in. "Indeed, the teachers ignore them. So why should we bother with those rotten apples?" Let us just move along and enjoy our own activities. A group of boys exchanged a few words before seizing the ball and preparing to depart. However, at that moment, another ball came soaring towards them with perfect precision. Chapter 14. Tension mounts with a resounding crash. The basketball struck the back of a student from the elite class, causing him to grimace in pain. Hey, can't you watch where you're going? Why do you keep running into the ball? Jiang Yuan called out, his neck craned in irritation. Beside him, Guofei brazenly beckoned with his finger, shouting, "Hey, you over there, pick up the ball. Who told you to be so careless?" Upon hearing this, the elite class students clenched their fists, their bodies trembling with indignation, yet they quickly regained their composure. Forget it, let's not stoop to their level. The boy who had been hit rubbed his back and forced a bitter smile. Let's go, let's go. These fools are like pigs that fear no boiling water. And the teachers don't do anything about them. There's no need to engage with them. They quietly spat in disdain and turned to leave. But Jiang Yuan and Guofei smirked and, accompanied by several athletes, blocked the path of the elite students. Jiang Yuan raised his leg and kicked the basketball out of the hands of one of the boys, coldly stating, "Can't you understand? My brother asked you to retrieve the ball. Calm down." Guofei patted Jiang Yuan on the shoulder. Why bother getting upset with these little brats? He then turned to the elite students with a mischievous grin. It's fine if you don't want to pick it up, but don't let me see you here on the basketball court again. At this, Jiang Yuan clapped his hands in agreement. Exactly, it's for the best. Elite students should return to the classroom to study, not waste time playing ball. Why should we? The elite students clenched their fists, anger radiating from their expressions. Why, you ask? Guofei looked at Jiang Yuan and chuckled. Brother Yuan, these little brats still want a reason. Jiang Yuan stomped his foot on the deflated basketball, declaring, "The reason is simple. You don't deserve to play. Go back to your studies." The sight of the squashed basketball widened the eyes of the elite students, who glared at Jiang Yuan in fury. Having endured enough, they could no longer contain themselves, even if they had tried to avoid confrontation with these nuisances. One boy gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "You scoundrel, we've tolerated you a couple of times, and now you think you're someone important? Who are you to say we're unworthy of playing? I'll wipe the floor with you on the court, you dog." Without hesitation, Jiang Yuan seized the boy by his collar, coldly retorting, "Is this how you speak to your father? Do you want me to slap you? How dare you, Jiang Yuan? Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The boy's anger flared as he was gripped by the collar. "Brothers, why should we let these pests get away with it? Let us take them down. Yes, let us take them down." The elite students surged forward, pulling Jiang Yuan's hand away from the boy's collar and charging at him. Sensing the impending conflict, Guofei's expression hardened, and he rallied the other athletes to join in. Chun Jun and Liu Bin, the strongest among the elite students, also rushed forward. In an instant, the two groups were entangled in a fierce scuffle. The atmosphere became charged with tension, as both teams seemed poised to erupt into conflict. Zhang Lei, the physical education teacher, was leisurely strolling back to his office for a respite when he witnessed the unfolding scene. Alarmed, he rushed over, arms outstretched, forcefully separating the two factions. "What on earth is happening here?" he inquired. Upon glancing at Jiang Yuan and Guofei across the way, his brows furrowed in dismay. These two troublemakers were notorious among the athletes, a pair of miscreants, consistently picky and hardly distinguishable from ruffians. Zhang Lei's expression hardened as he barked, "Jiang Yuan, Guofei, disperse at once and cease your provocations." Jiang Yuan scoffed derisively, "Old Zhang, your words lack substance. Which of your eyes has seen us being picky?" Guofei chimed in. "Exactly. It's them who are looking for trouble, having trampled our basketball." The boys from the elite class stared in disbelief, their faces flushed with indignation. Particularly, Chun Jun, clenching his fists in fury, glared at his deflated basketball. The audacity. It was they who had initially hurled the ball at others. And now they had the gall to trample on it. They had exercised remarkable restraint, only resorting to defense when cornered. Zhang Jun glared at Jiang Yuan and Guofei, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "Damn it, that was my ball." Liu Bin, nearby, could no longer contain his rage, retorting, "If you hadn't thrown the ball first, we wouldn't have had to retaliate. Are you blind to your own actions?" With a smirk, Jiang Yuan replied nonchalantly, "Just because you say so, does it make it true? Who witnessed it?" Zhang Jun, in a fit of anger, threw his shirt to the ground, declaring, "Do you really think we fear you? Don't mistake our politeness for submission. You're merely deluding yourselves, believing you are invincible. The only reason the teachers are indifferent is that you're beyond help." The words beyond help evidently struck a nerve with Jiang Yuan, who stepped forward with a cold glare. You dare repeat that? He challenged. Say it again. You want to hear it from your grandfather? I'll gladly repeat it 1,000 times. Zhang Jun, undeterred, stood his ground. As tensions escalated once more, Zhang Lei, feeling the weight of the conflict, pushed between the students and asserted, enough. It's merely a game of basketball. Why not settle this with a friendly match? Play the game, but no fighting. Understood? His gaze was stern as he surveyed both sides. At that moment, favoring either side would be unwise. Zhang Yuan and Guofei, though seemingly at a disadvantage, would undoubtedly seek retaliation later. It was better to resolve this on the court, since as long as they refrained from fighting, it wouldn't escalate to a serious issue. All right then, old Zhang, let us have a match. The loser must leave the court. Jiang Yuan grinned. Guofei sneered at the opposing team, saying, I'm curious if these bookworms dare to participate. Surely they won't back down, will they? You're the coward. Who fears whom? Let us play. Zhang Jun clenched his fists, ready for action. Damn it, let us do this. Teacher Zhang, we're in. Liu Bin tossed his jacket to the ground, glaring at his peers. Come on, brothers. They're just a bunch of straggling athletes. What is there to fear? At this moment, those who falter shall remain timid for a lifetime. Strike with determination. The group of elite male students clenched their fists, brimming with fighting spirit. Jiang Yuan and Guofei exchanged a cold smile, raising their thumbs in approval. You've got guts. Let us hope you display the same on the court. Moments later, with a sharp whistle from Zhang Lei, a basketball soared into the sky with a resounding thud. The 10 players from both teams fixed their gaze intently upon the ball. Meanwhile, on the grass beside the basketball court, several female students from the elite class sat engrossed in their books. One girl turned to pick up her water cup, and out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the bustling basketball court. She couldn't help but tap her companion and exclaim, Look, why are there so many people on the court? The other girls immediately turned back in curiosity to observe the scene. Indeed, it appeared to be our male classmates, along with a few athletes from the neighboring class. Goodness, how did our boys get entangled with those sports students? Come on, sisters, let us go take a look. A chorus of chatter ensued as the girls joined hands and made their way toward the basketball court. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoyu slowly raised her head to gaze at the court. Upon realizing Liu Chuan was not in sight, she promptly lowered her gaze and resumed her studies. She had little interest in these class activities, dedicating nearly all her time to her studies. Had she not thought Liu Chuan might participate, she likely wouldn't have lifted her head at all. Chapter 15. Enough already. Before the exceptional girls in the class could reach the basketball court, a girl, breathless and flustered, dashed towards them, blocking their path. Gasping for air, she exclaimed, They are truly playing basketball. The boys from our class are competing against the athletes from the neighboring class. Curiosity piqued, several girls crowded around her, inquiring, What is the score? The breathless girl hesitated, then gestured towards the back, saying, Oh, never mind, you can see for yourselves. The group of exceptional girls immediately turned their gaze to the rear. On the basketball court, Jiang Yuan and his fellow athletes, all towering at a height of 185 meters and weighing at least 190 pounds, displayed an air of calmness as they dribbled the ball, unfazed even after nearly 15 minutes of play. In stark contrast, the boys from the exceptional class, even the strongest among them, Zhang Jun and Liu Bin, appeared frail, averaging a height of only 170 meters. They were drenched in sweat and nearly exhausted after the intense 15-minute contest. At that moment, Jiang Yuan executed a swift dribble, crossing half-court before deliberately colliding with Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun's eyes widened in shock, but the next instant, a deafening crash echoed as he was sent sprawling to the ground. His knee scraped against the surface, leaving a darkened patch, with blood dripping onto the plastic court. Then, with another resounding thud, Jiang Yuan leapt to perform a spectacular dunk. The basketball soared from his grasp, followed by the sharp sound of a whistle signaling the end of the first round, with the score resting at 25-10. Witnessing Jiang Yuan's dominant dunk, the cheerleaders on the athlete side erupted in a chorus of screams. Jiang Yuan nonchalantly brushed his nose, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Jun, and remarked, I told you. Not only do you love colliding with the ball, but you also enjoy crashing into people, don't you? Beside him, Guofei chimed in, earlier. You charged at the ball without cause. Now that you've been knocked down, are you planning to report him to the teacher as well? You. Zhang Jun seethed with anger, his chest heaving as he struggled to suppress the pain from his bleeding knee. He attempted to rise, but but the injury was too severe, causing him to sway dangerously. Liu Bin rushed over to support him, urging, "Brother Jun, maybe it's best to let it go? Let us head to the infirmary." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun frowned, his expression cold and silent. His fists clenched tightly, the pain in his knee felt as if it were burning. How utterly shameless. Such a scoundrel, resorting to such underhanded tactics in a game. The girls from the exceptional class observed the scene, shaking their heads in disapproval. One girl sighed. "Let us forget it. It's best if we disperse. Let us go, let us go. There is nothing worth watching here." As they spoke, the girls turned to leave. At that moment, Liu Chuan returned from the convenience store with a drink, initially intending to stroll around the playground before heading back to the classroom. However, noticing a crowd gathered around the basketball court, he couldn't help but walk over, intrigued. Upon seeing several distinguished female students approaching from the direction of the basketball court, Liu Chuan cheerfully inquired, "What is happening at the basketball court? Why are there so many people?" The girls, upon recognizing Liu Chuan, waved at him with evident delight. Their fondness stemmed from Liu Chuan's gallant defense of the girls the previous day, which had significantly bolstered his reputation in their eyes. Furthermore, for reasons unknown, Liu Chuan appeared strikingly more attractive today, prompting the girls to eagerly engage him in conversation. One girl gently shifted aside and pointed towards the basketball court. Frowning as she explained, "The boys from our class are playing against Jiang Yuan and Guo Fei from the next class. But it seems they are on the verge of losing. Zhang Jun is already injured, and the game is likely to conclude soon." Upon hearing this, Liu Chuan's expression faltered. Zhang Jun, and those two rascals, Jiang Yuan and Guo Fei, how could they be playing together? After a moment of reflection, Liu Chuan suddenly recalled. In his past life, Zhang Jun had sustained an injury while playing basketball just before the college entrance examination, yet stubbornly continued to play, resulting in a deterioration of his condition that severely impacted his performance during the exams. What was once a promising trajectory toward a mid-tier 211 university ultimately led him to a rather mediocre second-tier institution. At subsequent class reunions, Liu Chuan often felt a pang of regret upon witnessing Zhang Jun's gradual decline. Had someone stepped in to finish the game for Zhang Jun back then, perhaps he would have thrived. Zhang Jun was a commendable individual, arguably the only person in his previous life who had never held any animosity towards Chu Xiaoyu. In fact, Liu Chuan's eventual relationship with Chu Xiaoyu was inadvertently facilitated by Zhang Jun. Liu Chuan had always harbored a sense of gratitude towards him. Little did he expect that just one day after his rebirth, he would confront a pivotal moment in Zhang Jun's life. With this thought, Liu Chuan's expression grew serious. He nodded at the girls and made his way directly to the basketball court. At that moment, Zhang Jun was gritting his teeth, struggling to stand upright. His knee had begun to bruise, and the excruciating pain caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Liu Bin, unable to bear the sight, urged, "Brother Jun, just let it go. It's just a game, let it go. Don't jeopardize your college entrance examination. Brother Jun, it doesn't matter if we lose, we're graduating soon." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Jun stubbornly shook his head and forcefully pushed away Liu Bin's support, declaring, "This isn't merely about winning or losing. I cannot swallow this humiliation. My ball was crushed under their feet, and I was struck by their ball, yet they twist the truth to suit their narrative. Why should I accept that? I refuse to. I must fight back. If it wasn't my doing, then it simply wasn't. There is no justification for such logic." Zhang Jun's tone was fervent, his body swaying as he struggled to maintain his stance. However, as the weight of his body bore down on his injured knee, pain contorted his face. Liu Bin and the others fell silent. It was clear that his injury likely involved ligament damage, and without prompt attention, it would undoubtedly affect his college entrance examination. Yet Zhang Jun's arguments were compelling, resonating deeply within. Every youth possesses a sense of pride. When wrong is branded as right, one must stand firm. There is no room for negotiation. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to betraying one's own principles. Perhaps many years hence, the essence of human nature will become obscured under the relentless ravages of society. Yet, at this very moment, within the hearts of several impassioned youths, that essence remains inviolable. For a brief period, the crowd bowed their heads in silence. Amidst this stillness, a pair of large hands firmly supported Zhang Jun. "Zhang Jun, don't force yourself. Head to the infirmary. I'll take your place on the court." A voice suddenly resonated from behind. Upon hearing that familiar tone, Zhang Jun turned around abruptly, his expression one of astonished recognition. Standing at a towering height of 6 feet 1 inch was none other than Liu Chuan. In that instant, Zhang Jun hesitated. Liu Chuan was indeed tall, even surpassing Jiang Yuan and the others. However, since the beginning of high school, Zhang Jun had not witnessed Liu Chuan engage in basketball. Given his current state, he probably couldn't even dribble the ball properly. Wouldn't allowing him to play result in an even greater defeat? Zhang Jun looked at Liu Chuan with uncertainty. Liu Chuan, you can't possibly play well, bro. What do you mean, Kinti? Your injury is serious. Let Liu Chuan take over. Liu Bin, standing nearby, urged with a hint of anxiety. The other boys from the elite class nodded in agreement. Bro, hurry to the infirmary. Let Liu Chuan play. He may not have skills, but he is tall. You're injured, and being stubborn won't help. If Liu Chuan steps in, we still have a chance. Hearing this, Zhang Jun finally nodded at Liu Chuan, gritting his teeth against the pain. Liu Chuan, it's up to you now. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yuan across the court let out a derisive laugh. He turned to Zhang Jun, mockingly saying, Zhang Jun, not ready to concede? You don't honestly believe that bringing in a lanky player will secure your victory, do you? This time, Zhang Jun completely disregarded Jiang Yuan's taunts and turned away, limping as he walked off. He shook his head while saying, Liu Chuan, it's all right if we lose. Just don't let the rest of us lose face. I'll give it my all. Liu Chuan smiled and responded directly. Chapter 16. Turning the tide. Though Liu Chuan spoke with bravado, an inexplicable sense of trepidation lingered within him. In his previous life, during his freshman year, he was indeed an exceptional basketball player, a veritable force to be reckoned with. However, after that initial year, he had ceased playing altogether, and even in university, he became consumed with his studies, leading his peers to believe he was entirely incapable of handling a basketball. Now, having been reborn, this marked his first encounter with the sport again, and Liu Chuan found himself uncertain of his current abilities. Yet, the moment his fingers grazed the surface of the basketball, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over him. The subtle textures beneath his fingertips made him feel as if the ball had become an extension of his very being. The sensation of the basketball in his hands was astonishingly reminiscent, as if he had engaged with this very sphere countless times before. His muscle memory had indelibly imprinted its hardness and texture. He effortlessly spun the ball on his fingertips, surprising himself with the ease of this seemingly intricate maneuver, a skill he had never consciously learned. It appeared that this basketball prowess was yet another gift of his rebirth. With this realization, Liu Chuan turned his gaze towards the scoreboard. They were trailing by a daunting 15 points in the first round, a situation that seemed hopeless. However, now he felt emboldened to give it a try. At that moment, a group of girls from the elite class, who had been preparing to leave the court, halted in their tracks upon spotting Liu Chuan's sudden appearance. They began to murmur among themselves. Is that Liu Chuan? Why is he taking Zhang Jun's place? It must be because Zhang Jun is injured. Liu Chuan couldn't bear to watch his classmates being bullied, they speculated. But Liu Chuan? He was just a bookworm. Anxiety crept in as they pondered. What if he gets hurt too? The girls fell silent, exchanging glances filled with concern. They genuinely wished for Liu Chuan's well-being. After a brief pause, one girl raised her hand and declared, Let us go. Regardless of the outcome, we must cheer for Liu Chuan. Another nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Yes. Let us hurry to support him. If he gets injured, we can help. As Liu Chuan stepped onto the court, a crowd of spectators began to gather at the sidelines. Even Chu Xiaoyu, who had been sitting on the grass engrossed in a book, lifted her head upon hearing Liu Chuan's name, her eyes wide with surprise as she turned her gaze towards the basketball court. Upon spotting Liu Chuan, she slowly set her book aside and stood up, intending to approach the field. However, when she noticed the throng of girls surrounding him, an inexplicable surge of anger welled up within her. She stomped her foot, lowered her head, and turned to leave. Yet, just as she did, images of the girls cozied up to Liu Chuan flashed through her mind, causing her brows to furrow in annoyance. Why am I even thinking about this? She mused, halting in her tracks as a twinge of bitterness filled her heart, constricting her breath. After a moment of hesitation, tinged with nervousness, she resolved to make her way towards the gathering. Chu Xiaoyu lingered in an inconspicuous corner, her gaze fixed on Liu Chuan on the court. At that moment, her small hands clenched tightly. Would Liu Chuan be injured? As she observed the crowd around her swell with excitement at Liu Chuan's entrance, the opposing Jiang Yuan couldn't help but feel exhilarated. He licked his lips and sneered, Kid, you have quite the popularity, but your downfall will be even more disastrous than Zhang Jun's. In the face of this provocation, Liu Chuan merely scratched his ear, completely disregarding it. Having lived two lives, he regarded Jiang Yuan, a mere miscreant from his school days, as one would a monkey. Why bother with a monkey's chatter? Infuriated by the dismissal, Jiang Yuan waved at Guofei, declaring, "Switch defense. I'll take this kid on myself." With that, he spread his arms wide and positioned himself directly in front of Liu Chuan, causing concern among the girls on the sidelines. Although Jiang Yuan was not as tall as Liu Chuan, he was notably robust, while Liu Chuan's physique was much more proportionate, given the disparity in their builds. If Jiang Yuan resorted to underhanded tactics, Liu Chuan could easily sustain an injury. Outside the court, Chu Xiaoyu clenched her fists tighter. Her palms were sweaty and trembling, and she was unsure of the reason behind her anxiety. Just then, the whistle blew, signaling the official start of the second round. Liu Chuan took a deep breath, lowered his body, and emptied his mind as the ball bounced between his palm and the ground. Jiang Yuan, with his arms spread wide, contemptuously blocked Liu Chuan's path. But in the next instant, Liu Chuan sprang into action, moving with the swiftness of a meteor. The basketball techniques he had never formally learned seemed to be instinctively etched in his muscle memory, flowing effortlessly into his movements. Jiang Yuan barely registered the flash of Liu Chuan's figure before he had already crossed half the court. Without hesitation, he stepped behind the three-point line, elongated his arms, leaned back, and released the ball, which traced a graceful arc through the air. Swish! The basketball swooshed through the net. The entire assembly stood frozen in disbelief, gazing at the ball that had just been effortlessly sunk. How could this be? It was too swift. It was impossible. We haven't even crossed half the court. And he has already made it? Liu Chuan's prowess was astonishing, his agility allowing him to outmaneuver Jiang Yuan effortlessly. That three-point shot was simply remarkable. I have never witnessed such a breathtaking fadeaway jumper. It was as if Jordan himself had graced the court. The boys from the elite class were momentarily struck dumb, their mouths agape in astonishment, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. The Liu Chuan they remembered was merely a bookworm. But now? He was nothing short of a prodigy, reminiscent of Rukawa. The elite class girls outside the court were equally spellbound, their eyes fixated on Liu Chuan's figure, sparkling with admiration. One girl, her mouth agape for what felt like an eternity, finally murmured, "Incredible, so impressive, so handsome. Wait, am I seeing things? Is this truly Liu Chuan?" That move was simply too dazzling, like something straight out of an anime. In an instant, the gaze of the elite class girls became entirely fixated on Liu Chuan's figure. At this moment, they noticed him fully for the first time. In just 2 short days, Liu Chuan had undergone a remarkable transformation. With a refined hairstyle, stylish attire, and an alluring basketball stance, he was simply mesmerizing, making it difficult for them to tear their eyes away. Concealed in a corner, Chu Xiaoyu's small mouth formed a perfect circle of astonishment. Her pair of peach blossom eyes intently fixed on Liu Chuan without a moment's distraction. She clenched her tiny hands, the image of Liu Chuan's striking figure flashing through her mind, causing her delicate cheeks to flush slightly. After a considerable pause, Chu Xiaoyu finally parted her lips and murmured, "How impressive." Chapter 17, Impossible. At that moment, her eyes were utterly fixated on Liu Chuan on the court. Chu Xiaoyu remained in a deserted corner, her fists clenched, unconsciously gazing at Liu Chuan. She yearned to draw nearer, yet upon witnessing the throngs of people surrounding him, her hesitant footstep fell back. As the basketball struck the ground, the athletes across the court widened their eyes in disbelief. How could this be? Yuan Ge was outmaneuvered and humiliated? Am I seeing things? Isn't that Liu Chuan a liberal arts student? How could he be so formidable? Guofei was the first to recover, chuckling at Jiang Yuan. "Yuan Ge, were you just daydreaming?" That kid seized the opportunity. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan looked up in confusion, muttering a half-hearted acknowledgement. "Yes. I lost focus. That kid's skill is merely average." Despite his words, he couldn't help but glance at Liu Chuan with unease. This kid is somewhat problematic. I was clearly focused. My gaze locked on him. He shook his head, silently convincing himself. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That speed is at least that of a professional basketball player. It must be a coincidence. After a moment of self-reassurance, Jiang Yuan's confidence gradually returned. Guofei let out a hearty laugh, patting Jiang Yuan on the shoulder. "It's nothing, just a three-pointer. Yuan Ge, that kid just started. He's merely energetic. If you take it seriously, you can easily crush him." The nearby athletes nodded in agreement. Indeed, newcomers possess a significant advantage in stamina, making it less likely for them to lose focus. They could indeed exploit a moment's distraction to create a miracle or two. However, the subsequent play would not be so simple, as Jiang Yuan's prowess was well known throughout the high school. In contrast, Liu Chuan was merely an obscure liberal arts student, hardly a match for Jiang Yuan. Just watch me. Jiang Yuan slapped his cheek, his expression turning serious. In truth, that last shot had placed immense psychological pressure upon him. If he, a proud athlete, were to lose to a liberal arts student, he would bear the shame of defeat. He simply could not summon the courage to endure such disgrace. Approaching Liu Chuan, Jiang Yuan's gaze turned icy. I admit I underestimated you. You are indeed a bit more capable than I anticipated. But that's all there is to it. Let us have another go. With that, Jiang Yuan flexed his elbow, a mischievous grin forming. You're quite the shooter, aren't you? I advise you to refrain from shooting, otherwise, it might not end well for you. Liu Chuan scoffed at such juvenile threats. In the next moment, with a swift motion, the athlete sent the ball soaring, and Jiang Yuan's eyes widened in anticipation, ready to receive it. His mind was singularly focused on one belief. He had to seize this ball. Not only must he secure it, but he must also dominate his opponent. With this thought, Jiang Yuan spread his arms, preparing to catch the ball and launch his offensive. Yet in the blink of an eye, a mere flash caught his attention, and he felt as if a bolt of lightning had streaked past. With a resounding clap, the basketball hit the ground. The ball had already found its way into Liu Chuan's hands. Jiang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. His breath momentarily caught in his throat as he stared at the ball Liu Chuan held. He was flabbergasted. How could this be possible? He was clearly closer to the ball. How did this kid manage to seize it? Beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead as a chilling realization dawned upon him. Perhaps he had neither underestimated his opponent nor been caught off guard. This kid's speed was astonishingly swift. But how could that be? Before Jiang Yuan could fully comprehend the situation, Liu Chuan had already reached the basket. With 3 swift steps, he leapt high on the final stride, as if gliding on the wind, and forcefully slammed the basketball into the hoop. In that moment, all the athletes were left stunned, having failed to react, and just like that, 2 points were scored, narrowing the gap in the score. In the ensuing 10 minutes, Liu Chuan relentlessly attacked with the ball, his dribbling path bewilderingly intricate, employing an array of complex maneuvers and back-to-the-basket moves in a relentless display of skill. It was only as the match approached its conclusion that everyone suddenly realized that the previously trailing elite class had not only caught up, but had surpassed their rivals by 10 points. 30-40. In the second round, the athletes were utterly outmatched by Liu Chuan's prowess. Gasps filled the air as the realization struck them. This meant Liu Chuan had single-handedly scored 30 points in just over 10 minutes. Was he even human? As the final minute of the match ticked away, Jiang Yuan remained in a daze, unable to comprehend why he could not seize the ball. Every time Liu Chuan had a flaw, it was as if it was just out of reach. Could it be that Liu Chuan was doing this on purpose? Breathless and defiant, Jiang Yuan shook his head in disbelief, shouting, "Come on, let's do this again. Even if we repeat this a few more times. Haven't you realized yet? I deliberately exposed my flaws to make you understand the true meaning of disparity," Liu Chuan retorted disdainfully. With that, he tossed the ball into the air. Swish. Another 3-pointer. The onlookers stood frozen in place, their minds struggling to process what had just transpired. They had won. The elite class was actually going to win. Liu Chuan had turned the tide, decisively conquering several athletes. It dawned on them that Jiang Yuan had just spoken of underestimating the opponent. Was that truly what it was? This was not merely underestimating. This was a complete annihilation. Compared to Liu Chuan, these athletes were utterly worthless. Neither their intellect nor their physicality measured up. Were they not simply failures? At that moment, Jiang Yuan found himself questioning everything, his expression darkening with confusion and despair. How could there be such a vast difference? It defied all logic. He gazed at Liu Chuan, who now appeared to him as an insurmountable mountain, immovable and utterly beyond his reach. Jiang Yuan stood there, the echoes of derision ringing in his ears, inept, worthless, a facade of strength, and a source of shame. His body and mind were utterly outmatched. Anger clouded Jiang Yuan's mind as he steeled himself, eyes filled with resentment, and charged directly at Liu Chuan, intent on inflicting harm. At this juncture, with winter approaching and the air turned frigid, bones were already fragile. Such a collision could easily result in a fracture. However, Liu Chuan, attuned to his surroundings like a beast entering a state of predation, sensed Jiang Yuan's intentions before he even moved. With a deft pivot, he not only evaded the impending impact, but also sent Jiang Yuan tumbling to the ground with a heavy thud. What Jiang Yuan had intended as a full-force assault, devoid of any thought of mitigation, resulted in his own downfall. He fell forward and backward in a disarrayed manner. His knees scraped against the unforgiving concrete, tearing through his trousers and drawing forth a significant amount of blood. Meanwhile, Liu Chuan remained unscathed, standing calmly to the side. He glanced at the disheveled Jiang Yuan and remarked, "Now you understand how Zhang Jun felt, do you not?" Chapter 18. I seem unworthy of him. As Liu Chuan spoke, he deftly evaded, swiftly swatting away the basketball from a nearby athlete. With a graceful flick of his wrists, he launched himself upward, releasing the ball in a beautifully arched trajectory. The moment he let go, he turned with effortless flair. Suddenly, swoosh, the ball swished through the net. A girl from the elite class covered her face and exclaimed, "That shot was absolutely stunning. How did he even manage to score?" I know. That's called a fadeaway jump shot, and it's a three-pointer." Another chimed in. "It's simply remarkable. Liu Chuan's body was almost parallel to the ground, yet he still managed to score. Goodness, with skills like that, he could easily become a professional basketball player." A few girls stood in awe, their hearts racing as they gazed at the dashing Liu Chuan on the court. Meanwhile, not far off, Chu Xiaoyu was equally mesmerized. She had never paid attention to basketball or watched a single game. Yet at that moment, Liu Chuan's striking figure was etched in her mind. Another flawless three-pointer. At that moment, Liu Chuan, with his back to the hoop, raised his finger high in the air, signaling a triumphant one. The crowd erupted in excitement. With that three-pointer, the game was decisively concluded. The elite class triumphed with a score of 46-30. Breathing heavily, Liu Chuan lowered his head, his body radiating warmth and a light sheen of sweat glistening in the sunlight, clad in a crisp white shirt. Observing this scene from a distance, the girls of the elite class could hardly contain their excitement, some even contemplating rushing over. Chu Xiaoyu stood frozen, her eyes closed, her mind replaying Liu Chuan's impressive moves, the subtle sheen of sweat under the sun, and the warmth emanating from his body. She furtively glanced away, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the sight of Liu Chuan, her cheeks flushed with a gentle hue. Yet, as she turned her gaze, a flutter of longing surged within her, compelling her to recall Liu Chuan's image. Her heart raced, and the cheers of the other girls echoed in her ears, sparking a bittersweet pang within her. Feeling uneasy, Chu Xiaoyu lightly tapped her foot, eventually lifting her gaze once more to Liu Chuan. In the bright sunlight, he stood in his white shirt, his tousled bangs dancing in the breeze, droplets of sweat cascading down, and a few buttons undone, revealing his well-defined abs. At the sight, Chu Xiaoyu's face turned as crimson as a freshly boiled kettle. Yet, the heaviness in her heart dissipated entirely. Blushing, she stared at Liu Chuan for a few seconds, and noticing his drenched appearance, she tightened her grip on the water bottle in her hand, thinking how parched he must be. Without hesitation, she jogged towards the nearby water station, her mind flooded with visions of Liu Chuan savoring the refreshment after quenching his thirst, stirring a sweet sensation within her. After filling her bottle, she dashed back toward Liu Chuan on the court. As Chu Xiaoyu, panting, approached Liu Chuan, she realized that during the brief moments she had spent fetching water, a group of girls had encircled him. "Liu Chuan, have some water," one girl exclaimed, extending a bottle of mineral water toward him. "Drink mine, Liu Chuan. I specially bought this sports drink for you," another chimed, shaking a can of Dongpeng energy drink in her hand. Witnessing this scene, Chu Yu lowered her head, rooted in place, as her small hand stealthily concealed her own cup of water behind her back. A fleeting glimmer of disappointment flickered across her eyes, which had initially sparkled with joy. She stood aside, covertly glancing at the beverages in the girl's hands. The farmer's spring water cost 2 yuan, her entire meal allowance for half a day. The sports drink, Dongpeng, was rumored to be quite expensive. She had never tasted it. Such lavish waters were beyond her contemplation. Feeling a wave of despondency wash over her, she turned away, her heart heavy with a bittersweet ache. Clutching her cup tightly, she endeavored to hide it even deeper. She slightly bent her body, wishing to blend into the crowd. Despite Liu Chuan's kindness towards her, she felt unable to offer him even a bottle of drink. The sight of the girls surrounding him stirred a blend of anger and an inexplicable heaviness within her chest. Turning to face the glass windows of the classroom building, she caught a glimpse of her reflection. Rarely did she lift her hair, but now, she playfully flicked it back, batting her doe-like eyes at her reflection. In the glass, her hair appeared slightly yellowed, and her figure seemed quite slender. She stared at her reflection, feeling a rare sense of embarrassment. Her clothes were tattered school uniforms, while the girls encircling Liu Chuan donned lovely dresses. Her hair lacked charm and was devoid of pretty hairpins, unlike the girls' beautiful hairstyles adorned with cute accessories. Dejected, she lowered her head, for the first time wishing she were a bit more attractive. Previously, her sole concern was for the well-being of her grandmother and younger sister, having taken on adult responsibilities early in life without complaint. Even upon entering high school, despite seeing her peers, cherished by their parents, free from burdens and adorned in elegance, she had never felt envy. But now, due to Liu Chuan, a sense of sadness enveloped her. Gazing at the ethereal reflection in the glass, she felt a pang of insecurity. Am I truly not unattractive? The girls surrounding him outshine me by far. I seem unworthy of him. With her head bowed, she slowly made her way toward the classroom, her steps heavy with disappointment. At that moment, Liu Chuan, surrounded by the girls, turned his head and caught sight of Chu Xiaoyu, who was lowering her head and preparing to walk away. He smiled and waved his hand to the girl beside him, deliberately calling out towards Chu Xiaoyu, "I'm sorry, but I don't enjoy drinking beverages. Does anyone have water? I would like some water." Upon hearing Liu Chuan's words, Chu Xiaoyu, who had been glumly staring at the ground, suddenly lifted her head. The dullness in her eyes, which had been clouded by disappointment, instantly sparkled with a glimmer of hope. She joyfully turned around, raising high the water cup she had previously concealed. The self-doubt that had cast a shadow over her heart was brightened by Liu Chuan's simple remark. In that moment, she felt immensely pleased that she had gone to fetch water. It was truly wonderful to provide Liu Chuan with a drink. Chu Xiaoyu leaned forward, stammering, Liu Chuan, I have water. Thank you." Liu Chuan took the cup without hesitation and gulped it down, letting out a profound sigh of relief as if his weary body had been rejuvenated by that simple glass of water. Watching him drink, a gentle smile crept upon Chu Xiaoyu's lips, revealing two delicate dimples on her cheeks. However, she quickly realized, her face flushed crimson, her heart racing wildly, and her mind buzzing with thoughts. She suddenly recalled that in her eagerness to let Liu Chuan drink, she had used her own cup. Liu Chuan was drinking from a cup that had touched her lips. Did that not imply a kiss between them? Her cheeks burned with embarrassment as thoughts she had never entertained before flooded her mind. Hastily, she snatched the cup from Liu Chuan's hand and fled like the wind. Liu Chuan looked after her, perplexed, and stepped out of the crowd, following the direction she had dashed off in. However, after a while, he could not catch sight of her. With a sigh, Liu Chuan decided to head towards the classroom. Reflecting on Chu Xiaoyu's sudden departure, he surmised that something had stirred the sensitive nerves of her tender heart. It seemed that altering his plans was now imperative, otherwise, how could he afford to make her feel so anxious just by handing her a glass of water? Shaking his head, he quickened his pace towards the classroom. Meanwhile, in a corner of the corridor behind him, Chu Xiaoyu leaned against the railing, her mind adrift with images of Liu Chuan drinking from her cup. As she pondered, fleeting thoughts of his handsome lips drawing closer to her flitted through her mind. Startled, she shook her head, her cheeks still aflame. Everything felt surreal, and memories of moments shared with Liu Chuan seemed almost illusory. Despite her efforts to suppress her thoughts, for some reason, those memories continued to intrude upon her mind. Chapter 19. The beginning of change on the other side. Liu Chuan had returned to the classroom early, finding no sign of Chu Xiaoyu. Bored, he rested his chin on his hand atop the desk. As the bell signaling the start of class approached, the English class representative, a petite girl struggling under a heavy stack of assignments, began to distribute the homework, adhering to the customary routine. Dressed meticulously, she appeared diminutive, and after a laborious effort to place the assignments on the podium, beads of sweat glistened on her forehead. Taking a breath, she spotted Liu Chuan sitting listlessly at his desk, and her face brightened with delight. "Liu Chuan, could you lend me a hand? I can't manage to distribute all this homework alone. Please," she implored, bringing her hands together in a gesture of supplication. Liu Chuan, known for his helpful nature, had no reason to refuse. Without uttering a word, he approached the podium, lifted half a dozen assignments, and began to hand them out one by one. Relieved of a significant portion of her burden, the English representative smiled sweetly and, with her short legs in motion, joined him in the distribution. Given the close arrangement of desks in high school, their proximity inevitably led to moments of gentle collision. Standing at an impressive height of 185 meters, Liu Chuan towered over the 150-meter tall English representative, creating a charming sight from the side. Each time they brushed against each other, she would look up and smile warmly at the tall Liu Chuan. At that moment, Chu Xiaoyu sprinted back into the classroom. Upon entering, she immediately witnessed the sight of the English representative smiling sweetly at Liu Chuan. A jolt of electricity seemed to course through her, and she froze in place, her small hands gripping her sleeves tightly. After a moment of dazed silence, she said nothing but returned to her seat, picking up the English assignment just distributed. Chu Xiaoyu realized that she had carelessly made several mistakes on questions that should have been straightforward. She grabbed her pen, chiding herself internally, and began to scrutinize the questions carefully. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the problems that usually appeared clear now seemed as cryptic as ancient texts, eluding her comprehension. Taking a deep breath, she set down her pen, but her mind was suddenly flooded with the image of Liu Chuan standing alongside the English representative. Unable to resist, she turned her head to sneak a glance at them. Just then, a group of boys who had just entered the room noticed Liu Chuan and the English representative together and could not help but chuckle, playfully patting Liu Chuan on the shoulder. "Not bad, Liu Chuan. Quite the match. Are you two planning to start a romance right under the teacher's nose?" "Good eye, Liu Chuan." A golden boy and a jade girl, perfectly suited. They teased with mischievous grins. The English representative instantly covered her flushed face, exclaiming, "Oh dear. What are you all saying? You're embarrassing me." Witnessing this scene, Chu Xiaoyu felt her chest tighten even more. She turned away, straightened her back, and focused intently on the blackboard, where the English teacher had outlined the pre-class requirements. What was once easily comprehensible now appeared to Chu Xiaoyu as a distorted script, rendering her unable to concentrate. Bowing her head, her mind flickered with images of the English class representative, adorned in exquisite attire. Her meticulously styled hair was fashioned into twin ponytails, complemented by a charming dress and delightful tights. Surely, the boys must find her appealing. In stark contrast, her own hair was dry and faded, and her tattered school uniform was far from presentable. The inadvertent comparisons weighed on her, casting a shadow of disappointment over her expression. She couldn't help but think that the boys were right. Liu Chuan and the English class representative did seem perfectly matched. A troubling thought crossed her mind. Were they perhaps together? Or had they already formed a bond? Shaking her head vigorously, she resolutely reminded herself that it had nothing to do with her. Her grandmother had once said that indulging in romance at this age was inappropriate, and she vowed never to engage in such frivolities. After wrestling with her emotions for a moment, Chu Xiaoyu felt a semblance of calm wash over her as she lifted her gaze, though a lingering discomfort nagged at her heart. At that moment, Liu Chuan nudged the boy beside him and chuckled. "Stop your nonsense. I was merely lending a hand. You boys, don't think I'm oblivious to the fact that you've all harbored secret crushes on our English representative for quite some time." Upon hearing this, the boys, caught off guard, fell silent, their faces betraying a hint of embarrassment. The English class representative, covering her face with her hands, exclaimed, "Oh, must you be so annoying? We need to focus on our studies instead of your idle chatter." With that, she returned to her seat, her cheeks flushed with shyness. At this juncture, Chu Xiaoyu felt a tremor run through her as she noticed Liu Chuan's intentional disassociation from the banter. Her tightly clenched hands gradually relaxed, and the heaviness in her chest dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable joy. Lowering her head, she found that the previously daunting questions had suddenly become remarkably simple. After scribbling down her answers, she paused, puzzled by this unexpected shift in her mindset, as it seemed irrelevant to her. Yet, the corners of her mouth, which had been slightly upturned, fell back into place, though a smirk crept onto her face, and the dimples on her cheeks blossomed. Before long, the resounding school bell chimed, signaling the end of physical education class, and the relentless march toward the Gaokao began. The day unfolded in a monotonous cycle of solving papers and discussing problems. After each explanation, they returned to their worksheets, immersed in the routine of high school life. Nevertheless, Liu Chuan quickly adapted to this environment, diligently grappling with the questions. Unbeknownst to them, the day passed in the blink of an eye. When the final bell rang, students stood, stretching and preparing to pack their bags to head home. Liu Chuan, too, took a moment to stretch, leisurely gathering his books, ready to accompany Chu Xiaoyu home shortly. At that moment, a tall and slender figure gracefully entered the classroom and directly sat down in front of Liu Chuan. Liu Chuan, taken aback, looked up to find a girl approximately 1.75 meters tall, with long legs and a physique that clearly indicated regular exercise. There was not an ounce of excess flesh. After staring for some time, he finally managed to recognize her as a girl from the adjacent class. He recalled that during their final year of high school in his previous life, The teacher had assigned some tasks that required him, as a class officer, to collaborate with this girl. What is going on? Is there something you need? Liu Chuan inquired directly. The tall girl flicked her hair, smiled, and casually replied, "Oh, it's nothing much. I just need to clarify a few details that the teacher mentioned." Meanwhile, the boys nearby had been fixated on her long legs since her entrance. Upon seeing her sit in front of Liu Chuan, they exchanged knowing glances. One of them broke the silence, teasingly saying, "Hey Liu Chuan, you seem to be quite the heartthrob lately." Another chimed in, "Yeah, as if being close with our English class representative wasn't enough. Now even girls from the neighboring class are seeking you out. Truly, you are the pride of our class." Hearing these jests, Chu Xiaoyu, who had been packing her bag, suddenly turned her head. Upon spotting the tall girl seated across from Liu Chuan, her heart tightened. Coupled with the boys' banter and memories of Liu Chuan's handsome performance on the basketball court earlier that day, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of belief in their words. She hastened her packing, and once finished, quietly picked up her bag and stealthily exited through the back door. However, just as she reached the threshold, she paused, turning back to gaze somewhat dazedly in Liu Chuan's direction. Stealthily, she scrutinized the tall girl's attire. The girl's figure was striking, clad in a fitted black sweater and jeans, her short and sharp hairstyle exuding a cool demeanor. Her demeanor, while conversing with Liu Chuan, was entirely at ease, displaying no signs of shyness. Witnessing this scene, Chu Xiaoyu lowered her head in disappointment, her fingers gripping the frayed sleeves of her worn school uniform. A wave of despondency washed over her as she sighed, resolving to return home alone. After all, whether it was the exquisitely dressed English class representative or the tall girl standing before Liu Chuan, they both seemed far superior to her in every way. Suddenly, Chu Xiaoyu felt that her presence beside Liu Chuan was rather superfluous. Liu Chuan treated her so well, yet it seemed she had nothing to offer in return. With this thought, she reluctantly cast one last glance back. At that moment, Liu Chuan concluded his conversation with the tall girl and, addressing the rowdy boys, exclaimed, "Stop making baseless remarks. She came to me for assistance." He added, "You're embarrassing our class." The tall girl, unfazed, stood up, chuckled lightly, and turned to leave. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Xiaoyu finally comprehended that the other party was merely here to discuss matters with Liu Chuan. A profound sense of disappointment clouded her eyes. Yet a flicker of hope ignited within her as she lifted her once drooping head. A subtle smile graced her lips, and her fingers, which had been tightly clutching the fabric of her sleeve, gradually relaxed. For reasons unknown, a tinge of joy surged within her heart. She gently squeezed her fingers, ultimately deciding to remain in place, awaiting Liu Chuan's approach to accompany her home. However, as she glanced at her own gaunt reflection in the nearby glass, her disheveled, faded hair struck a chord of despair within her. Bowing her head, she let out a soft sigh of disappointment. At last, she resolved to take a step towards home, her gaze enveloped in a veil of muted gray. Just as she began to move, a tall figure abruptly blocked her path. Why the sigh? Why are you standing there in a daze? Let us go. It's time to head home. Just as we agreed, Liu Chuan's voice resonated. Startled, Chu Xiaoyu jumped, instinctively placing a hand over her heart, taking a moment to regain her composure. Yet, upon lifting her gaze and encountering Liu Chuan's handsome visage, the grayness in her eyes dissipated instantly. Her fingers, previously clenched, unfurled as they began to fidget in front of her. Though she lowered her head, avoiding Liu Chuan's eyes, the heaviness in her chest had vanished. With Liu Chuan's presence, the dimples on her cheeks reappeared, faint yet enchanting. Yet, the thought of Liu Chuan accompanying her home sent her into a flurry of anxiousness. Lowering her head, she grappled with how to articulate her feelings, her delicate hands intertwining nervously. After a prolonged silence, she mustered the courage to speak softly. Liu Chuan. We what? Come on. Let us go? Didn't I say we're heading to your place today? Liu Chuan interjected with a gentle smile, observing the flustered Chu Xiaoyu. As he spoke, the words she intended to express faded away. Memories flashed through her mind of walking together with Liu Chuan through the dimly lit shantytown she had traversed alone for over a decade. It seemed less foreboding in his company. It was an indescribable feeling, one that stirred her once frozen heartstrings. Yet, as she recalled her frail physique, her tattered school uniform, and her unkempt, faded hair, she gently shook her head in resignation. Raising her eyes to meet Liu Chuan's, she whispered, I think we shouldn't go home together, Liu Chuan. I can go home by myself, it's all right." To her surprise, Liu Chuan did not appear taken aback by her words. From the very beginning, he sensed that this little fool was behaving unusually. What's wrong? Didn't we agree? He asked with a tender smile. Chu Yu lowered her head, her fingers tracing anxious circles, stammering. It's too much of a bother for you. My grandmother always says I shouldn't impose on others. I've always gone home by myself. It's no problem. Her voice was barely a whisper, reminiscent of a little girl who had erred, fearful that her words might incite Liu Chuan's displeasure. At that moment, as Chu Yu lowered her head, Liu Chuan's gaze fell upon the crown of her head. Her hair, which had previously appeared somewhat disheveled and yellowed, seemed to have been tidied up today. Her bangs were neatly arranged, presenting a much more polished appearance than usual. However, lacking a proper trim and adequate care. The quality of her hair still left much to be desired, and the overall effect was not particularly impressive. Were it not for Chu Xiaoyu's innate beauty, she might have come across as somewhat unkempt. Observing this scene, Liu Chuan immediately understood. It was evident that some underlying reason had instigated this girl's anxiety regarding her appearance, leading to a lack of confidence in her looks. Thus, she hesitated even to accompany him home. Realizing the cause of Chu Xiaoyu's unease, Liu Chuan decisively grasped her sleeve, dismissing any further hesitation. No more words, we're leaving. I'm taking you somewhere, he declared. Startled by the sudden tug on her sleeve, Chu Xiaoyu flinched, her body trembling in surprise. Yet, deep down, she felt a flicker of joy and anticipation about where Liu Chuan might lead her. As they exited the school grounds, she could no longer contain herself and stammered, Liu Chuan, I'll go with you, but please don't pull me, all right? Let us walk slower. Liu Chuan smiled, releasing her grip and playfully flicking her forehead with a light tap. The sound echoed softly. Chu Xiaoyu lowered her head, feeling a mix of grievance and affection. Do you understand now? Liu Chuan inquired with a laugh. Chu Xiaoyu nodded, albeit reluctantly, and murmured her agreement. Then come with me, he beckoned. Obediently, Chu Xiaoyu followed Liu Chuan, and by the time they approached 7 o'clock, they had arrived at the most bustling pedestrian street in Binqing. At this hour, the street was alive with activity, the lush sycamore trees providing shade to brightly lit shops bustling with countless shoppers. Chu Xiaoyu appeared a bit anxious, closely trailing Liu Chuan. Shortly after, Liu Chuan halted before a hair salon. Wait for me here, and don't wander off. I'm going in to find someone I know, he instructed before stepping inside. Standing at the entrance of the large, stylish salon, Chu Xiaoyu felt a sense of awe. Having always had her hair cut in a modest dwelling in a rundown area, she had never encountered such an expansive salon. Gazing through the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, she noticed the vibrant interior filled with patrons sporting exquisite hairstyles, showcasing a myriad of styles she had never seen before. This sight stirred a sense of panic within her as she instinctively touched her own hair. The cut she received from an elderly woman in her neighborhood was inexpensive and rather ordinary. In stark contrast to the stunning styles within the salon, Chu Xiaoyu felt her own hair was unworthy of comparison. She took a cautious step back, gently tucking a strand of her lackluster hair behind her ear, attempting to conceal the dullness from view. Chapter 20. Is it beautiful? Before long, Liu Chuan emerged from the hair salon. He clapped his hands at Chu Xiaoyu and said, All set, you can go in now. Huh? Chu Xiaoyu lifted her head in confusion, still entangled in her thoughts about her hairstyle, wishing she could hide away. She did not comprehend what Liu Chuan meant by all set. In her dazed state, she was pushed into the salon by Liu Chuan. As soon as she stepped through the glass door, Chu Xiaoyu felt utterly bewildered. She froze at the entrance, her small hands tightly gripping her sleeves, a hint of perspiration forming on her back due to nerves. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows and the bright light outside had already taken her by surprise. However, upon entering the salon, she was struck by the realization that the interior was even more exquisite. Beneath the bright, pristine light, each mirror sparkled brilliantly. The vibrant atmosphere heightened her anxiety even further. She stood frozen, clutching her sleeves, her eyes furtively scanning the salon. Outside, she had only caught a glimpse, but now that she was inside, Chu Xiaoyu could truly see. The salon was predominantly filled with female clients, their hair cascading smoothly over their shoulders. The colors varied, far from the original black, showcasing hues that Chu Xiaoyu had never encountered before. Even the tips of their hair had been artfully curled, rendering them more beautiful than the naive high school girls she was accustomed to. Chu Xiaoyu was utterly captivated. She had never imagined hair could be so stunning. Even the stylists, with their vibrant, multicolored hair, left her in a state of awe. The moment she stepped inside, She felt acutely aware of how dry and lackluster her own hair appeared. Moreover, she sensed that everyone's gaze was fixed upon her, making her self-conscious as she lowered her head, gripping her sleeves tighter. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Xiaoyu suddenly raised her head and looked at Liu Chuan, stammering, Liu Chuan. No. It's fine, I can go home to cut it. I've always cut it at home. Her voice was barely audible, resembling that of a timid kitten, her eyes filled with a flicker of panic as she glanced at Liu Chuan. As she spoke, Chu Xiaoyu turned to leave, but Liu Chuan swiftly grasped her sleeve. Without a word, he firmly guided her into the salon chair. Obey. If I say to cut it, you shall cut it. Chu Xiaoyu was about to protest, but Liu Chuan's finger gently tapped her forehead. With a soft thud, she lowered her head in dismay. Just listen, trust me, Liu Chuan smiled reassuringly. Hearing those words, Chu Xiaoyu finally settled quietly in the chair, though she still kept her head bowed, unwilling to meet her reflection in the mirror. At that moment, the stylist who had just conversed with Liu Chuan, a young lady with red hair, slowly approached. She regarded the couple with mild surprise. It was not uncommon to see young boys accompanying their girlfriends for a hairstyle, but the dynamic between these two was certainly rare. The girl clearly hails from a modest background, while the boy exudes an air of affluence. Were it not for Liu Chuan's recent, sincere engagement with her, where he seemed genuinely concerned for this seemingly pitiful young lady, she might have assumed he was merely another wealthy heir attempting to deceive a girl of humble origins. In fact, she found herself feeling a tinge of envy towards this girl, who had evidently secured a thoughtful and caring boyfriend. The red-haired stylist draped a salon cape over Chu Xiaoyu, gently inquiring, "What kind of hairstyle would you like, dear?" At this, Chu Xiaoyu momentarily froze. She slowly lifted her gaze to meet her reflection in the mirror. Her once smooth locks had become dry and brittle from neglect, while her unkempt bangs hung limply, obscuring her large, expressive eyes. A wave of self-doubt washed over her as she clenched her palms. Images of the girls surrounding Liu Chuan flitted through her mind, leaving her feeling dazed and overwhelmed. After a moment's contemplation, she mustered the courage to respond softly, Could you make sure my eyes are visible? That would be enough." Her impoverished experiences had left her utterly unfamiliar with the concepts of makeup and hairstyling during her high school years. The only thing she was certain of was that her eyes possessed a certain charm. If only she could reveal her most beautiful feature, allowing Liu Chuan to see them. "Of course, dear," the red-haired stylist nodded, and the scissors began their work. With each snip, strands of hair fell away. Chu Xiaoyu kept her eyes shut throughout the process, her hands nervously gripping one another. She dreaded the moment she would gaze into the mirror again, fearing that, even after a haircut, she might still not be beautiful. All she wished for was to remain by Liu Chuan's side, without feeling like an unnecessary presence. After what felt like an eternity, Liu Chuan sat on the salon sofa, nearly drifting off to sleep. Just then, Chu Xiaoyu's voice broke through, startling him. He looked up, momentarily stunned, as if the Chu Xiaoyu of 10 years hence had suddenly appeared before him. She still wore a tattered school uniform that hung awkwardly on her frame. Yet her previously unruly bangs had been thinned to wispy air bangs, framing her stunning peach blossom eyes. The once dry, yellowed strands now cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, illuminating her entire presence. Liu Chuan gazed at Chu Xiaoyu, seemingly entranced. He was well aware of the beauty she would possess a decade later. Yet he had not realized that the innocent charm of 17-year-old Chu Xiaoyu was even more captivating. This version of Chu Xiaoyu had never materialized in his previous life. Had he not been reborn, perhaps the high school Chu Xiaoyu would have endured her hardships in silence, plagued by self-doubt, until despair consumed her entirely. She would never have the chance to return to her 17-year-old self and rescue that humble version of herself. But now, Liu Chuan believed he had at least taken the first step. As Chu Xiaoyu felt his unwavering gaze upon her, her cheeks flushed like blossoming petals, a blend of confusion and shyness radiating from her, evoking a protective instinct in him. She approached Liu Chuan and softly murmured, "Do you find it beautiful?" Chapter 21. The worn-out wallet. When Chu Xiaoyu uttered this sentence, her enchanting eyes were filled with an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Clearly, she had yet to acclimate to her present appearance, nervously fidgeting with her fingers, occasionally lowering her gaze, and at times shyly glancing at Liu Chuan. Liu Chuan chuckled. "Chu Xiaoyu, I must tell you, the most fortunate moment of my life has been witnessing your beauty at this very instant." Upon hearing these words, Chu Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise, as she stood frozen in place. After a considerable pause, She suddenly regained her senses. Beautiful. Truly beautiful. Liu Chuan thinks she is beautiful. A rush of warmth spread across her cheeks, and the once anxious glimmer in her eyes was now replaced by a spark of joy. The fingers that had been tightly clenched together transformed into two delicate circles, trembling with excitement. Chu Xiaoyu was uncertain of the reason, yet her face burned, while her heart swelled with profound delight. It felt as though it was the first time she had received such affirmation from someone, especially from a kind-hearted boy like Liu Chuan, a sentiment she found difficult to articulate. She abruptly lifted her head, straightened her posture, and gazed dreamily at Liu Chuan, her lips curving into a gentle smile, two faint dimples blossoming on her cheeks. Yes, Chu Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, beaming with joy. After receiving Liu Chuan's acknowledgement, she turned around and awkwardly retrieved a tattered little wallet from her backpack. Glancing at the upscale environment of the hair salon, she hesitantly opened the small wallet. Inside lay two crumpled 10-yuan bills, worn and old, clearly hard-earned. This was her allowance for 2 weeks' worth of meals, carefully managed to barely suffice. Clutching the two 10-yuan notes tightly in her palm, she nervously approached the red-haired lady. In her understanding, a haircut in the shanty town cost merely 3 yuan. In such a posh establishment, 20 yuan should suffice. Despite the expense, Chu Xiaoyu deemed it worthwhile. At the very least, standing beside Liu Chuan, she would not feel so superfluous. As for her meals for the next 2 weeks, she could find work or endure hunger. She was confident a solution would present itself. "Excuse me, miss, how much does it cost?" Chu Xiaoyu inquired anxiously, looking at the red-haired lady. The lady cast a gentle glance at the two tightly clutched 10-yuan notes in Chu Xiaoyu's palm and couldn't help but sigh softly within. What a naive and pitiable girl. If she knew that a haircut would cost 200 yuan, she would likely be in a state of panic. Fortunately, she encountered a compassionate young man who understood her plight. How enviable. The red-haired lady shook her head and smiled gently at Chu Xiaoyu. "Little sister, there is no need for payment. Ask him who I am." Chu Xiaoyu looked at Liu Chuan in confusion, and he, scratching his head, chuckled. "I forgot to mention. This is my cousin, and she owns this hair salon. So you can come anytime without spending a dime." As he spoke, Liu Chuan tugged at Chu Xiaoyu's sleeve and led her directly to the entrance. Seizing a moment when Chu Xiaoyu was distracted, he stealthily slipped 200 yuan into the hands of the red-haired lady. Even after exiting the barber shop, Chu Xiaoyu remained bewildered. After a while, she finally reacted, halted her steps, and gently poked Liu Chuan's back. He turned around to find her cautiously presenting two worn, neatly folded banknotes from her palm, offering them to him. A hint of nervousness flickered in her eyes as she stammered, Even if we are relatives, money needs to be exchanged. This is for my haircut. I'm not sure if it's enough. If not, I will pay you next time." Hearing this, Liu Chuan let out a slight sigh. This innocent girl was indeed not easy to deceive. Yet, this money represented her remaining dignity, and he naturally could not accept it. However, his reason for refusal must not be too direct. After all, their relationship had only just begun. If he were to give too much too soon, she would undoubtedly feel overwhelmed. He needed to devise a suitable rationale. Noticing Liu Chuan's silence, Chu Xiaoyu mistakenly thought he found the money unattractive. She fidgeted, nervously squeezing her palms, her foot gently tapping in agitation as she murmured, This money is not dirty. It just looks a bit old." The moment the words left her mouth, she lowered her head, her heart suddenly feeling as if it were weighed down with lead. Biting her lip in anxiety, she lamented that despite Liu Chuan's kindness in bringing her to such a lovely place for a haircut, she could not even offer him a clean-looking bill. At that moment, Liu Chuan suddenly raised his finger and gently flicked her forehead. A soft thud resounded. Chu Xiaoyu, feeling wronged, covered her forehead and looked at Liu Chuan with a pitiful expression, confused as to why he had flicked her again. Clearing his throat, Liu Chuan chuckled, "Little fool. When I say I don't want your money, I mean it. Be obedient, understand?" "Why, yes," Chu Xiaoyu murmured, still covering her forehead. Liu Chuan laughed, "However, it wouldn't be fair to let you become beautiful for free. By the way, I happen to need a tutor. I will come to you for lessons every weekend. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoyu immediately looked up, her eyes sparkling as she nodded vigorously. "Yes, I understand." She smiled at Liu Chuan, her dimples appearing, feeling fortunate that her academic performance was among the best in her grade, allowing her to assist him. Now, she felt she was of some use to Liu Chuan, and with her improved appearance, standing beside him no longer felt superfluous. A sense of unprecedented satisfaction and joy blossomed within Chu Xiaoyu. All right, let us get you home. The two walked side by side, and after getting her hair cut, Chu Xiaoyu felt more cheerful and less fearful of walking alongside Liu Chuan. Before long, they once again arrived at the dimly lit shanty town. This time, Chu Xiaoyu obediently heeded her grandmother's words and ushered Liu Chuan into their home, to which he no longer objected. However, as soon as he stepped through the threshold, Liu Chuan was taken aback. Upon opening the weathered wooden door, he was greeted by a dimly lit corridor barely wide enough for a single person. The walls of the corridor were riddled with cracks adorned with moss, and a chill dampness seeped through the fissures. After traversing the dark, humid passage for several meters, a faint glimmer of light caught his attention, emanating from a narrow room ahead. With the help of this meager illumination, he discerned glimpses of exposed red bricks peeking through the wall's crevices. It was evident that the wall's plaster had long since deteriorated, and many of the bricks behind it were also fractured. Witnessing this disarray, Liu Chuan finally comprehended the reason why. In his previous life, Chu Xiaoyu had suffered injuries from falling bricks within her home. This place could hardly be termed a safe dwelling. It was perilously close to being classified as a dilapidated structure. Chapter 22. Sister, please eat. In his previous life, Liu Chuan had never visited Chu Xiaoyu's home in the dilapidated neighborhood during their high school years, as they were not well acquainted. By the time they crossed paths again after university, she had relocated, and Grandma, Chu, had long since passed away. Liu Chuan often contemplated the hardships Chu Xiaoyu must have endured during their high school days. Yet the reality he now witnessed was far more harrowing than his imagination had conjured. As he stepped into the cramped room following Chu Xiaoyu, he was immediately struck by a wave of damp, musty air. The humidity was pervasive, with fallen plaster revealing exposed bricks that not only allowed the chill to seep in but also dripped with condensation. This sight caused Liu Chuan to frown slightly. Living in such an environment posed dangers beyond the risk of falling debris. The heavy moisture fostered an insidious growth of mold that could not be easily eradicated, compromising one's health over time. Although Chu Xiaoyu was still young and likely less affected, her grandmother, already in poor health, was subjected to such conditions, explaining her untimely demise in his previous life. It seemed imperative that he assist the sweet girl in finding a new home. With a sigh of concern, Liu Chuan surveyed the sparse furnishings of the room. Aside from a desk, there was merely a rudimentary wire bed covered with a patched quilt. The room was filled with aged items, worn yet meticulously kept by Chu Xiaoyu. Since Liu Chuan's entrance, Chu Xiaoyu had stood awkwardly, her composure faltering as she caught a glimpse of him, feeling a mix of shyness and a flicker of joy at his unexpected presence. As she gazed at the shabby walls and antiquated furnishings of her room, a sense of embarrassment washed over her, causing her to lower her gaze and clench her fingers, feeling a weight in her chest. At that moment, Liu Chuan broke the silence with a light-hearted inquiry. Where shall I sit? Oh, wait a moment. Chu Xiaoyu snapped back to reality, realizing that Liu Chuan had been left standing for far too long. She quickly bent down, rummaging for a significant, while before finally retrieving a chair marred with scratches. With some effort, she placed it before Liu Chuan, feeling a small sense of relief. However, upon noticing the chair's dust-laden surface, her demeanor shifted to one of panic. You wait. I'll clean it. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead as she frantically produced a cloth from somewhere, hastily wiping the chair several times until she felt a modicum of reassurance, before finally pushing it toward Liu Chuan. With fingers still nervously fidgeting, Chu Xiaoyu shyly urged, You can sit now? Her heart felt heavy, and her mind buzzed with anxiety, fearing that Liu Chuan might look down upon her humble abode. Yet, Liu Chuan seemed entirely unfazed as he settled into the chair, playfully flicking her forehead with his finger and chuckling. It's just sitting down. Look at how flustered you've become. With a sense of grievance, Chu Xiaoyu pressed her forehead. And upon seeing Liu Chuan's seemingly unbothered demeanor, her internal gloom began to lift slightly. Her tightly clenched fingers gradually relaxed, and her whole being felt a little lighter. The two had barely settled when a small head peeked out from behind the door, a sweet, childish voice calling out, Sister, you're back. The little girl's face lit up with surprise, and she was about to rush into Chu Xiaoyu's embrace. However, upon noticing Liu Chuan, she hesitated, gently tugging at her sister's clothing, evidently feeling a bit shy. Chu Xiaoyu knelt down, enveloping Chu Yue in her arms, and softly introduced, This is my classmate, Liu Chuan. He is also the brother who brought you pancakes. Remember to thank him, okay? Chu Yue blinked her large eyes, At just 5 years old, she could not fully comprehend her sister's words, but she distinctly remembered the delicious pancakes. Snuggling in her sister's embrace, she sweetly said, "Thank you, brother." It was Liu Chuan's first encounter with the young Chu Yue. In his previous life, when he had met her, she was already a young lady. The little girl was slender, with petite arms and legs, her eyes mirroring the large, peach blossom shape of Chu Xiaoyu's, and her face resembling her sister's oval shape, making her exceedingly adorable. Unable to resist, Liu Chuan playfully pinched the little girl's cheek and asked with a smile, "What is your sister's name?" Turning her head to respond, Chu Xiaoyu replied, "Chu Yue, she is 5 years old this year." Chu Yue nodded earnestly. "Liu Chuan brother, my name is Chu Yue." Observing the little girl's innocent demeanor, Liu Chuan couldn't help but smile. It was worth noting that 10 years later, Chu Yue would transform into a taciturn young lady, impervious to any attempts at humor. With a grin, Liu Chuan pulled out a few candies from his pocket and handed them to the little girl. "Here, a reward for you." Upon receiving the candies, Chu Yue's mouth opened in delight, exclaiming "Wow," as her small hands danced excitedly around the treat. Nevertheless, she offered the candy to Chu Xiaoyu, saying sweetly, "Sister, you eat. Yue doesn't tea like candy." With a fond smile, Chu Xiaoyu affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair, saying, "Sister has already had some. You enjoy it." Gaining her sister's permission, Chu Yue unwrapped a candy and popped it into her mouth, the sweet flavor bursting on her taste buds, and she beamed with a blissful smile. Witnessing this scene, Liu Chuan felt a slight stirring in his heart. He began to comprehend that perhaps, before Grandma Chu's passing, the seemingly dire circumstances had not inflicted significant harm on the sisters. It was only after Grandma's departure that their lives truly began to spiral into despair. Reflecting on this, Liu Chuan's fingers tightened slightly, and he felt an urgent need to expedite his plans. After all, Grandma Chu's health could not hold out much longer. It was better to prepare in advance than to scramble for solutions after a crisis arose. Just as Liu Chuan was lost in thought, Chu Xiaoyu gently wiped the little girl's cheek and inquired, "Where is Grandma?" The little girl pointed towards the room behind them, saying, "Grandma said she would come out soon." "Sister, how long is soon?" As the words fell, Liu Chuan followed the direction indicated by the little girl's finger. Indeed, there stood an elderly lady clad in a tattered old cotton coat, one hand leaning on a cane while the other held a candle. Her eyes, though aged, radiated a gentle warmth. Upon seeing Chu Xiaoyu, a kind smile blossomed on Grandma Chu's weathered face. "Grandma," Chu Xiaoyu approached to support her, a hint of nervousness prompting her to gesture towards Liu Chuan. "Grandma, this is my classmate, Liu." Liu, as she stumbled over his name. Liu Chuan took the initiative to introduce himself. Grandma Chu offered a subtle nod, not uttering a word. However, her aged eyes slowly traversed the beautiful hairstyle that Chu Xiaoyu had just fashioned, and upon noticing the few pieces of candy in the little girl's hand, she turned to Liu Chuan with a smile of delight and nodded in approval. Chapter 23. The Entrustment of Grandma Chu. Seated at the edge of her bed, Grandma Chu suddenly turned to Liu Chuan and asked, "Young man, have you had dinner yet?" Liu Chuan shook his head. "Little fish, why don't you prepare something for your classmate?" Grandma Chu suggested. Chu Yue obediently nodded and turned to leave. The dilapidated house in the shanty town lacked a gas stove, relying instead on an antiquated earthen stove. Although Chu Yue spoke with a stutter, she was remarkably adept at cooking. She kindled the fire and boiled water for noodles without a moment's pause, while the little girl, Chu Yue, watched with wide-eyed fascination. As Chu Xiaoyu finished cooking the noodles and intended to fry an egg, she reached into the basket for the eggs only to find just one remaining, causing her hands to momentarily freeze. In the midst of her culinary endeavors, Grandma Chu, usually reticent, suddenly sat up straight and looked at Liu Chuan with a smile, saying, "Young man, thank you for taking such good care of Xiaoyu." She then coughed heavily, taking a while to regain her composure before continuing. "As for the affairs of the young, I, as an elderly woman, shall not meddle. However, I have only these 2 granddaughters, and I am their sole grandmother. In the future, I hope you can look after them more." Though her voice was soft, Liu Chuan absorbed each word. This was tantamount to receiving the recognition of the only elder in Chu Xiaoyu's life, a silent entrustment of her well-being. With a heavy heart, Liu Chuan nodded deeply, assuring her, "Grandma, do not worry. I will take care of her." Grandma Chu nodded in satisfaction, falling silent as she sat by the window, her eyes squinting as if she had drifted into slumber. Liu Chuan glanced at her, pondering the unexpected speed of this recognition. Surely, Grandma Chu must have sensed her days were numbered, and with Chu Xiaoyu being so naive. She needed someone to watch over her before he could dwell further on his thoughts. Chu Xiaoyu entered with 3 steaming bowls of noodles. She served herself the smallest bowl, the medium one for her sister, and the largest for Liu Chuan, topped with a fried egg, as Grandma Chu typically abstained from dinner. The sisters began to eat their noodles, savoring the addition of mustard greens and chili. Liu Chuan gazed at the solitary egg in his bowl, his chopsticks remaining idle. After a moment's contemplation, he sighed, dividing the egg in half and offering the larger portion to Chu Xiaoyu, saying, "You eat. I can forego this bite." Chu Xiaoyu initially hesitated to accept, but upon seeing the seriousness in Liu Chuan's expression, she refrained from arguing. Instead, she divided the egg again, carefully using her chopsticks to feed half of it to Chu Xiaoyu, smiling as she asked, "Is it delicious?" With a mouthful of sugar and egg, Chu Xiaoyu beamed, cradling her little face. "It's delicious. Everything sister makes is so good." Chu Xiaoyu joined in her sister's laughter. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes, now free from bangs, sparkled with joy, each smile lifting the corners of her eyes like a work of art. Liu Chuan felt a flicker of emotion within him, yet he kept his expression impassive. The journey to Chu Xiaoyu's home unexpectedly illuminated the simplicity of happiness. After finishing their meal, Liu Chuan rose to leave, while Chu Xiaoyu accompanied her sister, Chu Xiaoyu, to the doorway. "It's all right. You needn't see me off any further. I can walk home alone," Liu Chuan remarked with a smile as he turned back. Chu Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, but insisted, "No. It's fine. It's so dark. I will walk you part of the way." Liu Chuan remained silent and continued on his path. As the time approached 8 in the evening, the dilapidated neighborhood was enveloped in darkness due to the absence of streetlights. Chu Xiaoyu trailed behind for several hundred meters, resolute in her intention to escort Liu Chuan. Holding her sister close, realizing that this was not a sustainable course of action, Liu Chuan jokingly called back, "If you wish to come home with me, you should inform Grandma now. There is still a room available at my place." The words startled Chu Xiaoyu, causing her cheeks to flush in the dim light. Little Yue glanced curiously at her sister, puzzled by the sudden warmth on Chu Xiaoyu's face. Raising her head, Chu Xiaoyu, nearly 18, discerned the teasing undertone in Liu Chuan's voice, yet she felt no anger. Instead, she gazed at him, stammering, I tomorrow." Observing her faltering, Liu Chuan understood her apprehensions. Gently tapping her forehead, he chuckled, "I will still come to pick you up tomorrow. We will return home together after school. What we promised remains unchanged. Now go home." Upon hearing Liu Chuan's words, the tension in Chu Xiaoyu's clenched fingers eased, and a subtle smile graced her lips, revealing 2 charming dimples. She nodded vigorously. Though a simple statement, it alleviated the heavy burden in her heart. Unable to articulate her feelings, she chose to follow Liu Chuan, determined to accompany him as far as possible. Yet deep down, she harbored a fear that, after today, he would never return to her rundown home. Fortunately, just as Liu Chuan was about to depart, he suddenly remembered something and lifted Chu Xiaoyu from her arms. He retrieved 200 yuan from his pocket and placed it into the little girl's hand. "Would you like Grandma to have some eggs too?" Little Yue nodded earnestly, her big eyes sparkling. "And would you like your sister to gain a little weight?" She glanced at her sister and, in her innocence, nodded again. "What about pancakes? Do you want to eat pancakes every day?" Initially bewildered, her eyes lit up at the mention of pancakes, and she squeaked, "Yes." Liu Chuan gently pinched the little girl's cheek, smiling. "Then keep this safe for your sister, all right?" After saying this, he set Chu Xiaoyu down. The little girl immediately dashed over, wanting to be held by her sister. Chu Xiaoyu, noticing the 200 yuan in her sister's hand, opened her mouth to say something, but realized Liu Chuan had already vanished from sight. She hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately placed the 200 yuan into her pocket. Then turned to the little girl with a tender smile and said, "Yue, next time you must remember to thank your brother, do you understand?" The little girl nodded and replied in her sweet, childish voice, "I understand." Meanwhile, on the journey home, Liu Chuan felt an unprecedented sense of relief. The path to healing the little fool was long and arduous, but at least the first step had finally been taken. However, today's experience made Liu Chuan acutely aware of the pressing need to earn money. It seemed imperative to expedite his efforts, not only for Grandma Chu's health, but also to facilitate the little fool's move. Everything requires money. Liu Chuan shook his head and continued on his way home. Before he reached his destination, the vintage Nokia in his pocket vibrated. Upon retrieving it, he discovered a message from old Liu's subordinate. After reading the content, Liu Chuan felt a flicker of surprise. Originally, the batch of rebar was not expected to reach its peak price for another 3 days. Yet, astonishingly, nearly a day had passed and the price had already surged to its highest point. At that moment, Liu Chuan realized that although the grand tapestry of history remained unchanged due to his rebirth, many intricate details were beginning to quietly shift because of his presence. Like a butterfly flapping its wings. Chapter 24. My son has made money. As Liu Chuan glanced once more at the price of rebar in the text message, he involuntarily slowed his pace. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the current price of rebar had not only reached the highest point etched in his memory, but had even surpassed it by several dozen yuan. Yet, uncertainty lingered. If he were to wait until the third day to act, would the price soar even higher? Or plummet dramatically? After a moment's hesitation, Liu Chuan resolved to seize the opportunity and act decisively. The current price, exceeding his recollections by several dozen yuan, meant that selling the 10 tons now could yield a direct profit of 100,000 yuan. Selling at this price was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. After all, due to his rebirth, the subtle trajectory of history had already begun to shift. No one could predict whether the price would drop or continue to rise 3 days hence. A modest profit of 100,000 yuan was more than sufficient as his initial capital. With this thought in mind, Liu Chuan promptly sent a text message instructing Lao Lu's subordinate to proceed with the sale immediately. Before long, as he approached his doorstep, his phone vibrated with a notification, a message confirming the deposit. After deducting Lao Lu's principal, over 100,000 yuan was swiftly credited to Liu Chuan's bank account. Receiving this first substantial sum in his new life elevated Liu Chuan's spirits. While 100,000 yuan may not be an exorbitant amount, it served as a solid foundation from which he could smoothly launch his upcoming plans. Moments later, he returned home, just around 8:30 in the evening. Jiang Mei had already prepared a lavish spread of nutritious dishes, while Lao Lu sat on the sofa, wearing glasses and intently gazing at his Apple phone with a serious expression. It was customary for Lao Lu to check commodity prices on his phone, and today was no exception. However, something he had seen had stirred his excitement, causing his wrist to tremble slightly. "I'm back," Liu Chuan announced as he stepped through the door, changing into his slippers. "Back already? Why is it getting later and later? Wash your hands and come to dinner," Jiang Mei replied, setting the chopsticks on the table. "Got it, Mom." Liu Chuan nodded, washed his hands, and proceeded to the dining table. Just then, Lao Lu, visibly agitated, grasped Liu Chuan's shoulder and inquired urgently, "Son, what happened to the rebar I gave you? I just checked the warehouse, and it's nowhere to be found." The rebar." Liu Chuan furrowed his brow, unsure of how to respond. He had no intention of discussing his newfound financial success with his parents just yet. Given their personalities, especially Lao Lu's, he anticipated an overwhelming amount of interference if they were to learn of his dealings, leading to unnecessary complications. Liu Chuan planned to wait until he had firmly established himself before revealing anything to them. Shrugging slightly, he evasively replied, "Dad, didn't Mom say it was counted as mine? Since it's entrusted to me, I'll handle it well, so there is no need for you to worry so much." With a chuckle, Liu Chuan seated himself at the table, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat. In truth, he wasn't particularly hungry, having just consumed a bowl of egg noodles. But he simply wished to avoid further conversation with Lao Lu. Nevertheless, being Lao Lu's son, he could see right through him. Gritting his teeth, Lao Lu felt a surge of frustration. This little rascal was trying to play coy right in front of him. With a cold snort, old Liu promptly retrieved his phone and placed it before Liu Chuan, exclaiming in haste, "Son, I'm not jesting with you. Look, the price of rebar has surged recently, yielding over 10,000 per ton. Please return the rebar to me quickly. Weren't you keen on conducting research? I can exchange it for other goods." Liu Chuan swallowed his morsel, casting a glance at old Liu, noting the deep furrow in his brow, realizing that his father was genuinely anxious. Sighing, Liu Chuan decided to be forthright, aware that provoking his father further would lead to an unavoidable reprimand. Setting down his utensils, he looked at old Liu and spoke slowly. "Dad, please don't worry. I have already sold this batch of rebar at the peak price." "You sold it?" old Liu exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face as he took a step back. "Sold it? At the highest price? How could this be so fortuitous?" Old Liu pondered briefly. Having sold at the highest price meant that not only had he avoided losses, but each ton had garnered an additional profit of 10,000. Astonishing, his son had just made 100,000. Such a turn of events surpassed what he earned in a month. Old Liu gazed at Liu Chuan in astonishment. And suddenly a realization struck him. This boy was up to something. Recalling the previous day when his son had asked him for rebar, it all became clear. Liu Chuan's inquiry was not without purpose. He had evidently conducted thorough research. This lad had clearly anticipated the price surge in rebar, and it was no mere coincidence. How could he possess such an uncanny market instinct? Could it be that my son is a commercial prodigy? With this thought, old Liu took a deep breath and clapped Liu Chuan's shoulder heartily, his eyes brimming with pride. Well done. You truly are my son. Liu Chuan felt a bit bashful, shaking off the compliment as he cast a sidelong glance at old Liu and remarked lightly, Dad, let us be clear in our dealings. You were already planning to dispose of this batch of rebar, weren't you? Now that it's sold, I've transferred the principal amount to you. And as for the remainder, let us consider it my profit. Hee. After all, we are family. You mustn't be too greedy. As he spoke, Liu Chuan displayed a goofy grin, while old Liu's expression darkened with increasing dismay. This boy, should I admire his cunning, reminiscent of my own youth? Or perhaps I should be somewhat in awe of his shrewdness. Regardless, it seems that no one will be able to bully old Liu's son from now on. At that moment, Jiang Mei emerged from the kitchen, carrying a pot of beef stew. Observing old Liu's flustered demeanor, she felt a surge of irritation. Liu Yunzhou, stop bringing your business neuroses home. It irks me to no end. Upon hearing his wife's voice, old Liu immediately softened, nodding with a smile. Yes, I want to do it again. After all, it's a joyous occasion thanks to our son. Dear, your son earned 100,000 in a single day. At this revelation, Jiang Mei's eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced at Liu Chuan. After a moment of stunned silence, she finally exclaimed, My heavens! My son has such a business acumen. 100,000 in a day. Not at all. Son, you should eat more. I specially prepared this beef for you. I must show off to my friends. Jiang Mei beamed as she took out her phone, engaging in a lively conversation with her close friends. Oh, my son is earning money now, making 100,000 in a single day. Handsome and capable of making money. He plans to apply to the economics department of 2 prestigious universities, so he is giving it a shot. Who would have thought? He is much better than his foolish father, and with his looks, he is bound to be a business elite in the future. Listening to Jiang Mei's jubilant sharing, old Liu felt a twinge of jealousy. Son, when I was making money in business, I never saw your mother this happy. Why the double standard? Is my business somehow inferior while yours makes you a business elite? Liu Chuan chuckled and set down his bowl and chopsticks. Dad, let's be honest. Is it possible that there is a distinction between investing and running a business? Upon hearing this, old Liu shot a glare at Liu Chuan. Just eat your food. You talk too much. Liu Chuan shrugged helplessly. The charming nature of a middle-aged man craving attention is truly delightful. After finishing the meal, Liu Chuan patted his round belly and returned to his room. Chapter 25. Leveraging stock trading. Reclining on his bed, Liu Chuan continued to ponder the matter of wealth accumulation. After visiting Chu Xiaoyu's home and witnessing the harsh living conditions she endured, his desire for financial prosperity surged with unprecedented intensity. The immediate concerns to address were twofold: the housing situation of Chu Xiaoyu and the health of Grandma Chu. Both issues undoubtedly demanded substantial financial resources. Whether for medical care or purchasing a home, the cost would easily exceed several $100,000. Renting a place for Chu Xiaoyu or finding a basic hospital for Grandma Chu was never a consideration for Liu Chuan. For his future wife, he believed she deserved nothing but the finest. Moreover, having returned to life, he recognized that he possessed the capability to achieve this. All that was required was to swiftly earn a significant sum of money. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Liu Chuan furrowed his brow slightly. However, he could not afford to rely on old Liu's resources any further. He had already raised eyebrows with their recent usage, and any further engagement would only invite unnecessary complications. He sighed, sat up, and promptly deleted the term bulk goods from his phone, allowing his gaze to linger on the phrase stock trading. If trading commodities was not feasible, then the stock market was undoubtedly the most effective avenue for rapid monetary gain. With that resolution, Liu Chuan sprang from his bed, powered on his computer, and downloaded a stock trading application. He meticulously began reviewing stocks, striving to recall the remnants of his stock market knowledge from his previous life. Since his arrival in this new existence, Liu Chuan's memory and cognitive abilities had undergone a remarkable enhancement. Even details from a decade ago could be vividly recalled, as if etched in his mind, allowing him to effortlessly uncover previously overlooked nuances. Additionally, through a recent basketball game. He discovered that his physical stamina now surpassed that of many amateur athletes. Logically, this should not have been the case in his previous life. Liu Chuan had not prioritized physical fitness, and his athleticism was only marginally above average. Yet, after his rebirth, he found himself at the pinnacle of physical capability. He accepted all these changes with a sense of ease, viewing them as the privileges of a transmigrator. With a photographic memory, sharp logical reasoning, and superhuman stamina, Liu Chuan thrived in this life, his focus during work astonishingly acute. After diligently analyzing stocks for 2 to 3 hours, Liu Chuan felt no fatigue. Rather, his mental clarity intensified. Utilizing his memory, he finally identified a promising stock from 2008. Yanhai Company, Limited, stock code 000792. This stock had experienced a remarkable annual increase of 488 in 2008, and from the end of that year to early 2009, it had consistently fluctuated, with a low of 5.17 and a high around 25. If memory served him well, the stock was poised to reach its peak within a month, making it a most suitable choice. Liu Chuan murmured to himself and checked the current price of Yanhai Company, Limited, which was surprisingly just over 6. This implies that if one were to invest 100,000 yuan entirely, within a month, upon reaching the peak price, one could potentially earn nearly 400,000, culminating in over 500,000 when combined with the principal. This rapid accumulation of wealth is certainly impressive. However, Liu Chuan remains somewhat dissatisfied. After considerable contemplation, he resolves to withdraw the 100,000 yuan and engage in margin trading, fully immersing himself in the stock market. Margin trading essentially entails leveraging one's investment. With 100,000 yuan and leveraging it fivefold, one would possess 500,000. Should the stock appreciate by a single point, one would profit by 5 points. Conversely, a decline of 1 point would result in a loss of 5 points. The risks associated with margin trading are substantial, deterring most individuals from engaging in such practices, as a misstep could lead to catastrophic losses. Yet, as a reincarnated individual, Liu Chuan harbors no such apprehensions. He distinctly recalls the price fluctuations of this particular stock. By purchasing low and selling high, strategically divesting at the point of maximum profit, he perceives this as a surefire opportunity. Having come to this realization, Liu Chuan intends to take the plunge, reaching for his phone to contact a margin trading company. However, upon checking the time, he remembers that it is already Friday. The stock market will be closed over the weekend, and it is past 9 o'clock, meaning the margin trading company has also closed for the day. He decides to postpone, knowing he can reach out to the company tomorrow, as Saturday will provide him with ample time. Having devised his forthcoming financial strategy, Liu Chuan stretches lazily and suddenly recalls that he is to welcome Chu Xiaoyu to his home the next day, which necessitates a prior conversation with his mother. Exiting his room, he finds Jiang Mei in the kitchen, preparing ingredients for breakfast. Since his senior year, Jiang Mei has meticulously dedicated herself to ensuring that every meal caters to Liu Chuan's nutritional needs. Stealthily approaching his mother, he smiles and says, "Mom, you're working hard." Without lifting her gaze, Jiang Mei replies, "It's no trouble. As long as you gain admission to a good university, it's worth it." Liu Chuan, with a playful grin, responds, "Then, for my success in university, could you put in a bit more effort tomorrow?" Jiang Mei, puzzled, turns to him and asks, "Son, what is the matter? Is there something you wish to eat?" Liu Chuan shakes his head with a smile, "Not really. It's just that a classmate is coming over tomorrow, a top student, who will guide me in my studies." Hearing this, Jiang Mei nods thoughtfully. "A classmate, you say? What does he or she enjoy eating? I shall prepare it. Anything to aid your studies, just let me know." Liu Chuan contemplates the adorable sight of Chu Xiaoyu's eyes lighting up when she sees meat, and replies, "She loves meat and has a sweet tooth. So please make plenty of meat, Mom." Jiang Mei chuckles and nods, thinking to herself, a high school student who loves meat and sweets. This top student must be quite plump. After saying this, Liu Chuan heads back to his room, but just as he reaches the doorway, he suddenly remembers that Chu Xiaoyu likely does not possess a mobile phone. In this year of 2008, lacking a means of communication would complicate their budding friendship. He muses that sending a text message each night could certainly strengthen their bond. "By the way, Mom, what happened to your old little phone? Could you lend it to me? I have a use for it." Jiang Mei meticulously prepared the materials, removed her apron, and stepped out of the kitchen, saying, "I haven't used it for long. It's as good as new. Just take it from the drawer in the study. Be careful not to damage it." Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Mei agreed, reasoning that it was merely a small phone. Of little value. If her son desired it, so be it. Great. Liu Chuan nodded with delight. He retrieved the small phone from the drawer in the study, and to his astonishment, it was neatly packaged like a brand new item, perfect for gifting to Chu Xiaoyu. This naive fellow, Liu Chuan mused. If he were to present her with a new phone outright, she would likely refuse, perhaps feeling inferior. However, an old phone, merely a small model, was a different matter altogether. With a flimsy excuse, Liu Chuan was confident that Chu Xiaoyu would accept it. Having secured the small phone, he hummed a tune as he returned to his room to sleep. Yet at that moment, standing in the kitchen, Jiang Mei observed her son's joyful figure and suddenly experienced a flash of realization, her expression turning to one of astonishment. Wait a minute. My son has never brought classmates home before. He owns a Nokia. Is he intending to give the small phone to someone? The more she pondered, the more uneasy she became. She knew her son all too well. Over the past couple of days, his appetite had dramatically increased, even taking double portions for breakfast. The classmate coming over tomorrow, a veritable gourmand for both meat and sweets, was certainly a big eater. In an instant, a myriad of unsettling thoughts raced through her mind regarding Liu Chuan's recent peculiar behavior, her expression growing increasingly grave. With a swift motion, Jiang Mei dashed into her room. Frowning at her husband, old Liu Yunzong, this is bad. Our son is in a relationship, and the girl might just be a chubby one. Old Liu stood there, utterly bewildered, frozen in place. Chapter 26. Jiang Mei's worries after a considerable amount of time. Old Liu finally came to a realization. This rascal had actually started dating. No wonder he had been acting so strangely lately, and even began to call him dad. However, old Liu quickly reassured himself that since all changes seemed to be positive, perhaps falling in love was not such an odd occurrence after all. As a seasoned player in the business world, maintaining composure in the face of unexpected events was his norm. He was merely taken aback for a moment before returning to his usual tranquility. Lying on the bed, old Liu wore a calm and collected expression. So what if he's in love? He is a young man now. Why should I be worried? It was entirely normal for Xiao Chuan to reach the age where romance flourished. As he spoke, he casually nudged his hand against his wife's side, seeking to soothe her. Yet, the more Jiang Mei listened, the angrier she became. With a swift motion, she swatted old Liu's hand away and exclaimed indignantly, "Normal? What do you mean normal? Our son is in his final year of high school. If this affects his college entrance examination, I will hold you accountable. And furthermore, Liu Yunzong, can you please listen to everything I say? Not only is our son dating, but his partner might very well be a chubby girl. A chubby girl. Do you understand?" Jiang Mei crossed her arms, her expression clearly displeased. It wasn't that she opposed her child dating. It was simply that this was a crucial year. If romance interfered with his studies, where could she procure a remedy for regret? Moreover, a girl who loves to eat. This was something Jiang Mei could hardly accept. She had been the belle of her school, and surely her son deserved a partner who matched that charm. Yet, to find him enamored with a chubby girl was something her proud heart could not reconcile. Old Liu awkwardly withdrew his hand and offered an embarrassed smile, saying, "Oh dear, aren't you just imagining things? I know my son well. He is quite clever and knows how to navigate these situations. Once you meet her, you'll understand." As he spoke, he reached out to touch his wife again. This time, Jiang Mei did not withdraw her hand but maintained a serious demeanor, stating resolutely, "Regardless, I am adamantly opposed to this. After the college entrance exams, I shall relinquish my concern for him. But for now, it is unacceptable." Seeing that his hand had not been rejected this time, old Liu's spirits lifted significantly. "Don't worry, my dear. I understand our son perfectly. He must be just like me. Those were the days of my high school years." As old Liu reminisced, a sudden realization struck him. His hand was throbbing with pain. He lifted his head abruptly, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Jiang Mei was glaring at him, her eyes sparkling with intensity, a slight smile curving her lips. "Oh, old Liu, I didn't realize you still had it in you. Now tell me the truth." Old Liu gulped nervously, trembling slightly. After a flurry of chaos, the night returned to a serene silence. The next morning, Liu Chuan rose early. The very first thing on his agenda was to contact a financing company. He made a phone call, signed an agreement, and immediately engaged in financial leverage. With 100,000 yuan, he secured 500,000, equivalent to a five-fold leverage. Should the stocks plummet, Liu Chuan would face forced liquidation, losing everything. However, similarly, as long as the stock prices rise, Liu Chuan's profits could multiply five-fold. This speculative nature of leveraging might unsettle the average person. Nevertheless, Liu Chuan harbored the price trend chart of Yinhu Company in his mind for the coming month. He planned to wait until Monday, when the funds would be available, to invest the entire amount in Yinhu Company. Then, he would simply wait for the prices to peak before decisively taking action, conservatively estimating. He anticipated earning around 2 million this time. All that remained was to bide his time. After completing all this, Liu Chuan glanced at the clock and saw it was already 9:30. After dressing, he prepared to head out to pick up Chu Xiaoyu for tutoring. As he stepped outside, having just put on his sneakers, he felt a chill run down his back. Turning abruptly, he discovered Jiang Mei sitting on the sofa, her gaze fixed intently on him, while old Liu sat nearby, nervously swallowing his tea. Feeling somewhat guilty under their scrutiny, Liu Chuan tentatively smiled and said, "Mom, what's wrong?" "I'm just going out to meet a classmate." "Son, is your classmate male or female?" Jiang Mei asked in a flat tone. "Female." "Why?" Liu Chuan replied directly, glancing at his mother, sensing that she might be onto something. But that couldn't be right. He hadn't disclosed anything yet. How had she figured it out? Nevertheless, Liu Chuan wasn't overly concerned. He recalled that in his previous life, when he dated Chu Xiaoyu, his mother had been vehemently opposed. Yet upon meeting Chu Xiaoyu in person, she had doted on her as if she were her own daughter, as if it were Liu Chuan who had been adopted. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mei fell silent, her suspicions about her son dating a plump girl solidifying. With a serious demeanor, she stood up, ready to erupt. However, old Liu quickly interjected, grasping Jiang Mei's arm and turning to Liu Chuan with a smile. "Son, you go ahead and pick up your classmate. We can discuss this later." Gratefully, Liu Chuan nodded, swiftly closing the door behind him as he fled. The sound of the door slamming caused Jiang Mei to grab old Liu's hand, making him yelp in pain. Jiang Mei exclaimed, "You only know how to protect your son. Why haven't you shown such enthusiasm before?" Old Liu nodded and bowed apologetically. "Oh dear, even if you want to break them apart, you should wait until you meet your son's classmate first. Besides, let me tell you, you can't be too rigid about young love. The more you oppose it, the more they'll rebel." Hearing this, Jiang Mei found some merit in his words and gradually calmed down. Folding her arms, she sat back on the sofa, huffing, "Well, I'll just wait. But you must stand up for me when the time comes. The college entrance examination is paramount. Afterward, they can be as wild as they wish." Old Liu nodded vigorously. Yes. Everything you say is right, dear." Half an hour later, Liu Chuan arrived near Shengyan Community with Chu Xiaoyu. Today, she had not donned her school uniform. Knowing she was going to Liu Chuan's home, she had specially chosen her finest outfit. She donned a blue shirt complemented by a yellow sweater, while her lower half was clad in a pair of washed blue jeans. Despite her somewhat rustic appearance, Chu Xiaoyu possessed an innate beauty. And with her freshly styled hair cascading over her shoulders, her pure and charming aura was unmistakably revealed. The only drawback was that these garments were rather worn, leading to a few creases upon her frame. Dutifully trailing beside Liu Chuan, she nervously smoothed the wrinkles on her attire with her hands, her head bowed low, and her small fingers occasionally clenched tightly together. In stark contrast to the dilapidated neighborhood she had always inhabited, Liu Chuan's residential complex was adorned with towering buildings. Lush green spaces and beautiful garden landscapes surrounded her, and although she kept her gaze lowered, she couldn't help but steal curious glances from time to time. Chapter 27. With a daughter-in-law, forgotten as the sun, this was the first time she had ventured into such an upscale community. Before Liu Chuan entered her life, Chu Xiaoyu's existence was rather monotonous, confined to the dimly lit shanty town and the bustling school, a mere 2-point line with little exposure to the world beyond. She had often gazed longingly at the vibrant neighborhoods, secretly pondering that there were indeed people residing in places akin to gardens. While she harbored a sense of yearning, Chu Xiaoyu dared not linger on those thoughts, for her grandmother had once remarked that such beautiful houses were not meant for individuals like her. In Chu Xiaoyu's childhood memories, the predominant hue of home was eternally dark and damp. Under the feeble yellow light, the family occasionally shared laughter, yet most of the time, they bore the heavy burdens of life, their brows furrowed in worry. Lost in these thoughts, as she approached the entrance of the community, Chu Xiaoyu's footsteps involuntarily halted. Her small hands clenched tightly, leaving her frozen in place. Gazing at the towering buildings surrounding her, she suddenly felt a wave of suffocation wash over her. The previously subtle creases in her clothing became increasingly unbearable under the weight of this discomfort. Chu Xiaoyu reached out, desperately attempting to smooth out the wrinkles in her attire. However, The creases were a result of the garment's age and its mediocre fabric, far beyond the remedy of mere hands. The more she strained, the more pronounced the wrinkles appeared, as if mocking her efforts. Finally, Chu Xiaoyu relinquished her futile endeavor, staring vacantly at the radiant high-rises around her. In a sudden rush, she clenched her fists, fearing that she and Liu Chuan might inhabit entirely different worlds. Liu Chuan had been raised in such a splendid environment, while she, lowering her head, she wished to conceal herself, terrified of being seen by Liu Chuan's neighbors. Bringing home a classmate like herself might not bode well if recognized by acquaintances. Chu Xiaoyu was unwilling to bring embarrassment to Liu Chuan because of her circumstances. At that moment, she noticed that passers-by at the community entrance seemed to be looking in her direction. Shengyan community was quite established, with many long-time residents. Numerous individuals were familiar with Liu's family, making it likely that many knew Liu Chuan as well. Faint whispers of conversation drifted into Chu Xiaoyu's ears. Oh, is that Liu's son? Has he brought home a girlfriend? Huh, Liu's son is quite impressive, bringing someone home while still in high school. Hush, hush, the young one is sensitive, don't spread rumors. Perhaps she is merely a female classmate. Huh, what era are we in? Bringing someone home, it must be a girlfriend. Tonight, we must have a good chat with Liu. Hearing these murmurs, Chu Xiaoyu instinctively lowered her head further, feeling increasingly awkward and rooted to the spot. Her legs feeling as though they were sinking into the ground, paralyzed by anxiety. Just then, a soft thud echoed as Liu Chuan gently flicked her forehead, chuckling. What are you thinking? This is my home. It won't eat you alive. Chu Xiaoyu pressed her forehead in pain, casting a somewhat aggrieved glance at Liu Chuan. Woo-woo. Liu Chuan chuckled as he reached out, tugging at Chu Xiaoyu's sleeve. Come with me. Upon hearing those three simple words, the tension in Chu Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly dissipated. Her chest no longer felt constricted, and her legs finally found the strength to move. Observing Liu Chuan's tall and confident silhouette, a faint smile graced her lips, revealing two charming dimples. Although she had initially felt apprehensive, the thought of visiting Liu Chuan's home eased her fears. She could not quite comprehend the source of this peculiar sense of trust that had emerged within her. Shaking her head, Chu Xiaoyu dismissed her thoughts and followed Liu Chuan into the community. Yet, the prospect of meeting Liu Chuan's parents rekindled her anxiety about her modest appearance and her somewhat inarticulate nature, which she feared might not endear her to them. As they walked, she nervously clenched her fingers. Despite merely heading to Liu Chuan's home to study, her mind raced with worries beyond her control. Before long, although Liu Chuan had not yet arrived home with Chu Xiaoyu, Jiang Mei had already received word. She paced restlessly at the door, initially resolved to thwart the budding romance. She softened at the thought of the impending meeting. Kind-hearted Liu's mother believed that even if the girl were a bit plump, she should be treated with respect to avoid hurting her pride. What should I do, Lao Lu? Jiang Mei fretted as she paced back and forth, casting a sharp glance at her husband. Lao Lu, however, remained unfazed, sipping tea leisurely on the sofa. Just relax, what else can we do? He took a sip from his teacup and added, Dear, I think you're overthinking it. Our son never mentioned dating. He said he was coming home to study. Don't worry so much. Hearing this, Jiang Mei pinched Lao Lu sharply, retorting, You only know how to make light of it. He wouldn't bring her home if there weren't feelings involved. She waved her hand dismissively at him, scoffing, Just wait. Your high school escapades aren't forgotten yet. I don't have time to deal with you right now. I need to prepare. With that, Liu's mother busied herself changing clothes, tidying up, and preparing dishes in the kitchen. Though anxious, she had no intention of neglecting her son's friend. After all, her son might be studying with a diligent peer, and her intentions were always good. As a mother, she understood that even if they were to date, it must be approached gradually. One must not act too hastily, lest the opposite effect occurs. Jiang Mei was well aware of this principle. Moments later, Liu Chuan finally returned home with Chu Xiaoyu. As he opened the door, Chu Xiaoyu felt a piercing gaze from the sofa directed at her, as if it could see right through her. Already nervous, she was now thoroughly startled. She lowered her head, hiding her hands behind her back, her fingers nearly pinching together in anxiety. Jiang Mei scrutinized Chu Xiaoyu closely. At first glance, Jiang Mei felt a surge of joy. Thankfully, she was not a chubby girl. Moreover, standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, her figure was quite pleasing, exuding an aura of vitality. However, Jiang Mei still harbored some dissatisfaction. Chu Xiaoyu walked with her head bowed, obscuring her face from view. Upon entering, she appeared timid and fidgety, suggesting a rather introverted disposition. Such a girl might not be entirely suitable for the role of a wife. Jiang Mei pondered this inwardly, concealing her thoughts from her expression. At that moment, Chu Xiaoyu lifted her head, her pair of peach blossom eyes glancing timidly at Jiang Mei. It was then that Jiang Mei clearly beheld Chu Xiaoyu's visage, leaving her momentarily speechless. This girl was truly stunning. Her large, luminous eyes and exquisitely chiseled features were utterly flawless. Especially the pitiful yet enchanting gaze and demeanor struck a chord deep within Jiang Mei's heart. In just a few fleeting glances, Jiang Mei's reaction mirrored that of her previous life upon first encountering Chu Xiaoyu, as her resolute disapproval transformed into a delightful surprise akin to discovering a hidden treasure. Chapter 28. A good daughter. Chu Xiaoyu stood in a daze for a while before timidly stepping inside, while Jiang Mei continued to examine her with a warm smile. From a distance, Jiang Mei had not observed the finer details, but now, up close, everything was revealed. Chu Xiaoyu was indeed not short, even when standing beside Liu Chuan, who was an impressive height of 185 meters. They appeared quite well matched. She wore a simple blue shirt paired with a brown sweater and jeans, exuding an aura of innocence. However, the frayed edges of her clothing suggested that her family's circumstances were modest. Yet, Jiang Mei was not at all bothered by this. Having come from humble beginnings herself, she found Chu Xiaoyu's pure and somewhat pitiful demeanor even more endearing. Chu Xiaoyu's freshly tinted hair was dark and cascaded over her shoulders. And though her figure appeared delicate and fragile, her eyes held a stubbornness that tugged at one's heartstrings. Due to her overwhelming nervousness, she dared not meet Jiang Mei's gaze, instead focusing intently on her toes. Jiang Mei, with a smile, took Chu Xiaoyu's hand and inquired, "Dear girl, what is your name?" Startled by the sudden contact, Chu Xiaoyu flinched, her small hand trembling slightly. As she inadvertently slipped, she bumped into the doorframe with a gentle thud, causing her to wince and touch her forehead, pouting in a mix of pain and grievance as she attempted to rise. Seeing her fall, Jiang Mei hurried to help, but to her surprise, Chu Xiaoyu waved her hand slightly. She stammered, "No, it's fine, Auntie. I got my clothes dirty." Chu Xiaoyu's voice was soft and delicate. Jiang Mei's heart softened further upon hearing her, and she promptly helped her up, exclaiming with concern, "Dirty is just dirty." "Oh dear, my sweet girl, did I scare you?" Chu Xiaoyu dazedly shook her head. "No, not at all." At that moment, they were quite close, and as their eyes met, Jiang Mei was instantly captivated by the beauty of Chu Xiaoyu's enchanting peach blossom eyes. Turning to old Liu, she called out, "Liu Yunzong, come here and take a look at your son's classmate. What a stunning girl." Old Liu, initially feeling a bit shy, was compelled to approach. Upon closer inspection, he too was taken aback. Indeed, she was a remarkably beautiful girl. The aesthetic appreciation of middle-aged individuals tends to be more discerning than that of high school students, focusing more on bone structure and essence rather than mere attire. Thus, even though Chu Xiaoyu's outfit was somewhat plain and her gaze evasive, old Liu could still discern that she was a natural beauty, especially now, as Chu Xiaoyu clutched her forehead, which had turned a slight shade of red from the bump. Her tears were almost spilling over, yet she stubbornly held them back. Her pair of pitiful, tear-filled peach blossom eyes left old Liu in a daze. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Liu Chuan in his heart. "What a good lad. You truly are my son. Your discerning eye is just as sharp as your father's. Dear girl, what is your name?" Jiang Mei gently stroked Chu Xiaoyu's forehead. Chu Xiaoyu," she stammered in response. Jiang Mei nodded with satisfaction, exclaiming, "What a lovely name, little fish." After saying this, she gave a sharp tap to Liu Chuan, who stood nearby, commanding, "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and fetch the red medicine." Liu Chuan's lips twitched involuntarily, lamenting inwardly that his mother had truly become the archetype of a mother-in-law who forgets her own son. Evidently, the only difference between their two lives was the passage of time. His mother's attitude towards Chu Xiaoyu remained unchanged. Shaking his head, Liu Chuan reluctantly went to retrieve the medicine. At that moment, Chu Xiaoyu quickly waved her hands, saying, "No, it's unnecessary. I'm not in pain." Jiang Mei, while gently rubbing Chu Xiaoyu's forehead, smiled warmly. "Good girl, it's nothing. This boy does nothing at home. Letting him fetch something is quite all right. What is the matter, dear? Are you worried that Annie was too harsh on him?" Jiang Mei deliberately remarked, eager to observe Chu Xiaoyu's reaction. As expected, upon hearing this, a faint blush rose on Chu Xiaoyu's cheeks. She nervously clenched her fingers, suddenly feeling restless. Seeing this, Jiang Mei felt reassured and found herself increasingly fond of Chu Xiaoyu. With her rosy lips and pearly white teeth, it was evident she was quite beautiful, perfectly suited for her son. Old Liu, unable to bear it any longer, directly snatched the red medicine from Liu Chuan's hands and handed it over. Once Jiang Mei attentively applied the medicine to Chu Xiaoyu, old Liu cleared his throat and remarked, "Dear, it's getting late. The children must be hungry. Let us eat." Upon hearing this, Jiang Mei immediately took Chu Xiaoyu's hand and led her to the dining table, cheerfully saying, "Good girl, knowing you were coming, and he specially prepared your favorite dishes." At the table, Chu Xiaoyu stared at the lavish spread of fish and meat before her, her eyes wide in astonishment. Braised pork, chicken stewed with mushrooms, Westlake vinegar fish, sweet and sour ribs. Many dishes she had never tasted were laid out in front of her. The rich aroma made Chu Xiaoyu swallow hard. Throughout her life, she had never encountered such a sumptuous meal. Usually, she subsisted on pickled vegetables and steamed buns at home, having long been deprived of meat. Thus, when Liu Chuan treated her to a pancake roll, she considered it a delicacy worthy of sharing with her younger sister Yue. Now, confronted with such an extravagant feast, Chu Xiaoyu found herself hesitant to pick up her chopsticks. Glancing at Liu Chuan helplessly, she tightly clenched her small hands and whispered, Liu Chuan, perhaps I should just come again next time?" Her voice was barely audible and her head hung low. The warmth of Liu Ma's welcome had already left her feeling overwhelmed. Now, this lavish hospitality made her feel unworthy. After all, Liu Chuan had always taken care of her so well, while she felt she had nothing to offer him in return. How could she possibly enjoy such a meal? Liu Chuan said nothing, gently flicking her forehead and smiling. "Just eat. This is my mother's goodwill." Chu Xiaoyu covered her forehead, bowing her head, and the thought of leaving completely vanished. She was a person of very sensitive emotions. She is fully aware of the kindness bestowed upon her by others. Just moments ago, the sensation conveyed by Liu Ma was nothing short of genuine concern and affection. It has been a long time since she experienced such care. The heartfelt intentions of this aunt are indeed impossible for her to dismiss. In that fleeting moment, Chu Xiaoyu's heart quivered, and she grasped the chopsticks with her hand. Chapter 29. It appears that I may have overindulged. She lifted the bowl of white rice, savoring each bite. Before her lay an abundance of dishes. Yet Chu Xiaoyu dared not touch any, focusing solely on the rice. Nevertheless, she relished it thoroughly. In her household, rice was a rare delicacy. They typically consumed a blend of brown rice and millet, mixed with a bit of cornmeal, which they cooked into a porridge. While rice was commonplace for most, it was a precious treat for Chu Xiaoyu. In a moment of carelessness, she found herself irresistibly drawn to it, finishing nearly half a bowl. Raising her head, she noticed that Liu Ma, Liu Pa, and Liu Chuan had yet to pick up their chopsticks, all gazing intently at her. Chu Xiaoyu felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Lowering her gaze, Jiang Mei's heart ached at the sight. This girl, she savors even plain rice so enthusiastically. How poor must her usual meals be? With a pang of compassion, Jiang Mei served Chu Xiaoyu a generous piece of rib, smiling warmly. "Here, dear, have some rib." Eating only rice lacks flavor. Chu Xiaoyu stared at the sizable rib, momentarily taken aback, wanting to decline. However, the enticing aroma of the meat proved too tempting, awakening her appetite. She nodded gently, taking a bite of the rib, and with the sweet rice, her eyes squinted in bliss. Seeing Chu Xiaoyu enjoy her meal so heartily brought joy to Jiang Mei. Yet she couldn't help but inquire about the girl's family situation, for she had already envisioned her as a daughter-in-law. "My dear, what do your parents do?" Chu Xiaoyu, still gnawing on the meat, abruptly paused, stammering, They passed away long ago." Jiang Mei was taken aback. I'm so sorry, dear. I had no idea." "It's all right." Chu Xiaoyu responded with a gentle smile, unfazed. Jiang Mei pressed on. "And who else is in your family?" "I have a younger sister and a grandmother," Chu Xiaoyu answered candidly, revealing everything without a hint of concealment. With just a few exchanges, Jiang Mei had completely grasped the circumstances of Chu Xiaoyu's household. Her gaze fell once more on the girl's worn clothing, and her heart ached even more. This girl, she is truly pitiable. So innocent. She reminds me so much of my younger self. In Chu Xiaoyu, Jiang Mei saw a reflection of her own past, which stirred a sense of melancholy within her. Liu Chuan, noticing the atmosphere, immediately chimed in, "Mom, Chu Xiaoyu has consistently ranked in the top 10 of our grade and even achieved first place once. This year, she might just get into Qingbei." Upon hearing this, Jiang Mei's admiration for Chu Xiaoyu deepened. This girl, she has always relied on herself and is so intelligent. Watching Chu Xiaoyu delicately nibble on the rib and cautiously scoop rice, Jiang Mei felt another wave of affection. Good girl. Come, eat more vegetables. In our home. Don't stand on ceremony. Treat us as family. As she spoke, Jiang Mei playfully swatted Liu Chuan's hand as he reached for meat, promptly placing a plate of braised pork in front of Chu Xiaoyu. With a playful glare at Liu Chuan, she muttered, Eat, eat, eat. Can't you eat a little less? Can't you see how thin our Xiaoyu is? After giving Liu Chuan a lesson, Jiang Mei smiled as she added meat to Chu Xiaoyu's bowl. Come on, dear, eat more. Auntie's cooking is absolutely delicious. Look how thin you are. And if that little rascal bullies you, just tell Auntie, and I'll help you teach him a lesson. As she spoke, she raised her fist playfully and shot a gentle glare at Liu Chuan. Liu Chuan stared blankly at the chopsticks he had just lifted, his mouth twitching in disbelief. In his heart, he thought, I wonder, Mom, who is actually your biological child? Beside him, old Liu patted Liu Chuan's shoulder with a knowing look, his eyes brimming with sympathy. Liu Chuan understood old Liu's implication. Now you realize how I felt back then, don't you? At that moment, Chu Xiaoyu looked at her bowl, overflowing with various meats, and felt a tremor in her heart. Were they truly treating her as family? Was it really possible? Auntie, uncle, and even Liu Chuan were so kind to her. Yet what could she offer them in return? Nervously gripping her chopsticks, she felt a mix of gratitude and self-reproach. Still, she quietly began to eat, cherishing Auntie's heartfelt gesture. After the meal, Liu Chuan led Chu Xiaoyu into his room. Upon reaching the doorway, she froze in place, her foot halting mid-step. Liu Chuan's room was spacious and tidy. A sleek wooden desk held the latest model of a computer, something Chu Xiaoyu had never seen before. This high-end home computer was unlike any she had encountered. Her memory of computers was still confined to the bulky gray ones in the computer lab. Standing at the threshold, she feared accidentally touching or knocking something over. Beside the desk stood a tall bookshelf filled not only with an array of beautifully bound novels, but also numerous figurines of anime characters. The walls were a soft cream, adorned with posters of Slam Dunk and Dragon Ball. Chu Xiaoyu had never known that a room could be so beautiful, and she found herself staring, momentarily entranced. In contrast, her own room was painted a dull gray, lacking any decor, with only a simple bed and desk as furniture. Water occasionally dripped from the ceiling, and the peeling walls sprouted persistent moss that could never be scrubbed clean. She felt a wave of shyness wash over her, hesitant to step inside. The brightness of Liu Chuan's room made her anxious, fearing she might dirty the immaculate floor. Lowering her head, her small hands clenched tightly, she glanced at Liu Chuan with a hint of timidity. Liu Chuan smiled gently, tugging at her sleeve. Little silly, why do you always look so dazed? Come in. This is my room, not someone else's. What are you afraid of? Hearing this, Chu Xiaoyu's heart fluttered slightly. Looking at Liu Chuan's warm smile, she felt a sense of relaxation wash over her. Though she had initially felt apprehensive, the thought that this was Liu Chuan's room somehow dispelled her shyness without reason. It seems that she is willing to embrace anything related to Liu Chuan, even if it exposes some of her inner insecurities. Chu Xiaoyu was pulled into the room by Liu Chuan, taking a seat beside the desk. Liu Chuan fiddled with the college entrance examination materials, reflecting carefully on the gaps in his knowledge. After all, it had only been 2 or 3 days since his rebirth, although he possessed an extraordinary memory. His proficiency in English had notably surpassed that of his previous self. Subjects like mathematics and Chinese still required diligent review, particularly with mathematics. After experiencing advanced calculus, Liu Chuan found himself somewhat apprehensive about forgetting the methods of high school mathematics. However, he realized that Chu Xiaoyu could assist him with mathematics. Despite her seemingly naive demeanor, her strength lay in this subject. She consistently ranked first in her grade in mathematics, while English was her Achilles heel. A decade later, Chu Xiaoyu would become a programmer, working as an architect in a renowned domestic enterprise, excelling in advanced mathematics as well. After contemplating, Liu Chuan decided to have Chu Xiaoyu help him with his mathematical weaknesses. Just then, he turned to see Chu Xiaoyu rubbing her stomach, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. Does your stomach hurt? Liu Chuan inquired. Chu Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed. I think I may have eaten too much. Chapter 30. The warmth of Chu Xiaoyu noticing Liu Chuan's silence. Chu Xiaoyu lowered her head, her fingers tracing circles in front of her as she murmured, I've never eaten so much meat before. I've just had too much all at once. As she spoke, she rubbed her stomach, adding, I would like to have some hot water, if that's all right. Liu Ma had been exceedingly enthusiastic, and she felt too shy to refuse. Being someone who couldn't bear to waste even a grain of rice, She had savored every morsel of the abundant meat, even relishing the marrow. Yet now, Chu Xiaoyu felt quite embarrassed. Her stomach was gurgling, and she craved some hot water. Liu Chuan was momentarily taken aback before realizing that it was his mother's overzealous feeding that had led to this. Chu Xiaoyu, accustomed to a diet of steamed buns and pickled vegetables, was unable to handle such a sudden influx of rich food. Overindulgence not only left her mouth parched but also caused her stomach discomfort, necessitating some hot water for relief. Oh, it's all right. The water purifier is in the kitchen. Liu Chuan pointed towards the door, but then reconsidered and stood up, smiling. Let me take you there. At that moment, Chu Xiaoyu unexpectedly reached out, tugging at Liu Chuan's sleeve. Her voice was barely a whisper, her face flushed with embarrassment. And no, it's fine. I can go by myself. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. Lu Ma had been so kind, yet here she was, feeling unwell. She felt a pang of guilt for not being able to fully appreciate Lu Ma's hospitality. Naturally shy and sensitive, Chu Xiaoyu felt even more out of place. Observing her discomfort, Liu Chuan waved his hand. All right then, you go ahead. I'll wait for you. Just call if you need anything. Chu Xiaoyu nodded earnestly, gently cradling her stomach as she exited the room. Liu Chuan's bedroom was not far from the kitchen. A quick turn left from the living room led directly to it, just a few steps away. However, to reach the kitchen, she had to pass the master bedroom. After a few steps, she could hear the voices of Lu Ma and old Lu, causing her to pause. Old Lu teasingly asked, Dear, weren't you going to break up the couple? Why? Did you change your mind upon seeing it's not a chubby girl? Look at how startled the poor child was. Jiang Mei retorted, pinching old Lu lightly, then continued. It's not that I was unaware of the circumstances. Had I known she was such a pitiful girl, excelling in her studies and so resilient, I wouldn't have intervened at all. Look at how thin Xiaoyu is. Her life is hard. Such a young girl, with only a grandmother at home, and still having to care for her younger sister. As she spoke, Jiang Mei's tone grew somber. You two, father and son, are truly alike. Back in college, you deceived me, a poor girl, and now your son has set his sights on Xiaoyu in high school. Old Lu immediately laughed. Oh dear, how can you say that? As for me back then, never mind, let's talk about our son. It's not even certain if he's in a relationship yet. Jiang Mei scoffed. Not in a relationship? Yesterday he was reminding me to make sweet dishes and to prepare more meat. He is showing that level of concern, and that's not a relationship? You know your son's temperament better than anyone. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoyu quickly slipped away, her cheeks flushed and warm. It turns out that Annie prepared such an abundance of dishes at Liu Chuan's request. Was it all specially for me? Chu Xiaoyu tightly clenched her small hands, her thoughts momentarily in disarray. Yet, she couldn't help but feel an increasing sense of guilt. Liu Chuan had been so considerate, preparing so many delightful dishes for her. But she, after finishing the meal, ended up with a stomachache. At that moment, a slight heaviness settled in her chest. She felt unworthy of Liu Chuan's kindness towards her. With a soft sigh, Chu Xiaoyu tiptoed into the kitchen, careful not to make a sound. She believed it was quite rude to feel unwell on her first visit to Liu Chuan's home. Thus, she proceeded cautiously, hoping not to be discovered by Lu Ma, fearing she might be disliked. With a soft thud, Chu Xiaoyu gently pushed open the kitchen door and stepped inside, quietly closing it behind her. The instant the door shut, she exhaled in relief. It felt as if, within this confined space, she could finally relax for a brief moment. She softly turned on the light and approached a corner of the kitchen. However, after searching for a while, she could not locate the thermos. Turning around, she noticed a square white machine in the corner, adorned with various buttons. It dawned on her that this was the water purifier Liu Chuan had mentioned. Staring at the colorful buttons, she began to feel flustered, her delicate hand raised hesitantly, unsure of where to press. This was her first encounter with such an advanced water purifier. In her home, they would boil water using a long-spouted kettle and pour it into a thermos. At school, they relied on the traditional boiler room water dispensers with knobs. She had never seen a water purifier with so many buttons. After hesitating for a moment, she thought of asking Liu Chuan for help, but as she took a step forward, she halted. How could she ask for assistance? Did she really not know how to operate a water purifier? Could she not even manage something as simple as getting water? With this thought, Chu Xiaoyu turned around. Deciding to try it herself, she did not wish to appear foolish in Liu Chuan's eyes. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiaoyu pressed the red-hot water button. Water gushed forth, and she instantly felt relieved, a hint of joy gracing her face as she realized she could indeed accomplish this task. She filled a cup with water and reached to press the hot water button again. But the hot water continued to flow uncontrollably, refusing to stop. Panic surged through her as she set down the cup, flustered and unsure of what to do next. Soon, water overflowed from the purifier, spilling onto the kitchen floor. The sound of dripping echoed in the room. Chu Xiaoyu stood frozen, her small hands clenched together, her eyes wide with anxiety, filled with self-reproach. Desperate, she grabbed a cloth and began to wipe up the water on the floor, but her efforts proved futile as the hot water flowed incessantly. No matter how much she tried to clean up, at long last, Chu Xiaoyu came to a halt, remaining rooted in place. Her delicate peach blossom eyes shimmered with unshed tears, filled with the fear that Liu Chuan might come to dislike her. You silly little one. You must press the stop button, otherwise, how will the water cease? Liu Chuan's laughter suddenly rang out. Startled, Chu Xiaoyu looked up to see Liu Chuan's tall figure standing before her. With a gentle press of his finger on the water dispenser, the hot water came to a stop. Rising to her feet, she cast her gaze downward, her voice trembling with a hint of sobs as she uttered, Liu Chuan, I'm so sorry, truly sorry. I didn't mean to. Her voice was barely above a whisper, quivering slightly. Her small hands clenched tightly, and her body trembled with unease. She feared Liu Chuan would surely harbor resentment towards her, especially since she had made such a mess of the kitchen on her very first visit to his home. Yet at that moment, Chu Xiaoyu suddenly felt warmth cascading over her head as a pair of large hands gently caressed her hair. She timidly lifted her gaze, only to discover that it was Liu Chuan tenderly stroking her hair. With a gentle smile, he reassured her, Silly little one, there's no need for such apologies. I was just as clumsy when I first used it. Water went everywhere. Now, have some water? Aren't you feeling unwell? Liu Chuan cheerfully offered her a cup of water. Chu Xiaoyu accepted it in a daze, feeling the warmth emanating from the cup. In that moment, her heart felt equally warm. Moved, she took a sip of the hot water, and instantly, the discomfort in her abdomen dissipated. The heaviness in her chest and the sense of disarray vanished as if Liu Chuan's presence rendered her fears impotent. For a moment, Chu Xiaoyu found it difficult to process such emotions. She gazed up at Liu Chuan, at a loss for words. She had made a mess of the kitchen, feeling so foolish. Yet Liu Chuan bore no reproach, acting as if nothing had occurred while soothing her with kindness. Her fair fingers tightened around the cup, and at that moment, she resolved to do everything in her power to help Liu Chuan learn, for that was the only thing she could offer, the only talent she could bring forth. Chapter 31. The warmth and the subtlety with her resolve firmly established, Chu Xiaoyu swiftly embraced the role of a tutor. The two soon returned to the room, retrieving a mountain of piled mathematics papers to delve into their studies. Observing the earnest expression on Chu Xiaoyu's face, Liu Chuan couldn't help but smile slightly, soon adopting a serious demeanor himself. Despite possessing an exceptional memory, which had notably improved his proficiency in English, he realized that his grasp of mathematics since his rebirth had been rather limited. Having not engaged with high school mathematics for over a decade, Liu Chuan felt a twinge of insecurity, believing his foundational knowledge to be insufficient. Some intricate formulas and theoretical concepts might require him to start from square one. After all, mathematics in the Jiangnan region, even with a solid foundation in advanced calculus, was not something he could confidently master without diligent study. However, after just a brief period of study, Chu Xiaoyu sensed something amiss. In her memory, Liu Chuan had excelled in English and Chinese, but his mathematical abilities paled in comparison to hers. She estimated his level to be such that he could easily score the foundational marks, consistently achieving around 115 out of 160 on the papers. Hence, she had chosen the most challenging problems to help elevate his skills, aiming for breakthroughs, topics such as analytical sets, comprehensive sequences, and the analysis of circles, all of which demanded exceptional logical reasoning abilities, often beyond the grasp of an average student. Yet now, Liu Chuan claimed he understood them. Liu Chuan, have you truly mastered this? Chu Xiaoyu gazed intently at him, her doe-like eyes filled with disbelief. Yes, I really have, Liu Chuan replied awkwardly, scratching his head. It was indeed peculiar. Since his rebirth, it seemed not only had his memory sharpened, but his logical reasoning had also significantly improved. What had once been soul-crushing dilemmas a decade prior now unfolded before him like a mist clearing to reveal hidden answers. Chu Xiaoyu remained skeptical. Just moments ago, Liu Chuan had struggled to derive formulas on the spot. Yet now, he could even tackle the most complex problems? She glanced at him and softly asked, Could you show me how to solve one? If you find it challenging, feel free to ask me again. Chu Xiaoyu's voice was tentative, concerned that her doubts might dishearten him. But Liu Chuan merely smiled gently, picking up a pen and beginning to write. With a swift motion, he produced the answers as though his thoughts flowed effortlessly, completing the problem in no time. The more Chu Xiaoyu observed, the more astonished she became, her mouth slightly agape. She realized that his method of solving the problem was even more concise than hers, and some of the formulas and steps he employed were beyond her comprehension. Yet, the final answer was undeniably correct, logical, and well-founded. Could it be advanced mathematics? Chu Xiaoyu was completely taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. After finishing the problem, Liu Chuan looked up and asked, "So, what do you think, Teacher Chu?" The way he addressed her as Teacher Chu made her cheeks flush, and she hesitated to meet his gaze. She felt as though she hadn't even begun to teach anything, yet here Liu Chuan was, mastering it all. Chu Xiaoyu whispered, All correct." Upon hearing this, Liu Chuan nodded and continued to immerse himself in his studies. However, Chu Xiaoyu lowered her head, feeling a peculiar heaviness in her chest, a flicker of disappointment flashing in her eyes. At that moment, her thoughts became entangled. On one hand, she had hoped to assist Liu Chuan academically, but it was evident that it would not be long before he surpassed her level, perhaps even exceeding her capabilities. Chu Xiaoyu felt a twinge of fear, worrying that she would become increasingly irrelevant to him. On the other hand, she couldn't help but admire Liu Chuan's remarkable talents. He was more exceptional than any boy she had ever encountered. His intellect was sharp, he excelled at basketball, and, most importantly, he treated her with such kindness and warmth. Reflecting on this, the heaviness in her chest intensified. Liu Chuan was so good to her, and Lu Ma was equally kind. Yet, how could someone as clumsy as herself ever be worthy of such benevolence? Lost in her thoughts, Chu Xiaoyu suddenly noticed Liu Chuan's bedside was in disarray, with the blankets and pillows haphazardly arranged. Casting a glance at Liu Chuan, who was deeply engrossed in his studies, she hesitated to disturb him, compelled by an instinctive urge. She stood up and approached his bed. With delicate care, she gathered the blankets and pillows, folding them with precision. In no time, the chaotic bed was transformed into an immaculate arrangement, every corner neatly aligned. After completing this task, Chu Xiaoyu quietly returned to Liu Chuan's side, feeling a slight alleviation of the heaviness in her chest. If she couldn't teach Liu Chuan, perhaps she could contribute in other ways. As long as she could offer him kindness, that seemed sufficient. Chu Xiaoyu thought naively, not daring to dream that Liu Chuan would always be by her side. Instead, she resolved to quietly perform small acts of care. Just then, Liu Chuan finished his work, stretched his shoulders, and moved his limbs. To his surprise, he found his disheveled bedding had been neatly arranged. A warmth spread through his heart. In a past life, Chu Xiaoyu had always warmed him in subtle ways, often unnoticed unless one paused to reflect. Yet, that was her gentle manner, like water, nurturing and unobtrusive. It reminded him of the caring messages she had sent him before his rebirth. While they seemed trivial, over time, they cultivated a profound sense of companionship. This was precisely what Liu Chuan cherished about Chu Xiaoyu. Upon witnessing this familiar scene once more, he was suddenly transported back to his previous life, his heart swelling with emotion. Chapter 32. It's good that you didn't tea here. In an instant, Liu Chuan's gaze towards Chu Xiaoyu was filled with tenderness and longing. Chu Xiaoyu, under his gaze, felt a tinge of embarrassment, her cheeks flushing slightly as her fingers nervously twirled in front of her. At this moment, she realized that her previous actions had been somewhat impulsive. Without Liu Chuan's consent, she had taken it upon herself to arrange his bedding, such a personal item. A boy, especially one as exceptional as Liu Chuan, surely would not appreciate a plain girl like herself meddling with his bed, would he? She felt a swell of anxiety, fearing that Liu Chuan might be upset with her. After a lengthy pause, Chu Xiaoyu finally mustered the courage to lift her head, stammering, I'm sorry. I saw how quickly you were learning and felt as if I couldn't be of any assistance." As she spoke, her gaze fell to the ground, her tone laced with regret. "So, when I saw your bedding unmade, I just helped out a bit. Please, don't be angry, okay?" Her voice dwindled to a whisper, barely audible. She fidgeted with her fingers, apprehensive that Liu Chuan might chastise her. Yet, considering all that she could offer him, it seemed that arranging his bedding was all she could do. With that thought, a heaviness settled in her chest, and her enchanting eyes glistened with unshed tears. She braced herself for the possibility of Liu Chuan's disdain, her little hands clenched tightly, filled with both fear and stubbornness. However, to her surprise, Liu Chuan merely chuckled softly. "Silly girl, Why are you apologizing? He reached out to gently tousle her silky hair, speaking tenderly. Thanks to you, my bedding is made. I can't fold it to save my life, and my mom has scolded me countless times. But today, thanks to your help, I want to hear the end of it from her, haha. His casual words sparked a flicker of joy in Chu Xiaoyu's eyes, and she immediately raised her head, her expression brightening with delight. How wonderful. Liu Chuan wasn't upset with her. In fact, she had been of help to him. Observing the surprise in her gaze, Liu Chuan couldn't help but feel amused. This little girl was indeed easy to please. A few kind words, and she was overjoyed. He smiled again, continuing to tease. And do you think I could keep learning at this pace? I never used to be this good. Upon hearing this, a trace of confusion crossed Chu Xiaoyu's face. Indeed, Liu Chuan had not been this impressive before. Liu Chuan locked eyes with her, a playful grin on his lips. Do you know why that is? Chu Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, then gently shook her head. At that moment, Liu Chuan leaned closer to her ear, blowing softly and whispering. It's because you're here with me, allowing my thoughts to flow so clearly. Chu Xiaoyu was left speechless. The gentle breath against her ear sent delightful shivers down her spine, and a delicate blush crept up her cheeks. She didn't perceive Liu Chuan's actions as inappropriate. Instead, her heart swelled with pure joy. She had never considered just how valuable she could be to Liu Chuan. It felt incredible. With a radiant smile, revealing sweet dimples on her cheeks, she looked up and exclaimed, Then, I'll help you with your bedding from now on. She could accompany you in your studies, as long as you need me. The words hung in the air, leaving Liu Chuan momentarily speechless, observing his prolonged silence. Chu Xiaoyu finally realized the weight of her words, her cheeks flushing with warmth akin to a kettle ready to boil. How utterly mortifying. What was I just saying? Helping Liu Chuan make his bed, being by his side? This. Chu Xiaoyu panicked, her fingers fidgeting nervously against her chest, her heart racing with unease. Liu Chuan wouldn't despise me for such words, would he? The thought sent a shiver of fear through her. Just then, a gentle tap echoed as Liu Chuan playfully flicked her forehead, smiling. All right then, let us have more exchanges. All right then, let us have more exchanges. The phrases echoed in Chu Xiaoyu's ears, making her doubt her senses. She pressed her slightly flushed forehead, her heart pounding as if it might leap from her chest. Taking several deep breaths, she still dared not meet Liu Chuan's gaze, although nothing had transpired between them. The silly Chu Xiaoyu felt her mind go blank. She could not comprehend the emotions woven into those words. Her small hands clenched tightly together, her insides a tumult of anxiety. As the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate, a sudden knock at the door jolted Chu Xiaoyu upright, heat flooding her cheeks. Liu Chuan, with a resigned sigh, moved to open the door. At that moment, Jiang Mei entered, glancing at the flushed Chu Xiaoyu and then at the composed Liu Chuan, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her eyes. After all, she was well aware of Liu Chuan's charm, having seen it unfold before her. This lad certainly had his ways. It appeared he was destined for success. Jiang Mei smiled softly at Chu Xiaoyu, saying, Dear, it's past 6 o'clock. You shouldn't leave just yet. Stay for dinner. Upon hearing the time, Chu Xiaoyu was startled and quickly rose to her feet. She glanced out the window, noticing that night had already fallen. She had realized how swiftly time had flown while she was with Liu Chuan. However, it was the weekend, and she was supposed to look after her younger sister at home. It would be unfair to burden her grandmother further. Turning to Jiang Mei, she softly replied, No. It's all right, Auntie, thank you. I need to go home to prepare dinner for my grandmother and sister. I must return. Hearing this, Jiang Mei felt a pang of sadness. At 17 or 18, most girls are cherished like precious jewels. But what about Chu Xiaoyu? She still had to cook for her grandmother and sister. It mirrored Jiang Mei's own youth all too perfectly. All right then, come again next time, dear. I will be waiting for you, Jiang Mei said with a gentle smile, suddenly playfully scolding Liu Chuan. You should have seen her off after she helped you with your studies. Liu Chuan's lips twitched as he sighed. Mom, I was going to see her off. Am I not your beloved son? Then hurry, it's dark already. A beautiful girl like Xiaoyu shouldn't be out alone, Jiang Mei replied, continuing her playful reprimand. Liu Chuan, aware that he could not prevail against his mother, chose not to engage in further debate and instead tugged at Chu Xiaoyu's sleeve, leading her out the door. Throughout their journey, Chu Xiaoyu silently trailed beside Liu Chuan, her lips sealed. The atmosphere that had lingered in the room moments before remained vividly etched in her memory. A mere recollection sent warmth flooding to her cheeks, leaving her tongue-tied. As they approached the bus station, passers-by bustled about, and the cacophony of honking cars reverberated around them. It was then that Chu Xiaoyu summoned her courage, inhaled deeply, clenched her fists, and stammered, Liu Chuan. Just now, please don't misunderstand. What? Liu Chuan inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. He had assumed that her silence stemmed from shyness, not realizing it was a whirlpool of unfounded thoughts. Chu Xiaoyu paused, her voice barely above a whisper as she continued. What I mean is, if you need it, I can always help you make your bed and keep you company while you study. As the words spilled forth, she sensed a misstep in her expression, feeling as though she had only exacerbated her plight. Her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red, and she shook her head vigorously, her feet tapping in distress. Her gaze towards Liu Chuan filled with a mixture of pleading and sorrow. Liu Chuan, I didn't mean it that way. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, stammering as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. A heaviness settled in her chest, a fear that her impulsiveness would drive Liu Chuan to distance himself from her forever. Yet, in that moment, Liu Chuan suddenly chuckled, turning his gaze towards her. About that. To be honest, I didn't catch what you said. I suggest you speak a bit louder next time. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoyu lifted her head, a flicker of surprise illuminating her eyes, and relief washed over her. Clenching her small fists, she internally exhaled, grateful that he hadn't heard her awkwardness. Thank goodness. He didn't hear after all. Chapter 33. Good night. I understand now. Chu Xiaoyu nodded deeply, feeling considerably more relaxed. Observing her reaction, Liu Chuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This girl, as if he hadn't heard her at all. Yet, Liu Chuan was acutely aware that their time together had been too brief. It was simply not the right moment. The innocent girl, burdened by the weight of life and deeply entrenched in her own insecurities, could neither comprehend nor dare to contemplate matters of the heart. The air between them was imbued with an awkward and youthful naivety. It was better left unspoken. Once articulated, Chu Xiaoyu would undoubtedly retreat in fear, deliberately avoiding him. Thus, in this moment, Liu Chuan chose to feign ignorance. They strolled slowly to the bus station, where vehicles traversed the platform. Chu Xiaoyu stared blankly at the distant stream of cars. Suddenly, Liu Chuan recalled that he had long since tucked away a small, handy phone meant for Chu Xiaoyu. After being interrupted by his mother and focusing on Chu Xiaoyu's emotional state, he had completely forgotten about it. He gently patted her shoulder, retrieved the small phone, and handed it to her with a smile, saying, Here, this is for you. With this, it will be much easier for us to stay in touch. Chu Xiaoyu turned her head to see Liu Chuan holding a relatively new small phone, her eyes widening in surprise. While the phone was not particularly expensive and was already on the brink of obsolescence in 2008, for Chu Xiaoyu, it was an exceptionally rare item. Surely, it must cost at least a couple of hundred yuan, something she had never dared to even imagine. It was far too precious. She gazed at it, momentarily tempted to accept it. After all, if she wanted to hear Liu Chuan's voice, she could simply make a call. How convenient that would be. Yet, no. Liu Chuan had already been so generous to her. Beyond performing a few minor favors, she felt she could offer him nothing in return. To accept such an extravagant gift, it was beyond her comprehension. Chu Xiaoyu gently shook her head, saying no. I can't accept it. It's too valuable. For the first time, she looked earnestly into Liu Chuan's eyes without trepidation, whispering, Liu Chuan, you are too kind to me. I what? Liu Chuan interrupted, not giving her a chance to explain. It's not new. My mother asked me to give it to you. Fine, if you don't want it. I shall just throw it away. After all, it's merely my mother's insignificant gesture. Liu Chuan feigned indifference, extending his hand as if to toss the small phone into a nearby trash bin. Alarmed, Chu Xiaoyu quickly reached out to catch it, her face paling as she exclaimed, Don't throw it away. She was genuinely distressed. This was a heartfelt gift from his mother. How could he so nonchalantly discard it? Do you want it? Liu Chuan inquired, seizing the small phone back from her grasp and making a show of preparing to discard it. If you don't want it, I have no use for it either. It would only end up in the trash. His tone suggested a hint of regret as he sighed dramatically. Upon observing Liu Chuan sigh and feign a throw, Chu Xiaoyu anxiously clenched her fingers together. She stamped her foot, expressing her distress. Liu Chuan, I want it. Is that not permissible? Please don't toss it away. I beg you. Her small face drooped, and her enchanting eyes glistened with unshed tears. Liu Chuan then clapped his hands and smiled. Now, that is more like it. He cast a glance at Chu Xiaoyu, finding quiet amusement in her demeanor. This girl, it seemed, would require a firmer hand when it came to receiving gifts. Otherwise, with her stubborn temperament, a little pressure was indeed necessary. Here, take it, Liu Chuan said, handing the small phone to Chu Xiaoyu. She cradled it delicately in her palms, fearful of damaging it, though reluctant. Receiving such a novel item brought her a flicker of joy. This was Liu Chuan's kindness towards her, a manifestation of her aunt's goodwill. She understood it all too well. As the bus continued to be delayed, Liu Chuan began instructing Chu Xiaoyu on how to power the device on and off, as well as how to send text messages. He then pulled out his own phone, chuckling, "Jot this down. This is my number. And here is our homeroom teacher's number." Chu Xiaoyu clumsily pressed the keys, saving Liu Chuan's number, then looked up, her eyes sparkling like blossoms, and asked, Can I save just yours?" Liu Chuan was momentarily taken aback, but nodded, "That is permissible. Yet what if you need to contact someone else?" Chu Xiaoyu blushed and replied, I wouldn't seek anyone else. I would only contact you." Before Liu Chuan could respond, the bus arrived. In a flurry, Chu Xiaoyu struggled with the old-fashioned phone, worried it would be crushed in her backpack or lost in her pocket, ultimately deciding to hold it tightly in her hand. She waved at Liu Chuan before hurriedly boarding the bus. Watching the bus carry Chu Xiaoyu away, Liu Chuan slowly turned to head home. Upon arriving, a wave of fatigue washed over him. He had concentrated intensely on his math work, and the release from that state brought on tiredness swiftly. Liu Chuan collapsed onto his bed, and around 10 o'clock, his phone suddenly rang. Groggily, he opened his eyes and glanced at the caller ID. A rush of recognition surged through him as he answered, "Hello? This is Liu Chuan." "Yes, I know," came the reply, followed by an extended silence. Then, Chu Yuyu's voice came through the line, stuttering Liu Chuan. Good night." Her hesitant words traversed the airwaves. Perhaps she had much to express about the day, yet when it came time to speak, all that emerged were those two simple words. Liu Chuan smiled. He understood that the language between individuals could be profoundly different. Chu Yoyu's words were awkward yet sincere. A simple good night encapsulated the morning sun she had first encountered, the midday anxiety she felt, and the youthful innocence of the evening. In essence, those two words conveyed everything Chu Xiaoyu wished to say. "Good night," Liu Chuan echoed softly. Chapter 34. The New School Bell. Chu Xiaoyu in the blink of an eye, Monday arrived. In Class 2 of the senior year, Zhang Jun rested his head on the desk, struggling to keep his eyes open. Had he known, he would have gone to bed earlier the previous night. Alas! At that moment, Lubin entered the classroom and, upon seeing Zhang Jun's lethargic state, immediately chuckled. "Oh, Brother Jun, you're here so early? Alas! I might as well have come later," Zhang Jun lamented, continuing to doze at his desk. After all, the morning self-study session hadn't commenced yet. If he wished to sleep, he could do so without anyone intervening. Observing Zhang Jun's listlessness, Lubin pondered for a moment before asking, "Brother Jun, guess whom I just ran into?" "Who?" Zhang Jun inquired with a hint of urgency. "Jiang Yuan and Guo Fei," Lubin proclaimed, his face alight with amusement as he watched Zhang Jun instantly sit up straight, a spark of concern igniting within him. "Those two rascals didn't trouble you, did they?" Zhang Jun asked anxiously. Lubin shook his head. "No, not at all. In fact, after they saw me, they scurried away like frightened mice." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun slapped the desk with a resounding thud, elated. "Damn. Now that is satisfying. It should have been like this all along. This is all thanks to Liu Chuan. After winning that match, now Jiang Yuan and Guo Fei, along with their athletic cohort, have to steer clear of our top-class boys." Suddenly, Zhang Jun's fatigue evaporated, and he eagerly engaged in conversation with the other boys who had just entered, animatedly discussing the matter. "Damn, what a relief. Thanks to Liu Chuan, our top class has finally vented its frustrations. The athletes have truly lost face." In a moment, a group of boys gathered, chattering excitedly, each displaying a fervent sense of indignation. Amidst their banter, Lubin's gaze inadvertently drifted outside the window. The figures below moved swiftly. There was nothing particularly captivating, yet at that instant, his pupils constricted, and he stood transfixed. This girl is truly stunning. Clad in a simple school uniform that swayed gracefully, she exuded a vibrant and lively aura. Standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, her cheeks bore a subtle blush for reasons unknown, complemented by a straight nose, rosy lips, and a rounded chin. Most striking of all, beneath her airy bangs, a pair of almond-shaped eyes blinked gently, their clarity and transparency captivating, while her silky hair cascaded down her shoulders. "Wow, When did our school have such a beauty? Liu Bin couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Hearing this, Zhang Jun scoffed, utterly unconvinced. You've fallen for another pretty face, haven't you? I swear, as long as she's a girl, you find her attractive. Liu Bin's face flushed with embarrassment. Brother Jun, you may doubt my taste, but do not question my goddess. Just see for yourself. Fine, I'll take a look. I want to see what kind of taste you have, Zhang Jun chuckled, moving to the window to peer down. He remained skeptical. After spending 3 years at the school, he believed the most beautiful school belle he had encountered was merely average. How stunning could she possibly be? Was she truly worth your startled reaction? Shaking his head, he lowered his gaze, and as his eyes locked onto that figure, he was instantly struck, frozen in awe. She truly was beautiful. The simple school uniform, when worn, radiates an aura of innocence, particularly accentuated by her bright, peach blossom-like eyes. The moment one gazes upon her, it feels akin to being bathed in the warmth of winter sunlight, enveloping one in a comforting glow. Zhang Jun, taken aback, exclaimed, "Guys, she is truly a goddess. She seems somewhat familiar, but I can't quite place her." Upon hearing this, the other boys immediately gathered around, peering out the window. "Wow, she is stunning. I hereby declare her the new school beauty." "I concur, but do any of you know her name?" The group of boys chattered excitedly, their eyes wide with astonishment. Suddenly, one sharp-eyed individual spotted a familiar figure standing beside the girl. He gasped, "No way. Isn't that Liu Chuan next to the goddess?" Hearing this, Zhang Jun and Liu Bin turned their gaze as well. "Indeed, it's Liu Chuan," Zhang Jun exclaimed, a hint of envy in his eyes. "What the heck? Is he secretly dating someone behind our backs?" Liu Bin clenched his fists, feeling a mix of envy and bitterness. "Damn it, this can't be real." We agreed to remain single together. The two exchanged glances. Although reluctant to admit it, witnessing the goddess's bashful demeanor beside Liu Chuan suggested that it might indeed be true. "Let us go ask them," Zhang Jun urged, pulling Liu Bin along as they stealthily made their way to the stairwell. Meanwhile, Liu Chuan and Chu Xiaoyu ascended the stairs side by side. Chu Xiaoyu remained her usual self. As they approached the classroom door, she quickened her pace. However, just a couple of steps in, she collided with the sneaky Zhang Jun and Liu Bin. Upon encountering their scrutinizing gazes, Chu Xiaoyu immediately lowered her head, feeling awkward and frozen in place. Zhang Jun studied her intently, but still failed to recognize her. So he leaned closer to Liu Chuan and whispered, "Chuan, is this your girlfriend?" "Who is she?" Liu Bin chimed in with a sly grin. "Chuan, you're not being loyal, secretly dating without us knowing?" It was then that Liu Chuan realized that their presence had exposed him and Chu Xiaoyu. He was mildly surprised that she had not been recognized. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, he had seen Chu Xiaoyu at her most beautiful, while their classmates still remembered her in her usual disheveled state. It was only natural that they wouldn't recognize her. Liu Chuan shrugged and chuckled. "What are you all talking about? Girlfriend? Don't accuse me falsely." He quickly ensured that Chu Xiaoyu was not exposed, and she cast him a grateful glance. Yet, a twinge of disappointment crept into her heart. Was being his girlfriend really such a bad thing? She silently lowered her head, feeling a swirl of emotions. At that moment, Liu Chuan pointed to Chu Xiaoyu and said with a smile, "This is Chu Xiaoyu." She merely changed her hairstyle. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun and Liu Bin turned their attention back to Chu Xiaoyu and instantly recognized her. The worn-out school uniform was a clear indication, although she had transformed. Upon closer inspection, her features unmistakably belonged to Chu Xiaoyu. Due to Chu Xiaoyu's low presence and her somewhat disheveled appearance, her peers had never taken the time to truly observe her face. It was only now that they realized she was a beauty rivaling even the most sought-after girls in school. With this newfound understanding, their gazes towards Liu Chuan brimmed with envy. Liu Chuan truly possesses discerning taste. How could they have overlooked this? Zhang Jun and Liu Bin exchanged mischievous glances with Liu Chuan, whispering, "Chuanzi, you've outdone yourself. You've uncovered our class's hidden beauty." Upon hearing their comments, Chu Xiaoyu felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Clenching her fists, she dashed back to the classroom, burying her head as she took her seat. Her classmates, noticing her entrance, were momentarily taken aback. "Is this really Chu Xiaoyu? I never noticed she was this beautiful." "Indeed, she has grown more stunning." "Wait, have you heard? She came in with Liu Chuan. Do you think they might be dating?" "No way." Suddenly, whispers erupted among the students. Chu Xiaoyu instinctively lowered her head further, as this was the first time she had garnered such attention. Her fingers fidgeted nervously together. Being complimented on her beauty brought her a measure of joy. At least now. Standing beside Liu Chuan, no one perceived a discord. Yet, the fact that her companionship with Liu Chuan had been noticed left her feeling flustered. Chu Xiaoyu shook her head and opened her English book, determined to memorize vocabulary. However, after a period of concentration, she often found herself lost, forgetting what she had just read. A book that usually captivated her attention now felt utterly ungraspable. She sat there, pen poised tightly in her hand, her mind swirling with the echoes of her classmates speculating about her potential romance with Liu Chuan. Chapter 35. Chocolate and spicy cabbage. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her fair complexion began to flush, and her heart raced fervently. At 18, though still naive and inexperienced, she was not entirely oblivious to matters of the heart. Chu Xiaoyu had watched her fair share of youthful idol dramas, understanding that romance should be a blend of sweet and sour sensations. Thus, when she heard whispers of her relationship with Liu Chuan, a flicker of joy sparked within her, swiftly followed by an overwhelming sense of concern. With a conflicted grip on her pen, Chu Xiaoyu was not particularly afraid of being misunderstood or subjected to gossip. However, she felt that her association with Liu Chuan might bring him undue hardship. After all, Liu Chuan was exceptionally talented and would undoubtedly attract many remarkable girls. But what about herself? Aside from her academic pursuits, she possessed little of merit. She felt utterly unworthy of Liu Chuan. With a wistful sigh, she lowered her gaze, a hint of despondency shimmering in her enchanting eyes. At that moment, Liu Chuan entered the classroom and settled into his seat, stealing a glance at him. She felt her heart settle into a serene calm upon beholding his handsome visage. She could not fathom why, but whenever Liu Chuan was near, the tumult of her worries seemed to dissipate, if only temporarily. The memories of Liu Chuan's kindness enveloped her thoughts, and she clenched her fists, resolving silently to treat him with utmost care, irrespective of whether she deserved it, seeking no rewards in return. With this in mind, Chu Xiaoyu reached into her bag and retrieved a jar of spicy cabbage, a culinary creation she had prepared herself the previous day. She had initially intended to present it to Liu Chuan that morning but had hesitated, feeling shy about revealing it. Yet now, an overwhelming desire to share it with him surged within her. Her grandmother had once remarked that such delicacies were quite popular in Binqing and that her culinary skills were commendable. She was certain Liu Chuan would relish it. As she envisioned Liu Chuan's delighted smile, she slowly rose to approach his desk. Just then, her gaze fell upon the English class representative, gracefully striding over with a cheerful demeanor, taking a seat right in front of Liu Chuan. The sight caused Chu Xiaoyu to freeze momentarily as she instinctively concealed the jar of spicy cabbage behind her. The English class representative held a large bag of chocolate in her hands. "Here you go, Liu Chuan. This is for you, a token of gratitude for all your help." She beamed, placing the bag in front of him. "My mother brought these from Xinjiang. Do give them a try." Liu Chuan accepted the chocolates with a smile, replying, "Thanks. For such a small favor, you've given me so much chocolate. Be sure to call on me again next time you need help." "Oh, Liu Chuan, you're such a tease. I will definitely call you. You're the most reliable." The English class representative chuckled, waving her hand dismissively. At that moment, several boys observed the exchange and began to tease. "Hey, what about us? Aren't we getting any? Do you really think there's anything for you? Chocolate is typically a gift for one's boyfriend. But today isn't Valentine's Day, is it? You don't understand. When love is present, every day is like Valentine's Day." A few boys chuckled in agreement. The English class representative's cheeks flushed crimson as she indignantly exclaimed, "Oh, you're all being ridiculous. There's nothing going on. I'm merely expressing gratitude to Liu Chuan." Witnessing this scene, Chu Xiaoyu quietly took her seat, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. She discreetly tucked a jar of spicy pickled cabbage beneath her desk. Suddenly, Chu Xiaoyu felt a wave of self-pity wash over her. How could she possibly present pickled cabbage as a gift? Everyone else offers chocolate. Yet, she didn't even know what chocolate tasted like. With a soft sigh, she lowered her head, a sense of heaviness returning to her chest. Just then, Liu Chuan nudged a few boys aside and laughed. "Come on, guys, stop talking nonsense. I'm merely helping out. If you want something, why don't you lend a hand to the young lady?" They were merely causing a ruckus. How tiresome. Upon hearing this, the rowdy boys fell silent. However, Chu Xiaoyu remained despondent, her gaze fixated downward, oblivious to her surroundings. Suddenly, a large hand appeared, placing something on her desk. Startled, Chu Xiaoyu looked up to find it was Liu Chuan, and her heart skipped a beat, yet a flicker of joy ignited within her. "Here, Have some, Liu Chuan said with a smile, shoving a generous handful of chocolates into her hands. Staring blankly at the chocolates, Chu Xiaoyu was momentarily at a loss for words. Liu Chuan then unwrapped a piece and, without hesitation, placed it in her mouth. Chu Xiaoyu let out a soft sound of surprise, her doe-like eyes shimmering with indignation, yet she swallowed the chocolate. It was milk chocolate, sweet and infused with a rich creaminess. In that instant, warmth flooded her heart, and the heaviness in her chest began to dissipate. The English class representative had gifted Liu Chuan chocolate, and now he had returned the gesture to her. Did that imply that many things are not as she had perceived? Chu Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, her spirits lifting considerably. She couldn't quite fathom why she was so affected by these thoughts. Perhaps it was merely her overthinking, which was rather delightful yet. She still dared not reveal the jar of pickled cabbage hidden beneath her desk, her delicate hands shielding it from Liu Chuan's sight. But in the next moment, Liu Chuan grinned and pointed at her small hands, chuckling. Are you hiding something? I saw it just now. Why not show it to me? Chapter 36. Spicy Kimchi. Crunchy and crisp. Upon hearing those words, Chu Xiaoyu lowered her head, feeling a touch of embarrassment as she retrieved the jar of spicy kimchi from beneath the table. This was a creation born of her late-night efforts. To avoid overwhelming her younger sister, Yu Wei, she had ventured alone to the dark balcony to pickle the vegetables, her eyes stinging from the pungent fumes. Although the kimchi was of modest quality, it brimmed with Chu Xiaoyu's heartfelt intentions. Yet, regardless of the depth of her sincerity, she could not help but feel it paled in comparison to the luxurious chocolates from Hong Kong. With her head bowed, she felt increasingly self-conscious. How naive she was. With Liu Chuan's affluent background, how could he possibly appreciate something like this? Slowly, she placed the jar of kimchi onto the desk, her small hands instinctively shielding it out of insecurity. The jar itself was repurposed from a long-ago consumed glass can, saved specifically for her pickling endeavors. Initially, Chu Xiaoyu thought little of it, but presenting it to Liu Chuan made her feel a wave of embarrassment, her cheeks flushing and her heart growing heavy with anxiety. Just then, however, Liu Chuan reached for the glass jar, his face lighting up with delight as he opened it to inhale the aroma, exclaiming, "How did you know I love this? Did you make it just for me? Chu Xiaoyu, you are too kind." With a beaming smile, he gazed at the bashful Chu Xiaoyu. "Really? Really?" she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with surprise, especially upon hearing his words of praise. The heaviness in her chest dissipated. Her small hands clenched in excitement, a subtle smile gracing her lips, revealing the faintest dimples. Liu Chuan nodded earnestly. Of course it's true. As he glanced at the vibrant red oil within the jar, he casually picked up a piece of kimchi and popped it into his mouth. The crisp sound of his chewing echoed as a wave of intense heat surged through him, causing his face to flush. Yet, he still gave Chu Xiaoyu a thumbs up, proclaiming, "This kimchi is truly flavorful." Initially worried that Liu Chuan might not handle spicy food, Chu Xiaoyu lifted her gaze in surprise upon hearing his words, asking, "Really? Really? You truly enjoy it?" Liu Chuan, fighting back the urge to shed a tear, nodded gently. "Then, I will keep making it for you," Chu Xiaoyu declared earnestly. Liu Chuan's fingers twitched slightly, but he ultimately nodded in agreement. Chu Xiaoyu mirrored his enthusiastic nod, her expression radiant with joy. In that brief moment, her emotions soared like a roller coaster. Witnessing Liu Chuan receiving chocolates, she felt her own kimchi was too humble to compare, her heart heavy with grievance. However, when Liu Chuan approached her, offering to share the chocolates, she realized her worries were unfounded, and her heart swelled with sweetness, tinged with a hint of creaminess. Finally, when Liu Chuan expressed his fondness for the kimchi and requested that she continue making it for him, Chu Xiaoyu experienced a profound joy in being acknowledged and appreciated. At last, she possesses a skill that could captivate Liu Chuan indefinitely. Chu Xiaoyu's heart is indeed diminutive, so small that ever since Liu Chuan entered her life, her thoughts have been consumed solely by him. In short, the fact that her homemade spicy cabbage could win Liu Chuan's approval fills her with immense joy. With excitement, Chu Xiaoyu clenched her fist, her gaze eagerly fixed on Liu Chuan, longing to see him indulge in more of the spicy dish. The crisp sound of his chewing resonated in her ears, a melody she found particularly delightful. Liu Chuan, feeling the weight of her stare, glanced at the jar filled with vibrant red chili oil and swallowed hard. He touched his still tingling throat, pondering that if he were to eat any more, it might very well cost him his life. As he turned his head, he noticed a group of curious boys in the back row. Zhang Jun and Liu Bin among them, all looking intently in their direction, prompting him to formulate a plan. Chu Xiaoyu, noticing Liu Chuan's gaze shift, instinctively followed his line of sight. To her surprise, she realized that the boys in the back row were fixated on them. It dawned on her that perhaps she had grown too close to Liu Chuan in class. She tightened her fingers in self-reproach, reminding herself that she had previously vowed to maintain a distance from him while at school. How could she have succumbed to such feelings? Flustered, she lowered her head, feeling a weight in her chest. She was reluctant to be the reason for any disruption in Liu Chuan's social interactions. Her standing in class was not particularly favorable. Now that Liu Chuan was so near her, the influence could only be detrimental. After a moment of hesitation, she sighed and looked at Liu Chuan, her voice barely above a whisper. Liu Chuan, perhaps you should return to your seat. Everyone is watching, and it could negatively affect you. Her voice was faint, yet Liu Chuan heard her clearly. He was taken aback by how sensitive this seemingly simpleton girl could be. A mere gesture from him had led her to such depths of contemplation. A pang of emotion struck Liu Chuan, and he thought to himself that this ongoing distance was not sustainable. Ultimately, it was evident that Chu Xiaoyu was too detached from the collective, and he needed to help her integrate. With a glance at the jar of spicy cabbage, Liu Chuan smiled, recognizing it as an opportune moment. He contemplated for a moment before waving at the boys in the back row. After all, they were all having breakfast, and sharing some spicy cabbage would be just perfect. Zhang Jun, come and try some. Chu Xiaoyu made it herself. Zhang Jun paused for a moment, pointing at himself in disbelief, before finally responding, all right. I'll give it a try. He stood up to approach, but Lu Bin mischievously grabbed Zhang Jun's arm. Hey, let's go together. I want to taste it too. Lu Bin licked his lips, having a penchant for spicy food from his hometown in Sichuan, and was unable to resist the temptation. With Lu Bin's invitation, the group of boys in the back row could no longer remain seated. They all clamored to taste the spicy cabbage. They had never really paid attention to Chu Xiaoyu before, and after 2 or 3 years as classmates, they were surprised to discover that she was a hidden beauty. Naturally, they could not miss the chance to support her. Before long, the boys in the class began to gather around, each vying to grab some spicy cabbage from the jar in Liu Chuan's hands. Observing this scene, Chu Xiaoyu, who had initially felt anxious and worried about disturbing Liu Chuan, suddenly displayed a complex expression in her enchanting peach blossom eyes. For the first time amidst the crowd, she found herself devoid of restlessness. In that moment, due to a small jar of spicy kimchi, Chu Xiaoyu experienced a peculiar sensation for the very first time. It was a feeling that defied description, but if one had to articulate it, it was the sense of acceptance by the group. Zhang Jun and Lu Bin exhibited a commendable tolerance for spice. After partaking in a few pieces of kimchi, they raised their thumbs in approval towards Chu Xiaoyu. Delicious. Who would have thought you possessed such culinary skills? Chu Xiaoyu. Not only are you beautiful, but you are also quite adept. Chu Xiaoyu, feeling bashful, lowered her head, yet warmth flooded her heart. Chuanzi, I've heard that a wife with excellent cooking skills is hard to come by. Seize the opportunity, Chuanzi. What nonsense are you spouting? Chuanzi is no fool. He has already seized the chance. A group of boys chimed in, playfully nudging Liu Chuan and beginning their teasing. Liu Chuan scratched his head, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoyu bowed her head, her heart racing, her cheeks flushed like a kettle reaching a boil, turning a bright crimson. What does this mean? She couldn't shake the feeling that her relationship with Liu Chuan had been quietly accepted by their classmates. Does this mean that in the future, she need not fear being seen when approaching Liu Chuan? Chapter 37. Be good. Apply the eye drops after some contemplation. Chu Xiaoyu gently shook her head. She suddenly felt that her desires seemed to be insatiable. Clearly, the present circumstances were already quite satisfactory. How could she dare to yearn for more? Chu Xiaoyu continued to shake her head, convinced that maintaining the status quo was sufficient. As long as she could stay close to Liu Chuan, that was enough for her. She was not naive. She understood that Liu Chuan had called upon their classmates to assist her in integrating into the class. With her palms slightly clenched, her doe-like eyes gazed at Liu Chuan, filled with gratitude. She softly murmured a thank you to his retreating figure, a whisper meant solely for her ears. Before long, the crowd dispersed. The morning reading session was about to commence, and the students returned to their seats, retrieving their books to prepare for the lesson. At that moment, Liu Chuan approached once more, a bottle of eye drops in hand. He had noticed earlier that Chu Xiaoyu's eyes were red, but had thought little of it. Assuming she simply hadn't tea rested well the previous night, upon seeing the jar of spicy pickles, he surmised that she had likely been affected by the chili oil. That fiery red oil was intolerable even for the throat. let alone the eyes, and Liu Chuan felt a pang of sympathy. Be good, apply the eye drops. Liu Chuan instructed. Upon hearing the word good, Chu Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed, feeling somewhat bashful. Yet, the fact that Liu Chuan cared for her eyes, such a minor detail, brought her a measure of joy. And no, it's all right. Chu Xiaoyu shyly waved her hand. However, Liu Chuan frowned, his expression assertive. Hurry up, lift your head. Do you want to lose your eyesight? At his stern command, Chu Xiaoyu felt a twinge of grievance. Succumbing to Liu Chuan's authoritative request, she slowly raised her gaze. Their eyes met, and Liu Chuan's warm breath brushed against her face, causing her to feel even more embarrassed, considering the many classmates around them. Although they were all engaged in their morning reading, what if they noticed? With that thought, she instinctively wanted to lower her head. Yet, Liu Chuan's hand gently cradled the back of her neck. The cool eye drops trickled down her eyelid. Watching the reddened area of her eyelid, Liu Chuan felt a hint of sorrow. Chu Xiaoyu struggled, attempting to bow her head, but Liu Chuan applied a tender pressure, rendering her momentarily still, merely murmuring, I can do it myself, please. Liu Chuan, however, paid her no heed, gently massaging the corner of her eye, allowing the eye drops to cascade down. Through her slightly squinted eyelids, Chu Xiaoyu observed Liu Chuan's domineering yet gentle demeanor and realized that, unbeknownst to her, his image had frequently invaded her thoughts. Once the eye drops were fully administered, Liu Chuan lightly tapped her forehead and chuckled, little simpleton. With a hint of grievance, Chu Xiaoyu covered her forehead, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she softly protested, I'm not simple. Not simple? Yet. You managed to make your eyes sting with spicy pickles? Liu Chuan laughed, placing the bottle of eye drops on the desk. Here. Take a little for yourself when you get back. Chu Xiaoyu nodded gently, wiping away the moisture from the corners of her eyes. As Liu Chuan turned to return to his seat, he felt a gentle tug on the corner of his garments. It was Chu Xiaoyu. Wait, just a moment. She murmured, a hint of shyness in her voice. Liu Chuan glanced back. At that moment, Chu Xiaoyu retrieved a small jar from her backpack, containing more of the spicy cabbage. She handed it to Liu Chuan with a soft smile. I just finished eating this. Is for you and your mother. Liu Chuan nodded in acceptance, while Chu Xiaoyu, her cheeks flushed, turned her gaze away. At that instant, her mind was filled with the image of their eyes meeting. The sounds of reading in the classroom gradually grew louder, while the chilly winds of approaching winter whistled through the thin glass windows. For the first time, Chu Xiaoyu felt that the classroom was surprisingly warm as winter approached. However, the thought that Liu Chuan had just applied eye drops for her made her uneasy, as she was acutely aware that other classmates might have noticed. She began to worry. After all, the closeness she shared with Liu Chuan could lead to rumors. What if he decided to ignore her because of such whispers? These thoughts stirred a sense of panic within her. She chastised herself for being so clumsy, for allowing her eyes to become irritated. If only that hadn't happened, none of this would have unfolded. Lost in her thoughts, their homeroom teacher, Su Hong, entered the classroom, prompting Liu Chuan to hasten back to his seat. Yet, Su Hong noticed him returning from Chu Xiaoyu's desk, her gaze lingering on the girl. There was something peculiar about the way Chu Xiaoyu's cheeks were slightly flushed, and she seemed to have changed. Perhaps she was even more beautiful than before. Shaking her head, Su Hong glanced at Liu Chuan, who was engrossed in his studies, feeling a sense of doubt stirring within her. Could there be something more to their relationship? She quickly dismissed the idea. No way. It was utterly impossible for those two to be involved romantically. Just then, she observed that Chu Xiaoyu was subtly trembling after Su Hong's glance. Taken aback, Su Hong pondered if there truly was something amiss. This was unexpected. Liu Chuan and Chu Xiaoyu seemed worlds apart, unable to make sense of it. Su Hong chose to let it go, overwhelmed by the many responsibilities that came with her role as a homeroom teacher. As long as academic performance was not hindered, she had little interest in pursuing matters beyond that. Shaking her head, she approached the podium and cleared her throat, bringing an immediate silence over the class. She surveyed her students and announced solemnly, I have an important announcement. After discussions with the school leadership, we will be conducting a joint examination with 4 schools. This week's scheduled tests are canceled, and we will proceed directly with the joint examination. Is that understood? Today's planned lessons are canceled. Everyone prepare yourselves. Class monitor, please help arrange the desks and clear the classroom to set up for the examination. Chapter 38. Keep going. As the words fell, the entire class exchanged glances, a palpable sense of unease washing over them. A girl, her face etched with concern, exclaimed, Teacher, this is so sudden. I'm not prepared at all. Another boy chimed in. Indeed, Teacher Sue, I've been gathering materials for my essays, but I've fallen behind in English and math. At these remarks, many students nodded in agreement, their expressions betraying their apprehension as they looked towards Su Hong. Most of them had been diligently focusing on reviewing their weaker subjects, and such an unexpected joint examination could likely lead to subpar performances. This was a joint examination among 4 schools. If they faltered, the psychological impact could be significant. Su Hong, however, remained unfazed. All right, everyone faces challenges. This examination is meant to assess your true capabilities. Approach it with a calm mindset. With that, she offered no further explanation and began distributing the seating arrangements. Meanwhile, Liu Chuan, observing the worried faces of his classmates, felt no anxiety himself. He recalled that in his previous life, there hadn't been such a joint examination at this point in the 3rd year of high school. It appeared that, due to his rebirth, many subtle events were gradually shifting. Nevertheless, he had studied a bit over the weekend, and this was an excellent opportunity to gauge his current standing. As this thought crossed his mind, Liu Chuan glanced at Chu Xiaoyu, his fists tightening slightly. In his previous life, she had been the top student in the arts. He needed to put in more effort. Otherwise, the dream of attending the same university as her would be utterly unattainable. Given the chance to relive his life, Liu Chuan was determined not to part ways with Chu Xiaoyu during their university years. Having already engaged in her life, he resolved to be a part of her future as well. Before long, amidst the chorus of complaints from his classmates, the seating arrangements were rearranged. Although it was a joint examination, the hasty preparations left no time for cross-class arrangements. They merely shuffled the seating to prevent cheating. After a brief interval, the new seating was finalized. Chu Xiaoyu found herself seated in the last row, somewhat distant from Liu Chuan. She sat quietly, awaiting the exam with no hint of anxiety. Her balanced approach to all subjects rendered her unfazed by the sudden joint examination. However, seeing her classmates sighing and fretting, Chu Xiaoyu's fingers tightened slightly, her gaze hesitantly drifting towards Liu Chuan. Liu Chuan must be in need of encouragement at this moment, she thought foolishly. Compelled by her thoughts, she stood up, intending to approach him. Yet, as she took a step forward, she noticed several girls around Liu Chuan turning to him, engaging in cheerful conversation. Witnessing this scene, Chu Xiaoyu paused, slowly sinking back into her seat, her eyes glistening with disappointment. She lowered her head, took a deep breath, and began to recall the mathematical concepts one by one. What once seemed effortless before an exam now felt utterly unattainable. With each recollection, scenes of Liu Chuan and the other girls' laughter flashed through her mind. Eventually, Chu Xiaoyu could no longer restrain herself and turned to glance at Liu Chuan and the girls beside him. At that moment, a wave of foolishness washed over her, and she felt somewhat superfluous. Previously, she had been lost in thoughts, fearing the whispers that might circulate behind her back. How naive she had been, feeling unnecessary. Clearly, Liu Chuan must be kind to every girl. Turning back, Chu Xiaoyu touched her silky hair and then her tattered school uniform. A sense of disappointment enveloped her. She felt painfully ordinary. Even though she had become somewhat more attractive, standing near Liu Chuan only accentuated her sense of inadequacy. With this thought, she instinctively clenched her fingers, an unexplainable heaviness settling in her chest. She lowered her head, chastising herself for not being brave enough or talented enough. Just then, a large hand suddenly flicked her forehead gently. Chu Xiaoyu whimpered, covering her forehead. When she looked up, she was surprised to find Liu Chuan sitting right in front of her. For reasons unknown, the moment she caught sight of Liu Chuan's handsome face, the clouds of doubt in her heart dissipated, and the courage that had been interrupted suddenly coalesced. She gazed earnestly at Liu Chuan, her doe-like eyes shimmering with determination. Liu Chuan. Liu Chuan replied, puzzled. Let us do our best, Chu Xiaoyu murmured, her fair hand forming a tiny fist. Liu Chuan was momentarily taken aback. He had approached her, thinking she might be frightened by the sudden exam and wishing to offer some comfort to the little fool. To his surprise, she had taken the initiative to encourage him. Liu Chuan studied her intently. Although he could not articulate it, he sensed a change in Chu Xiaoyu. At the very least, she seemed a bit more proactive. He absent-mindedly stroked her silky hair and smiled. You should do your best too. If we both perform well, perhaps we could sit together. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Chu Xiaoyu's eyes. She nodded vigorously. The thought of possibly sitting next to Liu Chuan made her fingers clench with anticipation. Yet, amidst her excitement, there lingered a subtle hesitation. At that moment, Su Hong had just arranged the examination rooms for several classes and entered the classroom with the test papers. Upon entering, she noticed Chu Xiaoyu and Liu Chuan seated together. She blinked in disbelief, questioning whether she had misread the situation. When did these two become so close? Could it be that her previous suspicions were correct? With that thought, Su Hong shook her head vigorously. Surely, she was overthinking it. It was improbable. After all, Liu Chuan had helped Chu Xiaoyu so significantly. It was only natural for their relationship to improve slightly. Both of them are undoubtedly promising candidates for the college entrance examination in the class. Su Hong was reluctant to let her unreliable conjectures affect their performance. After a moment's contemplation, she gently cleared her throat. Upon noticing that the homeroom teacher had arrived, Liu Chuan promptly returned to his seat. In the next instant, Su Hong began distributing the mathematics examination papers. However, from the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Chu Xiaoyu's cheeks, which were faintly flushed. Su Hong's gaze flickered slightly, sensing that something was amiss. Yet, with the examination at hand, she chose not to dwell on it. After a brief pause, she resumed distributing the math test papers. As each paper found its way into the hands of the students, the examination bell chimed, enveloping the entire classroom in an atmosphere of solemnity. Chapter 39, All correct. Almost everyone furrowed their brows upon receiving their exam papers. Each student gripped their pens tightly, their expressions revealing a sense of despair, as none of them began to answer questions immediately. The first question on the paper left them utterly perplexed, devoid of any problem-solving strategies after gazing at it for several moments. Minutes passed, and many opted to skip the first question entirely, proceeding to work on the subsequent ones. Only then did the classroom fill with the sound of writing. Su Hong, seated cross-legged at the podium, swiftly scanned the exam content, gaining a preliminary understanding of its difficulty. Indeed, this examination was quite challenging. Not only were the questions difficult, but the tricky elements were deliberately positioned in peculiar places. Students with poor mental resilience would likely find their pacing disrupted. Considering the inherent difficulty of the questions, Su Hong surmised that the passing rate for this exam would likely be alarmingly low. She sighed, casting a concerned glance at her students, apprehensive that their morale might be adversely affected by this assessment. An hour had elapsed when Su Hong set down the exam paper and began to stroll around the examination room. She intentionally softened her footsteps. Yet many students were still disturbed, glancing up in alarm. Witnessing this, Su Hong frowned slightly. This indicated that numerous students had not yet entered a productive state after an hour, which was far from encouraging. Shaking her head, she approached the class monitor, Chen Fei, to assess his progress. Chen Fei had consistently ranked among the top students in mathematics, usually achieving around 130 out of a total of 160 on standard Jiangnan papers. However, as Su Hong approached him and peered over his shoulder, her brow furrowed in dismay. To her astonishment, the typically adept Chen Fei was still grappling with the final fill-in-the-blank question, having left several preceding ones unanswered. Su Hong let out a soft sigh. It appeared that very few would manage to pass this exam. Its difficulty was reminiscent of the challenging papers set by Gu Jun. She gently tapped Chen Fei's desk to signal the passage of time. Startled by the sudden interruption, Chen Fei tightened his grip on his pen, which emitted a sharp crack as it left a long scratch across the exam paper. He turned to Su Hong, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Overwhelmed by the complexity of the questions, he felt utterly blank, and the realization that his teacher had witnessed his struggle flushed his face with embarrassment. Su Hong shook her head, opting for silence as she moved away. Although the questions were difficult, it was a shared struggle. Chen Fei's state of mind left her somewhat disappointed. However, observing the collective anguish etched on the faces of the surrounding students, she recognized that this was not solely Chen Fei's fault. The formidable nature of the exam had indeed dealt a blow to their confidence. Disheartened, Su Hong prepared to return to the podium. Just then, from the corner of her eye, she noticed Liu Chuan nonchalantly dropping his pen with a loud thud, resting his head on the desk in slumber. Su Hong's frustration surged. The young lad has, incredibly, given up. Even if the questions are challenging, it is hardly justifiable to surrender after only an hour and resort to sleep, preparing to submit a blank paper. Liu Chuan has truly disappointed me. She glared, approached Liu Chuan, and whispered in a fit of anger, "Liu Chuan, you've given up after just an hour? This is unlike you. This is simply unacceptable." Liu Chuan, bewildered, lifted his head, his eyes still heavy with sleep. He had just completed the exam paper, mentally exhausted, finally able to catch a brief nap. He was now disturbed by Su Hong, which irked him slightly. Yawning, he said, "Teacher, I'm done." "Done?" Su Hong scoffed, utterly disbelieving. She pulled Liu Chuan's math test from his hands and coldly remarked, "I must see how you managed to finish." Liu Chuan, after the exam, should have his parents come in. However, as soon as she uttered those words and glanced at the paper, she was rendered speechless. The entire sheet was not the blank paper she had envisioned. Instead, it was filled to the brim and remarkably neat. Su Hong rubbed her eyes in disbelief. This cannot be. Liu Chuan's math has always been merely average. How could this be possible? Shaking her head, she scrutinized the specific content of the exam. Upon closer inspection, her mouth dropped open in astonishment. The first question, intended to disrupt focus, was actually solved? Surely it cannot be a fluke? Wait. There are solution steps beside it, and they are entirely correct. Su Hong, unconvinced, then scanned the fill-in-the-blank questions. Those few problems were ones even Chun Fei struggled with. Based on Liu Chuan's capabilities, he should not have solved them. Yet, as she focused, her self-doubt began to creep in. Wait, this question is also correct? She reviewed all the fill-in-the-blanks, glancing again and again, confirming repeatedly. Finally, she could hardly believe her eyes and gasped, All correct? With this revelation, Su Hong's initial anger over Liu Chuan's sleeping dissipated entirely. She immediately flipped to the back of the paper and meticulously checked Liu Chuan's short answer questions. Well, is this how to solve it? Hold on. I can't comprehend this step at all. This must be a higher mathematics solution, right? After Su Hong finished reviewing everything, she was utterly convinced that Liu Chuan had indeed completed the paper in an hour. Moreover, astonishingly, all of it was correct. Clutching the paper with excitement, she glanced at Liu Chuan's sleepy visage, feeling a surge of annoyance. Ultimately, she could only pat Liu Chuan's shoulder and coldly say, "Sleep on. But do not disturb your classmates." Liu Chuan murmured in acknowledgement and resumed his slumber. Su Hong, with an impassive expression, returned to the podium. Though a flicker of joy danced within her, it seemed that in this upcoming four-school joint examination, my class was about to unveil a dark horse. Just as Su Hong departed, sitting at the back, Chu Xiaoyu quietly lifted her head. She had just heard Su Hong speaking to Liu Chuan, but the words were too soft to decipher. Casting a worried glance at the slumbering Liu Chuan and then at their expressionless homeroom teacher, a slight tension gripped her heart. She felt that perhaps the questions were too challenging for Liu Chuan, and he might have faced reprimand from their homeroom teacher. After all, he had been working for over an hour, and even Chu Xiaoyu had only just managed to solve the last 3 complex problems. Although Liu Chuan had made rapid progress over the weekend, he was still in the early stages of his efforts. Chu Xiaoyu suspected that his score in this mathematics examination would not be particularly high. Contemplating this, she gently tightened her fingers, her alluring eyes hesitating as they turned towards the slumbering Liu Chuan. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Liu Chuan had mentioned that if they both performed exceptionally well, they could share a desk together. Ultimately, Chu Xiaoyu lowered her head and quietly set down her pen. She resolved to make an effort, not only for Liu Chuan, but also for the unexpressed feelings that lingered within her heart. Chapter 40. A perfect score? The entire morning was consumed by a single mathematics examination. The 2.5 hours of testing elapsed swiftly, the moment the bell rang. The rustle of writing ceased abruptly, leaving nearly all students with expressions of despair. It was arduous, exceedingly challenging. Many felt utterly lost. At that moment, however, Liu Chuan slowly opened his eyes, leisurely awakening from a restful slumber of an hour and a half. Refreshed, he reflected on his performance in the mathematics exam, which he believed had gone quite well. Since his rebirth, his logical reasoning abilities had markedly improved. Those mathematical problems that had once seemed insurmountable, devoid of any clear approach, could now be effortlessly dissected with merely a glance, revealing their concealed complexities. This sensation was both extraordinary and difficult to articulate. Mathematics is such that while the mind may grasp it, the soul does not always keep pace. For many problems, before he could even contemplate the process, the formulas and answers would spontaneously materialize before his eyes, leaving Liu Chuan to ponder the methodology. Nevertheless, having reviewed high school mathematics for only a weekend, deriving many processes proved to be somewhat cumbersome. Ultimately, he resorted to employing certain advanced mathematical techniques, thereby abbreviating numerous steps. However, he believed this would not pose a significant issue. With unwavering confidence, Liu Chuan completed the exam paper, estimating that on a total score of 160, he would likely achieve between 140 and 150 points. Any deductions would merely be for the steps, which were inconsequential. Upon this realization, Liu Chuan's demeanor remained remarkably serene, standing in stark contrast to the grim visages of his classmates. At that moment, Chu Xiaoyu cast a furtive glance in Liu Chuan's direction. Upon witnessing his tranquil expression, her anxiety began to dissipate. Clenching her fists, she exhaled softly. Surely, it should be fine, right? Liu Chuan must have completed all that he could. I left the last 2 questions unanswered. My score shouldn't be too much higher than his. Chu Xiaoyu murmured to herself, lowering her head as a flicker of anticipation danced in her eyes. The examinations for the 3rd year of high school were conducted with relentless urgency, providing students with little respite. After hastily consuming lunch, they had only half the usual time for a midday break before the English and history political examinations followed in quick succession. Liu Chuan approached the English exam with ease. After all, in his previous life, he had achieved high scores in both the CET 4 and CET 6, further enhancing his skills with IELTS training. Coupled with prior revision of high school vocabulary, the grammar of high school English was merely child's play for him, almost without pause. He completed the entire exam paper in just over 40 minutes. Estimating his performance, aside from a single uncertainty in the closed test and cautious expectations for the essay score, he believed he could secure approximately 101 points out of a total of 120. As for the subsequent history political exam, Liu Chuan felt equally assured. With his enhanced logical reasoning, those once elusive historical and political conundrums now appeared to him as rather simplistic verbal puzzles. Ideas flowed effortlessly, and in no time. He had also finished that exam paper. Although predicting scores in history and politics can be quite challenging, the issue with the dual A's is not overly concerning. On the first day of exams, Liu Chuan felt he performed admirably, surpassing his previous self. However, during the final Chinese language exam on the 2nd day, he was drenched in sweat. Upon seeing the test paper, he was momentarily bewildered. The classical literature and idiom explanations were areas he hadn't reviewed since his rebirth. And after 10 years, he had already returned every bit of knowledge to his Chinese teacher with interest. When it came to filling in the blanks for poetry, Liu Chuan was even more overwhelmed, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He was at a loss, completely at a loss. Liu Chuan began to question his own existence. Had he truly memorized these chaotic verses? He painstakingly worked through the exam until the bell rang, hastily putting down his pen. As he watched the test papers being collected, he let out a soft sigh, feeling certain he had performed poorly in Chinese. Initially, he had hoped to achieve a new personal best, but it seemed that was no longer possible. Meanwhile, as Liu Chuan wallowed in disappointment, the grading team, composed of senior high school teachers, had already commenced the evaluation of the papers. Since this was an impromptu standardized examination, the grading lacked particular rigor. The various subject teachers casually gathered in an office, forming a weary group to begin the marking process. The mathematics teachers, upon glancing at the vast expanses of blank responses, sighed in unison, their brows furrowed in dismay as they lamented the poor performance. One male teacher slammed his hand on the desk, exclaiming, "This is simply appalling. I clearly taught this material. They merely changed the form, yet all the answers are blank." As he spoke, he roughly flipped to the next stack of papers, gripping a red pen, ready to mark the next paper with a large, definitive cross. However, the moment the pen tip grazed the first paper, he paused in astonishment. Wait. The first question was actually correct. Could it be a coincidence? Skeptical, he continued grading, but with each subsequent answer, his jaw dropped further. Yes, correct again. Remarkably correct. But wait. This method of solution seemed somewhat perplexing. The male teacher began to question his own understanding, realizing that all the answers were derived from advanced mathematics. Moreover, the steps were flawless. Had there been even a slight miscalculation, he could have deducted some points. But now, all correct. The teacher sprang to his feet, inhaling deeply, exclaiming, "A perfect score? How is this possible?" The average score this time might not even reach passing. He warily surveyed the other grading teachers, discreetly tearing open the roster, glancing at the class listed above. Senior Class 2, the Humanities Elite Class. It was, astonishingly, a humanities class. The teacher, feeling defeated, slumped back into his seat. He taught a science class. Yet here he was, grading papers, and the only perfect score belonged to Su Hong's Humanities Elite Class. He shook his head, a sense of dejection washing over him. As he turned to the next paper, the elegant script greeted him, providing a slight alleviation to his mood. The recently graded papers were scrawled in a manner reminiscent of a dog's paw prints. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, a beautifully pinned script caught his eye, significantly uplifting his spirits. However, as he began to scrutinize the papers with weary diligence, his eyes widened in astonishment, leaving him momentarily frozen in place. The fill-in-the-blank questions were all answered correctly. The first section of short answer questions was also entirely accurate. Could this possibly be another perfect score? The male teacher inhaled deeply, flipping over the exam paper, his heart racing uncontrollably. Yet, upon noticing that the last three major questions remained unanswered, he finally exhaled, achieving a semblance of calm. Fortunately, those final questions had not been completed, resulting in a score of 110, which was still commendable. The male teacher expressed a hint of regret. However, a moment later, realization struck him like a bolt. A score of 110 might be average, but in this examination, most students had only scored between 60 and 70. Contemplating this, the male teacher couldn't help but admire Su Hong's teaching prowess. Two remarkably high scores had emerged from the elite liberal arts class. Initially, he harbored a desire to compete with Su Hong, but the vast disparity in their students' performances extinguished that ambition. With a straightforward demeanor, he turned to Su Hong and smiled. "Teacher Su, your liberal arts elite class is truly impressive. One perfect score and another at 110, which is somewhat unfortunate, perhaps due to time constraints. Moving forward, you must share your teaching experiences with us so we can learn from you." His words drew the attention of other grading teachers, who cast envious glances towards Su Hong. "Teacher Su, you are remarkable, achieving such a stark contrast in scores. Who are these two students? Please tell us, does our school have such promising talents?" Upon hearing these remarks, Su Hong humbly shook her head, dismissing their praises. "Oh, it's nothing, merely luck." After saying this, she disregarded the other teachers and earnestly picked up the exam papers to examine them closely. She was well aware of Liu Chuan's perfect score, but who could the other student with 110 be? Chapter 41. A stunning revelation. With a heart full of confusion, Su Hong gazed at the examination paper. This handwriting belongs to Chu Xiaoyu. Just a glance was enough for Su Hong to recognize the distinctive script of Chu Xiaoyu. After all, she was one of the most remarkable students in the class, and Su Hong was well aware of her capabilities. However, a score of 110 was not reflective of Chu Xiaoyu's true potential. Su Hong furrowed her brow. Even if the questions were particularly challenging, Chu Xiaoyu's ability should not fall significantly short of Liu Chuan's recent exceptional performance. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Su Hong felt increasingly perplexed and began to scrutinize the content of the paper more closely. The front was filled with perfect, immaculate answers. Yet, upon flipping to the back of the paper, her gaze abruptly halted. Aside from a single straightforward solid geometry problem that was fully answered, the remaining complex questions had not even a formula inscribed. Was time insufficient? That seemed implausible. Su Hong shook her head slightly. Chu Xiaoyu's speed in solving problems was the fastest she had witnessed in her decade of teaching. If Liu Chuan had run out of time, there was no way Chu Xiaoyu had as well. For a moment, Su Hong found herself at a loss. What on earth could this unfortunate girl be thinking? Why was she deliberately refraining from answering the questions? Suddenly, a vivid image of Liu Chuan and Chu Xiaoyu sitting together flashed in Su Hong's mind, causing her to tremble slightly as an understanding began to dawn upon her. It appeared that there was indeed a connection between Liu Chuan and Chu Xiaoyu, one that she had sensed from the very beginning. In an instant, the joy she felt over the high scores in her class dissipated, leaving only a throbbing headache in its wake. What should she do about these two top students who had embarked upon a romantic relationship? Just as Su Hong was grappling with her concerns, a nearby female teacher responsible for grading English papers suddenly leapt to her feet, exclaiming in astonishment, "Su Laoshi, come take a look. Another perfect score in English, and it's from your class." Before Su Hong could fully process the news, the other teachers had already gathered around. Another perfect score? How could that be? English is quite challenging. Surely it cannot be the same person, can it? Su Laoshi, you must come see. Reluctantly, Su Hong approached. She examined the handwriting and immediately recognized it as Liu Chuan's paper. Her surprise was palpable as she exclaimed, It really is the same person." Upon hearing this, the surrounding teachers erupted with excitement, crowding around Su Hong with eager inquiries. "Su Laoshi? Who is it? Is it your class president?" "I suspect it's Chu Xiaoyu. I've had my eye on that little girl for quite some time." "Impossible. While Chu Xiaoyu excels in many areas, her English scores are not remarkable." Su Hong, feeling a headache coming on from the commotion, bit her lip and replied, "Neither of them. It's Liu Chuan." At the mention of Liu Chuan's name, the previously animated teachers fell silent in astonishment. Liu Chuan. It's actually Liu Chuan. This boy's grades are commendable, but not to this extent. As the teachers stood there in disbelief, the language arts grading group simultaneously announced another perfect essay. A gray-haired Chinese teacher, unable to contain his curiosity, tore open the exam envelope with a swift rip, finally revealing the author of the perfect essay. He stood there, dumbfounded, for a considerable time, doubting his own eyes. Liu Chuan. Could it truly be Liu Chuan once again? Wasn't it Liu Chuan they had just mentioned? The astonished teacher stood up defiantly and addressed Su Hong, saying, "Su, your student Liu Chuan is indeed a prodigy. Perfect scores in mathematics and English. And the sole perfect essay is also his. Congratulations. It appears you have finally secured a candidate for Tsinghua or Peking University." He then pointed to the first half of the test paper and chuckled. The writing is truly impressive. But how could he have made so many mistakes on the foundational questions? What a pity for the essay. It will likely only score around 130. Such a shame. Su Hong, upon hearing this, took a step back in disbelief. Was this truly the Liu Chuan she remembered? All the foundational questions wrong. Yet he achieved a perfect score on the essay. How is it possible to score full marks in such difficult mathematics and English? It was utterly inconceivable. This young man. Could it be that he only focused on difficult problems in his studies? How had she completely overlooked this? Su Hong found herself questioning everything, while the other teachers stood in stunned silence. With all foundational questions incorrect, he still managed to score 130. This. What if he actually focused on the basics? Wouldn't he be on the path to achieving perfect scores in all three subjects? A sharp intake of breath could be heard, and the entire office fell into a profound silence, where even a pin drop would be audible. After a while, one of the teachers broke the silence, offering Su Hong congratulations. "Su, congratulations." "Ah yes, congratulations to you. You've struck gold. This first place in the grade will surely be yours." The other teachers, still in shock, also extended their well wishes. Yet, at that moment, Su Hong seemed oblivious to the congratulatory remarks surrounding her, standing there in a daze. Her heart was filled with conflict. The more exceptional Liu Chuan became, the more entangled she felt. Initially, she could have unhesitatingly supported Chu Xiaoyu, striving to shield her from Liu Chuan's influence. But now, she grappled with the question of who was influencing whom. Su Hong could not fathom it. Both of these candidates for Tsinghua and Peking University were entangled in a budding romance. Why not pursue their studies instead? Ultimately, she decided to have a conversation with Chu Xiaoyu to ascertain the situation. With this thought in mind, she casually remarked, "It's nothing at all. Young boys are unstable. I still need to keep a watchful eye." "Su, you're being rather modest." Another teacher chimed in, "Indeed, this is quite the modesty. Haha, Su, with such a treasure. If you keep this up, what will happen?" Su Hong smiled awkwardly, turning to leave, eager to discuss matters with Chu Xiaoyu. Liu Chuan had truly become a source of great concern for her. Nevertheless, one thing was certain. Liu Chuan's name had swiftly become renowned throughout the entire senior class. Chapter 42. Top of the grade Xiaoying achieved full marks in both mathematics and English, and nearly reached perfection in Chinese, accumulating over 140 points when including extra credit, with a total score of 423 and a grades in history and politics. This score surpassed the admission thresholds of previous years for prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Beida. There is even a possibility of vying for the title of the top liberal arts student in Jiangnan province. Liu Chuan's sudden rise to prominence has left a group of teachers envious, and Su Hong, upon discovering such a gem, was overjoyed. Eventually, even the newly appointed principal, who had just arrived at the school, was stirred into action, eagerly clutching the exam papers to commend Su Hong and arrange for Liu Chuan to deliver a speech before the entire school. Unfortunately, Su Hong had already departed from the grading office, leaving the principal flustered and at a loss. The efficiency of the senior year students is astonishing. As soon as the grades were finalized, they were promptly posted on the bulletin board. Liu Chuan's name boldly printed in large font stood at the very top of the list. Students gathering to check their scores exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by this unfamiliar name that had claimed the first position. One student scratched his head and inquired, "Who is this Liu Chuan? I've never seen him among the top 10 before." Another boy, wearing glasses, shrugged and replied, "I even doubt if this is a mistake. Full marks in English and mathematics? Is this even possible?" At that moment, A group of girls standing by the bulletin board spotted Liu Chuan approaching and immediately covered their mouths, suppressing their desire to scream. Although Liu Chuan had never been among the top 10 before, his good looks had garnered him a following of admirers throughout the grade. Now that he had claimed the top spot, the most exhilarated were these innocent, youthful girls. Liu Chuan is here. Wow, come see, that's Liu Chuan. Liu Chuan, could you teach me mathematics and English? How did you achieve full marks? You're incredible. Liu Chuan, bewildered, walked over and was instantly surrounded by a throng of girls. What is happening? I'm already the top of the grade, he thought, glancing at the bulletin board. Upon seeing his name prominently displayed in first place, he felt a momentary shock. I haven't even begun to study properly yet, and I've already hit the jackpot. In truth, throughout his high school years, Liu Chuan had maintained a relatively low profile. In his first year, he attracted a few admirers due to his basketball skills, but from his second year onward, he focused on his studies, reaching only the top 30 in grades. Far from being a prominent figure in the school, typically, the top 10 students in high school are familiar faces, with fortunes fluctuating among a select few. Chu Xiaoyu had consistently remained in the top 10, her reputation far surpassing Liu Chuan's. However, this time, after searching diligently, Liu Chuan could not find Chu Xiaoyu's name among the top 10. It wasn't until he reached the 15th position that he finally spotted her. He shook his head, intending to comfort the slightly clumsy girl and inquire about her unexpected performance this time, wondering what had been going through her mind. But just as he turned, a swarm of girls closed in, effectively trapping Liu Chuan in their midst. One by one, they eagerly inquired about how to tackle the final math question and how to compose their English essays. Their enthusiasm surpassed that of their usual study sessions. Liu Chuan, with no alternative, patiently addressed each query, smiling as he provided his answers, regardless of who posed the question. This immediately stirred the hearts of a group of girls, who wondered how they had never noticed such a charming presence in the school before. Unlike the previous top students who were either socially awkward or excessively proud, Liu Chuan exuded a gentle elegance. Most importantly, he was handsome, possessed a refined demeanor, and donned a crisp white shirt complemented by a pristine jacket, resembling a print straight out of a comic book. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoyu lowered her head and slowly approached the bulletin board. After navigating through the crowd, she lifted her gaze to the rankings displayed. Upon seeing Liu Chuan's name at the top, a flicker of surprise danced in her peach blossom eyes. However, a moment later, a naïve smile graced her lips, revealing her dimples. Chu Xiaoyu felt genuine joy for Liu Chuan. She had been concerned that his math performance might hinder his ranking, but to her astonishment, he had excelled. Yet, an inexplicable twinge of disappointment coursed through her heart. If Liu Chuan had performed poorly, she would have felt sorrowful. But his outstanding results left her feeling a sense of loss. She pondered for a moment, contemplating whether Liu Chuan's remarkable achievements would mean he no longer needed her companionship in studying. The thought sent a wave of anxiety through her, causing her to clench her fists, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. With a faint sigh, she raised her head, beginning her search for her own ranking. Second place? No. Third place? Not there either. Her gaze continued to scan downward until it landed on her lowest past ranking, 10th in the grade. Upon realizing her name was still absent, Chu Xiaoyu tightened her grip, her brow furrowing in self-reproach. How foolish she was to have hoped that by intentionally omitting a few significant math problems, Liu Chuan's ranking might draw closer to hers. Was she merely indulging in her own fantasies? With a soft sigh, she lowered her head in disappointment, the weight in her chest growing heavier. She couldn't even break into the top 10, and Liu Chuan, surely he would come to dislike her. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she lifted her head once more, finally spotting her rank, 15th in the grade. The gap between her math score and Liu Chuan's was over 30 points, and her English results were similarly lacking, with only her scores in Chinese and history approaching his. As she absorbed the numbers, Chu Xiaoyu turned away, her once bright peach blossom eyes now shrouded in a gray hue. She felt as though a colossal stone pressed against her chest, rendering her unable to move even a step. Amidst the bustling crowd, she sensed the colors of her world slowly fading. The light around her began to dim, and her humble self was gradually submerged by the throng. It felt as if the distance between her and Liu Chuan was stretching ever wider. But just then, Liu Chuan's cheerful voice resonated in her ears. Surprised, Chu Xiaoyu lifted her head, and in that fleeting moment upon hearing Liu Chuan's voice, her mood inexplicably brightened. Turning around in astonishment, she was met with the sight of Liu Chuan surrounded by a throng of girls. He engaged in lively conversation and laughter with them, their eyes shimmering with admiration as they gazed at him, akin to princesses beholding their gallant prince. Witnessing this scene, Chu Xiaoyu felt a wave of despondency wash over her, and she lowered her head, her fingers tightening into a small fist, feeling as though she was merely a shadow standing in the darkness, elongating, stretching infinitely. Yet, Liu Chuan did not glance back. Even if he did, he would be unable to see her. She was but a fleeting shadow. Chapter 43. I will not affect Liu Chuan. Chu Xiaoyu slowly lowered her hand, which had been suspended in midair, her peach blossom eyes casting a wistful glance at Liu Chuan. She had initially intended to greet him, but now, surrounded by so many beautiful girls who admired him, she suddenly felt rather superfluous. Quietly, she stepped aside, striving to become like a shadow, blending into the crowd, unwilling to disturb Liu Chuan's interactions with others. She began to walk towards the classroom. It was already past 5 in the evening, and with winter approaching, the sky darkened early. The newly lit street lamps cast a warm, yellow glow upon the ground, illuminating Chu Xiaoyu's silhouette. Her figure stretched longer on the pavement, creating an ever-increasing distance from Liu Chuan. With each step she took, her heart felt heavier, as if she could scarcely breathe. Each stride brought fleeting images of Liu Chuan with other beautiful girls to her mind. Chu Xiaoyu continuously reassured herself that this was only natural. Liu Chuan was exceptional, and it was only fitting for him to be surrounded by such admiration. What was she? After all, her grades were not impressive. Though she had become more attractive, without Liu Chuan by her side, she would gradually lose her luster and revert to the invisible person she once was. Chu Xiaoyu clenched her tattered school uniform, her watery peach blossom eyes suddenly feeling a pang of sorrow. The girls around Liu Chuan, even if not particularly striking, dressed in an exceptionally stylish and adorable manner. Charming little skirts, beautiful down jackets, and snug black leggings enveloping their long legs. Surely, boys must find such attire appealing. Liu Chuan must be fond of it as well. Yet, she found herself clad in a worn, yellowing uniform, the trousers hanging loosely on her frame. For the first time, Chu Xiaoyu felt a deep-seated aversion towards her school uniform. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror by the corridor, she felt an increasing weight in her chest. Truly, quite unappealing. She felt a lump in her throat, but resolutely held back tears, continuing her path towards the classroom. The closer she drew to the classroom, the more bewildered she became. After performing poorly on this exam, what if Liu Chuan truly came to dislike her? How would she face him? In that moment, she felt utterly lost. As Chu Xiaoyu's thoughts spiraled, Su Hong, in her high heels, happened to reach the classroom door. Noticing Chu Xiaoyu's downcast expression, she furrowed her brow in contemplation. She could see that the poor girl was suffering from her disappointing results. Perhaps discussing certain matters at this moment would be inappropriate. Su Hong sighed softly, reflecting on Chu Xiaoyu's unfortunate background and the stark contrast to Liu Chuan's affluent upbringing. Liu Chuan could afford to lose, but Chu Xiaoyu could not. Finally, Su Hong gently smiled at Chu Xiaoyu, saying, "Xiaoyu, come with me to the office. There are some things I would like to discuss with you." Chu Xiaoyu, momentarily taken aback, looked up and nodded in confusion, following Su Hong towards the office. At this hour, the office was largely deserted. Either the teachers had left for the day or returned to their respective classrooms. In the entire office, only Su Hong and Chu Xiaoyu remained. Su Hong leisurely brewed a cup of black tea and placed it before Chu Xiaoyu with a gentle smile, saying, "Xiaoyu, take a sip to warm yourself. The weather is growing colder." Chu Xiaoyu nodded obediently, cradling the cup in her hands as steam wafted upwards. After a moment of silence, Su Hong contemplated and remarked, "Xiaoyu, your recent exam results were significantly poorer than the last time." I was careless," Chu Xiaoyu replied somewhat flustered. Not expecting to be summoned by Su Hong for a discussion after her grades had only slightly dipped. Was it carelessness? Su Hong smiled softly. "As a teacher, I have once been your age. I understand your thoughts more than you might believe." With that, Su Hong decided to be forthright, directly addressing the matter. You intentionally left the last 3 math problems unanswered, didn't you?" As the words hung in the air, Chu Xiaoyu clenched her fingers tightly together, her legs anxiously pressed. After a brief pause, she slowly nodded, her voice barely a whisper. Su Hong was somewhat taken aback by Chu Xiaoyu's straightforward admission. She glanced at Chu Xiaoyu, particularly at those sorrowful peach blossom eyes, which stirred her heart, rendering her momentarily speechless. Yet, Su Hong realized she could not remain silent. This pitiable girl, Chu Xiaoyu, must not endure further harm. Having lost everything, all that remained for Chu Xiaoyu was her academic performance. If even that slipped away, her only path might lead her to menial labor. Clearing her throat, Su Hong gently stated, Yu, I understand that you did not answer those 3 questions for Liu Chuan's sake, correct? You wanted to accommodate him, didn't you? Su Hong's voice was clear and her question direct. Chu Xiaoyu had been looking down, but upon hearing Liu Chuan's name from Su Hong's lips, she was startled into raising her head, her heart racing. This was a secret she believed was hers alone, forever concealed within her heart. Yet, now spoken aloud by Su Hong, she found herself in a flurry, her pale fingers gripping tightly together, her watery peach blossom eyes glistening with unshed tears. She was not foolish. She had already discerned Su Hong's intention. Surely, Su Hong believed her declining grades were a result of Liu Chuan's influence. Su Hong paused, her tone softening. Yu, I want to say much more. I simply wish for you to maintain your academic standing. Liu Chuan is currently excelling. You should learn from him. She then paused to meet Chu Xiaoyu's gaze, earnestly imploring, however, Yu, it's important to maintain a sense of distance and relationships among classmates. I mean no harm. But you know Liu Chuan comes from a wealthy family, and you are aware of your circumstances as well. Therefore, Yu, while we may concede in other areas, we must not let our academic performance falter, understand? Su Hong spoke slowly, striving to soften her tone. Yet, when she turned her gaze back to Chu Xiaoyu, her entire demeanor froze in astonishment. Beneath the pale glow of the fluorescent lights, Chu Xiaoyu's gentle, rounded face resembled delicate glass. Yet a single tear slowly cascaded from her enchanting peach blossom eyes. It trickled down the corner of her eye, flowing gracefully to her fair neck, ultimately falling to the ground below. The pitiful glimmer in her eyes stirred an inexplicable ache within Su Hong's heart. At that moment, Su Hong finally understood that her seemingly innocuous words had inadvertently shattered the last remnants of this sensitive soul's hidden pride. However, Chu Xiaoyu stubbornly parted her lips and declared, Teacher, I will not affect Liu Chuan. Chapter 44 I fear I might affect you. The sound of droplets echoed as tears fell like rain upon the ground. Chu Xiaoyu, with her delicate fingers, gently brushed her cheek in astonishment. She had not anticipated that tears would truly flow from her eyes. Despite enduring relentless bullying from classmates and the torment of a female ruffian, she had never shed a tear. Life's hardships weighed heavily upon her, yet she had always gritted her teeth and persevered. But why? When it came to Liu Chuan, did tears cascade uncontrollably? Chu Xiaoyu stubbornly lifted her head, determined to prevent further tears from falling, wishing to shield herself from the prying eyes of others. She felt humiliated enough and did not want Su Hong to witness her vulnerability. Taking a deep breath, she felt a tightness in her chest, as if the world were gradually sinking before her eyes. She was bewildered, unable to comprehend why Liu Chuan seemed so crucial to her existence. Teacher, I will strive for better in the next exam. I will study diligently and will not impede Liu Chuan, she murmured resolutely, her voice barely a whisper, yet imbued with determination. Su Hong, lifting her gaze slightly, noticed that Chu Xiaoyu's eyes were completely reddened, resembling a flower weeping in the rain. A pang of guilt surged within Su Hong, prompting her to rise and reach out to wipe away Chu Xiaoyu's tears. However, the girl had already exited the office. Staring at Chu Xiaoyu's retreating figure, Su Hong stood frozen, plagued by the feeling that she had harmed this fragile soul. Yet, as a teacher and homeroom instructor, she felt compelled to act as she did. Outside the office, the wind howled fiercely, sweeping through the corridor and causing the sycamore trees to rustle, shedding leaves that cascaded to the ground, rendered melancholic in the dim light. Chu Xiaoyu stared blankly at the swirling leaves, her tears having dried, leaving behind crimson streaks. Clenching her school uniform, she felt an icy chill enveloping her, while the heaviness in her heart compelled her to remain stationary. Yet, her inner resolve urged her to continue towards the classroom. Thus, Chu Xiaoyu trudged towards the classroom like a mere specter. Upon reaching the entrance, a tall figure suddenly obstructed her path. What is the matter, silly girl? Still crying? Is it just because of a poor exam result? Liu Chuan's voice resonated. Surprised, Chu Xiaoyu looked up, and upon seeing Liu Chuan's handsome face, a fraction of her heaviness dissipated. Her steps faltered as she gazed at him. An overwhelming urge to cry surged within her. She longed to express her feelings, to confide, I am so foolish. I failed the exam. The teacher said I cannot approach you anymore. I am so sad. However, the image of Liu Chuan surrounded by other girls flashed through her mind, causing her to swallow her words. Staring blankly at Liu Chuan, her eyes glistening like dew-kissed petals, she recalled Su Hong's admonition. Yes, she had promised the teacher not to affect Liu Chuan any further. With this realization, Chu Xiaoyu's spirit sank, and she lowered her head in despair. Liu Chuan then noticed the traces of tears at the corners of Chu Xiaoyu's eyes, and his heart suddenly ached. Unable to restrain himself, he instinctively reached out his finger towards her forehead, wishing to offer her some comfort. However, as soon as his finger extended, Chu Xiaoyu flinched as if electrocuted, hurriedly retreating. Liu Chuan was taken aback, glancing at her in confusion, unable to comprehend why this little fool was suddenly avoiding him. Chu Xiaoyu lifted her head, her peach blossom eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. In truth, she longed to draw near, to be playfully tapped on the forehead by Liu Chuan, or to have her hair gently stroked. Yet, after some contemplation, she concluded that Su Hong was right. She must not interfere with Liu Chuan's path. Someone like her would fare better alone. After a prolonged silence, Chu Xiaoyu finally stammered, Liu Chuan, perhaps we should maintain some distance. Why? Liu Chuan inquired. Because I fear I might affect you, Chu Xiaoyu said earnestly, her small hands tightly clenched in nervousness. You are already first in the grade. You shouldn't need me to study with you anymore. Her voice was faint, yet her tone bore an undeniable resolve. Liu Chuan was momentarily taken aback. What on earth was this? He observed Chu Xiaoyu, sensing that something must have transpired. After all, merely achieving the top rank should not elicit such a profound reaction from this little fool. Stunned, Liu Chuan remained frozen in place, and after a moment, reached out to ruffle Chu Xiaoyu's little head, only to find that she had already entered the classroom. He turned to pursue her, but at that moment, a pair of large hands suddenly clapped onto his shoulders. Turning around, Liu Chuan was startled to find it was Principal Chen Fei. Dressed simply and robust, Principal Chen beamed. You must be Liu Chuan, the top student in the grade. Liu Chuan nodded. Principal Chen continued with a smile. I've been looking for you. You brought me great pride in this mock exam. Come with me to the broadcasting room to share your thoughts, so your classmates can learn from you. Liu Chuan was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had no way to refuse. However, a thought began to form in his mind. Ultimately, Chu Xiaoyu's current reaction stemmed from an indelible sense of inferiority, did it not? If that were the case, perhaps it was best to address the matter openly. With this in mind, Liu Chuan nodded and followed Principal Chen to the broadcasting room. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoyu sat dazed in the classroom, her face devoid of any expression. Her seat was by the window, and the wind rustled against the thin glass, stirring her unease. She clenched her fists and opened the already distributed exam papers, intending to swiftly correct her mistakes. Yet, gazing at the glaring white pages, her eyes felt heavy, and she found it increasingly difficult to focus. A tightness gripped her chest, and she bowed her head, only able to catch her breath slightly. The image of Liu Chuan's startled expression replayed in her mind, causing a sharp pang in her heart. She struggled to understand why she felt this way. After all, it was her own decision to refrain from affecting Liu Chuan. Maintaining distance was ostensibly beneficial for both him and herself. But why does my heart feel so heavy? Chu Xiaoyu pondered, unable to comprehend her own emotions. She could not resist glancing back at Liu Chuan's seat. At that moment, it lay desolate and empty, leaving her heart feeling equally vacant. The absence of Liu Chuan's presence made her eyes brim with unshed tears. Was he angry? Would he consider her unkind? Would she forever be unable to speak with Liu Chuan again? Chu Xiaoyu foolishly mused, her eyelids growing warm and slightly flushed. In an instant, the urge to weep overwhelmed her, her doe-like eyes shimmering with a veil of despondency. Taking a deep breath, she lowered her head onto the desk, her chest tightening with a suffocating weight, and she resolved to disregard it all. She foolishly thought, if only she had never met Liu Chuan, perhaps everything would still be well. At least bearable, perhaps. Chapter 45, Treasures of Life. It is uncertain when it began. Perhaps with Liu Chuan's entrance into her life, Chu Xiaoyu suddenly felt that everything could gradually transform into something beautiful. Darkness is not to be feared. What truly frightens is having witnessed the brilliance of light, only to endure the encroaching shadows. Chu Xiaoyu now finds herself in such a predicament. Had she not experienced Liu Chuan's kindness, she could have faced the ensuing anguish with equanimity. Yet, the abrupt cessation of communication and proximity to Liu Chuan rendered the world around her increasingly monochrome. Visions of moments spent with Liu Chuan flashed through her mind. The heart-stirring slap, the comforting pancake, and Liu Chuan, basking in the sunlight while sipping from his water cup. She forced herself to suppress these thoughts, yet her mind continued to replay them incessantly. Her small hands clenched tighter, and a heavy sensation settled in her chest, as if her very body were growing weightier. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated through the loudspeakers. "Hello everyone, I am Liu Chuan, the top student of our grade. Invited by the principal, I would like to share my thoughts on studying." Liu Chuan spoke with calm assurance. Chu Xiaoyu looked up in astonishment upon hearing his voice. An inexplicable sense of tranquility washed over her. So, he was not angry after all. He had merely been summoned by the principal. However, the thought of Liu Chuan addressing a crowd left her feeling somewhat deflated. On one hand, she marveled at his remarkable achievements, realizing how distant her own academic prowess had become. On the other hand, a small, selfish part of her lamented that this lecture would surely attract even more admirers to Liu Chuan. Just a fleeting thought. Yet she hoped that the Liu Chuan she cherished would remain solely within her gaze. But then she recalled her promise to Su Hong, not to impact Liu Chuan's path. What connection did it have to her? With that thought, Chu Yu lowered her head in contemplation. Meanwhile, the entire school erupted in excitement. Liu Chuan, the Liu Chuan who topped the grade, not only first in the grade but also perfect scores in mathematics, English, and a flawless essay in Chinese. Instantly, many girls raised their heads, exhilarated. Liu Chuan had previously been somewhat obscure, yet once his accomplishments were posted on the bulletin board, information about him spread like wildfire among the girls. Even the freshmen in the first year knew of him, the handsome, amiable Liu Chuan, akin to a prince. In an instant, the once overlooked school broadcast captured the attention of numerous girls throughout the institution. Even the girls in the elite class, who had previously been indifferent, lifted their heads, eager to listen to the broadcast. What wisdom might Liu Chuan impart? Surely he would reveal the secrets to his academic success. Now they had a valid reason to seek Liu Chuan's guidance. One girl in the elite class clapped her hands in delight. "Is that really what you intend to do? You little vixen, I can tell what you're thinking," laughed the girl beside her, reaching out to poke playfully, prompting a chorus of giggles to fill the classroom. Chu Yu gazed at her classmates, a heavy feeling settling in her chest, a mixture of envy and self-reproach washing over her. She longed to admire Liu Chuan like the other girls, but now, that seemed an impossibility. Meanwhile, in the broadcasting room, Liu Chuan stared at the black microphone before him, suddenly feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. After all, there were thousands of students in the school, and addressing such a vast audience was daunting, even for someone who had lived 2 lives. He was still uncertain about what he was supposed to say. However, the image of Chu Yu flickered in his mind, and his thoughts crystallized in an instant. Clearing his throat, he said with a smile, "To be honest, I haven't really prepared anything. My mental fortitude isn't particularly strong. And like everyone else, I get nervous in front of a sea of faces. Just thinking about speaking to thousands of students makes my throat feel a bit tight." Upon hearing this, the students felt a sense of warmth. It turned out that the top student was just like them, capable of feeling nervous. The top student was merely an ordinary individual. But then, Liu Chuan's tone shifted to one of seriousness. "Students, have you ever considered how many people are in our school? And across the nation, how many high school students must there be? Perhaps millions, even tens of millions?" At this point, Chen Xiao, standing nearby, cast a puzzled glance at Liu Chuan, thinking to himself that this fellow had strayed from the topic. "You were supposed to talk about studies, not share your life." He gestured to Liu Chuan, who nodded but continued. "Millions, tens of millions of individuals, all living remarkably similar lives during the prime of their youth. To be frank, I find it all rather monotonous. That's why my grades were always mediocre. I was sinking into boredom and couldn't see the hope for tomorrow." The students exchanged glances, curiosity piqued. Indeed, the Liu Chuan of the past was just as ordinary as countless other bored high school students. But what had caused this sudden transformation into someone so exceptional? Liu Chuan continued slowly. "The reason I became the top student is quite simple. One day, I had a dream where I remained utterly ordinary 10 years from now. It was only when I lost someone I had always overlooked, in a moment of despair, that I truly awakened. Everything I do now is merely to ensure that the treasures in my life are not buried. In life, there are many treasures. Sometimes they manifest as a person, sometimes as an experience. After that dream, I realized that the treasure in my life is a girl, right beside me, in my class. It is because of her companionship that I have achieved the status of the top student." Liu Chuan's voice was melodious, captivating the entire student body, especially the girls from the elite class, who exchanged glances with one another, entranced by his words. Who is the treasure in Liu Chuan's life? Could it possibly be me? The girls felt a blush creeping onto their cheeks, some adopting a coy demeanor, while others were gripped by a mixture of fear and excitement. They feared that Liu Chuan might utter their names, yet they were equally thrilled by the prospect of him proclaiming their names before the entire school. Such a moment would be nothing short of romantic. Some of the top students even covered their faces, reminiscing about their daily conversations with Liu Chuan, secretly wondering if he had harbored a crush on them all along. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoyu, upon hearing these words, felt a profound sense of disappointment reflected in her doe-like eyes. She had never imagined that the treasure in Liu Chuan's life could be someone like her. She felt unworthy. A bitter sensation welled up in Chu Xiaoyu's heart as she realized that Liu Chuan had someone else in his heart. With a sense of resignation, she lowered her gaze, suddenly feeling indifferent to it all. Perhaps this was for the best. Just then, Liu Chuan's voice resounded once more over the broadcast. The treasure in my life is a little unfortunate soul, a bit foolish. At this point, Liu Chuan's tone turned especially gentle. Her name is Chu Xiaoyu. Because of her, I can be the top of the grade. Applause erupted. Principal Chen burst into the room, snatching the microphone away, and chaos ensued on the broadcast as Liu Chuan, amidst apologies and a mischievous grin, dashed out. The last thing heard was Principal Chen's exasperated voice. With a beep, the campus broadcast abruptly ceased. Upon hearing her name, Chu Xiaoyu looked up in astonishment, and in an instant, her cheeks became as fervently flushed as a boiling kettle. Chapter 46. Is this a confession? Is it me? How could it be me? Chu Xiaoyu lowered her head, her palms clenched tightly, her face flushed as her heart raced with a rapid thump. Liu Chuan said it was because of me that he could attain the top rank in the grade. She whispered softly, her lips curving into a gentle smile, with delicate dimples appearing on her cheeks. Upon hearing Liu Chuan's words, the heaviness in Chu Xiaoyu's chest evaporated in an instant. It dawned on her that she had not hindered Liu Chuan. Rather, it was because of her that he achieved the first position in the grade. Chu Xiaoyu's heart swelled with excitement as she clenched her palms. For the first time in her life, she felt genuinely useful. How wonderful. I am of value to Liu Chuan. With her head lowered, she smiled blissfully. As Liu Chuan's voice echoed over the loudspeaker, the entire school erupted in a frenzy. All the students, being merely 17 or 18, could easily decipher the implications of his words. My goodness, is this a confession? This is undoubtedly a declaration of love. And in front of the entire school, before all the faculty members, some younger girls were enviously exclaiming, "Wow, how romantic is this? Is this what love between seniors looks like? I am so envious. If it were me, I would absolutely marry him." Of course, there were also numerous girls who felt a mix of jealousy and confusion. Who is this Chu Xiaoyu? She is not even the school belle. Wasn't the previous third in the grade someone named Chu Xiaoyu? But I remember her always wearing shabby clothes, and she doesn't look that impressive. Oh, could it be? Is there something wrong with the school hunk's eyesight? Might there be some hidden story? In no time, the entire school's female students were filled with curiosity. This Chu Xiaoyu, an unremarkable girl, why has she become the treasure of the school heartthrob Liu Chuan? Especially the girls from the top classes, who felt a pang of bitterness upon hearing Liu Chuan's words. One by one, they turned in astonishment to look at Chu Xiaoyu, their eyes brimming with jealousy and disbelief. How could it be Chu Xiaoyu? I thought it would be the English class representative. Indeed, why is it her? I've heard her family is quite poor. How could a girl like her possibly be in a relationship with Liu Chuan? Do you think it could be because Liu Chuan protected her last time? Sigh, Liu Chuan is truly too kind. In that moment, whispers surrounded Chu Xiaoyu. Initially lost in her happiness, her smile faltered upon hearing the gossip. Raising her head to glance at her classmates, Chu Xiaoyu once again felt a wave of embarrassment. Her lack of confidence overwhelmed her, leading her to believe that the girl's remarks held merit. Indeed, how could a girl like her ever have a connection with Liu Chuan? Chu Xiaoyu tightened her fingers, a sense of heaviness settling in her chest. She had never contemplated matters of the heart. All she desired was the simple companionship of Liu Chuan. As long as she remained of use to him, that was sufficient. Yet, observing her classmates around her, each adorned in exquisite attire, their familial circumstances far superior to her own, a realization began to dawn upon her. A girl like her ought not to entertain such thoughts, not even a trace. As Su Hong had remarked, her sole asset was her academic performance. Without it, she would possess nothing at all. In that moment, Chu Xiaoyu felt not only a pang of inferiority, but also an overwhelming sense of isolation, as if she were stranded in a desolate darkness, utterly forsaken. Bereft of any leverage to advocate for herself, surrender appeared to be her only recourse. With a sigh, she dared not meet the gazes of her class, lowering her head once more. But just as she did, her peripheral vision caught sight of Liu Chuan's tall figure, approaching her with a smile. Initially, her heart surged with joy at his presence, but upon feeling the weight of the surrounding girl's stares, she froze. After a brief pause, she glanced at the time. It was already after school. Without waiting for Liu Chuan to reach her, she swiftly grabbed her bag and exited the classroom. Liu Chuan was momentarily taken aback by the scene. What was going on with her? However, noticing the amused expressions of the girls around him, he quickly understood. This little fool had succumbed to her insecurities once more. Why was she so lacking in confidence? It seemed he needed to continue nurturing her self-esteem. First, she reacted this way even to his subtle declarations. How would she ever handle an official relationship? With a quiet sigh, Liu Chuan slung his bag over his shoulder and prepared to leave the classroom. He was in no rush, fully aware of where this little fool would likely retreat in times like these. At that moment, a nearby girl, seeing Liu Chuan preparing to leave, held on to a glimmer of hope and called out, "Liu Chuan, let us walk together." Another chimed in, "Yes, Liu Chuan, let us go. You topped the grade. Teach us a thing or two." A cluster of girls quickly gathered around him, all believing that Liu Chuan could not genuinely harbor feelings for Chu Xiaoyu. Perhaps his words were merely a gesture of gratitude towards her. Yet, upon realizing Liu Chuan's exceptional qualities, each girl's motives began to diverge as they vied for his attention. Meanwhile, Liu Chuan did not even glance back. To be candid, since his rebirth, he had never attributed Chu Xiaoyu's depression to her environment. Instead, he felt a deep sense of guilt for not having supported her when it mattered. However, witnessing the behavior of his classmates now left him devoid of any fondness. With a stern expression, he stated coolly, "There is nothing to discuss. Wasn't my previous statement sufficiently clear? The treasure in my life is Chu Xiaoyu, and my time is solely devoted to her." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the group of girls stunned, their hearts reeling with shock. Good heavens! Liu Chuan genuinely harbors feelings for Chu Xiaoyu. Just moments ago, he was indeed confessing his affections to her. Liu Chuan slowly approached the classroom door, only to encounter their homeroom teacher, Su Hong. Upon seeing Liu Chuan's expression of indifference, Su Hong's heart involuntarily trembled. She hesitated, conflicted, and lightly tapped her foot, uncertain whether to broach the subject with him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Hong, being the kind-hearted teacher she was, decided to disclose that she had spoken to Chu Xiaoyu. Liu Chuan merely nodded in a nonchalant manner and turned to leave. Su Hong's heart tightened at that instant, prompting her to add, "Liu Chuan, I entrust Chu Xiaoyu to you. The teacher shall no longer intervene." With those words, Su Hong felt a slight sense of relief wash over her. Upon hearing Liu Chuan's confession, she realized her earlier misjudgment. Although the harm inflicted upon Chu Xiaoyu could not be undone, she felt that, as a teacher, she had done her utmost. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoyu, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, concealed herself in a corner of the corridor of the teaching building. Chapter 47. Just wanting what's best for you, she appeared lost in thought, as the chilly wind tousled her hair, an icy sensation enveloping her entire being. Yet, Chu Xiaoyu remained unfazed, her mind consumed by Liu Chuan's words. "You are the treasure of my life." Beneath the dim glow of the streetlights in the twilight, Chu Xiaoyu rarely lifted her hair, casting a glance at her reflection in the nearby glass window, her doe-like eye shimmering. Memories of her classmates' exquisite attire flooded her thoughts, stirring feelings of inadequacy within her. Chu Xiaoyu understood all too well that individuals are not created equal. The girls in her class were cherished jewels in their parents' eyes. They could adorn themselves beautifully, wear elegant garments, and possess the means to pursue their desires. Yet, she felt entirely different. Her existence revolved around her grandmother and younger sister. Chu Xiaoyu had never felt weary or dissatisfied for not measuring up to others. However, now, due to Liu Chuan's single remark, a profound embarrassment washed over her. A treasure. He called her a treasure. Yet, could she truly be regarded as one? Gazing at her reflection, she noticed her tattered clothing and her eyes, still tinged with remnants of tears, bore faint traces of redness. "How can I be his treasure?" she murmured, her heart growing heavier. Just then, after searching for a while, Liu Chuan finally discovered Chu Xiaoyu, who was hidden away in a corner, engulfed in her own sorrow. He gently tapped her shoulder and smiled. "Hiding here again? Were you waiting for me on purpose?" Startled by the sudden touch, Chu Xiaoyu turned around, and upon seeing Liu Chuan, her heart gradually settled. However, recalling her earlier disjointed thoughts, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Liu Chuan, noticing the warmth radiating from her slightly flushed face, reached out to touch her, expressing concern. Are you feeling unwell? Why is your face so red? And no. Chu Xiaoyu stammered, turning away to evade his touch, her fair fingers fidgeting nervously in front of her. After a moment of silence, she suddenly lifted her gaze, her expression earnest as she looked at Liu Chuan, whispering, Liu Chuan, I'm not as wonderful as you think. I believe your success in ranking first is entirely your own achievement, not because of me. Upon hearing this, Liu Chuan's eyes flickered momentarily, and he smiled. From what you're saying, are you trying to avoid me? Chu Xiaoyu fell silent, her gaze beginning to wander. Is it because of Teacher Su? Liu Chuan inquired, caught off guard by his insight. Chu Xiaoyu looked up in surprise, hesitantly responding, Yes, and also I can't be of much help to you now. I believe what Teacher Su said is correct. At this point, she chose not to elaborate further. In truth, she not only believed Teacher Su was right, but also found resonance in the words of her classmates. Chu Xiaoyu remained rational. Otherwise, her prowess in mathematics would not be so commendable. For Liu Chuan's sake, she was willing to suppress her own feelings, solely wishing for his betterment. Upon hearing Chu Xiaoyu's reasoning, Liu Chuan fell silent for a moment. Then, he gently flicked her forehead with his finger and said, rather grumpily, You silly little thing. Chu Xiaoyu instinctively covered her forehead, her face a picture of grievance. I'm not silly. You're not silly? You spend your days lost in thought, pondering this and that, Liu Chuan remarked, flicking her forehead once more. However, his tone softened as he added, But have you ever considered that I simply wish to treat you well? He gazed tenderly at Chu Xiaoyu, whispering in her ear, Because you are Chu Xiaoyu. That is why I care for you. Because you are Chu Xiaoyu, you are my treasure. Upon hearing these words, Chu Xiaoyu abruptly looked up, her doe-like eyes shimmering with unshed tears, suddenly alight with realization. The grayness that had clouded her vision vanished entirely. You want to treat me well? She was momentarily stunned. She had never contemplated that Liu Chuan's kindness was purely for her sake, because she felt unworthy. Her childhood experiences had taught her that without value, no one would care for her without reason. Yet now, Liu Chuan was professing his desire to treat her well. For a moment, she couldn't even grasp the meaning behind his words. But the echoes of Liu Chuan's voice lingered in her mind. Because you are Chu Xiaoyu. That is why I care for you. Because you are Chu Xiaoyu, you are my treasure. Chu Xiaoyu's face flushed, burning bright red, her mind in a daze. These words etched themselves deeply into her heart. In her life, no one had ever cared for her without ulterior motives. She had never dared to dream that such a person would appear before her. Yet now, it was as if a ray of light had burst forth from the darkness, whispering to her, Chu Xiaoyu, I merely wish to treat you well. At that moment, tears glistened in her eyes, and under the dim glow of the street lamp, the world around her was shrouded in a veil of mist. This time, her tears were not born of sorrow, but rather, they flowed from being profoundly touched by Liu Chuan's words. In truth, Chu Xiaoyu did not belong to the city. Her parents had brought her and her grandmother to the city for work. After her parents passed away and her grandmother fell ill, Chu Xiaoyu found herself living alone in this cold, steel forest. She was highly sensitive and astute, aware of the differences between herself and others. While her classmates wore fine clothes and enjoyed lavish meals, she felt no envy or discontent. Chu Xiaoyu's wish was simple, to live on, albeit with difficulty and solitude. As long as her grandmother and younger sister were well, she was content. She had never considered her own needs, so even if she could not integrate into the closed, invisible circle of her classmates, it didn't bother her. Chu Xiaoyu thought it was fine to shut herself off, focusing solely on her studies. If bullied, she believed she could simply endure. Regardless of how much suffering she faced, she could swallow it all and continue to present her grandmother and sister with a pure smile. However, in the quiet of the night, Chu Xiaoyu often found herself dreaming of the comforting embrace of her parents as she drifted into sleep. It was the sole warmth she felt since her arrival in this world. Only her parents were willing to listen to the whispers of her heart. In that moment, Chu Xiaoyu, resembling a delicate pear blossom drenched in rain, found solace in Liu Chuan's gentle embrace around her shoulders. She trembled slightly yet did not resist, tightly clenching her small hands in an effort to shield her tear-stained cheeks from Liu Chuan's gaze, reluctant to reveal her vulnerable state. However, as recollections of Liu Chuan's words flooded her mind, her defenses crumbled. Tears cascaded down her face, and Liu Chuan felt a pang of sorrow. He realized that his understanding of Chu Xiaoyu was still woefully inadequate. He had not been privy to the chapters of her past, only entering her life after she had learned to tend to her own wounds. In their previous life, that was an irreparable regret. Yet in this life, Liu Chuan endeavored tirelessly to make amends. The moment he beheld her weeping, he felt as though his heart might shatter. It ached with a pain akin to being cut by a knife. He softly patted her shoulder, attuned to her gradually labored breaths and the tremors of her body as she cried. Liu Chuan remained silent, nestled closely with Chu Xiaoyu beneath the dim glow of the street lamp. Their shadows elongated, stretching further and further, capturing the essence of that moment. Liu Chuan hoped that a decade hence, when Chu Xiaoyu reflected on this instant, she would forever remember that he had been there, weeping alongside her, accompanying her through her journey of growth. Chapter 48. After a brief moment, Chu Xiaoyu gradually emerged from her emotional reverie. She stared blankly at Liu Chuan's chest, realizing that her tears had soaked a significant portion of his clothing. I'm so sorry. It was unintentional, she stammered, hurriedly wiping away the tears with her hand while murmuring apologies. It's all right, Liu Chuan replied, his heart aching further upon witnessing her timid demeanor. Lowering his gaze to meet her eyes, he earnestly said, I am the one who should apologize. Upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion flashed in Chu Xiaoyu's watery, peach blossom eyes. Her eyelids bore faint traces of redness, and being so close to Liu Chuan's cheek, a delicate blush spread across her fair skin. Observing the sorrowful yet profound expression on Liu Chuan's face, she instinctively extended her slender fingers to gently caress his cheek, a soft laughter escaping her lips. It's me who should apologize. From now on, I will no longer shy away from you. In that moment, her heart raced uncontrollably, and she found herself unable to fully comprehend the emotions embedded within her words. Yet, as they left her lips, it felt as though a burden had been lifted, the heaviness in her chest dissipating, replaced by a buoyant sense of relief. Yes, no more hiding. Even if the urge to retreat arises, I must muster some courage. This was the bravest step that Chu Xiaoyu could take at that moment. Unbeknownst to her, as she wept in Liu Chuan's embrace, the icy barrier of self-doubt within her heart began to melt, touched by the warmth surrounding her. Liu Chuan was momentarily taken aback by Chu Xiaoyu's words. But then warmth flooded his chest. For the first time since his rebirth, she declared that she would no longer avoid him. She had finally begun to embrace her own worth. This meant that the most crucial step in healing the timid girl had finally been taken. Thinking of this filled Liu Chuan with joy, yet recalling the careful manner in which she had navigated the past days stirred his emotions once more. Gazing at Chu Xiaoyu, he inhaled deeply and held her tightly, saying, I should be the one apologizing. It was my fault all along. If I had entered your life sooner, you would not have had to endure so much suffering. If only I had treated you better earlier, perhaps. His words trailed off as Chu Xiaoyu, smiling through her tears, gently placed her fingertip against his lips, her dimples blooming on her cheeks. It's still not too late. Besides, I've endured so much suffering. Perhaps it was all to wait for you, she confessed, unable to restrain her feelings. Though she did not fully grasp the nature of love, in that moment, her emotions were undeniably stirred by Liu Chuan. These words flowed from the depths of her heart. Yet shortly after speaking, she found herself unable to meet Liu Chuan's gaze any longer. She suddenly became aware that they were tightly embraced. She had never been this close to anyone before. Liu Chuan was the first man to hold her in such a way. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Chu Xiaoyu felt her cheeks flush with warmth, her heart racing uncontrollably. She immediately lowered her head, her fingers clenched tightly. How utterly embarrassing. How could she embrace Liu Chuan and utter such overt words? And to think she had wept in his arms over just a few of his remarks. Although she felt considerably more at ease now, akin to being enveloped by a warm heater, a sense of panic truly gripped her in that moment. She was at a loss as to how to navigate this ambiguous atmosphere. Noticing Chu Xiaoyu's adorable awkwardness, Liu Chuan wisely loosened his embrace. He recognized that the sweet girl was not yet equipped to handle such situations, and he resolved to be by her side as she gradually matured. Come on. I aced the exam thanks to you, Liu Chuan said with a smile, patting her shoulder. Thus, I wish to reward you, dear little one. Let us keep up the good work. With that, he gently flicked her forehead. Chu Xiaoyu covered her forehead, her expression one of feigned grievance. I understand, but I truly am not foolish. If I say you're foolish, then you are, Liu Chuan teased. Now, let us go buy you some clothes. He gestured toward her school uniform with a grin. The weather is getting colder, and this outfit will soon be insufficient. Consider it a token of my gratitude. All right, I understand. This time, Chu Xiaoyu did not refuse. Instead, she nodded obediently, feeling a warm glow in her heart. Yet, her heart inexplicably raced a little faster. After walking with Liu Chuan for a while, She suddenly looked up and softly murmured, Liu Chuan, could we perhaps find something more affordable? I'm not accustomed to wearing anything too extravagant. Though she did not reject Liu Chuan's kindness, she instinctively wished to spare him some expense. She understood that he was well off, but she always felt that spending excessively on her was unwarranted. Upon hearing her words, Liu Chuan abruptly halted. He gazed deeply into her eyes, feeling a surge of emotion well up within him. Liu Chuan. She would still be addressing him that way a decade from now. He had not anticipated that this endearing title would come to her lips a decade early, stirring a whirlwind of feelings in his heart. What did you call me? Liu Chuan asked gently. Liu Chuan, Chu Xiaoyu replied, her face flushing, casting a shy glance at him, feeling a bit bashful. At that moment, Liu Chuan unexpectedly reached out to touch her forehead, chuckling. Could you say it once more? After a brief hesitation, Chu Xiaoyu softly uttered, Liu Chuan, can you promise to call me that for a lifetime? Liu Chuan inquired. Chu Xiaoyu looked up in surprise, yet without a trace of hesitation, she nodded earnestly. Liu Chuan affectionately patted her little head. For just a fleeting moment, he felt as though he were gazing at the Chu Xiaoyu of 10 years hence, the one he cherished deeply, finally emerging from the depths of her melancholy. Before long, they arrived at a nearby shopping mall. The weather was dreadful. Winter had not even fully set in, and the wind howled fiercely, with significant temperature fluctuations between day and night. Liu Chuan shivered uncontrollably even before reaching their destination. Observing the slightly trembling Chu Xiaoyu beside him, Liu Chuan shook his head. It seemed that acquiring a vehicle was imperative. Running around all day was hardly a sustainable approach. Bin City was vast, and having been accustomed to driving in his previous life, he found the daily reliance on walking or public transport quite disconcerting. Nevertheless, the funds from his stock investments would soon be at his disposal, allowing him to purchase a car for convenience. He had long possessed a driver's license, thanks to his father's connections, which enabled him to acquire it at an early age. Fortunately, after his rebirth, he was spared the ordeal of retaking the driving test. Otherwise, as an experienced driver, the thought of having to undergo such an examination would be unbearable. The last thing he needed was to fail the test and risk aggravating the instructor to the point of exasperation. Before long, the two finally arrived at the entrance of the shopping mall. Chapter 49. The heartache of Chu Xiaoyu. The shopping mall in Bin City, even a decade hence, would hardly be deemed bustling. Nevertheless, being in the city, it was teeming with people at this hour. As Liu Chuan stepped into the mall, a gentle warmth enveloped him, dissipating some of the chill that clung to him. However, after just a couple of steps, he felt a tug at the hem of his coat. Turning around, he discovered that Chu Xiaoyu, without his notice, had reached out with her delicate, pale hand, nervously clutching his clothing. She trailed closely behind, fearful of losing him amidst the crowd. Witnessing this scene, Liu Chuan could not help but smile softly. He gently extended his sleeve towards her. Chu Xiaoyu stared at it in a daze, her cheeks flushing a vivid red, yet she obediently grasped the fabric. She genuinely feared inadvertently becoming separated from Liu Chuan. This was her first visit to a shopping mall. Under the bright lights, the shop's expansive windows sparkled like gems, illuminating the array of goods on display. Her large, doe-like eyes widened in wonderment as she marveled at the dazzling array, yet an involuntary shiver of apprehension coursed through her. The sight of the dense throng of people made her feel as though, without holding onto Liu Chuan's sleeve, she might be swallowed by the crowd. Let us go? I'll buy you a coat, he declared. Chu Xiaoyu glanced at her tattered school uniform, choosing not to voice her concerns. Liu Chuan took her hand and casually entered a local brand store. The name of the brand eluded him, and he mused that in another decade, it would likely be lost to the tides of commerce. The prices were not exorbitant, and without a second glance, he began selecting items. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoyu followed behind, her fingers clasped tightly as she gazed at the vibrant down jackets displayed before her. Staring at the price tags, she fell silent, her heart sinking. The least expensive jacket was priced at $198, while the most luxurious approached $1,000. Such sums were utterly beyond her wildest imaginings. She could hardly fathom how many bundles of cotton that amount could procure. After a moment of stunned silence, she tugged at Liu Chuan's sleeve and murmured, This is too expensive. Could we perhaps go to a more affordable store? Without a backward glance, Liu Chuan dismissed her request entirely. Since Chu Xiaoyu had begun to accept the kindness directed towards her, he felt compelled to be a bit assertive. He intended for her to understand that what he offered was to be accepted without negotiation. Before long, Liu Chuan settled on a creamy yellow down jacket, picking it up and placing it in Chu Xiaoyu's hands. Try it on, he urged. Chu Xiaoyu, still dazed, held the soft jacket hesitantly, casting a glance at the price, which was an astonishing 998. Reluctantly, she protested, It's too expensive. I can wear something cheaper. Every girl has an affinity for beautiful clothing, and Chu Xiaoyu was no exception. Yet, despite the jacket's undeniable warmth, the plush fur trim on the hood, and its delightful fragrance, she managed to suppress her desire. She genuinely wished for Liu Chuan not to spend so much money. After contemplating for a moment, Chu Xiaoyu decided to return the down jacket and urged Liu Chuan to explore other stores. At that moment, however, the salesgirl, noticing potential customers, swiftly approached them. Upon observing the pair, she noted that while Chu Xiaoyu appeared somewhat pitiful, Liu Chuan was tall, handsome, and adorned in designer clothes, clearly the one in charge. The salesgirl promptly smiled at Liu Chuan, exclaiming, "This is one of our latest arrivals. The down filling exceeds standards, ensuring exceptional warmth. With the cold front approaching, temperatures in Bincheng will soon plummet below zero, leading to even greater day-night temperature fluctuations. Moreover, your girlfriend has such a lovely figure. This down jacket would suit her perfectly. Wearing it, she would compliment you even more." As she spoke, the salesgirl deliberately glanced at Chu Xiaoyu and added, "You have an oval face and fair skin. This orange hue would indeed be a delightful match, making you and your boyfriend look even more harmonious." The flattery directed at Chu Xiaoyu made her dismiss it as mere politeness. However, the mention of her compatibility with Liu Chuan and being referred to as his girlfriend immediately flushed her cheeks with a rosy hue. Although she had initially hesitated over the price, the thought of wearing the down jacket and appearing more in sync with Liu Chuan began to sway her heart. At that moment, Liu Chuan winked at her and chuckled, "Since they have said so, it would be impolite not to try it on. All right then." After some hesitation, Chu Xiaoyu finally nodded and turned to head to the fitting room. Moments later, she emerged, clad in the orange down jacket. Liu Chuan looked over. The design of the jacket was appealing, with a cinched waist that accentuated Chu Xiaoyu's figure, showcasing her delicate curves. The vibrant orange contrasted beautifully with her fair skin, and her endearing demeanor made her irresistibly charming. Liu Chuan gazed at her intently, causing Chu Xiaoyu to shyly lower her head, nervously tracing circles on her chest with her fingers. While the jacket was not extraordinarily stunning, 10 years hence, as Chu Xiaoyu's financial situation improved, she would undoubtedly learn to dress more elegantly. Yet at that moment, Liu Chuan found the youthful Chu Xiaoyu increasingly appealing. The slightly oversized orange jacket made her resemble a petite Winnie the Pooh. Unable to resist, Liu Chuan stepped forward, gently placing the orange hat atop Chu Xiaoyu's head. To his surprise, the hat featured 2 adorable bear ears, and paired with her bashful expression, it was so endearing that Liu Chuan felt his heart race. "Is it pretty?" Chu Xiaoyu asked nervously. Liu Chuan affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Beyond being beautiful, I find you utterly adorable. But does it look good?" Chu Xiaoyu pressed, her doe-like eyes glistening as they searched Liu Chuan's face. Liu Chuan smiled. "It looks lovely, albeit a bit silly, like a charming little bear." Chu Xiaoyu suddenly felt as though she had been teased. Her delicate face flushed with embarrassment as she pouted and exclaimed, I'm not foolish." Liu Chuan chuckled softly and decided to pay for the item directly, opting not to have it wrapped, but to wear it immediately instead. He also expressed a desire to examine a few other pieces. The salesgirl, beaming with delight, nodded in understanding. Clearly, this was a wealthy second-generation heir who was generous when it came to purchasing clothes for his girlfriend. Just this one sale would yield her a profit, not to mention the potential for more. She promptly fetched several more garments, all within a similar price range. Liu Chuan swiftly removed the price tag from the down jacket that hung on Xiaohan Bao and then handed over the other jackets. However, this time, Chu Xiaoyu lowered her head, revealing only the bare ears on her hat, silently refusing to accept them. Moments later, she raised her gaze to inspect the price tags on the garments, her expression tinged with regret as she murmured, Liu Chuan, I only need this one. The others are just too expensive." Chapter 50. Little Fish and Domesticity. Upon hearing those words, Liu Chuan furrowed his brow. He domineeringly tousled Chu Xiaoyu's bare ears and chuckled. "If I ask you to try, then just try. You little simpleton, why all the fuss?" Chu Xiaoyu lifted her head, her doe-like eyes shimmering with unshed tears beneath her fluffy ears. In a pitiful whisper, she murmured, It's too expensive." Liu Chuan cast a gentle glare at Chu Xiaoyu, aware that in such moments, he must adopt a more commanding demeanor. This way, when she accepted his offerings in the future, she would not hesitate or refuse. Feeling the weight of his gaze, Chu Xiaoyu, feeling wronged, placed her fingers over her heart. Her two index fingers timidly touching, her lips slightly pouting. It wasn't that she didn't wish to accept Liu Chuan's kindness. It was merely the exorbitant price of the garments that troubled her. Each piece cost nearly 1,000, and to purchase them all would deplete Liu Chuan's finances by several thousand yuan. To her, this sum seemed insurmountable, enough that she felt selling herself to Liu Chuan might not suffice to repay it. Perhaps we should visit other shops, Chu Xiaoyu suggested tentatively, her voice barely above a whisper. I know of places where things are cheaper. Why? Isn't this place quite nice? Liu Chuan inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Xiaoyu hesitantly replied, I don't want to buy so many expensive items. I would prefer to purchase a few that are less costly. If that is all right. That way, I could buy more, not to save you money. Her tone was fraught with anxiety, as this was her first experience in deceit. She understood all too well that Liu Chuan would be displeased if he learned her true intention was to save money. Thus, she chose to utter a little white lie, not rejecting his generosity while also trying to spare him some expense. Chu Xiaoyu had resolved that this time Liu Chuan bought her clothes, and next time, she would surely do something for him in return. Though she was impoverished, she believed that there were always ways to show her appreciation, and her intentions must be sincere. Seeing Chu Xiaoyu's cautious demeanor stirred something in Liu Chuan's heart, prompting him to relent and directly settle the bill with the shop assistant. After paying, Chu Xiaoyu hurriedly made her way outside, her eagerness causing her barriered hat to slip back. She had never entered such an upscale store before. Lingering even a moment longer felt like an ordeal. It reminded her of that previous occasion when she had her haircut in the brightly lit salon, a place that seemed entirely foreign to her. If not for Liu Chuan, she would never have imagined that one day she could sport a lovely hairstyle and don such exquisite down jackets. All of this was etched deeply in her heart, yet it felt somewhat surreal, akin to a fairy tale. She stood dazed at the entrance when suddenly, Liu Chuan's figure appeared before her. Where are you running off to? Liu Chuan asked with a gentle smile, his fingers resting on her shoulder as he slowly adjusted her barriered hat. There, wear it properly. In that fleeting moment, as Chu Xiaoyu gazed up into Liu Chuan's eyes, her heart fluttered unexpectedly. The hat provided warmth, yet the sense of security emanating from his large hand sent a tremor through her heart. An indescribable emotion enveloped her heart, and a delicate blush gradually appeared on her cheeks. Feeling the warmth radiating from her face, Chu Xiaoyu shyly lowered her head, realizing that their behavior resembled that of a couple in a television drama, which made her feel somewhat flustered. At that moment, Liu Chuan's fingers suddenly flicked gently against her forehead. With a crisp sound, Chu Xiaoyu winced in pain, covering her forehead and lifting her bear-like ears. Her expression one of pitiful grievance. Woo, this time I'll listen to you, but next time you must listen to me. Do you understand? Liu Chuan inquired. I understand, Chu Xiaoyu replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. She lifted her head again, pouting. Liu Chuan, please don't flick me next time. It hurts. If you don't listen, I will flick you. Liu Chuan turned his head away. After pondering for a moment, Chu Xiaoyu obediently whispered, Then I will behave, just this once. Upon hearing her soft, tender voice, Liu Chuan felt as though his heart had been electrified. He shook his head, realizing that after spending so much time with the adorably naive Chu Xiaoyu, he had forgotten she was still a darling in her own right. All right, being obedient is good. Let us go. Liu Chuan waved his hand and smiled. I led the way just now. Now it's your turn. Liu Chuan was quite curious about where Chu Xiaoyu usually shopped for clothes. Chu Xiaoyu nodded earnestly and took the lead. They exited the mall and walked along the path lined with sycamore trees. Under the dim glow of the street lamps, Liu Chuan gazed at Chu Xiaoyu, who was clad in a bright orange down jacket, with two bare ears on her hat bobbing with her steps, making her resemble an adorable little creature. After stealing a few glances, Liu Chuan felt he ought to refrain from staring too long, fearing he might be overwhelmed by her cuteness. When Chu Xiaoyu turned around and noticed Liu Chuan's somewhat awkward demeanor, curiosity got the better of her. What's wrong? Nothing, Liu Chuan stuttered, unable to suppress his embarrassment, and quickly reached out to ruffle her hair, laughing. Isn't it warm? Yes. It's so warm. This is the coziest piece of clothing I've ever worn, Chu Xiaoyu replied softly yet earnestly. After walking for about 10 minutes, they arrived at the Hongmei wholesale market. Liu Chuan was aware of this market, though he had never visited it. The environment here was far from that of a mall. The entrance featured a faade with cracked bricks, resembling a series of wholesale stalls. The stalls were filled with a variety of clothing, mostly from obscure brands. Devoid of logos, likely remnants from factories. Chu Xiaoyu hesitated, pointing to a nearby stall and quietly explaining, "Why? Yue grows quickly, and her clothes often become too small for her to wear. I save money to buy here." After a brief pause, she continued hesitantly, I know the clothes here aren't great, but I don't want Yue to wear my old clothes from when I was little. Since I didn't have them, I hope Yue can have." Chu Xiaoyu's words carried a hint of sadness. Liu Chuan smiled gently and comforted her by touching her bare ears. "Everything will be all right. As for clothing, isn't it sufficient as long as it is wearable? Let us go. Do not be deceived by my appearance. I am quite the adept negotiator. Chu Xiaoyu, let me tell you, when shopping here, one must never show leniency in bargaining. Take heed." Liu Chuan rolled up his sleeves, exuding an air of determination. Observing Liu Chuan in such a spirited manner, Chu Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle softly, yet her heart was flooded with warmth. How could she not realize that Liu Chuan may have never set foot in such a place, yet he persistently endeavored to care for her feelings? At that moment, Chu Xiaoyu earnestly wished to recover swiftly. She sincerely hoped that one day she could reciprocate the care Liu Chuan had shown her. Chapter 51. Alas, the prices have been slashed. Chu Xiaoyu nodded and pointed discreetly to a nearby stall, whispering, I used to buy clothes from that place. They were comparatively cheaper. All right, Liu Chuan responded with an enthusiastic okay gesture. In truth, he possessed a knack for bargaining, not learned from others, but rather from the Chu Xiaoyu of a decade hence. He recalled the first time they ventured to the market together. Liu Chuan was somewhat taken aback. Who would have thought that a seemingly delicate girl could negotiate so ruthlessly? The shopkeeper was nearly brought to tears. And then Chu Xiaoyu gazed at Liu Chuan with innocent eyes, asking with a hint of concern, Did I bargain too fiercely? He seems quite upset." Liu Chuan remained silent. Indeed, the price had not been driven down excessively, from 2,000 to merely 500 or 600. The shopkeeper certainly did not incur a loss. However, thanks to those experiences from 10 years in the future, Liu Chuan had gained invaluable insights into the art of negotiation from Chu Xiaoyu. Though he had yet to put his skills to the test, he felt confident that he would succeed. "Dear little simpleton, just express your desires." As they approached the entrance of the shop, a balding proprietor clad in counterfeit Nike down jackets greeted them with a smile. You're back again. I've just received new stock." The owner glanced at Liu Chuan with a glimmer of delight. It is well known that men are often clueless when it comes to bargaining. Though the young girl was not the easiest to deal with, having a man present made the situation significantly more manageable. Rubbing his hands together, the proprietor said, "My dear, what are you looking for this time? Do you have any sweaters?" Chu Xiaoyu asked timidly. "Of course. Look over here. We have all kinds, and they are absolutely affordable." As he spoke, the shopkeeper led them to a nearby wall where shelves were piled high with an assortment of sweaters. Upon surveying the myriad styles, Chu Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with genuine delight. Although the materials were somewhat coarse, the prices were indeed tempting, only 50 for each piece. They felt substantial to the touch, sure to provide warmth when worn. While 50 seemed a tad steep, she thought that a bit of negotiation could possibly bring it down to 45. Noticing the gleam of excitement in Chu Xiaoyu's eyes, the shopkeeper instantly recognized her fondness for the sweaters. Merchants are adept at reading emotions. Once a hint of delight is revealed, they seize the opportunity to negotiate firmly. After a moment of contemplation, the shopkeeper took the initiative. "My dear, these are authentic wool sweaters. I can let them go for 51 each, at cost price. How about two? One for you, and one for your boyfriend. They would complement each other beautifully." Upon hearing Liu Chuan mistakenly referred to as her boyfriend, Chu Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed crimson. Yet, aside from the momentary fluster, a wave of joy surged within her. Especially after hearing the word compliment, she gazed intensely at two particular sweaters on the wall, her eyes filled with longing. However, feeling that 51 was rather exorbitant, she couldn't help but lower her head in disappointment. All of this transpired under Liu Chuan's observant gaze, who could not help but shake his head and smile gently. The young lady, once thought to be a master of bargaining during her high school days, found herself utterly at a loss in this situation. Liu Chuan grasped Chu Xiaoyu's sleeve firmly and said in a low tone, "Come on, little fool, it's time to leave." "Why buy anything?" Chu Xiaoyu turned back in surprise, but before she knew it, she was being led out of the stall. It was only as they neared the exit that the realization struck her. She had displayed far too much enthusiasm, which the vendor had clearly noticed. This was why he quoted such a high price. He had completely read her intentions. Embarrassment flooded her cheeks as she acknowledged her misstep. Initially, she had playfully teased Liu Chuan about his efforts to look out for her by pretending to be a skilled negotiator. Little did she know, he seemed to possess a far greater acumen than she did. With newfound admiration, Chu Xiaoyu followed Liu Chuan obediently as they prepared to exit the stall. Observing this sudden turn of events, the vendor furrowed his brows, sensing a shift in fortune. He stepped in front of Liu Chuan with a broad grin, attempting to bargain. "Hey handsome, your girlfriend seems to be quite taken with this. Why not take another look? We won't be looking anymore. There are plenty of stalls here. Which one can't we explore?" Liu Chuan replied nonchalantly. The vendor rubbed his hands together, chuckling. But you see, my stall has the most merchandise. All of the finest wool, and the prices are the most reasonable. Why not take another glance?" "We're not interested," Liu Chuan remarked, glancing at the vendor's anxious demeanor. Fully aware that he was becoming desperate, he deliberately countered, "Your sweaters have no unique styles. I passed by numerous stalls on my way here, and they all look just like yours. Why must we purchase from you? Let's check out another place." Unmoved, Liu Chuan tugged on Chu Xiaoyu's sleeve, intent on leaving. At this point, the vendor was genuinely alarmed. He understood that the advantages of his goods were not substantial, and the price he had quoted was indeed unreasonable. As a seasoned seller, he was prepared to walk away from this deal, but having sensed Chu Xiaoyu's interest, he believed this sale was within reach. Now, with their sudden refusal to buy, he felt as though a golden opportunity was slipping away, and he was not willing to let it go without a fight. "All right, how about 31 items? You can choose any, all for the same price," the vendor proposed, albeit with some reluctance. Liu Chuan maintained a stoic expression, replying, 30? No. 50 will do. 50? The vendor was baffled. How could someone raise the price on their own? Liu Chuan nodded. "Yes, 50 for 3 items. Either sell or we will leave." "Are you out of your mind? 53 items. How can that be sold?" The vendor exclaimed in disbelief, feeling a pang of regret. Yet Liu Chuan merely smiled, unperturbed. "Enough of the theatrics. It's 53 items now, and soon it will be 33. So, will we make a deal or not?" He held Chu Xiaoyu's sleeve firmly, locking eyes with the vendor. With a resounding thud, the vendor slammed his hand on the table and declared, "Deal." Seeing the other party agree so readily, Liu Chuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret as he said to Chu Xiaoyu, "I really lowered the price too much. I'm still rather inexperienced." He gently patted Chu Xiaoyu's little head, expressing his hope. "In the future, you must at least negotiate 3 items for 20 yuan, understand? Did you learn my bargaining techniques just now?" Chu Xiaoyu nodded fervently, her enchanting eyes glistening with admiration as they gazed at Liu Chuan. Witnessing his bargaining prowess had awakened something deep within her soul. So this is how one negotiates. Liu Chuan is truly remarkable. Yes, I will definitely be able to negotiate 3 items for 20 yuan in the future. Her eyes sparkled with determination. But suddenly she felt that her enthusiasm was perhaps too overt. Her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head, her index finger playfully tapping against her chest. Observing Chu Xiaoyu's innocent demeanor, Liu Chuan felt a surge of curiosity. He pondered how the Chu Xiaoyu of his previous life had learned to bargain. Perhaps, just by casually mentioning it, he had inadvertently set her on a path that would astonish even him with her bargaining skills in the future. After all, it is a matter of talent. Chapter 52. The Couple's Outfit. Have you truly mastered it? Liu Chuan reached out to gently touch Chu Xiaoyu's adorable bare ears and casually inquired, "Have you truly mastered it?" Chu Xiaoyu nodded earnestly. But soon her charming eyes glistened with a hint of disappointment. She lowered her head slightly, causing her bare ears to droop. "What is the matter?" Liu Chuan asked. "This outfit should have only cost 200, Chu Xiaoyu replied softly, gesturing to the down jacket she wore. Upon hearing this, Liu Chuan swallowed hard, his lips twitching slightly. Astonishment flooded his mind. This girl, it seems she has genuinely learned. He shook his head gently. Having often referred to Chu Xiaoyu as a little simpleton, forgetting that she was destined to be a future academic star, the level of intelligence was evidently different. It was only natural for her to grasp such things. At that moment, Chu Xiaoyu lifted her head, hesitantly glancing at a sweater she had taken from the shelf. Although Liu Chuan was the one paying, she had chosen the clothing for him and was eager to see how he would look in the sweater with her index finger touching her chest. She gazed at Liu Chuan, her cheeks flushed, and timidly pointed to a gray sweater, murmuring, Xiao Chuan Gu, could you try this one on?" Liu Chuan momentarily froze, looking at the sweater Chu Xiaoyu was indicating. You chose this for me. Chu Xiaoyu nodded, lowering her head shyly. Liu Chuan then realized that the sweater's size had been selected based on his own physique. He typically wouldn't wear such coarse material, as this faux wool could be quite uncomfortable against the skin. However, seeing the hopeful gleam in Chu Xiaoyu's eyes, he smiled and removed his outer jacket, donning the gray sweater. To his surprise, although the quality of the garment was lacking, the cut was quite appealing. The V-neckline accentuated Liu Chuan's attractive collarbones, and combined with his sunny disposition, he effortlessly infused the sweater with a touch of artistic flair. Chu Xiaoyu was utterly mesmerized. Given her usual demeanor, she would never dare to scrutinize someone so closely. This was the first time she found herself gazing intently at Liu Chuan, her cheeks involuntarily flushing, her enchanting eyes shimmering like stars. So Liu Chuan is this handsome. Typically, she would only steal glances at his profile. She had never looked at him so directly before. At that moment, she finally understood the infatuation of her female classmates. Liu Chuan was not only kind-hearted but also resembled a star from a television drama. Chu Xiaoyu was so entranced that she stood there in a daze. Suddenly, with a gentle flick, Liu Chuan tapped her forehead, chuckling, "Little simpleton. Do you think it looks good?" Chu Xiaoyu, feeling a slight sting, covered her forehead, her bare ears bouncing slightly as she pouted. "Why, yes. It looks good. As long as it looks good," he replied. Liu Chuan smiled gently, picking up another pink sweater and handing it to Chu Xiaoyu. "Here, put this on. Let us take a photo to commemorate this moment." In truth, Liu Chuan had always felt a sense of regret. During their high school days in the previous life, there had been no photographs of Chu Xiaoyu. She had even chosen to be absent during graduation due to the sorrow of her grandmother's passing. Now that he had been reborn, he was determined to remedy each and every one of Chu Xiaoyu's regrets. Chu Xiaoyu took the pink sweater, gazing at it dazedly. Her cheeks flushed a vivid crimson, reminiscent of a kettle boiling over. She was no longer a child and understood the implications of matching outfits. The two sweaters were identical in style, akin to what others referred to as couples attire. For a moment, Chu Xiaoyu hesitated, her small hands clenched tightly. Her heart a mix of anticipation and a hint of trepidation. She was uncertain of Liu Chuan's intentions and even more confused about her own feelings. Trying to reassure herself, it was merely wearing the same clothes. It did not signify being in a relationship. After all, she was not one to engage in romance. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Chu Xiaoyu donned the pink sweater. Beneath the V-neckline, her fair neck and porcelain collarbones were as exquisite as a masterpiece. The pink sweater, paired with an adorable orange bare-eared down jacket, momentarily stunned Liu Chuan. The Chu Xiaoyu from high school and the Chu Xiaoyu of 10 years later possessed two distinct forms of beauty. The current Chu Xiaoyu radiated youthful charm, and because he had intervened in her life early on, she exuded a vibrant and lively beauty that the Chu Xiaoyu of 10 years hence lacked. At that moment, Liu Chuan felt a pang in his heart. "Can we take the picture now?" Chu Xiaoyu shyly lifted her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. Imbued with a subtle joy and expectation, yet laced with caution, Liu Chuan snapped back to reality, handing his Nokia to the proprietor nearby with a smile. "Could you take a photo for us? Just a little keepsake, please?" "All right," the owner replied somewhat reluctantly, initially disinclined to assist. He was swayed by the sight of Liu Chuan and Chu Xiaoyu together, their compatibility evoking a sense of envy that made him eager to help. As he snapped the photograph, memories of his own youthful days flooded back, years when he had his hands in his pockets, unaware of what it meant to have a rival. At that moment, Liu Chuan playfully flicked Chu Xiaoyu's forehead, grinning. "Look at the camera, you silly goose." Chu Xiaoyu, feeling a touch of grievance, covered her forehead and shyly cast her eyes towards Liu Chuan's profile, murmuring, "Okay, I got it." And in that instant, the click of the camera captured the scene forever. Chu Xiaoyu, shyly shielding her forehead, gazing at Liu Chuan's profile, immortalized in time. After the photo was taken, Liu Chuan promptly paid and neatly folded the sweaters. Chu Xiaoyu, carrying the bag, walked behind Liu Chuan, who ambled slowly, patiently waiting for her. Suddenly, she lifted the clothing, her doe-like eyes shimmering as they looked towards Liu Chuan. Liu Chuan, wait, just a moment," abruptly came to a halt, addressing Liu Chuan by his full name rather than his usual nickname. "What is it?" Liu Chuan inquired, glancing back with a hint of curiosity. With her fingers tightly clenched and her lips gently bitten, as if resolutely steeling herself, Chu Yu gazed at Liu Chuan and asked, "May I have that photograph?" "Of course," Liu Chuan replied with a smile. "I mean, I would like to have it developed. Chu Yu hesitated, her voice wavering. Absolutely. I had intended to develop it anyway, Liu Chuan said as he approached her, gently ruffling her hair. Great. Chu Yu couldn't help but smile, her dimples blooming charmingly on either side of her cheeks. She felt a genuine joy. Initially, upon seeing the photo, she had not been particularly fond of it. The absence of a clear shot of both of them made it feel somewhat odd. However, the moment she beheld the purity in her own eyes, she instantly fell in love with that photograph. She realized that only during the days spent with Liu Chuan did she possess such a vibrant and innocent gaze. Chu Xiaoyu yearned to preserve that photograph, uncertain whether the trials of life would allow her to maintain such a sparkling light in her eyes in the future. If it were to persist, she wished to reserve such untainted and lively eyes solely for Liu Chuan. The couple's attire was something she wished to share only with him, even if she could not engage in a romantic relationship. As they strolled along, slowly returning to the bustling marketplace, music emanated from the speakers of the shops on either side. It was a new song from VA, titled Couple Outfits. Chapter 53, A Lifetime. Beneath the night sky, the street lamps flickered with a soft, golden glow, casting the mottled shadows of the phoenix trees that swayed gently in the breeze. Liu Chuan and Chu Xiaoyu walked along the tree-lined path, one in front of the other. The bustling market on either side buzzed with the chatter of the crowd, slowly fading into the background as a melancholic voice emerged. The singer softly crooned, and though Chu Xiaoyu grasped only fragments of the lyrics, her keen intellect, destined to excel in the humanities, discerned the bittersweet essence of love within those refined, sorrowful words. Lost in thought, she stole a glance at Liu Chuan, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Images of Liu Chuan flitted through her mind, quickening her heartbeat involuntarily. Though she was still unaware of the true meaning of affection, she found solace in the notion that wearing similar outfits did not necessarily constitute couple attire. She reassured herself that the relationship between Liu Chuan and herself was merely that of friends, or perhaps something more, yet still shy of being lovers. However, no matter the extent of her self-deception, she could not escape her own heart. She recognized that their proximity had steadily diminished, close enough to sense each other's breath, close enough for Chu Xiaoyu to feel a twinge of anxiety over what might be lost. It's late. I should walk you home. Tomorrow, you need to focus on your studies, understand? Liu Chuan said with a smile. All right, Chu Xiaoyu replied, suddenly realizing that her worries about academic performance seemed to dissipate in Liu Chuan's presence, as if the challenges ahead were trivial. But what if Liu Chuan were not there? The thought crept into her mind, stirring a flicker of fear within her. At that moment, Liu Chuan reached out, playfully pinching the bare ears on her hat. Little silly. What are you daydreaming about now? Nothing, Chu Xiaoyu stammered, her head lowered, feeling her cheeks flush from Liu Chuan's proximity. Nothing? Then what do you call me? Liu Chuan teased, gently flicking her forehead. In pain, she covered her brow, looking up with a pout. Little Chuan Ji, it hurts. That's more like it. You promised to call me that for a lifetime. You can't just stop, Liu Chuan asserted, affectionately ruffling her hair. I understand, Chu Xiaoyu murmured, nodding softly, unsure why the mention of a lifetime had dispelled her earlier gloom, leaving only a warm glow in her heart that urged her to smile. All right, let us go. Liu Chuan gently took hold of the sleeve of her coat, feeling a sense of satisfaction. This little silly had finally begun to open her heart, discovering a spark of confidence. Her naive demeanor was undeniably endearing. Before long, Liu Chuan hailed a taxi, acknowledging that both of them were weary from their walk. Since earning his first substantial income, he could no longer endure the daily grind of walking and taking the bus. With the funds for his stock investments yet to materialize, he had no means to purchase a car, so they would have to settle for a taxi for now. As they sat in the vehicle, a comfortable silence enveloped them. It was Chu Xiaoyu's first experience in a car, and she curiously leaned her head to the side, gazing at the vibrant, shimmering neon lights outside, her mouth agape in wonder. Accompanied by Liu Chuan, she navigated with cautious ease, her fear replaced by awe at the beauty of benching. From the elevated road, the shanty town appeared as a dim flicker, while Liu Chuan's home shone brightly. Nestled within her down jacket, Chu Yuyu's bear-like ears twitched playfully, eliciting a gentle smile from Liu Chuan. Shortly thereafter, the taxi came to a halt at the entrance of the shanty town. After settling the fare, Liu Chuan took hold of Chu Xiaoyu's sleeve as they alighted from the vehicle. The shanty town remained shrouded in gloom, a biting wind swirling around them, causing their clothes to rustle softly. Yet, warmth blossomed in Chu Xiaoyu's heart. She felt no chill at all. Perhaps it was the coziness of her down jacket. Or maybe it was Liu Chuan's presence that shielded her from the cold. Let us go? I'll take you home, Liu Chuan said with a smile. However, Chu Xiaoyu shook her head. No, it's all right. I can go back by myself. It's quite late. You should head home. It's nothing. I'm on my way anyway. Liu Chuan casually fabricated an excuse, oblivious to the fact that Chu Xiaoyu had already visited his home and would not be easily deceived. You're just trying to coax me. Chu Xiaoyu protested, not wanting to burden Liu Chuan. Pouting slightly, she murmured, your home is in the opposite direction. I've been there before. Don't think I'm really that naive. Recalling how Liu Chuan had once deliberately taken the wrong route to escort her home, her cheeks flushed. Thankfully, the darkness concealed her embarrassment from Liu Chuan. Oh, little silly. You're not so silly after all, Liu Chuan teased, gently ruffling her hair. Quite clever indeed. Well, of course. Chu Xiaoyu twirled her fingers nervously, her voice timid. It's too late, Liu Chuan, you should go home. Yet Liu Chuan paid her no mind, firmly holding her sleeve as they continued onward. Chu Xiaoyu had no choice but to follow, glancing at the inky sky, realizing it must be nearing 8 or 9 o'clock. Concern gnawed at her. She couldn't bear the thought of Liu Chuan being out so late. Auntie will worry, she murmured softly. Let us go. Don't overthink it. My mom will worry about you more than me. After all, you are her beloved daughter, while I am merely the pretend son. Liu Chuan replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, he halted, turning to Chu Xiaoyu with a gentle gaze. Besides, in such darkness, how could I bear to let this little silly wander alone? At his words, warmth surged within Chu Xiaoyu, sensing a subtle affection in Liu Chuan's tone. Her cheeks flushed and her heart raced. Lowering her gaze, she ceased her objections and softly suggested, then, let us walk faster so Annie won't worry. Liu Chuan chuckled, all right. Before long, they arrived at the doorstep of Chu Xiaoyu's home. All right, this is where we part ways. I want to go in this time, Liu Chuan declared as he released her sleeve. Yes, it's too late. Return home early. It's quite chilly, Chu Xiaoyu remarked before turning and stepping inside her house. Yet, she frequently glanced back at Liu Chuan, displaying an air of reluctance. Upon noticing Liu Chuan gazing at her as well, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly retreated into her home. Observing the flustered retreat of Chu, Liu Chuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Today would undoubtedly be an unforgettable day, both for Chu and himself. The tender yet painful emotions blossoming during their high school years echoed the sentiments expressed in V's songs. Nevertheless, Liu Chuan held a firm belief that in this new life, he could offer Chu the very best. He clenched his fist, contemplating the urgency of initiating his stock trading endeavors, aiming to seize several upward price limits to maximize potential profits. Chapter 54, Grandmother's Reassurance. With this thought, Liu Chuan turned and walked alone in the opposite direction. At that moment, Chu Xiaoyu's little head suddenly peeked out from behind the door frame. She gazed blankly at Liu Chuan's retreating figure, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears, fluttering like petals in the dark. Only after Liu Chuan had completely vanished into the shadows did Chu Xiaoyu reluctantly turn her head and gently close the door. In the dim light, she stood leaning against the door for a while, her mind flooded with sweet memories of moments shared with Liu Chuan. Even though he had walked far away, the mere thought of him caused her heart to race uncontrollably. This innocent and naive feeling made her cheeks blush slightly as she covered her face, unwilling to dwell on it any longer. Before long, Chu Xiaoyu's little head peeked through the crack of the door from the adjacent room. Upon seeing her sister, her face lit up with joy as she dashed into Chu Xiaoyu's embrace. Sister, you're back, Chu Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly. Suddenly, her eyes fell upon her sister's exquisite down jacket and the pink sweater beneath it, her mouth agape in awe as she softly exclaimed, wow. Chu Xiaoyu nuzzled into Chu Xiaoyu's embrace, saying, Sister, your new clothes are so beautiful, and you're so warm. The little girl was dressed quite lightly in a somewhat worn-out cotton jacket, and the room felt dim and damp, prompting her to burrow into her sister's warm embrace. With a heart full of affection, Chu Xiaoyu gently stroked the little girl's head and smiled. Yue, big brother Chuan bought you new clothes. Shall I help you put them on? Really? Chu Yue raised her little hand in surprise, having lost track of how long it had been since she wore new clothes. The little girl was very understanding and never asked for such things, knowing that her sister always wished to give her the best. Yet, what her sister did not know was that Yue also wanted to provide the best for her sister. Indeed, Chu Xiaoyu raised the plastic bag in her hand and retrieved a thick pink sweater, handing it to the little girl. Next time, remember to thank big brother Liu Chuan. All right, I will. Chu Yue nodded eagerly, clutching the pink sweater as if it were a treasure, her face brimming with joy. After all, being a little girl, it was already quite thoughtful of her to consider her sister. But what little girl could resist the allure of a new outfit? Clutching her new clothes, Chu Yue skipped joyfully, her delicate eyes sparkling like crescent moons. All right, let me help you put it on. Chu Xiaoyu affectionately stroked her sister's little head, took the pink sweater, and dressed the little girl in it. The sweater fit her perfectly. She looked adorable, slender, and delicate. Chu Xiaoyu then draped the cotton jacket over Chu Yue, smiling. Is it warm? Warm. Chu Yue nodded vigorously, her face cradled in her hands, radiating happiness. However, watching her sister's joyful expression, Chu Xiaoyu felt a pang of bittersweet emotion in her heart. In the past, this household relied solely on its own resources. It took meticulous budgeting for a whole year just to buy a new piece of clothing for my younger sister, often settling for the most inferior garments. My heart truly ached for little Yue. It is precisely for this reason that Chu Yu hesitated to purchase clothing for her grandmother this time, knowing full well that her grandmother would refuse to accept it, insisting instead on providing for both herself and her sister. Glancing at the blissful little girl, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Liu Chuan. This thought caused a faint blush to creep onto Chu Yoyu's cheeks. She resolved to find a way to repay Liu Chuan in the future, believing that even without financial means, her heartfelt intentions would suffice. As Chu Xiaoyu was lost in her thoughts, the gentle voice of Grandma Chu broke through. Yoyu, is that you back? Leaning on her cane, Grandma Chu emerged from her room. She walked slowly, coughing intermittently, her back noticeably more hunched than before, her silver hair glistening, and beads of perspiration forming on her forehead, her aging face appearing increasingly pallid. Witnessing her grandmother's frail condition, Chu Yu felt a pang of sorrow. Her heart, previously warmed by youthful affection, suddenly felt heavy again. Grandma. Chu Yu's doe-like eyes shimmered with tears. You are worse again. Anxiously, she grasped her grandmother's hand, her eyes glistening. Grandma, you should lie down. It's cold here. It's all right, Yu. Grandma just needs to stand for a moment, Grandma Chu replied with a tender smile, her aged fingers gently caressing Chu Yu's hair. Upon noticing the new clothes on Chu Yu and Yue, a flicker of relief crossed her aged eyes. Yu, I can be at ease now, she said, grasping Chu Yu's delicate hand. Finally, someone will take care of you. Grandma can rest easy now. Upon hearing these words, Chu Yu's eyes brimmed with tears. She realized that Grandma Chu was fully aware of her budding relationship with Liu Chuan. In that instant, the weight of her grandmother's deteriorating health pressed heavily upon her heart, yet the thought of Liu Chuan brought her a sense of solace, as if this burden could be borne or perhaps alleviated. Meanwhile, Liu Chuan had finally returned home. It was nearly 10 o'clock. His mother, Jiang Mei, had already retired for the night, yet a warm meal awaited him on the dining table. Old Liu sat on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, exuding an air of calm confidence. I'm back, Liu Chuan announced as he entered, changing into his slippers. Out fooling around again. Old Liu put down his phone, his sharp gaze scanning Liu Chuan for any signs of mischief. Well, young man, it's getting late. Where have you been? Where else could I have gone? Just came back from school, Liu Chuan replied, feeling somewhat guilty under his father's scrutinizing gaze, fabricating an excuse. Upon hearing this, old Liu immediately sensed something was amiss. After all, he recognized the familiar signs of youthful folly in his son. He lit a cigarette and glanced towards the master bedroom, ensuring Jiang Mei was undisturbed before beckoning Liu Chuan closer with a conspiratorial air. Come here, let's talk on the balcony. Liu Chuan shook his head, reluctant. No thanks. I still need to eat. He was aware that old Liu must have uncovered something, and thought to himself, since Mom supports me, what can this old man say? Feeling a bit irritated, old Liu immediately adopted a stern expression, tightened his grip on his seven wolves belt, and remarked, just because your mother has your back. Do you think I want to dare to reprimand you? Under a barrage of threats, Liu Chuan reluctantly followed old Liu to the balcony. On the balcony, old Liu exhaled a puff of smoke and inquired, So, is it serious? How far have you progressed? Liu Chuan's lips twitched, but he remained silent. He pondered how he hadn't noticed this old man's gossipy nature in his previous life. Oh, Dad, please don't pry. I know what I'm doing. Liu Chuan replied dismissively, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Maintaining his composure, he glanced at old Liu and added with a smile. My primary focus now is my studies. Surely, you aren't as nosy as Mom, are you? Even if you both admire Chu Xiaoyu, she too has her studies to attend to. Having lived 2 lives, Liu Chuan was adept at weaving lies without a flicker of guilt. Old Liu, however, scoffed derisively and said, "You know what you're doing? I'm well aware of you." He pointed to the water stains on Liu Chuan's collar and continued, "You must have held her, right? The girl was crying in your arms. Still not admitting it? Do you think I've never been in love?" Old Liu shook his head with disdain. Upon hearing this, Liu Chuan was momentarily taken aback, casting a surprised glance at old Liu. Wow, this old man had quite the adventurous youth, and he can see through it all. Chapter 55. The Wisdom of Old Liu. Dad, no, old Liu. Does Mom know about your extensive experience? Liu Chuan's lips twitched, his expression turning cold as he cast a threatening glance at old Liu. Regardless of his mother's approval of his relationship with Chu Xiaoyu, old Liu's opposition would be futile. Indeed, he was resolute in his stance. Noticing the threat in his son's eyes, old Liu felt a surge of anger. However, being a businessman, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of pride amidst his irritation. Shaking his head with a smirk, he remarked, "Good lad, your wings have grown strong. Rest assured. Your mother supports you. What can I possibly say?" Old Liu scoffed. He had a clear understanding of his familial position. Liu Chuan cast a dubious glance at old Liu, but a sense of relief washed over him, prompting a goofy smile. "That's good. Dad, feel free to ask whatever you wish." "Humph. So you're calling me Dad now?" Old Liu maintained a stern facade. "What should I call you then, old Liu?" Liu Chuan retorted with a chuckle. Old Liu shook his head disapprovingly. "Humph. You little rascal. If I'm a little rascal, what does that make you?" Liu Chuan teased. Old Liu swiftly reached for his belt, and Liu Chuan clasped his hands together in a gesture of surrender. "Now, let us get back to the matter at hand. Are you truly in a relationship?" Old Liu inquired. "Sort of." At this juncture, Liu Chuan chose not to conceal the truth any longer. His rebirth had but one purpose, and that was Chu Xiaoyu. Although the nature of their feelings remained ambiguous and the sweet, yet naive girl was still somewhat oblivious, admitting it was not detrimental. Securing his parents' approval might even yield unexpected support in the future. Seeing Liu Chuan concede, old Liu exhaled a puff of smoke and said solemnly, "Have you thought this through? A girl from such a family background is not someone to take lightly." His gaze intensified. He looked directly into Liu Chuan's eyes and earnestly cautioned, "If you haven't made up your mind, do not approach her carelessly, understand? Matters like these should not even cross your mind before marriage." Old Liu's sternness seemed rather outdated to Liu Chuan, who couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment at discussing such topics with his father, who was in his 50s. Even with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, Liu Chuan felt his cheeks flush. "Dad, what are you talking about? I don't understand." "Don't understand? That's for the best." Old Liu scoffed dismissively. "If anything happens, remember, old Liu can still cushion the blow for you." With that said, old Liu retreated to his room. Watching his father's silhouette fade away, Liu Chuan felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He realized that old Liu was actually supporting him. He wasn't opposing his relationship, but rather encouraging him to actively assist Chu Xiaoyu's family. Should he encounter financial difficulties, he could directly approach old Liu for help. In that moment, Liu Chuan's thoughts swirled. He meticulously recalled the dates from his previous life. The time when Chu Xiaoyu's grandmother's condition worsened was drawing ever nearer. Yet, the funds he possessed remained woefully inadequate. Liu Chuan clenched his fist and shook his head slightly. He needed to act swiftly, for if trouble arose, he would have to seek assistance from old Liu, and he could not bear to lose face. Although their relationship had somewhat improved over 2 lifetimes, the thought of burdening old Liu with matters concerning Chu Xiaoyu was something Liu Chuan was keen to avoid. Chu Xiaoyu was his beloved, and it was his responsibility alone to heal her. After dinner, Liu Chuan returned to his room. Retrieving the financing agreement along with the stock chart he had meticulously sketched from memory, and began to study it intently. The night passed in silence. The following day, Liu Chuan attended school with Chu Xiaoyu as usual, but amidst his studies, he seized his Nokia phone and began to acquire a substantial amount of shares in Salt Lake stocks. This stock was a formidable contender, boasting an annual increase of 488. And this period marked its most volatile phase. With the confidence stemming from his memories, Liu Chuan boldly invested the full amount in Salt Lake stocks. With a capital of 100,000 and leveraging 5 times, he was effectively trading on 5 points. Should the stock rise by 1 point, he would gain 5 points. Conversely, a drop would cost him 5 points. On the very first day, Salt Lake stocks surged, hitting an immediate increase of 5 points. Liu Chuan successfully capitalized on this, swiftly exiting with his gains. In the span of a single day, his initial investment of 100,000 transformed into 500,000. In the following days, Liu Chuan repeated this process. Aside from attending school and completing assignments, he was engrossed in buying and selling stocks. Within a mere fortnight, while the stock's fluctuations deviated slightly from his memory, they were nonetheless favorable. Liu Chuan adeptly captured several limit-up opportunities. His initial 100,000 ballooned to 500,000, then to 1 million, finally settling at 4 million. Liu Chuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the stock market would be even more exuberant than he remembered. The ease with which he accrued wealth was astonishing. Even the financing institution that had supported Liu Chuan was astonished. They had never encountered someone so adept at predicting limit-up stocks, as if he could foresee the future. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch. The financing institutions, of course, were not lending money out of sheer generosity. They intended to reap their share from the profits. Yet, unexpectedly, Liu Chuan's deft maneuvers led the institution to feel as though they had been outsmarted. It seemed that way, but lacking evidence. The company president pondered and considered urging Liu Chuan to make another bold move. With 4 million in financing, he could leverage it to several thousand, a considerably larger gain. Should he profit, it would elevate him immensely. Should he incur losses, he would find himself in dire straits. Liu Chuan felt a flicker of temptation. After all, his memories hinted at one last potential limit up. However, observing the increasingly erratic fluctuations of Salt Lake stocks left him with an uneasy feeling. Thus, he decisively opted to withdraw and refrain from further financing. With 4 million already secured, that sum was more than sufficient to address pressing needs in the short term. In a tentative move, Liu Chuan invested another 100,000 into Salt Lake stocks, but an unforeseen turn of events transpired. The stock began to diverge sharply from his recollections, plummeting instead. In the span of just 1 hour, Liu Chuan's 100,000 evaporated. It was only then that he realized how fortunate he was not to have pursued additional financing. Fortunately, the loss was limited to a mere 100,000, while a net profit of 3,900,000 was realized. Through this experience, Liu Chuan has gained a lucid understanding of future business investments. The causes and outcomes may remain uncertain, yet the process in between is undeniably immutable. While stocks can still be invested in, one must exercise caution and engage primarily during the mid-phase of price increases. It is imperative to avoid betting at the onset or conclusion of such surges. With this in mind, Liu Chuan glanced at the more than 3 million in his bank account, still feeling a twinge of apprehension. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to take advantage of the weekend to purchase a car and a home. Real estate is the most reliable investment, and there is indeed a demand from Chu Xiaoyu's side, making it a fortuitous opportunity. Chapter 56 Longing for You in 2008. The urban planning of Bincheng was merely in its infancy, with numerous private housing and shantytowns still preserved. Consequently, many potential real estate projects were just beginning to be launched, their prices astonishingly low compared to a decade later. Liu Chuan's immediate thought was of his own home, specifically a newly opened development adjacent to Shingen Community, named Bailheyuan. This development epitomized modern architecture, predominantly featuring spacious, flat units. The community boasted a picturesque environment, and most importantly, it was in close proximity to his residence, offering remarkable convenience. At present, the price was just over 6,000, which greatly satisfied Liu Chuan. He promptly secured a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room, 140 square meter flat at the sales office. The total expenditure was a little over 800,000, and since he paid in full, he even received a discount of about 10,000. Upon delivery, as it was a fully furnished home, there was no need for additional renovation expenses. Liu Chuan inspected the decor of the apartment. Although somewhat outdated, it was generally bright and tidy. It did not add or detract from the overall appeal, and it was certainly comfortable enough for living, leading him to abandon any thoughts of major renovations. This residence was specifically intended for Chu Xiaoyu. With 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, one would be for Chu Xiaoyu, while the little girl, Chu Yue, and Grandma Chu each had their own rooms. As for the 4th room, Liu Chuan pondered that it might be useful in the future. Having an extra room could never be a disadvantage. Subsequently, Liu Chuan ordered some furniture, all delivered to his door, allowing him to furnish the new apartment with minimal effort. However, this flat could not be directly handed over to Chu Yu just yet. Given the still naive and tender nature of their relationship, this wasn't the ideal moment. Liu Chuan understood that if he were to suddenly gift such a substantial property to Chu Yu, the overwhelming generosity would likely weigh heavily upon her. He was unwilling to impose undue pressure on her. It was essential to wait until their relationship progressed further and everything became clearer. That would be the right time. After purchasing the apartment, Binching experienced its first snowfall of 2008. Although it was merely flurries, the ground still accumulated a layer of snow, with temperatures hovering around freezing, and icicles occasionally falling from the eaves. The public buses in 2008 had insufficient heating, and Liu Chuan found himself shivering on the bus, thinking of the innocent Chu Xiaoyu, who stood outside her home in the early dawn, braving the cold wind to wait for him, brought a pang of sadness to his heart. This resolutely solidified his intention to buy a car. With some money still in hand, he experienced no hesitation. As long as he kept it discreet and out of old Liu's sight, there would be no complications. After accounting for the cost of the apartment and furniture, Liu Chuan still had over 3 million remaining. He planned to purchase an ordinary vehicle for commuting, one that could take the little girl to school. The car did not need to be extravagant. A budget of 200,000 to 300,000 would suffice. Upon visiting a dealership, he initially intended to buy the most basic Volkswagen. However, upon spotting a BMW X3, a midsize SUV parked to the side, he was instantly tempted. The vehicle left a profound impression on Liu Chuan. Its high resale value and commendable performance stood out. Most notably, its aesthetic appeal was striking. And its size was impressive. After all, what man doesn't appreciate something substantial? After a moment's contemplation, Liu Chuan decided not to fuss over the few thousand yuan and placed an order without hesitation. Once the payment was settled, he promptly acquired a temporary license plate and drove it straight back to the parking lot of Sheng'an Community. He deliberately parked in old Liu's blind spot, taking precautions against both fire and theft, as well as his father's potential discovery. After all, he feared that the sudden influx of wealth might be overwhelming for old Liu, who had labored for many years and might not have as much savings as Liu Chuan possessed at that moment. Reflecting on this, Liu Chuan felt a sense of filial piety in every conceivable sense. Upon returning home, he noticed it was already 9 in the evening. Gazing out the window at the increasingly large snowflakes, he was suddenly reminded of the endearing Chu Xiaoyu. She resided in a dilapidated area devoid of heating or air conditioning, and with temperatures plummeting below freezing that night, it must be quite frigid for her. Contemplating this, Liu Chuan sent her a text. "Little silly, are you cold?" At that moment, Chu Xiaoyu was nestled under the blankets with her sister, Chu Yue. Winters in their community were particularly harsh. The damp chill penetrated to the bone. Every winter, little Yue struggled to sleep, complaining to her sister about the cold, and sometimes even feeling pain. Chu Xiaoyu would soothe her for a considerable time, using her body heat to gradually warm the little one until she could finally drift off to sleep. Just when she had succeeded in lulling her sister to rest, her small phone by the pillow vibrated unexpectedly. Chu Xiaoyu cherished this little phone, eagerly awaiting Liu Chuan's nightly messages or calls. She carefully pressed the screen and read his message. "Little silly, are you cold?" Wrapping herself tightly in the blanket, she exhaled, producing visible breath in the frigid air, affirming her discomfort. However, she clenched her fingers, reluctant to burden Liu Chuan with her worries, and awkwardly held the phone in one hand while typing with a single finger. Though she had learned to spell and pinyin quite well, the input method on her phone was unfamiliar, and after a prolonged struggle, she managed to send a single character, "No." Liu Chuan received the message and felt a flicker of confusion. A moment later, another message arrived, this time containing the character for cold. Now, Liu Chuan was even more perplexed, unsure whether it was indeed cold or not. "Oh, this little silly." Liu Chuan shook his head with a hint of compassion and replied, "If you're cold, hurry and sleep. Don't wait for me outside in the morning. I will knock on the door, and then you can come out. Do you understand, little silly?" "Understood," came her response, albeit clumsily typed out one character at a time. After sending the message, she hugged her phone and gazed at the wall, where she had lovingly framed a photograph of herself with Liu Chuan. Looking at his handsome visage and her youthful eyes, she found herself overwhelmed with a mix of sweetness and melancholy. The bittersweet emotions, shrouded in darkness, ultimately transformed into an overwhelming longing within her heart. Chu Xiaoyu cradled her little communicator, painstakingly typing one letter at a time, until she finally managed to assemble the 2 words, "Miss you." A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she gently pressed the send button. After dispatching those 2 somewhat candid words, she stared blankly at her own message, her cheeks instantly blooming with a blush of crimson. Clutching her communicator, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Was her expression too direct? She reminded herself that she was not in a position to pursue romance. Yet, Mere seconds later, her communicator vibrated once more. Upon opening the message, her worries dissipated like mist, and a smile of happiness graced her lips as she buried her flushed face into her blanket. Liu Chuan replied, "I miss you too, my dear little dumpling." Chapter 57. The following morning, as dawn broke, Liu Chuan was roused from his slumber by the howling cold wind outside his window. The icy breeze seeped through the cracks, emitting a whimpering sound that proved more effective than an alarm clock in waking him. Peering outside, he noticed that the snow had fallen throughout the night, blanketing the world in a pristine layer of white. The pedestrians in the neighborhood were bundled in heavy coats, shuffling along with their hands tucked away, clearly indicating that winter had fully set in. Unbeknownst to him, time had slipped away, marking the approach of the end of the first semester of senior year. Life in the final year of high school was notably fast-paced. However, since the exams had concluded, the past few days had been relatively relaxed, mostly comprising discussions of the test papers and individual revisions. Thus, Liu Chuan felt no urgency, and with the winter break approaching, arriving a little late was of no consequence. Stretching languorously, he donned his clothes at a leisurely pace, glancing at his watch to discover it was not yet 6 o'clock. After brushing his teeth, Liu Chuan emerged from the bathroom and headed straight to the dining hall. At that moment, his mother, Jiang Mei, had already prepared breakfast and set it on the table. Upon seeing Liu Chuan awake so early, she expressed mild surprise. "Son, why are you up so early?" However, as soon as the words left her lips, she donned a knowing expression, patted Liu Chuan on the shoulder, and said seriously, "Son, when it comes to romance, one must maintain a rhythm. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Don't be too hasty, or you might irritate Chu Xiaoyu." Hearing this, Liu Chuan's lips twitched, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Mom, where are you even going with this?" he thought, rolling his eyes at her. What did it mean to irritate Xiaoyu? He seriously doubted whether he was her biological child given this treatment. Nevertheless, Jiang Mei's teasing did stir genuine concern for Chu Xiaoyu within Liu Chuan. This little fool always insisted on waiting for him, and while that was tolerable on ordinary days, in such frigid weather, Liu Chuan absent-mindedly sipped the hot porridge, its steam contrasting sharply with the biting cold outside. A slight draft crept in through the window, chilling him to the bone. After a few half-hearted bites, he lost all appetite. "Forget it. I should leave early. If she truly waits for me, she'll catch a cold." He set down his bowl and, noticing Jiang Mei's eager expression, awkwardly said, "Mom, I'm heading out. Remember to give my regards to Xiaoyu," Jiang Mei replied, seemingly unconcerned that Liu Chuan had only nibbled at his porridge, as if her only worry was for Chu Xiaoyu's well-being. Liu Chuan felt a twinge of embarrassment and turned to leave. At that moment, Jiang Mei pulled out a thick pink scarf and handed it to him, smiling. "Here, this is for Xiaoyu," as she nudged him along, urging, "Hurry and go. Don't keep little Xiaoyu waiting." Liu Chuan's lips twitched again, and with a resigned expression, he said, "Mom, you haven't even bought me a scarf yet. Where's mine? A big man like you, strong and tall, needs no scarf." Jiang Mei shot back with a dismissive glance. With a heavy heart and no further words to offer, Liu Chuan turned and stepped out of the house. "Oh dear. You were never this biased before." Liu Chuan shook his head and walked towards the garage, starting his newly purchased BMW X3. With a roar of the engine, he hurriedly set off. As he drove, he turned on the heater, thinking of how warm it would be for Chu Xiaoyu when she got in. A few minutes later, on the street of the shantytown, Chu Xiaoyu stood at her doorstep, dressed in an orange down jacket that made her resemble a small bear. With her head bowed, her little hands tucked inside the sleeves, her fair cheeks were slightly flushed from the cold. As Liu Chuan had anticipated, Chu Xiaoyu was waiting at the door as usual, even before dawn at around 5 o'clock. She remembered clearly that Liu Chuan loved the steamed buns she brought. In order to catch the first batch of buns, she had to wake up early to buy them, keeping them warm against her chest so that they would be perfect for Liu Chuan to enjoy. Chu Xiaoyu naively believed every word Liu Chuan said, holding it close to her heart and doing her utmost to care for him in her own way. Just then, a biting cold wind swept through, causing her to shrink her neck and shiver uncontrollably. She instinctively tucked her hands into her pockets, the frigid air stinging her cheeks, yet she still craned her neck, scanning the surroundings in search of Liu Chuan's figure. In truth, beyond bringing Liu Chuan buns, what terrified her most was the thought of making him wait. With the heavy snowfall and fierce wind today, the idea of him waiting for her was unbearable. Chu Xiaoyu felt that enduring the cold herself was trivial, but having Liu Chuan suffer in the chill while waiting for her weighed heavily on her heart. At that moment, An SUV suddenly halted before her. Chu Xiaoyu was taken aback, not expecting Liu Chuan to drive over, and continued to look around, neck craned. Liu Chuan rolled down the window and, upon spotting her waiting at the door with that same silly expression, felt a pang in his heart. Beep. Liu Chuan honked the horn, and upon hearing the sound, Chu Xiaoyu turned her head to see him. The instant she laid eyes on Liu Chuan, a glimmer of surprise sparkled in her watery, peach blossom-like eyes. However, upon realizing he was driving such an expensive-looking car, she stood frozen in place, hesitant to approach. Seeing this, Liu Chuan could not help but step out of the vehicle. He had initially intended to scold her for not taking care of herself, standing in the heavy snow without fear of catching a cold. But upon witnessing her timid and cautious demeanor, his heart softened. He approached Chu Xiaoyu, gently brushing the snowflakes off her bear-like ears, and said tenderly, "Little silly, aren't you cold waiting like this? You must be frozen stiff." "And no, I'm fine," Chu Xiaoyu replied defiantly, yet as she spoke, white vapor escaped her mouth, and a bit of clear runny nose trickled down. Uncertain of the reason, as Liu Chuan alighted from the vehicle, Chu Xiaoyu suddenly felt she had been overly sensitive moments before. She was well aware of Liu Chuan's affluent background, and it was entirely reasonable for him to drive. Since she began to embrace Liu Chuan's kindness, the delicate and sensitive nerves within her heart had gradually begun to harden, becoming slightly more resilient. "Little silly," Liu Chuan gently flicked Chu Xiaoyu's forehead, adopting a serious tone. "You mustn't keep me waiting like that again." Chu Xiaoyu, wincing in pain, covered her forehead with a pained expression and protested, "But I was afraid you'd be waiting." She gazed at Liu Chuan with an almost pitiful look, her voice barely above a whisper, tinged with a hint of grievance. She produced 2 warm steamed buns and offered them to Liu Chuan, smiling, "Here, for you. Your favorite. Little Chuan go." At that moment, Liu Chuan was struck by an overwhelming chill, as if the frigid air could freeze even a droplet of mucus into an icy lump. Yet, the thought of Chu Xiaoyu, who earnestly remembered even the most casual remark and braved the cold each day without a hint of complaint, truly warmed Liu Chuan's heart, making it feel as if it might melt entirely. Chapter 58. Have you learned? Gazing at the eager expression on Chu Xiaoyu's face, Liu Chuan felt a twinge of emotion in his heart. Chu Xiaoyu's enchanting eyes sparkled with anticipation, the corners slightly reddened by the biting cold wind. Beyond her hopefulness, there was a delicate caution that tugged at one's heartstrings. In that moment, Liu Chuan's thoughts whirled. It was only she who endured the chill. It was only because of a careless remark he made that she rose early each day to buy steamed buns. She was being kind to him. Yet her eyes reflected a timidness, as if afraid of displeasing him. This little simpleton, sigh, doesn't she feel any concern for herself? With this thought in mind, Liu Chuan reached out and affectionately ruffled Chu Xiaoyu's hair before seizing a bun and cheerfully remarked, "Little simpleton, you truly care for me." I should," Chu Xiaoyu replied softly, her head lowered, her bare ear hat perfectly concealing her flushed cheeks. As she felt Liu Chuan's gentle touch above her, dimples appeared on either side of her face, her eyes shimmering with happiness. As long as Liu Chuan was pleased, she thought, even the cold was bearable. In the next moment, Liu Chuan was heartily devouring the bun. Snowflakes danced in the air, and even his breath turned to mist, yet the bun remained warm. It was soft in his mouth, and after a bland taste, a subtle sweetness emerged as he gulped it down. In truth, the buns, priced at 4 for a mere 1 yuan, were made from ordinary flour and had a mediocre texture. Liu Chuan was not particularly fond of them. However, he willingly consumed them, for they were a token of Chu Xiaoyu's affection. Observing Liu Chuan eat with such gusto, Chu Xiaoyu anxiously clenched her small fists, her face filled with concern. Little Chuan, you should slow down. Don't choke." Liu Chuan patted his chest, swallowing half a bun, and laughed. "It's all right. This is how you eat buns, to savor the flavor." "Oh, really?" Chu Xiaoyu blinked her sparkling eyes, a glimmer of delight flashing through them. "Of course, just like the spicy pickled cabbage last time, it's full of flavor," Liu Chuan blurted out as he continued to swallow the bun. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them, for Chu Xiaoyu suddenly produced a small jar of spicy pickled cabbage from somewhere and earnestly offered it to him. I knew you loved spicy pickled cabbage, so I prepared some," she said, her eyes shining with anticipation as she smiled adorably. You should eat it together. It will definitely enhance the flavor." Upon hearing this, the corners of Liu Chuan's mouth twitched. He vowed never to be so careless with his words again. Looking at the vibrant red oil in the small jar, Liu Chuan swallowed hard, grabbed a piece, and placed it within the bun, bravely swallowing it down despite the fiery sensation. With a loud gulp, the bun went down. But a wave of intense heat from the spicy oil erupted in his throat, rushing to his head. Liu Chuan was instantly choked, his face turning crimson. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Witnessing this scene, Chu Xiaoyu clenched her small fists, her eyes sparkling, and eagerly inquired, Is it flavorful enough? A little Chuan? Liu Chuan felt a tingling sensation in his throat from the spiciness, yet he still raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, Delicious. So flavorful. Just as the words escaped his lips, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth again, suddenly realizing he had let his tongue slip once more. Alas, why can't I control my own mouth? However, upon hearing his words, Chu Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with delight, her dimples appearing as her smile blossomed. She nodded earnestly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Yes, I will remember, little Liu Chuan. Liu Chuan intended to retort. After all, he didn't want this silly girl to keep serving him spicy cabbage and steamed buns, as his stomach and throat would surely protest. Yet, upon witnessing Chu Xiaoyu's sweet smile, his words faltered. He suddenly felt the tingling in his throat dissipate and couldn't help but reach out to gently rub her bear-like ears. Chuckling, All right, let us get in the car, it's too cold outside. Okay. Chu Xiaoyu followed Liu Chuan into the vehicle. Inside, the heater he had turned on earlier was quite warm. As she pulled down her barrier hat, Liu Chuan noticed that the silly girl had her fair cheeks flushed red from the cold, and her delicate fingers were almost numb. After a moment's thought, he gently flicked her forehead and said sternly, From now on, you mustn't wait for me like this, understood? I enjoy steamed buns. But that doesn't mean I need to eat them every day, got it? Chu Xiaoyu, feeling a bit aggrieved, covered her forehead and whimpered, Woo-woo. She lowered her head, a hint of guilt in her eyes as she nodded slightly. She realized she had not upheld her promise to stay at home. She had thought Liu Chuan had forgotten, but now with his serious demeanor, she feared he might be upset. All right, just listen next time, Liu Chuan said, noticing her gradually warming up as he affectionately ruffled her hair with a soft tone of reassurance. Chu Xiaoyu responded gently. Now, let us go have breakfast, Liu Chuan said as he started the engine. Chu Xiaoyu hurriedly waved her hands, stammering, No. It's fine, I'm not hungry. However, no sooner had she spoken than her stomach growled audibly, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she shyly lowered her gaze. Of course, she was hungry. She had woken up particularly early today to buy buns for Liu Chuan and hadn't had anything to eat herself. Liu Chuan chose not to point it out, merely chuckling softly. That one tea do, you're treating me to breakfast, so I'll have to treat you in return. It's always been this way. Now hold on tight. Okay, Chu Xiaoyu nodded. As she settled into the passenger seat, the warm breeze enveloped her, making her feel a bit intoxicated. Yet, just as Liu Chuan was about to start the car, she realized she had never been in such a luxurious vehicle before. Instantly feeling a wave of nervousness, she clenched her fingers slightly and sat up straight, afraid that she might inadvertently damage the beautiful leather seats. At that moment, the car suddenly emitted a series of beeping alarms, leaving Chu Xiaoyu flustered as she glanced at Liu Chuan, fearing she might have inadvertently triggered the car's alarm. Upon witnessing this scene, Liu Chuan said nothing. He gently caressed Chu Xiaoyu's small head and smiled. Little fool. Remember that the first thing to do when getting into a car is to fasten your seatbelt. There's a saying, isn't there? Driving without caution brings tears to loved ones. The essence of safe driving is to buckle up. Do you understand? I understand, Chu Xiaoyu replied, momentarily taken aback, finding his words quite sensible. And she nodded in agreement. However, it being her first encounter with such an extravagant vehicle, she fumbled for quite some time, but still could not manage to fasten the seatbelt, feeling a wave of self-reproach as she tightened her fingers. Yet, in the next instant, Liu Chuan quietly leaned closer and reached out to assist Chu Xiaoyu in securing her seatbelt. As she glanced up, she noticed Liu Chuan had drawn near, their eyes meeting and breaths palpable in the air. Chu Xiaoyu's cheeks instantly flushed as though scalded by boiling water. Liu Chuan, observing the rosy hue of her cheeks, was momentarily taken aback as well. But with a satisfying click, the seatbelt was finally fastened, and Liu Chuan returned to the driver's seat, awkwardly inquiring, Have you learned? Chu Xiaoyu mumbled, her head bowed, her face ablaze with embarrassment, unable to meet Liu Chuan's gaze, as she felt her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Chapter 59, The Gluttonous Little Fish. The two sat awkwardly in the car, the atmosphere turning somewhat silent. Liu Chuan drove quietly, while Chu Xiaoyu occasionally glanced out the window, stealing furtive glances at Liu Chuan, her fair face tinged with a hint of crimson. A few minutes later, Liu Chuan parked the car on Yuhua East Road near the school, stopping in front of a shop named Wang Xingji. After securing the vehicle, Liu Chuan helped Chu Xiaoyu adjust her barrier hat snugly before stepping out. Chu Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she followed suit, though she moved cautiously, fearful that this splendid vehicle might sustain some scratches. Once outside, Chu Xiaoyu stood transfixed before the bustling Wang Xingji, astonished that Liu Chuan had chosen this place for breakfast. This establishment was a century-old renowned spot, famous among the students of the school for its delectable offerings, albeit at a rather steep price. Chu Xiaoyu had passed by Wang Xingji countless times, salivating at the aroma of the steamed dumplings wafting from the baskets, yet in nearly 3 years of high school, she had never once indulged in a meal there. The reason was simple. Her meager, tattered wallet hardly sufficed for such an extravagant breakfast. At that moment, a stack of small steamers towered at the entrance of Wang Xingji, and the massive steamer released clouds of steam, the wind carrying the rich fragrance of the dumplings. Chu Xiaoyu swallowed hard but still tugged at Liu Chuan's sleeve, murmuring, Perhaps we should eat elsewhere. This place is quite expensive. The buns by the school gate are very tasty. She lowered her head, her voice barely audible. However, upon hearing the word buns, Liu Chuan could not help but stifle a laugh. He gently flicked her forehead, chuckling, "Little silly. Is there nothing in your mind besides buns?" Rubbing her forehead in mock pain, Chu Xiaoyu raised her eyes, looking quite pitiful, woo-woo. But she opened her mouth, hesitating, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. She understood that Liu Chuan was affluent, but that wealth belonged to him, not to her. She truly did not wish for him to spend so lavishly on her. Moreover, Liu Chuan had already treated her to so many things last time, even with his wealth. Such extravagance would eventually dwindle. With a worried glance towards Liu Chuan, she was met with his unwavering determination as he grasped her sleeve and led her into the shop without giving her a chance to protest further. Wang Xingji was a century-old establishment in Binqing, famed for its soup dumplings and wontons, dishes that would remain legendary even a decade hence. Inside the shop, Liu Chuan found a random spot to sit down with Chu Xiaoyu, then waved over to the owner, ordering a basket of soup dumplings and a large bowl of shrimp wontons. The soup dumplings and shrimp wontons are the best here. They warm you up in the winter, he remarked with a smile. Chu Xiaoyu observed the continuous flow of patrons in the shop, feeling a bit anxious yet nodded in agreement. She had come to Binqing at a young age, yet had never experienced its famed delicacies. Liu Chuan's words left her mouth watering. However, Chu Xiaoyu glanced at Liu Chuan and hesitantly inquired, Brother Chuan, are you not eating? She had just heard that Liu Chuan had only ordered a single portion. Upon hearing her words, the corners of Liu Chuan's mouth twitched slightly, and he sighed helplessly. He genuinely wished to indulge in a meal. After all, since his rebirth, he had yet to savor an authentic delicacy from Binqing. Yet, did she think that the bag of steamed buns he had just consumed was a jest? At present, Liu Chuan felt as though his stomach were fit to burst, his belly round and his insides ablaze, leaving no room for any further morsels. After a moment of contemplation, he managed a forced smile, saying, "You go ahead and eat. I'll just watch you. I'm quite full from earlier." Okay. Chu Xiaoyu nodded earnestly, believing him. Before long, a steaming basket of delicate soup dumplings and a bowl of plump shrimp wontons were presented on the table. Observing the fragrant dumplings and the wontons adorned with shrimp and seaweed, her appetite was undeniably piqued. Liu Chuan hastily offered her chopsticks and a spoon. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Xiaoyu took a small sip of the wonton soup. As a gentle young lady, she instinctively felt the need to moderate her consumption in Liu Chuan's presence. Opting for dainty bites to maintain her composure, she opened her cherry-like lips and nibbled at the shrimp wontons, taking care to sample the soup in between. However, as the nutty flavor of the wonton skin mingled with the tender burst of shrimp on her palate, her sparkling eyes lit up with delight, and she could no longer restrain herself. She suddenly sat up straight, devouring one wonton after another with increasing speed. In no time, the bowl of shrimp wontons was emptied. The basket of dumplings remained untouched, still emanating steam. Next, Chu Xiaoyu delicately picked up a soup dumpling and bit into it. With a satisfying squirt, the savory broth gushed forth, leaving her resembling a little panda. To enjoy the dumpling properly, one must first puncture it to sip the broth before taking a full bite once it cools. Liu Chuan chuckled and offered her a napkin to wipe the broth from the corner of her mouth. Strangely enough, this little glutton showed no signs of embarrassment while eating. She merely nodded slightly and continued her meal with precise and meticulous movements. Liu Chuan found himself questioning whether this little one had eyes only for her food during mealtime. Could this be Chu Xiaoyu's state of gluttony? At that moment, as the sweet broth from the dumpling burst in her mouth, her appetite was fully awakened. Liu Chuan watched in astonishment as she effortlessly polished off an entire basket of dumplings in no time, seemingly still yearning for more. He contemplated for a moment and ordered 2 more baskets of dumplings to place before her. Chu Xiaoyu, still lost in the realm of delectable flavors, eagerly devoured the dumplings that lay before her as if a whirlwind had swept through. It was only after finishing 3 baskets of dumplings that she finally came to her senses, lifting her gaze to the table. It dawned on her that she had just indulged in 3 entire baskets of dumplings and a large bowl of shrimp wontons in front of Liu Chuan. Chu Xiaoyu couldn't help but tighten her fingers, her cheeks flushed like a kettle coming to a boil, turning crimson all the way down to the nape of her neck. How utterly embarrassing. Moreover, she realized, she wasn't even full. Bashfully lowering her head, she felt a sudden heaviness in her chest. A wave of anxiety washed over her. Would her earlier behavior make Liu Chuan dislike her? Eating so much, and at such a rapid pace. It was simply mortifying. Chu Xiaoyu dared not glance at Liu Chuan, her cheeks burning as though she were feverish. Just then, however, Liu Chuan reached out, gently dabbing the corner of her mouth with a napkin, and chuckled, "Little silly, I just realized how adorable you are when you eat." Adorable? The word echoed in her mind, and she looked up in astonishment. The heaviness in her chest evaporated, replaced by a blossoming joy. Her doe-like eyes sparkled with surprise, and her lips formed charming dimples. "Really?" Chu Xiaoyu asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. With a playful flick, Liu Chuan tapped her forehead. She covered her brow, feigning a pitiful expression. "Ah, this is the most adorable," he remarked. All right, she murmured softly, her heart racing faster with each passing moment. Chapter 60. "I want to be kind to you. Have you had enough to eat?" Liu Chuan inquired playfully, resting his chin on his hand as he gently poked Chu Xiaoyu's cheek. I'm full," Chu Xiaoyu mumbled, her head bowed and cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Although Liu Chuan found her adorable, she felt self-conscious about having eaten too much. Her grandmother had always advised her that girls should maintain a sense of decorum. No matter how much one loves to eat, one must exercise restraint. Yet, as she gazed at the mountain of steaming dumplings before her, she wished she could sink into the ground in shame, determined to pay the bill herself. She recalled how Liu Chuan had given her sister 200 yuan last time. Now she had that amount on her. After consuming such a bountiful meal, she felt it was inappropriate to let Liu Chuan cover the cost again. However, just as she stood up, Liu Chuan playfully grasped her sleeve. "I promised I would treat you," he declared, confidently slapping 30 yuan onto the table. After settling the bill, Liu Chuan took hold of Chu Xiaoyu's hand and led her out of Wang Xingyi. Throughout their exit, Chu Xiaoyu's face remained crimson. The memory of Liu Chuan's slightly domineering behavior made her heart race. With her head lowered and her bear-like ears drooping, she couldn't help but blush further at the sight of Liu Chuan's large hand holding her sleeve. At the entrance, pedestrians hurried past, occasionally including students from the nearby high school. In the past, Chu Xiaoyu would have deliberately kept her distance from Liu Chuan, fearing it might impose on him. Yet now, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she found herself comfortably walking alongside him, their hands intertwined, without a hint of discomfort. Seizing a moment when Liu Chuan was distracted, Chu Xiaoyu discreetly turned her head to glance at the reflections in the glass windows lining the street. There, she saw their mirrored figures walking side by side, an image of harmonious compatibility. She resembled a small orange bear beside the tall and handsome Liu Chuan. And whenever their eyes met, they would share a moment of dazed silence before exchanging gentle smiles. Suddenly, Chu Xiaoyu felt a surge of determination, perhaps with effort. She could transform herself and become someone who truly belonged by Liu Chuan's side. Lost in thought, she abruptly halted, noticing that Liu Chuan had slightly tucked his chin into his collar against the cold wind, stirring a pang of concern within her. After a moment's contemplation, she reached into her bag and retrieved a white scarf. She had pondered for quite some time on how to express her gratitude to Liu Chuan, ultimately deciding that a scarf, woven with her heartfelt intentions, would provide warmth. She had spent several sleepless nights crafting it, struggling with the knitting needles, often pricking her fingers and shedding tears from the stinging pain. Yet, the mere thought of Liu Chuan wearing the scarf made the discomfort fade away, fueling her resolve to persevere. Liu Chuan. Chu Xiaoyu gently tapped him on the back. "What is it?" Liu Chuan turned around, a hint of curiosity in his expression. Due to his considerable height, he overlooked the scarf in Chu Xiaoyu's hand, and simply ruffled her hair gently. Chu Xiaoyu, gazing at Liu Chuan's handsome visage, felt a surge of shyness, and her heart raced as she averted her gaze. "In nothing," she murmured, somewhat guiltily concealing the scarf behind her back. She was perplexed by her own emotions. The courage she had mustered dissipated with Liu Chuan's light touch. It was merely a gift, yet the thought that Liu Chuan might not favor scarves filled her with trepidation, rendering her hesitant to present it. Liu Chuan observed the expression on Chu Xiaoyu's delicate face, suddenly recalling that his mother had mentioned earlier that morning to give her a scarf. "Oh, how could I have forgotten such an important matter? My mother asked me to bring you this scarf." As he spoke, he retrieved a thick, pink scarf from his backpack and draped it around Chu Xiaoyu's fair neck. After wrapping it a couple of times, he clapped his hands, thoroughly satisfied. "It looks splendid on you. Do you like it?" I like it," Chu Xiaoyu replied hesitantly, stealing a glance at Liu Chuan. The scarf he gifted was not only plush and warm, but also exquisitely designed, clearly of high quality. In contrast, the scarf she had knitted herself cost merely a few coins for yarn. Suddenly, a wave of heaviness engulfed her chest. She gently ran her fingers along the texture of the scarf. Its silky smoothness starkly contrasted with the roughness of her own creation. In an instant, she felt her own scarf was utterly unworthy, her small hands instinctively clenching as she lowered her head, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Liu Chuan and his mother always treated her with such kindness, yet she felt incapable of reciprocating in kind. Pouting slightly, her doe-like eyes brimmed with unshed tears, revealing her distress. Noticing her disheartened expression, Liu Chuan's curiosity piqued. "What is troubling this little bundle of joy? You seem to adore the scarf, yet you appear rather glum. Little bundle of joy, are you lost in thought again?" Liu Chuan bent down, playfully pressing his face closer to hers. "Ah," Chu Xiaoyu gasped, waving her hands in a flustered manner, exclaiming, "No." However, in doing so, Liu Chuan caught sight of the white scarf concealed in her grasp. It dawned on him what was happening. "Little bundle of joy, what have you hidden in your hands? Is it for me?" he inquired with a grin, pointing to the scarf. "No," Chu Xiaoyu replied, her guilt evident as she averted her gaze. "I saw it. Hand it over, little bundle of joy. You truly cannot lie." Liu Chuan chuckled. Chu Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson, and she reluctantly extended the scarf to him. Her head bowed in embarrassment. She mumbled, I knitted it for you, but I thought you wouldn't like it. It's too rough." With that, her fingers fidgeted nervously at her chest. At that moment, Liu Chuan wrapped a scarf around his neck, with his handsome features complemented by a white scarf. Even one of coarse texture appeared remarkably elegant. He gently ruffled Chu Xiaoyu's little head and said tenderly, "Little silly, you truly care for me. Did you know? You are the first girl to knit me a scarf. Thank you. You care for me even more than my mother does. You know I'm cold, yet my mother insists that a grown man like me shouldn't feel chilly." Liu Chuan spoke softly, subtly teasing his mother. Ever since bringing Chu Xiaoyu home, his familial status had rapidly become akin to that of old Liu's. Upon hearing this, the disappointment in Chu Xiaoyu's charming eyes instantly brightened. She looked up in surprise and asked, You really like it?" "Of course I do," Liu Chuan affirmed. "In any case, you are far more considerate than my mother." Chu Xiaoyu's large eyes sparkled, and after a moment of contemplation, she innocently suggested, "Then, can I always care for you like a mother?" Liu Chuan was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Noticing his silence, Chu Xiaoyu realized she had misspoken, causing her to fumble her words and flush crimson to her ears. "A little Chuan, I didn't mean it that way," she stammered, anxiously waving her hands. Her delicate fingers fidgeted nervously before her chest, her doe-like eyes filled with a sense of grievance. I just want to be good to you. I want to keep giving you scarves." As the words left her lips, Chu Xiaoyu became even more flustered, realizing that her confession had only muddled her feelings further, exposing the confusion lurking in her heart. She lowered her head, anxious that Liu Chuan might harbor dislike for her. Just then, Liu Chuan's large hand gently touched her forehead, his soothing voice resonating in her ears. "I understand everything. I want to be good to you too, little silly," Liu Chuan said softly. Instantly, Chu Xiaoyu lifted her head. Her cheeks flushed, her heart racing. She nodded fervently, her agreement evident in her earnest expression. Chapter 61. Until next time, the East Canal Road lies in close proximity to the school. Within mere minutes, the two arrived at the first high school. The entrance was still bustling with activity. The snow at the gate had been trampled into several visible paths, gradually extending towards the entrance of the academic building. As they approached the school gate, Liu Chuan continued to hold onto Chu Xiaoyu's sleeve, while hurried students occasionally cast surprised glances in their direction. Despite this, Chu Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head, hiding beneath her barrier hat, showing no inclination for Liu Chuan to release her hand. After a moment's reflection, Liu Chuan considered that their relationship had already been broadcasted across the campus, thus it was common knowledge. He felt no apprehension, for he was the top student in his grade, and no teacher would dare to meddle in his affairs. With this thought in mind, Liu Chuan glanced at Chu Xiaoyu's small hand nestled within her sleeve, his fingers daringly reaching to explore. However, the moment he brushed against her soft, warm hand, Chu Xiaoyu shivered involuntarily. With a pitiful expression, she lifted her gaze, her wrist trembling slightly, her cheeks flushed, and her voice barely above a whisper. Liu Chuan, may I only hold your pinky? She explained bashfully, My grandmother said that only after marriage can one hold hands. With her face still reddening, she added, But if it's with you, Liu Chuan, then the pinky is acceptable. Her voice was as faint as a whisper as she spoke, lowering her head once more, the blush spreading to the very tips of her ears. Very well, the pinky will suffice, Liu Chuan replied gently. Hearing her words, he sensed that although their relationship was progressing slowly, it remained eternally tender and warm. It was an indescribable feeling. As their pinkies intertwined, they experienced a sensation akin to an electric shock. Despite walking on the snow, they felt no chill, only a profound sense of comfort and reassurance. At that moment, Chu Xiaoyu stole a glance at Liu Chuan, her eyes shimmering like dew-laden blossoms, brimming with an unnameable emotion. She thought to herself, how wonderful it would be to walk like this forever. However, the path from the school gate to the classroom was brief, and in just over a minute, they arrived. As they neared the classroom door, Chu Xiaoyu felt her face ablaze. Observing the crowded classroom, she instinctively lowered her head and murmured, Liu Chuan, may we not hold hands for now? Even if it were just their pinkies. Holding hands in front of classmates felt too advanced for her. Her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. Yet, she worried that if she suddenly withdrew her finger, Liu Chuan might feel displeased. Liu Chuan, noticing the adorable expression on her face, quickly grasped her feelings. With a chuckle, he playfully teased, What's wrong? Have you grown weary of me so soon? And no, Chu Xiaoyu exclaimed, startled, quickly shaking her head. Then, with a pout that conveyed her distress, she added, It's just, my heart is racing so fiercely. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Liu Chuan decided to cease his teasing. Gently stroking Chu Xiaoyu's petite head, he chuckled, Then let it be next time. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoyu's enchanting, doe-like eyes sparkled with delight. She had anticipated Liu Chuan's displeasure. Instead, she was pleasantly surprised that such a joyful moment as holding hands could indeed have a sequel. Instantly, the two dimples on her cheeks blossomed like delicate flowers. Nodding, they released their pinky fingers, and Chu Xiaoyu cast a glance at Liu Chuan before slowly making her way into the classroom. Watching her retreating figure, Liu Chuan felt a sense of satisfaction. At last, their relationship had taken a momentous first step. They had held hands, albeit just by their pinkies. Yet this brought him significantly closer to his goal of healing the little silly girl. Humming a cheerful tune, Liu Chuan entered the classroom and noticed the little silly girl, engrossed in her book and reciting softly to herself, which brought a smile to his lips. How adorably naive she was, diligently studying even after the final exams had concluded. Shaking his head, he too retrieved his textbook and settled down at his desk, immersing himself in his studies. Although he had achieved the top score in his grade, Liu Chuan was acutely aware that his foundation was not solid. If he did not dedicate himself to reviewing, it was quite possible that he could be outpaced by the little silly girl. With the final exams behind them, the past few days had been relatively relaxed, primarily consisting of teachers discussing the exam papers and correcting mistakes. During their free time, students were also encouraged to unwind a bit, marking the last moments of tranquility before the looming college entrance examinations. The pace in the senior year was exceedingly swift. Before long, several exam papers had already been reviewed. Yet, the hour was still early, as it was merely the second period of the afternoon. The students stood up, stretching and preparing to rest for a while before resuming their studies. Liu Chuan too agreed to stretch a bit, but just then, a tall girl entered the classroom and boldly took a seat right in front of him. Liu Chuan was taken aback but soon recognized her. Wasn't this the girl from the art class, Liu Pei, who had approached him previously? He vaguely remembered that something noteworthy was supposed to happen on this day in his past life, though the details eluded him. What brings you here? Liu Chuan inquired directly. Liu Pei gazed at him intently and teased, Liu Chuan, it seems that now that you have a girlfriend, You've completely neglected everything else. Have you forgotten? We were both responsible for the upcoming cultural gala between our two classes, and it's about to commence. How could you forget? As she spoke, she crossed her arms with a hint of dissatisfaction. Oh, I think I remember now, Liu Chuan pondered, recalling that there had indeed been a cultural gala in his previous high school life. Essentially, the cultural gala was an occasion for students from both classes to gather and witness each other's performances. It served as a commemorative event of their high school days, especially since graduation was approaching and many students had yet to truly know one another. Taking a moment to relax and create beautiful memories before high school concluded was quite beneficial for adjusting one's mindset. You only just remembered? Liu Chuan, I've noticed since you scored first in the grade, you've become indifferent to these matters. Liu Peipei exclaimed, crossing her arms and letting out a huff. Did we not agree on this? The girl in my class has sustained an injury and cannot perform, so you shall take her place and sing. At this point, Liu Peipei squinted her eyes, casting a dubious glance at Liu Chuan. Liu, the campus heartthrob, you haven't come unprepared, have you? Chapter 62. If it were me, I would dance for you without hesitation. Liu Chuan felt a twinge of guilt as he was scrutinized, instinctively turning his face away. Preparation? That was utterly impossible. In recent days, his life revolved solely around studying, trading stocks, or accompanying the adorable Xiaohanbao. He had completely forgotten about the upcoming literary gala. Liu Chuan felt quite helpless. Not only was he unprepared, but even if he had been, he had no intention of singing. After all, having lived 2 lifetimes, he had long since lost interest in such high school theatrics. The thought of a man nearing 30 performing in front of a group of teenagers was simply too much for him to bear. Given the opportunity, he would much prefer to hold Xiaohanbao's hand in the dimly lit classroom and enjoy the show together. Perhaps their feelings would deepen in such an intimate setting. With this thought in mind, Liu Chuan turned to Liu Peipei and forced a smile, saying, classmate, would you consider a little arrangement? Arrangement? Liu Chuan, don't tell me you're completely unprepared. Liu Peipei's expression shifted to one of suspicion as she took a step back. As an art student, her instincts were sharp. Upon seeing Liu Chuan's smile, she sensed that he was up to something. She always felt that a boy as intelligent as Liu Chuan had a mischievous side. Yet, Liu Chuan maintained a calm demeanor and began his grand deception. Classmate, I know you dance. How about this? You cover for me this semester, and I'll return the favor next semester. It's a fair exchange, right? As he spoke, he gestured with open hands. Liu Peipei was momentarily taken aback, resting her chin on one hand while eyeing Liu Chuan warily. Yet, it did seem to make a certain sense. Perhaps it was not such a bad idea. All right, she finally conceded, though with some reluctance. However, just as she stood up to leave, a sudden realization struck her. Wait a minute. Next semester? Wouldn't that be after graduation? What kind of literary gala would they have post-graduation? Liu Chuan, you're deceiving me. With hands on her hips and an angry expression, Liu Peipei exclaimed. Next semester we'll be graduating. You just want me to help you for nothing. Determined, she stormed out of the classroom, her lips pursed in indignation. Watching her retreating figure, Liu Chuan found himself momentarily stunned. Wasn't it just a little trickery? Why did it escalate so quickly? He sighed, shaking his head in resignation. It was truly troublesome. Just then, Chu Xiaoyu, who had been quietly memorizing her lines, lifted her head upon hearing Liu Chuan's soft sigh. Her fingers tightened slightly, her eyes shimmering with concern. In fact, she had been eavesdropping on their conversation all along. Whenever a girl approached Liu Chuan, she couldn't help but feel uneasy and instinctively focused her attention on them. However, this time, Chu Xiaoyu felt significantly more self-assured. She gently adjusted her beautiful hairstyle and glanced at her reflection in the glass window, realizing that even when compared to the tall girl, she did not appear inferior. And this thought brought her a sense of tranquility. Yet, the moment she considered that Liu Chuan had failed to complete the task assigned by their teacher and might face the ire of Teacher Su, her heart fluttered with anxiety once more. If Liu Chuan were to be scolded, he would surely be unhappy. She slightly tightened her fingers, foolishly contemplating that since Liu Chuan had been so kind to her, she ought to do something to ensure he remained cheerful. In truth, Chu Xiaoyu was also a dancer. When she was merely 5 or 6 years old, her mother had taught her some folk dances. Her talent was remarkable. She danced gracefully and had once caught the attention of a dance instructor, who remarked that she was a natural-born dancer. However, after her mother passed away, Chu Xiaoyu lost the desire to dance. Yet now, observing the troubled expression on Liu Chuan's face, she felt an overwhelming urge to perform a dance for him. Even if her movements were somewhat clumsy, it didn't matter. She merely wished for Liu Chuan to witness her dancing and to see him smile joyfully. For a moment, she could not fathom the reason behind this impulse. Perhaps it was spurred by the tall girl's refusal to assist Liu Chuan in dancing. She couldn't help but think that if she were in that position, she would undoubtedly dance for Liu Chuan without hesitation. With that thought, Chu Xiaoyu rose from her seat and, seizing an opportunity while Liu Chuan was distracted, quietly exited the classroom. In the corridor, she spotted Liu Peipei not far ahead and bravely took a step forward. But the instant she moved, her legs felt as heavy as lead, rendering her unable to proceed. A vision of herself dancing before a crowd flashed through her mind, igniting a wave of fear that caused her legs to tremble and her heart to waver. Yet, when she recalled Liu Chuan's cheerful smile and the desire to let him see her dance, a surge of courage welled up within her. At last, she relaxed her leaden legs and resolutely walked up behind Liu Peipei. Classmate. Chu Xiaoyu gently poked Liu Peipei's back with her finger and timidly called out. At that moment, Liu Peipei was fuming at Liu Chuan. The thought that he only referred to her as classmate, failing to remember her name, filled her with indignation. When she heard Chu Xiaoyu's meek call of classmate, her frustration escalated. Liu Peipei turned around, exclaiming angrily, "I'm not classmate. My name is Liu Peipei." Startled, Chu Xiaoyu lowered her head, mumbling, Oh, Liu Peipei." Upon hearing this endearing response, Liu Peipei felt her heart soften. As she took a closer look, she was astonished to find that it was indeed Chu Xiaoyu who had approached her. Xiaoyu, it's really you," Liu Peipei exclaimed in delight. Initially, in an effort to avoid being recognized as Liu Chuan's relative, she had refrained from discussing their connection. But she never anticipated that Chu Xiaoyu would be the one to seek her out. Liu Peipei suddenly grasped Chu Xiaoyu's hand and couldn't help but pinch her delicate face. Exclaiming with a smile, "This girl is truly striking." Startled by this unexpected intimacy, Chu Xiaoyu stood frozen in place. For some reason, upon hearing the term girl, she felt an uncanny resemblance between the girl before her and Aunt Jiangmei. At that moment, Liu Peipei glanced at the pitiful expression on Chu Xiaoyu's face, feeling reluctant to tease her any further, and directly stated, "Oh dear, I am Liu Chuan's distant cousin. Do not be afraid." Stunned by this revelation, Chu Xiaoyu remained utterly unresponsive, while Liu Peipei, undeterred, continued her animated chatter. "Do you know? For 3 years in high school, he didn't even recognize me. Humph. All he ever calls me is classmate. He even tricked me. There is no humanity in him at all." Liu Peipei's tone grew increasingly exasperated. "Do you know? My aunt tells my mother every day that Liu Chuan earns 100,000 a day and that he topped his class again. It makes me feel embarrassed to even acknowledge him." Chu Xiaoyu stood there, stunned, slowly grasping that the Liu Peipei before her was indeed Liu Chuan's cousin. After pondering for a moment, she timidly murmured, Then sister, please do not hold a grudge against brother Xiao Chuan, all right?" Chapter 63, That Liu Chuan. The voice of Chu Xiaoyu was as delicate as a whisper, her fingers fidgeting nervously at her chest. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes glimmered with tears as she looked pitifully at Liu Peipei. Liu Peipei felt a sudden heaviness in her heart, instinctively placing a hand over her chest, nearly overwhelmed by an urge to retch from the cuteness. "Little Chuan Gu? Is that what Liu Chuan instructed you to call him?" Liu Peipei's jealousy gnawed at her, causing her to grit her teeth. Despite being a girl herself, she found herself inexplicably drawn to Chu Xiaoyu, even harboring a subtle envy towards her conceited cousin. Chu Xiaoyu shyly nodded, a hint of pink blooming on her cheeks. She lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with innocence, and softly murmured, "Could you not be angry? Little Chuan Gu didn't mean to." Chu Xiaoyu's sincerity was palpable. Yet Liu Peipei, in a fit of jealousy, pulled out a handkerchief and bit down on it fiercely, as if she wished to shred it to pieces. Liu Chuan, that rascal, how dare he? Liu Peipei felt genuine envy. Such a delightful sister should never belong to her insufferable cousin. Really, draw your sword, Liu Chuan." With this thought, Liu Peipei swallowed hard, her breath quickening. She opened her mouth, squinting with a mischievous grin as she turned to Chu Xiaoyu, saying, I can refrain from being angry, but..." "Huh?" Chu Xiaoyu looked up in confusion, sensing that Liu Chuan's cousin seemed a bit odd. "You must call me Peipei Jie," Liu Peipei declared eagerly. After saying this, she took a step closer to Chu Xiaoyu, her expression filled with anticipation. Peipei Jie." Chu Xiaoyu blinked her sparkling eyes and addressed her earnestly. She felt no discomfort in calling Liu Chuan's cousin an elder sister. To her, it was only fitting. However, upon hearing this address, Liu Peipei felt her heart race a little faster. Chu Xiaoyu's voice was soft and tender, imbued with a hint of vulnerability. The moment Liu Peipei heard it, her anger dissipated completely. Suddenly, she thought that her cousin's antics were trivial in comparison. It mattered not. Liu Peipei adopted a serious expression, turning away as she calmly stated, "Good girl, I am no longer angry. Is it merely a dance? I shall take part." Liu Peipei was quite agreeable. While she could disregard Liu Chuan, she absolutely could not overlook Chu Xiaoyu. Yet at that moment, Chu Xiaoyu gently poked Liu Peipei's back, whispering, Peipei Jia. There's no need. I wish to dance by myself." Her voice was faint, yet her tone was resolute. Liu Peipei, startled by her words, turned back and asked, "Do you wish to dance for Liu Chuan?" Struck at the heart, Chu Xiaoyu's fair cheeks flushed crimson, as if the kettle had boiled over, turning a bright shade of red from her cheeks to the tips of her ears. Yet she gently nodded. "All right. I shall assist you." Liu Peipei sighed helplessly, pondering the merits of Liu Chuan. A twinge of sympathy washed over her as she considered how timid and reserved Chu Xiaoyu was. It must take considerable affection for Liu Chuan for her to muster the courage to dance for him. Liu Peipei reflected that, had she been in Chu Xiaoyu's position, she would not have possessed such bravery. Moments later, the literary gala was set to commence. 2 classes, comprising around 60 to 70 students, formed a bustling circle within a classroom. Outside, snowflakes fluttered down, and the early winter sky darkened prematurely. It was just past 6 o'clock. Yet a profound night had already settled. The classroom lights were extinguished, leaving only a small patch in front of the podium illuminated, while the rest of the room remained enveloped in darkness. In this dim atmosphere, Liu Chuan was already seated, prepared with snacks and drinks to offer to Chu Xiaoyu later. However, the seat beside him, reserved for Chu Xiaoyu, remained conspicuously empty, causing Liu Chuan to glance around in confusion. Where could that silly girl be? The event is about to start. Just then, Chu Xiaoyu hurriedly entered the classroom, her fair complexion flushed under the faint glimmers of light, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. In the dark, she anxiously scanned the crowd, intent on locating Liu Chuan before the program began. If she failed to find him in time, he might become upset. With this thought, she tightened her grip and quickened her pace. Unfortunately, her foot slipped unexpectedly, and she stumbled backward, startled. Just then, a pair of strong hands caught her securely. "Why the rush, silly girl?" Liu Chuan whispered close to her ear. "And nothing," Chu Xiaoyu stammered, feeling guilty. Her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the impending dance, but she wished to keep it a surprise for Liu Chuan. The sensation of his breath against her ear and his voice made her cheeks flush intensely. Suddenly, she looked up to find herself in Liu Chuan's embrace, and she quickly extricated herself. Surrounded by classmates, even in the darkness, her heart raced uncontrollably. It felt too intimate. She could even catch a whiff of his scent. Liu Chuan chuckled softly, releasing her and allowing her to sit beside him. However, once seated, emboldened by the obscurity, he reached out and gently grasped the sleeve of Chu Xiaoyu's garment, his fingers tentatively probing within the fabric. Feeling the warmth of his touch, Chu Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed even more, and she whispered, It can only be the pinky." Yet in that moment of darkness, Liu Chuan seemed to disregard her words entirely. He assertively seized Chu Xiaoyu's wrist, their fingers interlocking firmly. In an instant, Chu Xiaoyu felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Her wrist trembled slightly, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson that extended to the nape of her neck. Yet, ultimately, her wrist stilled, no longer quivering. Instead, she grasped Liu Chuan's fingers tightly, as if fearful of letting go. At that moment, with the sound of music echoing, the artistic gala commenced in earnest. Chapter 64. Suddenly missing you, Liu Chuan held the delicate hand of Chu Xiaoyu, savoring the soft, jade-like touch while languidly gazing at the stage beside the podium. As in his memories, the high school cultural gala was dreadfully mundane, and he harbored little anticipation. The opening act featured 2 boys from the adjacent class performing a comedic dialogue, exchanging lines with exaggerated expressions that elicited uproarious laughter from the audience. Suddenly, the tone shifted, and with a serious demeanor, they addressed the theme. The college entrance examination is merely a starting point, not the end. They urged everyone to embark with their dreams, clutching the examination as a ticket to the future. As applause thundered, Liu Chuan yawned in boredom. Had it not been for accompanying the innocent Chu Xiaoyu, he would have had no interest in watching further. After all, having already traversed the trials of senior year, he felt devoid of youthful passion and yearning for the future. In truth, his classmates shared a similar lack of interest. Few high school students genuinely cared about the content of the gala. One could inquire amongst the audience, and it was unlikely anyone would remember the specifics of the comedic act performed by the two boys. In the dimly lit environment, illuminated only by faint glimmers, boys and girls sat together, navigating the awkwardness of youthful heartbeats and flushed cheeks. Amidst the ambiguous yet innocent atmosphere, this cohort of soon-to-be university students pondered not the performances but rather who sat beside whom, and whether one harbored feelings for another. Perhaps, was that girl adorned in purple truly his sister? Liu Chuan found himself similarly disinterested in the gala's content, yet the ambience gradually captivated him. Unbeknownst to him, as he grasped Chu Xiaoyu's warm hand, he felt a rekindling of sensations reminiscent of 2008. Liu Chuan subtly shifted, stealing a glance at Chu Xiaoyu beside him. Her large, watery eyes sparkled with a faint luminescence. Sitting upright, she was intently focused on the stage, her expression adorably animated, frowning one moment, and then her cherry-red lips slightly parted. Utterly absorbed by the performances, witnessing Chu Xiaoyu's innocent demeanor struck a chord within Liu Chuan. In his previous life, she had exhibited the same expression while watching films with him. Coming from a modest background, even though Chu Xiaoyu earned a decent salary, she would save it all for her sister, never considering spending it on herself. Thus, during their initial days together, her entertainment life was virtually non-existent. Simply taking her to a movie brought her immense joy. Reflecting on this, Liu Chuan felt a pang in his heart. Unconsciously, his other hand reached out, gently encircling Chu Xiaoyu's slender waist. Startled, she trembled at his touch. Her fair cheeks flushed a rosy hue, though the darkness concealed it somewhat. Her heart raced, and as she turned her face slightly, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, looking at Liu Chuan with a pitiful expression. Little Liu Chuan, Grandma says this is not permissible. Chu Xiaoyu's voice was faint, and with each word, her cheeks grew increasingly flushed. In the darkness, Liu Chuan could feel the warmth radiating from her face. It dawned on him that his earlier actions, spurred by nostalgia, might have been a tad too audacious for Chu Xiaoyu at this moment. Holding hands had already been a considerable limit, yet he had almost attempted to embrace her. After a moment's reflection, he withdrew his hand, causing the heat on her cheeks to diminish slightly, though her heart still raced as if it might leap from her chest. The small hand that Liu Chuan had held trembled slightly. Chu Xiaoyu lifted her gaze back to the stage. Yet her mind was awash with the lingering sensation of Liu Chuan's embrace around her waist, akin to an electric jolt. Just then, Zhang Jun from the elite class ascended the stage, flamboyantly clutching a guitar, which he cradled as he sat before the audience. A flamboyant strum of chords elicited gasps of surprise, but Liu Chuan, in a state of alarm, hastily covered one of his ears. He recalled that in his past life, this fellow had belted out a rendition of Mayday's Suddenly Miss You in a bid to win over Liu Pei, only to be met with her scathing retort. You shall not insult my idol. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The real concern was the destructive power of Zhang Jun's voice. As anticipated, it was not long before Zhang Jun began to sing. The first note sent a tremor through Liu Chuan's heart, reminding him that he was still holding Chu Xiaoyu's hand, while the other ear remained exposed. He immediately felt dizzy, a wave of nausea washing over him. Looking around, he noticed his classmates, their pupils dilated, fidgeting uncomfortably, while the class monitor could barely maintain her seat. Yet, Zhang Jun, observing the audience's reaction, felt quite satisfied, thinking to himself that he had already won them over. With this in mind, he raised his voice even higher, reaching the iconic line of Suddenly Miss You, which poignantly pierced through memories, only to crack at the end. Liu Chuan could no longer restrain himself. He turned to cover Chu Xiaoyu's ears. Better to endure the torment himself than to subject her to this. However, as he turned, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, Chu Xiaoyu had been secretly gazing at him with her sparkling peach blossom eyes. Their eyes met, and Liu Chuan was momentarily taken aback, yet his fingers remained poised over her ears. Caught in the act of peeking, Chu Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reaching the roots of her ears, but her heart felt warm, as if warmed by a gentle stream. In truth, Chu Xiaoyu was quite moved by Zhang Jun's singing. She had seldom listened to music. Her home lacked a television, a radio, and certainly any MP3 players. Thus, to her, even off-key pop songs resonated with a delightful charm. As she listened to the poignant lyrics of Suddenly Miss You, she found herself unwittingly captivated. Suddenly miss you. Where could you be, living joyfully or in distress? Suddenly, I find myself yearning for you. The sharpness of memories pierces through, and my vision blurs. As Chu Xiaoyu listened to the enchanting melody, she felt that in the stillness of the night, when she gazed vacantly at that photograph, the the fleeting image of Liu Chuan would drift through her mind, evoking a similar sentiment. In that moment, within the dimly lit classroom, only a faint glow illuminated Chu Xiaoyu's face. Her delicate profile appeared remarkably three-dimensional in the light, and her sparkling, doe-like eyes shimmered, revealing an ineffable affection flowing within. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Xiaoyu gently covered Liu Chuan's ears and whispered little. Liu Chuan, I often think of you. Upon finishing her words, Chu Xiaoyu shyly lowered her head. Meanwhile, Liu Chuan, with his ears muffled and recently tormented by Zhang Jun's singing, could only observe the movement of Chu Xiaoyu's lips, his expression a canvas of confusion. Liu Chuan blinked in response. Chapter 65. The Dance of Green Sleeves. After a considerable duration, Zhang Jun finally ceased his boisterous lamentations, allowing Liu Chuan to gradually withdraw his hand that had been covering Chu Xiaoyu's ears. Yet, Chu Xiaoyu gazed at Liu Chuan with a shy demeanor, her delicate, pale hands trembling slightly as they still obstructed his ears. It was only at this moment that she suddenly realized how excessively candid her previous remarks had been. The sentiments of a young girl are often the most bashful. Chu Xiaoyu, in her timidity, harbored a hint of trepidation. A wave of anxiety washed over her. Despite having covered Liu Chuan's ears, what if he had still overheard her words? Would the little Chuan Gu harbor disdain for her lack of modesty? In her innocent musings, her enchanting eyes glistened with the onset of tears. Eventually, she released her grip, lifted her gaze, and looked at Liu Chuan with a pitiful expression. Stammering, little Chuan Gu, did you hear anything just now? Liu Chuan scratched his ear, still stinging from Zhang Jun's earlier antics, and looked at Chu Xiaoyu with curiosity. He hadn't heard anything, but witnessing the earnest concern etched on her face piqued his interest. What had this little fool truly said? Contemplating this, Liu Chuan mischievously reached out to grasp Chu Xiaoyu's hand, eager to tease this bashful girl. However, before he could do so, a large hand suddenly emerged from the shadows, striking the back of Liu Chuan's hand with a resounding slap. Startled, he turned to see Liu Pei standing there, and he couldn't help but feel exasperated. What grudge do you hold? Why interfere while I am merely teasing this little fool? What are you doing? Liu Chuan asked irritably. What am I doing? Liu Pei rolled her eyes and, with gritted teeth, replied, attempting to protect my little Xiaoyu from your lewd intentions. At this remark, Liu Chuan was momentarily taken aback, confusion washing over his features as he regarded Liu Pei. Your little Xiaoyu? Why does that sound so familiar? Wait, that's not right. How does Liu Pei know this little fool so well? 1,000 questions raced through Liu Chuan's mind. He intended to directly inquire from Chu Xiaoyu, but before he could utter a word, Liu Pei shoved him aside. Given her height and athletic build, Liu Pei was quite strong, and her push sent the unsuspecting Liu Chuan sprawling. She then leaned in close to Chu Xiaoyu's ear, whispering something unknown. Chu Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at Liu Chuan before promptly exiting the classroom. Witnessing this scene, Liu Chuan felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his senses numbed. He scrutinized Liu Pei in disbelief, a vague sense of threat beginning to unfurl within him. What was happening? Why did Chu Xiaoyu seem so obedient to her? Could it be? In an absurd twist of thought, Liu Chuan began to view Liu Pei as a rival. Convinced that her interference stemmed from his refusal to sing, instantly his gaze toward Liu Pei became laden with suspicion. What is your relationship with her? Liu Chuan inquired, his tone laced with a haunting intensity. Upon hearing these words, Liu Pei was instantly filled with excitement. She took pleasure in observing Liu Chuan's slightly discomfited expression, a mischievous smile blossoming at the corners of her lips. A relationship even closer than you might imagine, Liu Pei replied, feigning calmness. At this remark, a flutter of unease gripped Liu Chuan's heart, leaving him faintly flustered. Seeing Liu Chuan's panic, Liu Pei struggled to suppress her laughter, maintaining a dignified demeanor as she patted Liu Chuan on the shoulder like a big brother, saying, take a seat, there's more to come. What more is there to see? Isn't it all over? Liu Chuan replied absent-mindedly. If I say you can watch, then you should just watch. No need for so many words. With this attitude, no girl will ever fancy you, Liu Pei teasingly jabbed. Liu Chuan felt as though another stab had pierced his heart, his expression turning somewhat dejected. He genuinely couldn't comprehend the sudden emergence of Liu Pei. A close friend? An older sister? Either way, it was quite perplexing. How could he have no recollection of this person from his previous life? For a moment, Liu Chuan was engulfed in existential doubt. He lifted his gaze to Liu Pei and remarked softly, Liu Pei, you truly are quite a handful. A handful? Are you saying I'm beautiful? Liu Pei's eyes sparkled with delight. In truth, seeing Liu Chuan so concerned about Chu Xiaoyu made Liu Pei feel less envious. She found Liu Chuan rather endearing, for he had at least remembered her name. Ah, right. Liu Chuan replied irritably, lacking the inclination to explain the future trending phrase a handful. Liu Pei, buoyed by the compliment, gave Liu Chuan's shoulder a hearty pat, laughing. All right, I was just teasing you. Let me let you in on a little secret. The upcoming program is specially prepared for you by Xiaoyu. Liu Chuan stumbled slightly from the pad and abruptly raised his head, confusion etched on his face. Xiaohanbao? Prepared for me? He murmured, and in that moment, everything clicked into place, the clouds of doubt dissipating from his heart. Revitalized, Liu Chuan immediately turned his gaze toward the front of the podium. Just then, in the dimly lit classroom, a faint glow flickered, followed by the quiet creak of the front door opening. Outside, snowflakes danced in the air, the cold wind carrying some of them through the crack of the door. Amidst the delicate flurry of snow, a young girl clad in flowing blue sleeves stepped slowly into the classroom. In the dim light, she wore a slightly ill-fitting blue garment that nonetheless beautifully accentuated her slender figure. Her fair skin, contrasted against the blue, resembled the white snow outside, momentarily stealing one's breath away. The girl appeared somewhat awkward in her attire, her embroidered cloth shoes and her expressions slightly stiff. Yet, in that dim glow, her cascading black hair framed her shoulders, long lashes brushed against her cheeks, her nose was straight, and her lips were a soft cherry red. Most striking were her doe-like, watery peach blossom eyes, which gazed shyly in Liu Chuan's direction. Upon meeting his gaze, a delicate blush rapidly spread across her cheeks, rendering her even more enchanting. In that fleeting moment, Liu Chuan recognized the young girl as Chu Xiaoyu. He slightly clenched his fists, seemingly entranced, remaining rooted to the spot. He had never witnessed this side of Chu Xiaoyu before, clad in flowing azure garments, exuding a fresh and bashful purity that resembled a celestial being descending upon the snow. Chapter 67. Enduring Sorrow for Me. At this very moment, the cold wind howled outside, causing the fragile windows of the classroom to rattle. Snowflakes cascaded from the sky, landing gently upon the glass and forming delicate frost patterns, illuminated by the dim glow of the street lamp, which cast a dazzling sheen. Chu Xiaoyu stood gracefully by the window. As the snowflakes fell, she slowly lifted her flowing sleeves. Her exquisite visage shimmered softly under the faint light, radiating an ethereal glow. Clad in a gown of azure, her sleeves trailed like snow upon the ground. Her slender figure began to twirl gently as the music commenced. In that instant, Liu Chuan could not restrain himself from rising, his gaze entirely fixated on Chu Xiaoyu, unwilling to divert his eyes even for a second. As she delicately gestured with her fingers, a hint of shy and innocent affection danced within her glistening, doe-like eyes, sending a tremor through Liu Chuan's heart. With a graceful flourish of her sleeves, she turned, her slender form lifting the hem of her gown like a blooming white lotus, rendering the falling snow outside pale in comparison. As the music approached its conclusion, Chu Xiaoyu lightly veiled her face with her sleeves, reminiscent of a pipa player partially obscuring her visage. In that moment, her flowing black hair swayed, her long lashes fluttered, and her enchanting eyes, akin to blossoming peach blossoms, gazed towards Liu Chuan, her face radiant and blushing, filled with a mixture of confusion and shyness. Such a bashful demeanor ignited a powerful protective instinct within Liu Chuan. In truth, Liu Chuan was an ordinary man, lacking any understanding of dance, with his appreciation limited to modern styles. The classical elegance of the flowing sleeves dance was foreign to him. Yet, at this moment, he profoundly sensed that the dancing girl before him was extraordinarily beautiful. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, each of her smiles and gestures eclipsed the stars and moon, resembling a snow lotus blooming quietly in shyness and anticipation. In a moment of reverie, Liu Chuan realized that his little fool was an endless book waiting to be read. He had thought that in their past life, their love had granted him profound insight into Chu Xiaoyu, but now he discovered that he had merely scratched the surface of her essence. The tender girl before him held countless facets worthy of understanding and cherishing. Suddenly, Liu Chuan felt that perhaps fate had granted him a second chance not to be a savior for his little fool, but to accompany her on a journey of growth, healing their fractured hearts together. Soon, as the music came to a halt, Chu Xiaoyu concluded her dance with a tranquil pose. A bead of sweat trickled down her forehead as she cast a timid glance towards the audience, her fingers nervously entwined. In that moment, the classroom fell into complete silence. The previously murmuring conversations ceased entirely with the conclusion of the dance. In an instant, one could hear a pin drop. All the classmates widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing at Chu Xiaoyu. Was this truly the Chu Xiaoyu they knew? To them, she was merely the girl who always wore tattered uniforms and struggled to speak. A mere shadow of her former self. Her bangs always concealed her eyes, rendering her a pitiable figure whose face remained unseen. Even when she gradually learned to adorn herself and began to realize that Chu Xiaoyu possessed a certain charm, she ultimately remained unremarkable. But now, dressed in flowing azure robes, she danced gracefully amidst the swirling snowflakes, leaving all present in profound awe. In that moment, the male classmates cast a deep glance at Liu Chuan, acknowledging his discerning eye. The female classmates, who once believed Chu Xiaoyu unworthy of Liu Chuan's affection, suddenly recognized the transformation of the formerly timid girl. Standing beside Liu Chuan, she appeared strikingly compatible. In an instant, envy vanished from their hearts. The room fell silent for a solid 30 seconds as Chu Xiaoyu nervously surveyed the quiet audience below. She felt a twinge of fear, having not danced in so long. Her movements felt stiff, and she feared that her classmates might not appreciate her performance. But then, a resounding applause erupted from the audience. Chu Xiaoyu, you dance splendidly. You are truly ethereal. Zhang Jun was the first to rise in applause. So beautiful, Chu Xiaoyu. Who would have thought you could dance? Lu Bin chimed in. Indeed, Xiaoyu, we had no idea you were such a dancer. You have such a lovely figure and skin. What is your secret to maintaining such beauty? As the two stood to respond, even some of the girls couldn't resist rising to engage with Chu Xiaoyu. Hearing the enthusiastic applause and lively responses, the tension in Chu Xiaoyu's fingers relaxed. Her eyes sparkled with joy, a smile gracing her lips, and her dimples became visible, as a wave of intense happiness surged within her. For the first time, Chu Xiaoyu felt the warmth of collective recognition through her own efforts. This sensation was delightful, akin to warm water flowing through her heart, melting away the long-frozen parts of her soul and brightening her spirit. Observing this transformation, Liu Chuan nodded appreciatively, genuinely pleased for Chu Xiaoyu. However, Liu Peipei, witnessing Liu Chuan's expression, abruptly stood up. With an impassive face, she seized Liu Chuan's collar and exclaimed, "Stop looking so pleased. You should be moved." Moved? Liu Chuan replied with confusion, harboring no fondness for Liu Peipei's eccentricity. "No, I can't hold back. You need to understand," Liu Peipei insisted, tugging at his collar and shaking him vigorously. Liu Chuan, jolted by the sudden movement, felt a surge of emotions and said, "Liu Peipei, can you lighten up a bit? Speak your mind instead of shaking me." At this, Liu Peipei finally calmed down, narrowing her eyes to scrutinize Liu Chuan seriously. Then, she finally spoke. "Do you know? The dance performed by the little fish is not meant for anyone else. This dance is solely for you." Liu Chuan blinked in confusion. Liu Peipei, filled with exasperation, exclaimed, "Do you understand how much he worries about you? She fears that you might be scolded by the teacher, which is why she came to me, pleading that I shouldn't be angry with you. That timid girl, so fragile, has come to me for your sake. Do you grasp what that means, Liu Chuan?" Hearing these words, Liu Chuan felt a stir in his heart. The little simpleton sought out Liu Peipei for me. Was it not her own desire to dance? In an instant, he comprehended the entirety of the situation. He clenched his fists slightly, his heart warming to the point where he found himself at a loss for words. "Do you know?" Liu Peipei's tone suddenly turned somber. "Little Fish is the most talented dancer I have ever seen, far surpassing me. But ever since her mother, who taught her to dance, passed away, she has not danced again. Each movement is imbued with memories of her mother, and every dance brings her profound sorrow." At this, Liu Peipei lifted her gaze, fixing her earnest eyes upon Liu Chuan. But now, for the first time, she wishes to dance for someone. That person is you, Liu Chuan. This dance is dedicated to you, even if it means enduring endless sadness. Little Fish has said that if it is for you, she would dance without hesitation. Liu Peipei's voice grew softer, yet every word resonated clearly in Liu Chuan's ears, causing his heart to tremble. "To bear sorrow, for my sake?" Liu Chuan murmured in a daze. Just then, he turned around and saw Chu Xiaoyu slowly approaching him from the stage, her steps imbued with both hope and trepidation. Chapter 67. Unwaveringly singing for you. Moments later, Chu Xiaoyu, clad in a flowing azure garment, approached Liu Chuan with a lively grace, her fingers fidgeting nervously at her chest as she spun in circles. Liu Chuan, captivated by the sight of this whimsical girl who, despite her sorrow, danced for him, found himself momentarily entranced. His gaze fixated on Chu Xiaoyu, a mix of tenderness and heartache swelling within him. Under Liu Chuan's intense scrutiny, Chu Xiaoyu felt a flush of crimson spread across her cheeks, accentuated by the delicate fabric of her flowing sleeves. She clenched her fingers tightly, finally mustering the courage to lift her gaze and, biting her lip apprehensively, inquired, "Little Liu Chuan, what do you think of my dancing?" As soon as the words escaped her lips, a wave of self-doubt washed over her, causing her to lower her head, her pale fingers still gripping tightly. She feared that Liu Chuan might not appreciate her performance, feeling that her years away from dance had rendered her movements awkward and unrefined. Although her classmates had praised her efforts, she felt her skills had become dulled over time, and she believed such a dance should not be shared with Liu Chuan. Yet, she could not suppress the urge to express her feelings for him, and this performance was the culmination of her heartfelt endeavor. Upon completing her dance, a rosy hue adorned her cheeks, and beads of sweat glistened on her forehead. She had poured her utmost effort into it. Yet Liu Chuan's brief silence cast a shadow of unease over her heart. She dared not look up at his face, consumed by trepidation. Just then, a soft thud echoed as Liu Chuan gently flicked her forehead, his voice tender as he recited, "The graceful dance swirls like clouds. The song of the oriole weaves through the painted beams." Startled by the sudden gesture, Chu Xiaoyu covered her forehead, her doe-like eyes brimming with innocence. What does that mean?" she stammered, only to feel a flush of embarrassment creeping onto her face. Due to her modest upbringing, she had not read many books, leaving her unfamiliar with the poem's nuances, though she grasped its essence. Yet, she longed to hear Liu Chuan articulate it. With a gentle pat on her head, Liu Chuan smiled and said, "It means you danced beautifully, like a celestial being, utterly enchanting me. To be honest, I can hardly move now that I see you." "Chu Xiaoyu, what will you do to take responsibility?" he teased lightly. Upon hearing this, the anxiety that had gripped Chu Xiaoyu dissipated, her eyes sparkling with delight as the weight on her chest lifted, replaced by overwhelming joy. "That's wonderful. He likes it. Little Liu Chuan. You like it?" she exclaimed, her face alight with surprise. "Is it really that beautiful?" "Indeed it is, but how do you intend to take responsibility?" "I can hardly move," Liu Chuan replied with a playful wink. Chu Xiaoyu, seemingly oblivious to the teasing, blinked her large, innocent eyes and pondered aloud. Then, "If you want to see it again, I will dance for you, all right?" Upon hearing those words, Liu Chuan felt a subtle pang in his heart. This girl is undeniably too innocent. Whatever she cherishes, she wishes to offer it all to him without reservation. Even if dancing might bring sorrow, she remains unperturbed. She selflessly prioritizes his feelings, even neglecting her own. She presents her crystalline, pure heart, whole and without hesitation, cradled in her hands. Despite the potential for pain, Chu Xiaoyu remains steadfastly devoted. Liu Chuan gazed at Chu Xiaoyu, lost in thought, contemplating how much suffering this naive child would endure if he were not granted a second chance at life. As he pondered, he unconsciously extended his finger to playfully poke this adorable little fool once more. However, Liu Pei, witnessing Liu Chuan's movement, immediately erupted with fury, unable to contain herself any longer. "Poke, poke, poke. Is your finger only meant for poking people? Once in front of me is one thing, but attempting a second time? Do I not exist?" With a sharp crack, Liu Pei, gathering all her strength, mercilessly slapped Liu Chuan's hand, causing him to yelp in pain. "Ouch! What was that for?" Liu Chuan asked, irritated. Liu Pei, agitated, seized Liu Chuan by the collar, narrowing her eyes threateningly. "Liu Chuan, if you dare to poke my little Xiaoyu again, I will chop off your hand. Do you realize how painful it is to be poked on the forehead? My little Xiaoyu's forehead is already red." Liu Pei's face was filled with righteous indignation. Liu Chuan's lips twitched slightly, feeling defiant. He thought to himself, "What business is it of yours concerning my relationship with this little fool? You're meddling far too much." Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoyu, witnessing Liu Pei strike Liu Chuan, felt a wave of panic and glanced around, unsure of how to mediate. After a moment, she turned to Liu Pei, her fingers fidgeting nervously at her chest, and softly said, "Pei, I'm not hurt. In fact, I quite like it." Chu Xiaoyu's voice was barely audible, and her face grew increasingly flushed. This tender tone melted Liu Pei's heart, and she released Liu Chuan, hurriedly stroking Chu Xiaoyu's little head with concern. "Good girl, why are you so foolish? Don't be so nice to him. If he wants to see you dance, you just dance for him? That will only make him feel elevated, silly girl. Liu Pei earnestly attempted to educate Chu Xiaoyu, yet the latter remained bewildered, simply blinking in confusion. She did not comprehend these complexities. She only knew that being good to someone meant just that. There was no need for pretense in her affection for Liu Chuan. She simply wished to give him her entire heart and the best of herself. Observing the look in Chu Xiaoyu's eyes, Liu Pei finally understood what this foolish girl was thinking and could only sigh deeply. With a melancholic expression, she directed her gaze at Liu Chuan, sarcastically remarking, "Umph. I truly do not understand what makes certain heartthrobs so appealing. Little Xiaoyu is willing to dance for you, yet you hesitate even to sing a song. TSK, TSK, TSK." Hands on her hips, Liu Pei glared at Liu Chuan disapprovingly. Upon hearing this, Liu Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Although Liu Pei was bothersome, her words held a certain truth. Indeed, even the naive little Huanbao can dance for herself without hesitation. But what have I done for her in return? Liu Chuan glanced at Chu Xiaoyu, recalling that in his previous life, he had never sung a song for the innocent Huanbao, and a sense of regret washed over him. With this thought, an impulse suddenly surged within Liu Chuan. He clenched his fist slightly. This foolish little Huanbao, dancing for him without reservation, even while bearing sorrow, was unrestrained. What did his adult pride amount to in comparison? Liu Chuan observed the dispersing crowd in the classroom, with Chu Xiaoyu's dance coming to an end. The literary gala also reached its conclusion, and everyone was preparing to pack their bags and head home. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Chuan called out to Zhang Jun, who was holding a guitar. "Hey, Zhang Jun, may I borrow your guitar for a moment?" Zhang Jun turned back, puzzled. Chapter 68. Even if the whole world disapproves Liu Chuan. "Come on, can you play the guitar?" It was Liu Bin, standing nearby, who first posed the question, his eyes wide with astonishment and curiosity. He believed he was quite familiar with Liu Chuan. In his recollection, Liu Chuan was handsome, academically gifted, and skilled at basketball. Yet, playing the guitar and singing? That seemed utterly implausible. Zhang Jun had brought that guitar to class many times, yet Liu Chuan had never once played it. Could it be true? Could Liu Chuan actually play the guitar? Zhang Jun, wearing a skeptical expression, chuckled. "Stop joking, Liu Chuan. Playing the guitar isn't that simple." As he patted Liu Chuan on the shoulder, he whispered, "Liu Chuan, I know you want to impress Chu Xiaoyu, but remember, each skill requires mastery. You claim to excel at everything, but can you truly outshine me in guitar playing and singing? Is that even conceivable?" Upon hearing this, Liu Chuan couldn't help but twitch his lips, feeling somewhat speechless. With such a cacophonous level of talent, surely anyone would surpass him. After contemplating briefly, Liu Chuan chose not to elaborate further. He simply took the guitar from Zhang Jun's hands and smiled. "Come on, brother, don't be stingy. Just let me borrow it for a moment." His words implied a camaraderie that made it impossible for Zhang Jun to refuse. Zhang Jun, shaking his head and sighing, replied, "I just don't want you to embarrass yourself. You may think you can do what I can, but in front of Chu Xiaoyu, you might just end up humiliated." Liu Chuan found himself at a loss for words. Was he really that confident? No wonder, in his past life. It was said that Zhang Jun pursued Liu Pei for ages, yet she never even glanced his way. Wasn't he just an average guy? Liu Chuan gazed at Zhang Jun with a hint of pity, deciding against further discourse. He pulled over a chair and settled in the center of the classroom stage. Beneath the faint glow of the fluorescent lights, Liu Chuan loosened his collar, reclining in the chair with the guitar cradled against his chest. He casually strummed a couple of chords, and a melodious tune resonated throughout the classroom. Even with just those few notes, his rhythm surpassed Zhang Jun's meager attempts by a significant margin. Upon hearing the delightful melody, classmates who had been packing their bags to leave instantly paused and turned their attention to the stage. A group of girls, in particular, approached with intrigue. "Wow, Liu Chuan can play the guitar? Regardless of his skill, he looks so cool holding it." They murmured amongst themselves, clearly impressed. Observing Liu Chuan with the guitar, the girls' expressions were filled with curiosity and admiration, leading to a flurry of whispers. Zhang Jun, feeling somewhat slighted, adopted an air of arrogance, hands in his pockets, and retorted defiantly, "Humph, anyone can do that. It's just a matter of strumming a few strings and tuning the notes." In all honesty, Liu Bin was half convinced. After witnessing Liu Chuan's brief display of talent, he began to question reality. Was there truly such a perfect person? Were ordinary folks like them to be left without hope? It was indeed real. Zhang Jun disdainfully curled his lip, a knowing smile gracing his face. "Binzi, I say you've never truly seen the world. Just watch and learn. Indeed, how could it be otherwise? Lu Bin, initially skeptical, suddenly found clarity upon hearing the words of the guitar expert, Brother Jun Liu Chuan. Perhaps he simply wished to show off? That seemed plausible enough. Meanwhile, Lu Peipei, a dance student with little understanding of musical instruments, gazed at Liu Chuan as he confidently held the guitar. Her curiosity piqued. She was aware that this mischievous boy could carry a tune, but playing the guitar? That seemed implausible. At that moment, not far away, Chu Xiaoyu stood transfixed, her eyes glued to Liu Chuan with his guitar. She had no grasp of music, nor had she ever witnessed a formal performance. Yet, Liu Chuan's charismatic silhouette with the guitar seemed etched into her mind. Her doe-like eyes sparkled with wonder, fixated solely on Liu Chuan. In that instant, within the dim classroom, all other figures blurred into obscurity, leaving only Liu Chuan shimmering under the faint glow. The mere thought that Liu Chuan might sing for her sent her heart racing, nearly leaping from her chest. Her cheeks blushed a deep crimson, as if scalded by boiling water, reaching all the way to her ears. She remained motionless, her delicate hands clenched tightly, a blend of joy and a tinge of anxiety coursing through her. Chu Xiaoyu feared that if Liu Chuan performed poorly, their classmates would mock him, yet as she pondered, she summoned her courage and tightened her grip. In her naive heart, she believed that no matter how Liu Chuan sang, even if the entire world disapproved, she would wholeheartedly cheer for him. At that moment, Liu Chuan's fingers, poised above the guitar strings, finally moved. Yet instead of strumming, he gently tapped a rhythm near the sound hole. Then, after plucking a couple of strings and finding the pitch slightly off, he expertly adjusted the tuning, his movements flowing seamlessly. In his previous life, during university, the Ma Yuyi band was quite the craze, and Fatty Song had yet to be imprisoned. Thus, he had joined the guitar club and had honed his skills in guitar performance, benefiting from his long fingers which provided a natural advantage. However, years had passed since he last played, and since his rebirth, he hadn't even touched a guitar. Initially apprehensive, Liu Chuan felt a wave of familiarity wash over him the moment his fingers grazed the strings. It was as if his very bones instinctively adjusted, pressing down on the frets with perfect precision, rendering the act of playing effortless. He lifted his gaze and caught sight of the bright-eyed little dumpling, a soft smile gracing his lips. In this new life, Liu Chuan's mind brimmed with countless popular songs. After much contemplation, he decided that the perfect song to serenade the little dumpling would be V's What's Wrong With That, as it resonated deeply with his feelings. Liu Chuan had little interest in mere imitation. In this moment, his emotions were encapsulated in the lyrics, and he simply wished to sing for the little dumpling. Upon this reflection, Liu Chuan gently plucked the strings of the piano, and a cheerful prelude resonated through the air. The sweetness reminiscent of first love blossomed within the simplicity of the melody, captivating all who listened to the introduction. At that moment, Liu Chuan gazed at Chu Xiaoyu, as her melancholic yet tender voice began to unfold. The sky seems to long for rain, and I yearn to dwell beside you, standing foolishly beneath your building, lifting my gaze to count the clouds. If a piano were to appear in this scene, I would sing for you, even if torrents of water were to pour down. As Liu Chuan sang, he mused within his heart that this was not merely a performance, but rather a delicate exchange of first love with the innocent Chu Xiaoyu. With a blend of joy and melancholy, it echoed the essence of her emotions. Such as first love, akin to Chu Xiaoyu's perpetual feelings, each time drawing nearer, only to retreat in fear and insecurity. Chapter 69, What's the Harm? Liu Chuan's vocal skills were rather ordinary, yet his timbre was exceptionally captivating. His slightly melancholic voice bore an uncanny resemblance to that of V, and coupled with the seemingly simple yet story-laden lyrics, he had already mesmerized the audience after just a few lines. In an instant, the entire classroom fell silent, the previous murmurs dissipating into thin air. The atmosphere was so hushed that one could hear a pin drop, with only Liu Chuan's joyful, yet slightly sorrowful melody resonating in the air. Everyone endeavored to suppress their breathing to the bare minimum, straining to listen to his performance. At that moment, Zhang Jun was utterly transfixed. The moment he heard the prelude to Liu Chuan's song, he grasped the vast chasm that separated their talents. In that brief introduction, techniques such as strumming, plucking, and tapping were seamlessly woven together, creating a melody that was both cheerful and melancholic, an experience he had never encountered before. This suggested that Liu Chuan's song was likely an original composition. Furthermore, Liu Chuan's voice was akin to that of a professional singer, making Zhang Jun acutely aware that his own previous attempts had been nothing short of a cacophony. In that instant, Zhang Jun stood there in a daze. While Lu Bin nudged him, their eyes met, and Lu Bin's mouth fell open in an O shape, his eyes wide with astonishment. Incredible! How could Liu Chuan be so multifaceted? Was this what it meant to be the top genius of the grade? Did ordinary individuals like himself truly stand a chance? Lu Bin found himself momentarily questioning his existence, but quickly regained his composure. Why should he doubt himself? After all, it was not he who had just stood there with his hands in his pockets, trying to appear aloof. However, Lu Bin now observed that Zhang Jun remained with his hands in his pockets, merely standing there like a minion. Meanwhile, a group of girls gazed at Liu Chuan with eyes sparkling with infatuation. They bashfully clenched their fists, yearning to approach him, yet upon grasping the essence of the lyrics, they found themselves rooted to the spot, refraining from advancing towards him. This was a song with a simple and cheerful melody. The lyrics initially seemed rather ordinary. Yet upon closer inspection, the heartfelt and melancholic sentiments of first love overflowed, evoking an almost overwhelming urge to weep. The cheerful tune, combined with the poignant lyrics and Liu Chuan's gentle yet sorrowful voice, conjured images of a certain figure in the minds of all the girls. That delicate, pitiable silhouette had transformed into Chu Xiaoyu, whose mere glance could overshadow a flurry of snowflakes. In that moment, everyone understood. This simple song, devoid of any particular style, was merely Liu Chuan's ode to Chu Xiaoyu, encapsulating the naïve and tender feelings of their first love, as well as Liu Chuan's unwavering affection for her. Instantly, every girl cast a secretive glance toward the endearing Chu Xiaoyu, their hearts swelling with envy. Yet, there was no trace of jealousy to be found. All present felt that Chu Xiaoyu was truly deserving of such a song from Liu Chuan. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoyu herself was completely entranced, having never experienced beautiful music before. She even found Zhang Jun's croaky singing somewhat pleasant. As the gentle voice of Liu Chuan enveloped her, Chu Xiaoyu found herself utterly entranced by the music. Her previously clenched fist relaxed, for she had harbored concerns about Liu Chuan's singing ability. Yet now, she stubbornly believed that Liu Chuan was undoubtedly the finest singer in the world. At that moment, she lifted her gaze, her doe-like eyes glistening with emotion, her small hands forming excited little fists. In her vision, the entire world began to blur, the ethereal interplay of light and shadow painting the backdrop of reality, amidst which stood Liu Chuan, illuminated and strumming his guitar, serenading with tenderness. Under the dim glow, Liu Chuan played his guitar and sang, as though reciting a heartfelt poem. He too raised his head, casting a soft, affectionate glance in the direction of Chu Xiaoyu. In that instant, their eyes met, and in their hearts, only each other remained. The universe could implode, and the world could vanish, but within their realm, only the silhouette of one another mattered. At that moment, everyone around them instinctively held their breath. The wall of people encircling Liu Chuan parting silently, allowing him to gaze more directly upon the girl who belonged to him. Suddenly, Liu Chuan rose, cradling his guitar, and strolled slowly toward Chu Xiaoyu. She blinked in surprise, momentarily stunned as Liu Chuan approached, awakening from her musical reverie. So captivated was she by the melody that she remained oblivious to the fact that the crowd had dissipated. As Liu Chuan drew nearer, joy surged within her, swiftly followed by a wave of trepidation. Though she understood that the song was meant for her, the absence of Liu Chuan articulating it directly left her heart swaying. Cautious and fragile, a fleeting fear crossed her mind that Liu Chuan might turn his attention to someone else. She foolishly pondered whether the lyrics truly spoke of her, as they resonated with familiarity yet felt somewhat distant. She did not wear short skirts, nor had she ever savored ice cream. Lost in thought, her small hands tightened once more, yet she resolutely raised her gaze, her sparkling eyes fixed upon Liu Chuan. Despite her fear, Chu Xiaoyu chose to confront the moment. However, as he approached, her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest, a slight heaviness beginning to settle in her chest. In that very instant, Liu Chuan stood before her, guitar in hand. A glimmer of brightness flickered in her eyes, the weight in her heart dissipating, replaced by a profound joy, verging on happiness. Liu Chuan smiled at her, his voice tender yet tinged with melancholy as he delivered the climax of the chorus. You truly understand my feelings, singing this song for you. There is no particular style. It merely signifies my desire to bring you joy, to thaw the frozen rivers for you, to be a moth drawn to the flame for you. Nothing is too great a sacrifice, to toss and turn for you, To relinquish the world. Why not? In the warmth of summer's autumn, a hint of warmth remains, a palette of changing seasons. As the final note lingered, the classroom fell into a profound silence. Chu Xiaoyu gazed dreamily upwards, her face adorned with a delicate blush that seemed to beckon for admiration, as she fixated on Liu Chuan's handsome visage. At that moment, Liu Chuan spoke with heartfelt sincerity. "Dear little fool, this is a song I have traversed the sands of time to dedicate to you. I hope it brings you warmth amidst the chill of this winter." Upon hearing these words, Chu Xiaoyu felt an undeniable certainty blossom within her. This was indeed a song Liu Chuan had composed for her. Moreover, he had proclaimed it in front of so many witnesses. The blend of elation and shyness surged within her, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Chapter 70. 99 Confessions. In this moment, gazing at Liu Chuan's handsome visage, Chu Xiaoyu found herself utterly entranced. Under the faint glow, as the melody lingered, the air in the dim classroom was palpable with breath, and within Chu Xiaoyu's glistening, doe-like eyes, the image of Liu Chuan was vividly etched. She remained bashful, her cheeks aflame, and even amidst the scrutiny of her classmates, her legs trembled slightly. Yet, a gentle smile began to grace her lips, revealing two delicate dimples akin to pear blossoms. The echoes of Liu Chuan's song resonated in her mind, filling her heart with a sweetness akin to honey. The lyrics, imbued with innocent sincerity, conveyed Liu Chuan's earnest emotions, which Chu Xiaoyu comprehended fully. As an overwhelming sense of happiness cascaded through her being, she lifted her gaze, for the first time, bravely and calmly meeting Liu Chuan's eyes under the watchful eyes of many. However, it dawned on her suddenly, the song was intended for her. The straightforwardness of the lyrics, even to her naive heart, was unmistakably a declaration of love. Had Liu Chuan just professed his feelings for her in front of everyone? With this realization, her cheeks flushed like a kettle on the boil, turning a deep crimson that reached her ears. This was not the first confession. Reflecting on the past, she recalled the previous occasion when Liu Chuan had also expressed his feelings over the school broadcast. This marked the second time he had conveyed his emotions to her. Previously, Chu Xiaoyu had been blissfully ignorant of love, too timid to ponder such matters. Yet, after shedding tears in Liu Chuan's embrace, each night spent yearning for him had imbued her with a bittersweet understanding of what love truly entailed. Should she respond? Chu Xiaoyu stood frozen, lost in thought, her heart racing fervently, while her mind buzzed with confusion. Her instinct was to turn and flee, but just as she took a step, her stubbornness compelled her to halt. More than her own fear, she wished to shield Liu Chuan from disappointment, yet she felt too timid to reciprocate. Liu Chuan had been so kind to her. What could she possibly offer him in return? With her modest background, being with Liu Chuan would only burden him. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, her delicate fingers clenched tightly, and a flicker of disheartenment flashed in her glistening eyes. She felt destined to remain silent before the crowd, for she feared that expressing her feelings would impose a burden upon Liu Chuan. Such a thought was unbearable. She could only focus on the present, unwilling to contemplate the future. In a moment of resolve, Chu Xiaoyu gently bit her lip and turned to Liu Chuan, preparing to express her gratitude for his song. Yet, at that instant, she noticed a single tear silently trailing down from the corner of Liu Chuan's eye beneath his gentle smile. Upon witnessing that tear, all her chaotic thoughts dissipated, leaving only a profound sense of panic. How could little Chuan be crying? He is undeniably the strongest. In an instant, Chu Xiaoyu felt a pang of heartache that made her hands tremble slightly, her doe-like eyes glistening with unshed tears, filled with compassion. Anxiously, she stamped her foot, her small hands momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to comfort Liu Chuan. After pondering for a moment, Chu Xiaoyu suddenly tiptoed, gently wiping away Liu Chuan's tears with her fingers. Subsequently, she tenderly caressed his back, as she would comfort her younger sister, softly patting him. There, don't cry. Is that all right? Chu Xiaoyu whispered softly, a faint fragrance enveloping Liu Chuan's senses. Liu Chuan momentarily froze, glancing at Chu Xiaoyu's innocent expression, as the shadow in his mind began to merge with the Chu Xiaoyu before him. Unable to resist, he reached out and pinched her delicate cheek, playfully contorting her small mouth into an A shape, then squishing her little face into a bun-like form. Chu Xiaoyu looked utterly aggrieved. Liu Chuan chuckled, "Silly little one. I'm fine. It's just that the lyrics are so moving that I inadvertently recalled some things." Chu Xiaoyu, somewhat skeptical, shook her head, her doe eyes fluttering. "Really? Is that true?" Of course, Liu Chuan released her cherubic face. "All right, okay. Chu Xiaoyu nodded gently. Yet a fleeting sense of disappointment washed over her heart. Despite its selfishness, there was a moment when she truly wished Liu Chuan had shed tears due to her response. This conflicting sentiment caused a slight heaviness in her chest, her fingers unconsciously clenching and her lips pouting. Just then, Liu Chuan unexpectedly poked her forehead with his finger. "Silly little one, you're always lost in thought, aren't you?" Chu Xiaoyu winced, covering her head with both hands. Her doe eyes looking at Liu Chuan with a pitiful expression. "It hurts. It hurts." "So what if it hurts? It's necessary." Liu Chuan feigned exasperation, crossing his arms. "This is the second time I've confessed to you, and you haven't given a single response. But fret not. If 2 times aren't enough, there will be a third. If I must send 99 roses, I wouldn't mind confessing to you 99 times." Liu Chuan said with a mischievous grin, for at that moment, he had comprehended everything upon seeing Chu Xiaoyu's expression. In the previous life, Chu Xiaoyu had been like this, willingly shouldering all the burdens herself, unwilling to let him bear even a fraction of the responsibility. Due to her insecurities, she felt unworthy, believing it was justifiable for her to depart. In the end, only their parents were aware of their relationship. However, in this life, Liu Chuan was determined not to follow the same path. "In the last life, you bravely took 99 steps towards me. Now, it is my turn. Whether it's 99 confessions or 999 roses, it matters not. But, my dear silly one, this time, I must give you the very best." Upon hearing Liu Chuan's words, Chu Xiaoyu shyly lowered her head, yet her heart felt as though warm water coursed through it. She sensed that Liu Chuan understood her feelings, yet he chose not to confront or articulate them. This feeling unexpectedly stirred a surge of courage within Chu Xiaoyu's self-doubting heart. She lifted her head, parting her lips as if to utter something. However, at that moment, Liu Chuan gently hooked her little finger and smiled. "Let us go, little silly, the show has ended. I will take you to a place you are sure to adore." Before Chu Xiaoyu could voice her thoughts, she found herself being led out of the classroom. Gazing at Liu Chuan's towering figure, the courage that had been on the verge of overflowing quietly withered away. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. Chu Xiaoyu pondered innocently, gently nodding as she said, "Yes, little brother Chuan, wherever you take me, I will like it." Meanwhile, Liu Pei observed from the side, unable to suppress a smirk as she sighed softly. "That rascal seems to be quite all right. At least he understands little Xiaoyu better than I do." Chapter 71. Beneath the umbrella. As the literary gala drew to a close, the clock had already passed 6. The early winter night descended swiftly. By just a little past 6, the sky had succumbed entirely to darkness. Under the veil of night, the streetlights cast a soft, yellow glow, while the snow continued to fall, its delicate flakes weaving through the mottled leaves of the sycamore trees, quietly beginning to melt upon the cobblestones. Although the temperature had yet to dip below freezing, the air remained brisk, and the snowfall was relentless. At this moment, Chu Xiaoyu had donned her vibrant orange down jacket, the bare ears on her hood bobbing with each step, resembling a cheerful little bear. Liu Chuan held her pinky finger, sheltering her slender form beneath a black umbrella as they strolled along the sycamore-lined sidewalk. Few pedestrians traversed the East Canal Road. Apart from the wind whispering over the surface of the canal, a profound tranquility enveloped them. Chu Xiaoyu, her head bowed, found herself replaying Liu Chuan's recent words in her mind. 99 confessions, 99 blossoms, such romantic expressions were a first for her, sweet as honey, causing a rosy hue to bloom on her cheeks. She could hardly believe that these words were directed at her. Someone like her? Was it truly possible? Feeling a flicker of doubt, she nervously clenched her fingers and, unable to resist, stole a glance at Liu Chuan. Just that fleeting glance set her heart racing, as if it might leap from her chest. She had begun to grasp the meaning of affection, reflecting upon their shared moments, donning matching outfits, embracing one another, and spending countless hours together. These were undeniably actions reserved for couples. Yet, as this realization washed over her, a wave of melancholy swept in, and she lowered her gaze. Their relationship, so tantalizingly close, felt just within reach. It seemed Liu Chuan had taken 99 steps toward her, leaving only one final step. Yet her own insecurities had caused her to retreat. With a determined grip on her palms, the courage that had momentarily waned surged back within her, and she lifted her head to speak. But just then, Liu Chuan gently tugged her closer under the umbrella, smiling. "Come a bit closer. The snow is landing on you." Her words were once again interrupted, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. However, The warmth of Liu Chuan's arm draped across her shoulders brought an unexpected joy to her heart. She gazed at him in a daze, her doe-like eyes glistening under the dim light, yet snowflakes danced upon her cheeks. Upon noticing this, Liu Chuan let out a soft chuckle and, after retrieving a tissue from his pocket, tenderly wiped the snow from her fair complexion. "What a little goofball you are. Snow has settled on your face, and you're not cold at all?" he remarked, shaking his head in mock exasperation. Chu Xiaoyu, however, merely blinked her enchanting eyes, like a small kitten, tilting her cheeks obediently for him to wipe away the snow. Yet, at that moment, she suddenly noticed that Liu Chuan's shoulders were already dusted with snowflakes. It dawned on her that his umbrella was far from large enough. In his effort to shield her from the elements, he had tilted it toward himself. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Xiaoyu felt a pang in her heart, her delicate peach blossom eyes glistening with a hint of moisture. Tenderly, she clenched her palms and murmured softly, Xiao Chuan Guyu, your shoulder. It's all wet. You might catch a cold like this. I can handle a little rain. Please, don't treat yourself this way." Although her voice was barely audible, her concern was palpable, and her two bare ears drooped with worry. Liu Chuan, however, seemed unfazed, promptly positioning the umbrella above Chu Xiaoyu's head. With his other hand, he playfully pinched her cheek, chuckling, "You silly little thing, do you think I'm like you? I'm strong and robust. A little snowfall is nothing. Even winter swimming would be a breeze for me. You think I'm as frail as you, my dear little fool." While he teased her, he continued to knead her cheek affectionately. Chu Xiaoyu, feeling a mix of grievance and affection, allowed him to play with her face, her gaze still filled with concern for the snowflakes adorning Liu Chuan's shoulder. At that moment, Liu Chuan suddenly let out a hearty sneeze, causing his body to tremble slightly. Observing this, Chu Xiaoyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. A playful glint sparkled in her eyes as she teased, Xiao Chuan Gu, don't be so stubborn." Liu Chuan, slightly embarrassed, averted his gaze, realizing it was the first time he had faltered in front of her, feeling rather awkward as he thought about the timing of that sneeze. Yet, Chu Xiaoyu offered him no chance for explanation, reaching out to grab the umbrella from his grasp. If Liu Chuan could shield her from the wind and snow, she naively believed she could do the same. Unfortunately, in her haste, she forgot how slippery the snow was beneath her feet. Before she could secure the umbrella, she lost her balance and began to slide backward. Liu Chuan's eyes widened in alarm as he swiftly wrapped his arm around Chu Xiaoyu's waist, but his grip was too forceful, and in protecting her, he too stumbled backwards. With a thud, Liu Chuan landed heavily on the ground, cradling Chu Xiaoyu in his arms. In that instant, the umbrella they held twirled in the air before slowly descending above them, casting a shadow over their faces, creating an intimate space. A few delicate beams of light filtered through the cracks of the umbrella. Startled, Chu Xiaoyu let out a fearful cry before glancing at Liu Chuan with worry, only to find his face alarmingly close, their breaths almost intertwined. Beneath the shelter of the umbrella, their eyes locked, both momentarily entranced by each other's gaze, a faint blush creeping across their cheeks. In that moment, the snowflakes danced down from the sky, illuminated by the soft glow of the street lamp, resembling fluttering snow butterflies. Within the confines of the umbrella, Chu Xiaoyu gazed at Liu Chuan's face so near to her, feeling the warmth of his breath against her skin, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. She could hear the wind swirling over the canal's surface, even the gentle ripples of the water. Yet no sound could overshadow the rhythm of her own heartbeat. Moreover, the heart of her elder brother, Ogawa, thumped incessantly, mirroring her own. Suddenly, Chu Xiaoyu gently squeezed her fingers, buoyed by a flicker of courage and anticipation that surged from within. With a soft flutter, she closed her eyes. Uncertain of what she awaited, the ambience had reached such a crescendo that her body instinctively made the choice for her. Chapter 72. The weight of an entire world in that fleeting moment. The two were mere inches apart. Liu Chuan lowered his head and beheld Chu Xiaoyu's serene and fair visage. With her eyes gently shut and her chin slightly raised, she rendered him utterly mesmerized. The swirling snowflakes danced in the air, while a faint glow penetrated the gaps of the umbrella's ribs, casting a tranquil and vibrant portrait upon Chu Xiaoyu's face. Her long eyelashes, the straight bridge of her nose, and her slightly flushed lips trembled ever so slightly, as if quivering from fear. And the sweet scent of the girl wafted directly to his nostrils. Thump thump, Liu Chuan felt as though his heart might leap from his chest, and his breathing gradually grew heavier. Gazing at the familiar cherry blossom-like mouth before him, the tender touch and warmth from his memories surged through his mind, igniting a fervent blaze of emotion within him. Unable to resist, He instinctively leaned closer to Chu Xiaoyu, reliving the sensations from his recollections, and closed his eyes. Yet in the next moment, he felt a tingling sensation on his lips, as if something were pressing against them. Why? Why does it taste a bit salty? He abruptly opened his eyes to discover that Chu Xiaoyu's finger was delicately resting on his lips. Her doe-like eyes sparkled with unshed tears, appearing even more pitiful in the dim light, especially the slight redness at the corners, which seemed to stem from her fear. With a quivering voice, she murmured, Xiao Chuan go, I'm scared. Chu Xiaoyu's thoughts were remarkably innocent. Her grandmother had always told her that she was beautiful, but that the world outside was fraught with danger. Thus she must keep her head down and refrain from wearing pretty clothes to protect herself. She had never doubted her grandmother's words, knowing that her intentions were filled with love. Therefore, despite her deep affection for Liu Chuan, holding hands could only entail linking her pinky, and being occasionally grasped by his hand was the extent of her emotional boundaries. Just moments ago, driven by the atmosphere and instinct, she had closed her eyes, caught between fear and anticipation, awaiting an experience unknown even to herself. However, upon regaining her senses, fear overwhelmed her, and she instinctively pressed against Liu Chuan's lips, her heart burdened with guilt as well as trepidation. Hearing Chu Xiaoyu's words, Liu Chuan instantly regained his composure. Indeed, for this innocent girl, the idea of kissing was far too premature. Liu Chuan reached out, gently lifting Chu Xiaoyu up, grasping the fallen umbrella to shield them from the wind and snow, and laughed nonchalantly. What were you thinking? I was just enjoying the sight of you with your eyes closed. It was amusing, and I wanted to tease you. Liu Chuan spoke with such casualness, his face betraying no hint of embarrassment. Chu Xiaoyu's voice was barely audible, her hands clenched tightly as she kept her head lowered, avoiding Liu Chuan's gaze. She was not a fool. Xiao Chuanji's blatant fib was too transparent for her to miss. While she may not fully grasp the nuances of romance, she was acutely aware that Xiao Chuange had indeed wished to kiss her just moments before. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of guilt washed over her. A pair of delicate, pale hands fidgeted restlessly before her chest, while a veil of mist shimmered in her enchanting peach blossom eyes. Chu Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming sense of lethargy. It was merely a kiss, after all. She had heard her female classmates speak of love and how a kiss was an utterly commonplace affair, one they willingly offered, yet here she was. Slowly, she lifted her head, her gaze filled with disappointment and self-reproach. In that fleeting moment, she felt a twinge of sympathy for Liu Chuan's earlier day of indifference, coupled with a fear that he might perceive her as utterly mundane. Just then, Liu Chuan unexpectedly reached out and gently pinched Chu Xiaoyu's cheek, shaping her small lips into an O. Always lost in thought, you little fool, as I suspected, he teased, pinching her cheek again and lightly tapping her head. With her lips still forming an O, Chu Xiaoyu winced and covered her head, sporting a pitiful expression. It hurts. It hurts. Since you know it hurts, stop overthinking, Liu Chuan chuckled. Suddenly, he locked his gaze on her enchanting eyes, his tone turning serious yet tender. What I desire is not merely an unexpected kiss. I yearn for the stars in your eyes, the moonlight that resides within them. I seek much, yet so little. I long for the traces of time etched upon your youthful visage, and when we grow old, weary with slumber, I wish to still hold your hand. As his words lingered, the wind whistled past them, and the cacophony of the world faded into tranquility. Chu Xiaoyu raised her head, a blush blooming on her cheeks, her eyes sparkling with a watery glimmer. She stared blankly at Liu Chuan's handsome face, and the weight of her self-reproach dissipated like mist. I didn't quite understand, Chu Xiaoyu mumbled shyly, though she could sense the depth of emotion woven into his poetic words. Liu Chuan rolled his eyes. If you could comprehend, would I still call you little fool? Little fool. I'm not foolish. I'm rather clever, Chu Xiaoyu protested after a moment of thought. All right. You are the clever little fool. Come. Let me take you to a place where you can behold the entire city. Liu Chuan smiled and took hold of her sleeve, but unexpectedly. He stepped on a puddle formed by melting snow, slipping and nearly colliding with Chu Xiaoyu. Startled, her eyes widened as she watched Liu Chuan's lips drift gently toward her own. Fortunately, he regained his balance in time, and neither of them fell. However, as Chu Xiaoyu felt the tingling sensation on her lips, she was struck as if by an electric shock, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, akin to a kettle boiling over. Yet this time, she stood still, not pushing Liu Chuan away. Their eyes locked, breaths audible, hearts beating in sync like a rhythmic drum. The wind howled around them, but in their gaze, only each other remained. At that moment, Liu Chuan felt as if the world were spinning. The girl's lips were not reminiscent of a past sensation, but rather bore a youthful, chilling touch, accompanied by a fragrance uniquely hers. He reached out gently to embrace Chu Xiaoyu, causing her body to tremble slightly. Suddenly, Liu Chuan perceived that the little clumsy bundle in his arms felt extraordinarily slender. Her form as delicate as a fragile sheet of paper, and he feared that if he held her too tightly, he might inadvertently shatter her. He couldn't help but release his lips, tenderly enveloping Chu Xiaoyu in his embrace, sincerely contemplating that she was so light. Yet the weight she bore upon him felt like the entirety of the world's burden. Moments later, the sound of tinkling bells echoed as someone rode by on a bicycle, prompting the two to instinctively part, their cheeks flushed with warmth. Yet, Liu Chuan continued to hold onto the sleeve of Chu Xiaoyu's garment, guiding her, with her head bowed. Along the path beneath the sycamore trees. Chapter 73 Light. The light dances. The snow gradually ceased. Beneath the dim glow of the street lamp, two figures walked side by side along East Canal Road, the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves of the sycamore trees accompanying them. Liu Chuan lifted his gaze to observe the settling snowflakes, slowly retracting his umbrella. As they ventured deeper into East Canal Road, the number of pedestrians diminished, enveloping them in an increasing tranquility. Liu Chuan grasped Chu Xiaoyu's sleeve, guiding her onto the canal bridge. The river, recently blanketed in snow, shimmered with a delicate layer of frost, the cold wind sweeping across the surface, causing Chu Xiaoyu's fluffy ear muffs to bounce playfully. Following the unexpected kiss they had just shared, the two remained silent, continuing their walk along the bridge. At this moment, the bridge's lights had yet to extinguish, and the city lights across the canal were not as prominent beneath the hazy glow. Chu Xiaoyu kept her head down, hiding within her barrier hat. Her fingers subtly clenched within her sleeves. Her mind was filled with the image of Liu Chuan's lips drawing near, alongside the tingling sensation that enveloped her entire being, leaving her feeling somewhat weak. Chu Xiaoyu endeavored to suppress her thoughts, yet the memory of that kiss lingered, as if it were vividly present before her. Finally, she could no longer resist stealing a glance at Liu Chuan, a flicker of courage to express her feelings igniting within her, seemingly rekindled by the kiss they had just shared. Liu Chuan giggled that, As soon as Chu Xiaoyu began to speak, her heart raced, prompting her to fall silent once more. Liu Chuan turned, observing the pensive expression on her face. Under his gaze, Chu Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She lowered her head, a hint of disappointment in her voice. It's nothing. Liu Chuan regarded her with suspicion, glancing at Chu Xiaoyu. Initially, he felt indifferent, but upon noticing her rosy, full lips, his own heart began to race. Despite having lived 2 lifetimes, his cheeks reddened as if experiencing the pangs of first love. Indeed, this was his first love. With that thought, Liu Chuan shrugged, relaxing a bit as he gazed at the familiar canal bridge, memories of the past flooding his mind. In truth, he had been unaware that this spot, offering a panoramic view of the city's brilliance, existed, for it was Chu Xiaoyu who had introduced him to it. In his previous life, during the lowest ebb of his career, he often found himself sleepless and adrift. One evening, while wandering aimlessly, he inadvertently found himself near his alma mater. It was there that he encountered the transformed Chu Xiaoyu. They exchanged casual words, and she led him to the canal bridge. On the darkened bridge, with the city's mottled lights shimmering in the flowing river, Liu Chuan gazed at Chu Xiaoyu's delicate figure for the first time. He suddenly felt that beneath the vibrant city lights, she appeared so lonely and vulnerable. It was from that moment that Liu Chuan realized he was gradually falling for this girl. His thoughts drifted back in time, memories flashing like a revolving lantern. Yet the cold wind from the canal pulled him back to reality. He couldn't help but raise his gaze, observing the little one before him, reminiscent of a cute orange bear cub, and he smiled gently. Indeed, expressing one's feelings is something one must undertake personally in this lifetime, regardless of the circumstances. I have something to say too, Liu Chuan suddenly spoke. Chu Xiaoyu immediately lifted her head, her peach blossom eyes sparkling as she looked at Liu Chuan, whispering. You say Liu Chuan opened his mouth, but found his heart racing, as if he had been infected by Chu Xiaoyu's nervousness. Just moments ago, he had confidently professed his feelings before a crowd, embodying the demeanor of a mature adult. Yet now, under the gaze of the little bear cub, he felt like a timid boy on the brink of adolescence. Chu Xiaoyu blinked in confusion. Liu Chuan touched his racing heart and sighed. Never mind. Let us keep walking. We're almost there. Chu Xiaoyu softly replied, her voice barely audible, yet her tone carried a hint of lightness. The sensitive girl seemed to sense Liu Chuan's shyness. It felt as if it were the first time the two continued walking. Gradually approaching the center of the grand bridge, the brilliance of the entire city illuminating beside them. Suddenly, Liu Chuan reached out to cover Chu Xiaoyu's eyes, gently saying, "No peeking, just follow my lead." "I'm okay." Chu Xiaoyu obediently agreed, following Liu Chuan's footsteps as they moved forward together. With each step, their unspoken understanding deepened. Chu Xiaoyu was astonished to realize that she had never trusted anyone quite like this before, even in the seemingly endless darkness. As long as she was guided by her brother Chuan, she felt no fear. How could it be that she, once so timid, now felt so secure? "All right. Slowly open your eyes." Liu Chuan gently released his hand from covering her eyes, speaking tenderly. "I'm okay." Chu Xiaoyu softly responded, cautiously opening her eyes bit by bit, afraid that if she rushed, she might miss something special. At that moment, with a sudden crack, all the streetlights on the canal bridge extinguished, plunging the once softly glowing bridge into complete darkness. Chu Xiaoyu's eyes widened in astonishment, and as they opened, she beheld the vibrant lights of the entire city shimmering in the boundless canal. What had seemed ordinary just moments ago now appeared ethereal against the dark backdrop. The city's lights reflecting on the river like a mirage of beauty. "Light, it's flowing," Chu Xiaoyu exclaimed, her mouth agape in wonder. In that moment, her sparkling peach blossom eyes captured a kaleidoscope of colors, and her lips gradually curled into a radiant smile, revealing her dimples on either side. Witnessing this scene, Liu Chuan was utterly mesmerized. In the darkness, amidst the vibrant hues of light, Chu Xiaoyu appeared breathtakingly exquisite, seamlessly merging with the shadow that lingered in Liu Chuan's mind. At that moment, Liu Chuan suddenly felt a resurgence of courage within his heart. He waved his hand with a sense of ease, resolved to confess once more. It was in this very place where he and Chu Xiaoyu truly connected. Just then, her delicate, melodious voice broke the silence. I really like you, Xiao Chuan Gij." Chu Xiaoyu did not turn around. She directed her words towards the shimmering surface of the lake. Her voice tinged with nervousness yet adorned with a bright smile. Though her words were faint to Liu Chuan, they resonated as if traversing a bridge of 10 years to reach his ears. He stood there, momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond, but after a moment's contemplation, he retorted, "No, dear silly, those words should come from me." No, this time, I must say it," Chu Xiaoyu declared, turning around, her eyes sparkling with playful mischief. At that instant, a gust of wind swept across the river's surface, tousling their garments and hair. As they gazed deeply into one another's eyes, their hearts entwined. Chapter 74. I know everything in that fleeting moment. The dark canal bridge was enveloped by a cacophony of wind. The strands of Chu Xiaoyu's hair danced in the breeze, revealing her pair of pristine, peach blossom eyes. The city's vibrant lights flowed in reflections upon the river, glimmering through her gaze. Yet behind that interplay of light and shadow, Liu Chuan discerned his own reflection within those eyes. Pure, translucent, and singular, Liu Chuan found himself entranced. The words spoken by Chu Xiaoyu echoed in his mind, rendering him momentarily speechless, unable to respond. Should it be her to speak this time? Liu Chuan repeated her words in his heart, beginning to doubt whether he had misheard. That soft, gentle, and almost timid little fool must have summoned immense courage to express her feelings. With that thought, Liu Chuan took a deep breath, exhaling as though he were releasing the long-burdened worries from his heart, a slight smile of relief gracing his lips. He gently shook his head and earnestly stated, "No, it must be me who speaks. It is only fitting. No, not this. This." Chu Xiaoyu stubbornly shook her head, her sparkling peach blossom eyes fluttering as her small hands clenched tightly in front of her chest. At that moment, Liu Chuan extended his finger and lightly flicked her forehead, speaking softly, "Listen carefully, little fool." Chu Xiaoyu winced, covering her forehead, and with a pained whimper, she nodded earnestly, all right." Liu Chuan glanced at her endearingly foolish expression, cleared his throat gently, and continued in a tender tone, "Chu Xiaoyu, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I, as he slowly recounted his feelings. Memories of a past life flickered in his mind. The sight of Chu Xiaoyu's solitary profile illuminated by the city's glow on the canal bridge, prompting his tone to soften further. Yet before he could finish, Chu Xiaoyu raised her chin, her watery peach blossom eyes suddenly alight with understanding. Yes. She nodded earnestly, signaling her attentive listening. However, seeing her sincere demeanor sent Liu Chuan's heart racing inexplicably. causing his seasoned face to flush with heat in that instant. Well, could you let me finish? Liu Chuan spoke nervously. Yes, yes. Chu Xiaoyu blinked her sparkly eyes, still nodding seriously. Oh dear, I suppose I'll turn around to speak, as I feel somewhat anxious. Liu Chuan admitted shyly, turning to gaze at the stretching canal. The city's radiance illuminated his face in that moment. Chu Xiaoyu stared at Liu Chuan's profile, lost in thought, and upon noticing his nervousness, she couldn't help but giggle. Don't laugh. Liu Chuan pressed his lips together. All right. Chu Xiaoyu softly acquiesced. Listen closely, little fool. I will say it again. Liu Chuan gazed at the kaleidoscopic reflections on the canal, inhaled deeply, and began. In truth, from the very first time I saw you, I was captivated by your presence. You are silly and endearing, yet. Liu Chuan felt his heart racing more and more, unable to resist giving his thigh a firm slap. Damn it, I didn't flinch in front of the entire school. Yet here I am, all nervous in front of this little simpleton. It seemed utterly unreasonable. Liu Chuan shook his head vigorously, taking a deep breath as he gazed at the surface of the lake. Pausing for a moment, he turned around and was met with Chu Xiaoyu's sparkling eyes, brimming with anticipation, causing the corners of his mouth to subtly lift, and a surge of courage blossomed within him, clearing his throat. Liu Chuan finally organized his thoughts and spoke, but it was only when I truly got to know you that I realized. Chu Xiaoyu, resembling a little kitten, lifted her chin and listened attentively. Just then, a cacophony erupted from the canal as a cargo barge sped towards the canal bridge. Most alarmingly, a portly, balding crew member on the barge stood on the deck, waving and shouting at the two. Hey! Chu Xiaoyu was irresistibly drawn to the sound. Watching the shattered light on the canal created by the barge, her little mouth forming an O shape in awe. Wow! She exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Observing this scene, Liu Chuan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as the carefully cultivated emotions dissipated instantly, leading him to discreetly raise his middle finger at the crew member on the barge. Unbelievable insensitivity. What could a man and a woman on a bridge possibly do? Can't you comprehend that, you middle-aged uncle? Liu Chuan felt a tinge of annoyance. But at that moment, a pair of small hands gently rested on his back. The tingling sensation made him shiver as he felt a delicate figure lean softly against him. At that instant, the blaring horn of the barge seemed to fade into insignificance, and Liu Chuan could almost hear Chu Xiaoyu's faint breaths. No need to say anything. I already know, little Liu Chuan. Chu Xiaoyu rested lightly against his back, her voice barely above a whisper, her cheeks radiating warmth akin to a kettle slowly coming to a boil, exuding heat as if releasing steam. Upon hearing her words, Liu Chuan's heart fluttered slightly. His previously restless emotions were instantly calmed, and a profound warmth flowed through him, accompanied by an indescribable sweetness. Is this what success feels like? Liu Chuan mused internally, suddenly smiling as he said, I wonder, at a moment like this, shouldn't we embrace? Chu Xiaoyu kept her head down, silent as she continued to lean against his back. In that moment, the delicate touch, the warmth of her breath, and the fragrance of the young girl allowed Liu Chuan to sense her sensitive emotions. Are you shy? Liu Chuan asked. MMM. Chu Xiaoyu responded softly. Then let us hold hands. Liu Chuan smiled. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Xiaoyu slowly extended her pinky finger and murmured, If it's just our pinkies, that's fine. Liu Chuan gently turned around, intertwining his pinky with hers, and together they began to walk back slowly. Throughout the journey, Chu Xiaoyu kept her head lowered and spoke little, yet her fingers did not retract into her sleeves. Liu Chuan pondered for a moment. Holding hands in such an overt manner seemed to signify a considerable progression compared to before. As for the nature of their relationship, whether it had indeed advanced to a new stage, Liu Chuan found himself at a loss. As they meandered back to the parking lot, Liu Chuan suddenly noticed the snowflakes that had adorned Chu Xiaoyu's clothes had melted into damp stains. It appeared that her clothing beneath had also become slightly wet, causing him to worry that this adorable girl might catch a cold. After contemplating, he smiled and said, By the way, your clothes are all wet. Why not come to my house for a shower? My parents should be out today. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoyu, who had been gazing down, was taken aback and instantly lifted her head in surprise. Chapter 75. Is it too fast? A shower. My parents are not home. The moment Chu Xiaoyu comprehended this statement, her doe-like eyes sparkled with surprise, and she was suddenly engulfed in a dizzying haze, doubting her own hearing. Could this truly be too swift? Although she had already resolved her feelings for Liu Chuan, the The pace was undeniably overwhelming for her to accept at once. In her mind, she could not help but recall the last time Liu Chuan played basketball, lifting his shirt to reveal his sculpted abs. In an instant, a series of peculiar images flickered through her thoughts, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson, reaching all the way to her ears. No, that's unnecessary. Chu Xiaoyu lowered her head, murmuring softly, her fingers fidgeting anxiously against her chest. She felt so embarrassed that she could hardly breathe. After all, she was already 18, no longer an innocent child. Though her understanding was not profound, she had overheard many romantic tales from her female classmates. Especially during the year 2008 when It Started With a Kiss became a nationwide sensation. Thus, at this moment, Chu Xiaoyu felt somewhat dazed, her mind seemingly overheating and teetering on the brink of a shutdown. Upon hearing his suggestion rejected, Liu Chuan turned back, puzzled. He hadn't given it much thought when he spoke. He merely felt that little silly girl was drenched and it was freezing outside. If she didn't take a warm shower, she would surely catch a cold. Furthermore, considering that her home was so cold in winter and lacked a place for a hot bath, it seemed only logical for her to come to his house. After all, his parents were away visiting his grandparents at this time of year, making it an opportune moment. Liu Chuan's intentions were entirely benevolent. Yet upon noticing Chu Xiaoyu's flushed cheeks and slightly dazed expression, he suddenly realized what the girl was pondering. He reached out, gently pinching her soft cheeks and playfully rubbing them, his voice tinged with embarrassment, yet teasing. I mean, little silly girl, you're not that old. Yet you think so much. I'm just worried you'll catch a cold. Do you really see me as some sort of lecherous person? Chu Xiaoyu, her cheeks being playfully manipulated, slowly lifted her head, casting a hesitant glance at Liu Chuan. Her eyes, glistening with innocence, reflected not only her feelings of grievance, but also a hint of uncertainty, before she quickly lowered her gaze again. Observing the look in her eyes, Liu Chuan couldn't help but smirk, momentarily at a loss for words. What does my family understand? In little silly girl's heart, am I truly perceived as that kind of person? With a slight, playful tap on her head, he asserted with a hint of authority, let us go. Get in the car. Stop overthinking things. Otherwise, why would you be called little silly girl? Chu Xiaoyu covered her little head, her expression one of feigned grievance. It hurts. It hurts. Woo-woo, all right. I understand. Realizing her misunderstanding of Liu Chuan's intentions, her face flushed even deeper. And with a meek response, she climbed into the car, looking rather forlorn. In the car, Chu Xiaoyu's cheeks remained flushed, and she couldn't help but steal a glance at Liu Chuan, who was driving. She repeatedly admonished herself to avoid dwelling on those peculiar thoughts, insisting that her relationship with Liu Chuan was entirely innocent. Yet, the more she tried to suppress her thoughts, the more she found herself covertly observing him, her mind inundated with bizarre images. As they neared Xing'an Community, Liu Chuan caught sight of Chu Xiaoyu's adorable expression from the corner of his eye and couldn't resist teasingly saying, if you're watching, I'll kiss you, little silly. Startled by his words, Chu Xiaoyu instinctively shifted to the side, lowering her head, her heart racing with both anticipation and fear. The memory of their unexpected kiss flashed through her mind, causing her cheeks to flush a deeper shade of crimson. Liu Chuan found her reaction amusing and accelerated the car. But in the next moment, he was jolted into silence upon spotting a familiar vehicle whiz past them. His heart raced uncontrollably. Could it be a coincidence? Liu Chuan widened his eyes in alarm, swallowing hard. The car that had just passed was old Liu's. Moreover, the most alarming detail was that he seemed to have caught a glimpse of his mother, Jiang Mei, narrowing her eyes sharply in his direction. Surely, she didn't see me? A wave of apprehension washed over Liu Chuan, but he soon remembered that his mother was somewhat nearsighted, which eased his anxiety. Thank goodness. Timing was perfect. With his parents out, he and little silly were returning home just in time. As this realization struck him, Liu Chuan suddenly paused. Wait, what am I afraid of? I'm not bringing little silly home to do anything untoward. Our relationship is entirely innocent, after all. The more he pondered, the more justified he felt. He parked the car and took Chu Xiaoyu's hand, leading her into the house. However, once he closed the door and turned on the lights, he was taken aback to find his hands trembling. No, surely not. How old am I? Liu Chuan stared in disbelief at his shaking hands, murmuring to himself. At that moment, despite having lived 2 lives, he had to admit that some fears were ingrained in his very DNA, unaffected by age or any external factors. For instance, the apprehension of bringing a girl home and potentially encountering his parents was an instinct carved into his being. Immutable. Just as Liu Chuan was lost in contemplation, Chu Xiaoyu gently poked him in the back with her finger. Liu Chuan. She blinked her doe-like eyes, regarding him with a hint of confusion. Oh. Liu Chuan realized how far afield his thoughts had strayed. After all, he was merely bringing little Silly home for a bath. It wasn't like they were planning to do anything. He considered for a moment, retrieved a bath towel from the cabinet, and handed it to her with a smile, saying, "Here's a bath towel. Feel free to use any towels from the cabinet in the bathroom." Chu Xiaoyu hesitated before accepting the towel, her head bowed and cheeks flushed, stammering, Liu Chuan, I didn't bring any clothes. By the end of her sentence, her voice had nearly faded to a whisper. Oh. Liu Chuan was momentarily stunned. For some reason, he suddenly felt nervous as well, his heart pounding rapidly in his chest. It's all right. Just wear mine. I'll get it for you. Liu Chuan feigned calmness as he walked into his room, retrieving a loose-fitting white shirt and a pair of jeans, which he handed to Chu Xiaoyu. Chu Xiaoyu hesitated momentarily before passing her damp outerwear to Liu Chuan and slowly entered the bathroom, gently closing the door behind her. With a soft thud, the door shut, leaving Liu Chuan momentarily stunned as he glanced at the frosted glass door, his cheeks involuntarily tinged with crimson. Listening to the sound of running water from within, his mind wandered to a 10-year-old cliché about how the sound of someone bathing could make one ravenous enough to devour 3 bowls of rice. Suddenly, his heart felt aflame with an unexpected intensity. He shook his head vigorously, amused. I can't believe I've started to entertain such frivolous thoughts. Sighing, Liu Chuan hung Chu Xiaoyu's coat on a rack, intending to dry it later. He returned to his room to search for his own clothes, planning to take a shower after Chu Xiaoyu finished hers. Meanwhile, not far from home, Lao Lu's car had barely pulled away when Jiang Mei felt an unsettling premonition. She glanced at Lao Lu and expressed her discontent. Darling, look at how the world has declined. That young man driving just now couldn't be much older than our son. Yet he's bringing a girl home. Lao Lu chuckled to himself, thinking, what's wrong with a young fellow driving such a fine car and bringing a lady home? However, he nodded seriously on the surface. Indeed, the world has changed for the worse. In my youth, one would have dealt with such a person quite sternly. Jiang Mei burst into laughter, but still felt a nagging unease, sensing that something was amiss. Suddenly, she glanced at her empty hands and realized she had forgotten the gifts intended for her in-laws. Oh no, I forgot my things. We must go back, she commanded. Lao Lu, feeling helpless, dared not resist and obediently turned the car around, soon returning to their neighborhood. Jiang Mei exited the vehicle, instructing Lao Lu, wait for me. I'll be back as soon as I grab my things. Without further ado, she made her way through the basement and took the express elevator to her building. Strangely, as the elevator approached her floor, her sense of unease intensified. It is often said that a woman's intuition is the most acute, and in that moment, Jiang Mei felt as if her cherished pet pig was about to uproot the cabbage in the garden. Chapter 76. Mother did not see with a soft chime. The elevator doors gradually parted, and Jiang Mei's thoughts grew increasingly heavy. A woman's intuition operates in such a manner, as one approaches the scene of an impending event, that instinct transforms almost instantaneously into an undeniable inner conviction. Holding her breath, Jiang Mei quietly stepped out of the elevator, arriving at her doorstep. A glance downward revealed a pair of women's shoes neatly placed on the shoe rack. Her pupils dilated in shock, and her hands trembled with rage. What a rascal! Gaining confidence, he dares to engage in significant mischief while I am away. Jiang Mei was on the verge of slamming the door in anger. But after a brief moment of reflection, she managed to regain her composure. What if it were Xiaoyu? That would be far too brusque of her. She certainly did not wish to frighten the young lady. In her heart, Jiang Mei had long regarded Chu Xiaoyu as her future daughter-in-law, treating her as if she were her own daughter. She could care less about her son, but she truly could not bear to frighten Xiaoyu. With this thought, Jiang Mei suddenly felt a pang of guilt, realizing she might have misjudged her son. Sighing, she chided herself for being so suspicious. How could Liu Chuan ever engage in such behavior? He must simply be helping Xiaoyu with her studies. How foolish of me, at my age, to entertain such trivial thoughts. With a smile, she shook her head and gently placed her hand on the doorknob, preparing to enter. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, the moment her hand rested on the doorknob, her strength instinctively diminished to a bare minimum. With a barely audible click, the door creaked open. Jiang Mei entered her own home as stealthily as a thief. even leaving a slight gap in the door to avoid making any noise. Once inside, Jiang Mei realized her own culpability. How could she not resist? Sigh. With a heavy heart, she intended to grab her belongings and depart without disturbing Xiaoyu and her son. As a mother, her lack of trust in her son weighed heavily on her conscience, and she resolved to leave discreetly without informing her son of her return. But the moment she turned around, her pupils constricted once more, and her hands trembled with fear. For there, draped over the sofa, lay a down jacket, distinctly feminine in nature, of exceptional quality, clearly expensive, and certainly not Xiaoyu's. At that moment, Jiang Mei's body shook with fury. She lifted the jacket to her nose, and indeed, the unmistakable scent of a young girl wafted forth, solidifying her suspicions. That scoundrel. Not only did he keep secrets from me, but he also dared to engage in such antics with Xiaoyu. Jiang Mei's teeth clenched in indignation, her eyes seemingly ablaze. Just then, from the bathroom, the sound of rushing water echoed as Chu Xiaoyu, having lathered herself with soap to conserve water, turned on the shower. Hearing the cascade, Jiang Mei quivered. She realized she had vastly underestimated her son. She had thought that balancing two relationships was Liu Chuan's limit, yet here he was, boldly persuading the young lady to take a shower. Jiang Mei, overwhelmed by emotion, trembled with rage, causing her down jacket to inadvertently slip from her grasp and fall to the ground. The zipper clattered against the floor, producing a sharp sound. Simultaneously, Liu Chuan, who was humming softly in the bedroom while searching for clothes, was startled by the noise, his hairs standing on end, as if a chill had run down his spine. Could it be? He had just witnessed his mother leave with his grandmother for a visit. How could she possibly return at this moment? Liu Chuan swallowed hard, losing all interest in finding his clothes, and hurriedly tiptoed towards the door. In those fleeting seconds, countless excuses raced through his mind. Yet, upon reflection, he deemed it unnecessary. His mother was always so understanding. Why not just be honest? However, as he reached the doorway, he froze. Jiang Mei was glaring at him with a serious expression, wielding a chicken feather duster that seemed to have appeared from nowhere, the bamboo handle as thick as his thumb. Seeing this, Liu Chuan gulped nervously and managed a sheepish smile. "Mom, you're back so early. Was the food at Grandma and Grandpa as good?" "Delicious, indeed." Jiang Mei replied with a cold laugh, pointing toward the door. "I brought you your favorite stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots." With that, she turned and stepped outside. Being a kind-hearted woman, she didn't wish to ruin a young girl's youth due to her son's folly, even when chastising him. She sought to preserve the girl's dignity. Liu Chuan shivered at the sight of his mother's retreating figure, but obediently followed her outside. "Mom, let me explain," he began as he exited. Unfortunately, the only response he received was a flurry of strikes from the bamboo duster. Jiang Mei struck him 3 times, the duster becoming askew in her grasp, yet still not satisfied. She raised it again. Liu Chuan, frightened, sidestepped and protested. "Mom, I'm your son. I merely brought someone home to take a shower. Is that really so unreasonable? You still acknowledge you're my son?" Jiang Mei retorted, her teeth clenched in frustration. "Just a shower? Such words might deceive a young girl, but not me. Have you no shame, Liu Chuan? How can you treat our dear Yu this way?" Anger swelled within her as she raised the duster once more. "Mom, please wait." Liu Chuan quickly raised his hands, sensing a misunderstanding. "I haven't wronged Yu. She's the one in the shower. Do you think I'm a fool?" Jiang Mei scoffed, her laughter laced with disbelief. "Yu doesn't possess such an expensive down jacket." With that, she swung the duster again, but Liu Chuan, in a state of desperation, declared, "Mom, it truly is her. I bought that jacket for her." At this revelation, Jiang Mei's hand came to a halt, her gaze shifting to Liu Chuan with a hint of skepticism. However, upon seeing the sincerity in her son's clear eyes, she began to believe him. After all, he was her child, raised from infancy, and he certainly knew the consequences of his actions. "Really?" Jiang Mei inquired once more, setting aside the feather duster in her hand. "Really, Mom?" Liu Chuan exclaimed, a look of urgency on his face as he prepared to clarify the entire situation, hoping to prevent any misconceptions from his mother. However, before he could utter a word, Jiang Mei chuckled and said, "Oh, that was my folly." She stealthily peered through the crack of the door towards the bathroom, then turned back to Liu Chuan with a playful grin. "It's just our little fish, so there's nothing to worry about." All right, Mother saw nothing. Mother was never here, and Mother knows nothing. We won't be coming back tonight." At this, Jiang Mei gently patted her son's shoulder, encouragingly saying, "Whatever you young ones wish to do is your own affair. It's beyond my concern. I shall gather my things and take my leave. With that, she disregarded Liu Chuan's astonished expression and quietly entered to retrieve her belongings before heading to the elevator. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, Jiang Mei suddenly recalled something and called out to Liu Chuan, "Oh, the items you requested are in the top cabinet of the study. Everything you need is there. Just practice a bit. My daughter still has to go to university, and your mother once regretted not pursuing higher education." Jiang Mei continued to ramble, but fortunately, the elevator doors swiftly shut. At that moment, a cold breeze swept through, causing Liu Chuan to twitch his lips, enveloped in silence. Chapter 77. A peculiar book. What in the world is going on? Am I so deeply mired in this situation that even a plunge into the Yellow River wouldn't cleanse my name? Liu Chuan felt a surge of frustration as he clutched his head, overwhelmed by a myriad of grievances. Not only had he endured an unwarranted meal of stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots, but the misunderstandings with Chu Xiaoyu were also distressing. And what was with that comment about my daughter? Is my own son's familial standing truly in jeopardy? Alas, never mind. Liu Chuan sighed, gently closing the door behind him as he entered the room. Although he had faced a beating, it was not entirely disastrous. At least his mother's sharp words had escaped little Han Bao's ears. Otherwise, his radiant reputation in the boy's eyes would have been irreparably tarnished. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Liu Chuan patted his chest and made his way to the bathroom, suddenly feeling a sense of relief as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. At that moment, with a soft click, the bathroom door swung open. Chu Xiaoyu gently pushed it ajar, peeking her head through the gap. It seemed she had just bathed, as her fair, delicate face now bore a faint rosy hue. I'm done washing," she murmured shyly upon seeing Liu Chuan. "Oh, good." Liu Chuan, still preoccupied with thoughts of his mother's harsh words, suddenly felt his cheeks flush and his heart race at the sight of Chu Xiaoyu's charming face, making him hesitant to look any longer. After a moment's contemplation, he casually suggested, "Why don't you go to my room for now? It's cold outside." Okay, Chu Xiaoyu replied softly, slowly pushing the door open further. It was only when the door was fully ajar that Liu Chuan finally beheld the sight of Chu Xiaoyu emerging from her bath. Her inky black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and despite being dried, droplets of water still clung to her strands, adding a touch of allure to her innocent demeanor. She donned an oversized white shirt, which, while somewhat ill-fitting, appeared unexpectedly enticing against her slender figure, coupled with her slightly rolled-up blue jeans. Revealing a glimpse of her porcelain white calves, Liu Chuan found himself momentarily entranced. Truthfully, this was the first time Liu Chuan had seen Chu Xiaoyu in such a light, and he couldn't help but stare, his gaze lingering longer than intended. Under his scrutiny, her fair cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a boiling kettle, reaching all the way to her ears. As her heart raced with an erratic rhythm, she lowered her head, gently poking Liu Chuan with her finger, stammering, "Liu Chuan, could you please stop looking at me? I feel shy." Upon hearing this, Liu Chuan finally snapped back to reality and, feeling embarrassed, diverted his gaze. Right, I'll go take a shower too. Please wait for me in my room." After speaking, he turned to head towards the bathroom, but at that moment, Chu Xiaoyu's small hand grasped his arm tightly. Liu Chuan turned to find her resembling a little kitten. Her chin lifted, her doe-like eyes brimming with a touch of distress. With a quivering voice, she asked, You're going to take a shower too?" "Of course, I am," he replied. Liu Chuan cast a puzzled glance at Chu Xiaoyu, suddenly realizing that the young girl was likely lost in her own whimsical thoughts once again. He reached out and playfully ruffled her little face, chuckling, "Oh, silly girl. Have you forgotten? I'm just as drenched. Do you wish for me to catch a cold?" "And no, that's not it. I. Chu Xiaoyu belatedly recognized her misunderstanding, her face flushing with warmth, and in a flurry of panic, she waved her hands in an attempt to explain. Yet, the more she tried to articulate her thoughts, the more flustered she became, ultimately lowering her head in embarrassment. "All right, go wait in my room. I'll dry your hair shortly," Liu Chuan said with a smile. Observing the bashful demeanor of the little silly girl, he felt entirely at ease, picking up his clothes and stepping into the bathroom, even humming a tune as he went. "MMM. Chu Xiaoyu responded weakly. She turned to head towards Liu Chuan's room, but couldn't resist glancing back at the bathroom's glass door. Through the translucent barrier, she could faintly discern Liu Chuan's tall figure, and with just a fleeting glance, her heart raced and her cheeks burned. Overwhelmed, she hurriedly retreated into Liu Chuan's room. His room was spacious, adorned with a solid wood cabinet in the corner, housing numerous collectibles and exquisite books. Beside the bed stood a computer desk, and Chu Xiaoyu recalled that last time. She nearly revealed her innermost feelings while sitting there. Thankfully, Liu Chuan had not overheard her. Contemplating this, she felt a wave of heat wash over her, making her hesitant to sit at the desk. Glancing at the disheveled blankets, Chu Xiaoyu instinctively approached and neatly folded them. However, after completing this task, dressed in Liu Chuan's clothing and surrounded by his scent, she felt her temperature rise even further. Indeed, it was not entirely her fault for being so sensitive. Earlier in the bathroom, Jiang Mei had spoken those last few words quite loudly, and Chu Xiaoyu had heard every syllable. Thus, upon exiting the bathroom, her mind was flooded with those dizzying phrases, leading her thoughts astray. Just practice. Everything is possible. As she mused, she found herself slightly breathless. Shaking her head gently, she stood up and decided to roam around the bedroom to ease her mind. Those seemingly expensive wooden cabinets and the computer were objects she dared only to gaze at, not touch. Eventually, she settled on the edge of Liu Chuan's bed. At that moment, she suddenly noticed a thickly bound book had fallen from the side of Liu Chuan's bedside table. Without a second thought, she bent down to retrieve it, brushing off the dust with her hand before placing it back on the bedside table. Yet, feeling bored and reluctant to disturb the finely bound books on the shelf, she picked up the peculiar book and gently flipped it open. Upon reaching the first page, her expression remained neutral, finding the book rather ordinary. Perplexed as to why Liu Chuan had chosen to wrap it so heavily and place it by his bedside. However, when she turned to the second page, an image of a sultry beauty caught her eye. Chu Xiaoyu was instantly rendered speechless, her fair complexion flushing a vivid crimson that extended all the way to the nape of her neck. Chapter 78. A glimpse that leads to embarrassment in that fleeting moment. Chu Xiaoyu felt her face ablaze, and a dizzying sensation enveloped her. Her mind was flooded with images of the alluring beauty she had just glimpsed in a rather revealing magazine. With urgency, she placed the magazine on the bedside table, turning her head away as her small hands nervously twisted in circles over her chest, her heart racing wildly. Back in 2008, computers were not yet widespread, and the internet was still in its infancy. It was no surprise that, even for someone like Chu Xiaoyu, any young girl encountering such imagery would gasp in shock, exclaiming it was indecent and then hastily casting it aside in embarrassment. She sat awkwardly on the edge of the bed, her legs tightly pressed together, her gaze cast downwards. At that moment, the sound of running water from Liu Chuan's shower reached her ears, and a sudden realization struck her. Perhaps the book had not merely fallen beneath the bedside table. Rather, it could very well have been intentionally hidden there by her older brother, Xiao Chuan. With this thought, her gaze shifted back to the book. Taking a deep breath, she clenched her small fist, summoning a surge of courage to pick up the book once more, resolved to return it to its original place. This way, she could feign ignorance, and Xiao Chuan would not feel awkward. Although she was now an adult, her knowledge of men was limited. However, she had gleaned some understanding from the conversations of her female classmates. Every boy was likely the same. Xiao Chuan should be no different, right? As these naive thoughts coursed through her mind, a faint blush remained on her fair cheeks, refusing to fade. The instant she grasped the book, her heartbeat quickened anew. Taking another deep breath, she stealthily extended her hand, resembling a thief, intending to place the book back beneath the bedside table. Just then, a large hand gently landed on her shoulder. Startled, Chu Xiaoyu gasped, her delicate neck instinctively curling in as she straightened her posture. She hastily concealed the book behind her, her heart pounding furiously as she turned to face the source of the interruption. To her surprise, Liu Chuan stood quietly behind her, having finished his shower and changed into clean clothes without her noticing. Feeling suddenly guilty, she lowered her gaze, her fingers tightly gripping one another, her cheeks aflame like a ripe apple. "What's the matter?" Liu Chuan asked, towel in hand, a hint of confusion in his voice. Given that she was dressed modestly and not in a bathrobe, why was this little fool's face so flushed? With a hint of suspicion, he leaned closer, reaching out to gently pinch her cheek. "Are you coming down with something? Your face is burning up." "And no," Chu Xiaoyu stammered, her voice muffled by his grip. Yet, feeling guilty, her hand behind her instinctively pushed the book further back. Liu Chuan, ever observant, noticed her subtle movement and smiled gently. "Little fool, what have you brought me this time? Why didn't you show me earlier?" "I saw it. Bring it out." Upon hearing those words, Chu Xiaoyu's delicate face contorted in fear. She lifted her head, her eyes resembling blossoming peach flowers, filled with a sense of grievance, and softly murmured, "And no." Not yet. It's right behind you. I saw it. Liu Chuan responded with a mischievous grin. If you won't give it to me, I'll just take it myself. With that, he lunged toward Chu Xiaoyu, his hands outstretched. Don't. No. Chu Xiaoyu gasped in fright, desperately attempting to hide the book behind her. Unfortunately, Liu Chuan feigned a distraction, and his hands began to tickle her. Naturally ticklish, Chu Xiaoyu fell back onto the bed in a flurry. In a moment of unintended consequence, her porcelain-white legs inadvertently tangled with Liu Chuan's, causing him to slip and tumble onto the bed as well. In an instant, Liu Chuan found himself atop Chu Xiaoyu, his large hands firmly pressing down on her delicate arms. Their gazes locked, both lost in the depths of each other's eyes. A faint blush crept across their cheeks. In that moment, the air seemed to thicken. Chu Xiaoyu's heart raced, pounding as if it would leap from her chest, her face flushing like a kettle boiling over, turning a deep crimson all the way to her ears. A few seconds later, as Chu Xiaoyu felt Liu Chuan's breath brushing against her face, she turned her head away in embarrassment, her expression one of innocent grievance, her enchanting eyes slightly reddened. Sensing the intensity of the situation, Liu Chuan realized he may have crossed a line. He awkwardly rose, grabbing the book beside him, and sheepishly stammered, I didn't mean to. You could have just given it to me. Chu Xiaoyu also sat up, her response barely audible, tinged with a quiver. Observing her adorably flustered demeanor, Liu Chuan felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He thought to himself, what is this? Usually, she hands me buns or spicy cabbage without hesitation. Why is she acting so differently today? Could it be that our relationship has progressed? With curiosity gnawing at him, Liu Chuan scrutinized the item in his hands. To his shock, he discovered it was not a bun or spicy cabbage at all. Instead, it was something he had treasured for many years. In an instant, Liu Chuan's face flushed with embarrassment, his toes feeling as if they could dig a hole to hide in. You didn't see, right? Liu Chuan turned back, his voice trembling slightly. Chu Xiaoyu replied quietly, her gaze averted. Actually, this isn't mine. It belongs to my father. Do you believe me? Liu Chuan fumbled with his words, attempting to explain, his hands flailing in a flustered manner. Chu Xiaoyu lifted her head slightly, casting a hesitant glance at Liu Chuan, her eyes reflecting uncertainty. Nevertheless, she nodded, whispering, I believe. Although she verbalized her trust, her face grew increasingly flushed, and she could hardly bear to look at Liu Chuan, even shifting slightly away from him on the bed. Witnessing this scene, Liu Chuan's lips twitched, leaving him utterly bewildered. This is what you call not seeing? This is what you call believing? Are you serious about taking a step back? For a moment, Liu Chuan felt somewhat perplexed. However, upon reflection, he realized he was already 18 years old and had lived 2 lives. What was the harm in indulging in such thoughts? Why should I feel embarrassed? The one who ought to feel awkward is clearly the little fool. With this thought in mind, Liu Chuan suddenly extended his finger and gently flicked Chu Xiaoyu on the forehead, retorting playfully, I must inform you, peering around carelessly may lead to unfortunate consequences. Come here. It's time for me to dry your hair. Chu Xiaoyu winced in pain, covering her forehead, and her expressive eyes brimmed with a sense of grievance. Woo-woo fine, she murmured softly, her voice laced with a hint of sorrow, yet obediently turning around to reveal her flowing, inky tresses to Liu Chuan. Chapter 79. As we grow up with a gentle flick, Liu Chuan lifted a strand of Chu Xiaoyu's hair, using a hairdryer to gradually dry the moisture nestled within. This was his inaugural experience of drying her hair. In their previous life, although their romantic relationship lasted for an extended period, the time they spent together was rather fleeting, leaving them devoid of such intimate moments. As the faint fragrance of her hair wafted to his senses, Liu Chuan found himself entranced, memories flooding back like scenes from a film, prompting him to handle her hair with even more tenderness. Chu Xiaoyu obediently sat with her back to him, feeling the delicate pressure of his touch on her strands, causing her to shiver slightly. Apart from her mother, no one had ever tended to her hair before. In her childhood, after every wash, it was her mother who gently dried her hair, a time when they could converse under the sun, cherishing the rare moments together amidst their otherwise busy lives. However, since her mother's passing, no one had helped Chu Xiaoyu with her hair again. Her grandmother had been ill, and her younger sister, Yu Wei, was still small, leaving her to shoulder the responsibilities of the household alongside her studies. It was at that moment she realized she had outgrown the little girl who was once cherished and cared for. She now had to support her family, becoming the last harbor for her sister and grandmother. Gradually, her heart grew numb, but since Liu Chuan entered her life, She began to feel as if her heart was thawing. At that moment, her doe-like eyes glistened with unshed tears, a thin veil of moisture forming. She found herself thinking of her mother. After so many years, she finally dared to remember her. Within a short while, her hair was entirely dry. Liu Chuan gently tied it into a ponytail, playfully nudging her back and declaring, "All done." Yes, Chu Xiaoyu turned her head and softly replied. Yet, Liu Chuan noticed a hint of redness at the corners of her eyes, stirring a pang of concern within him. He wondered if he had inadvertently startled this innocent girl. After a brief pause, he nervously inquired, Did I frighten you just now?" Surprised, Chu Xiaoyu looked up and quickly shook her head. "No, not at all. Then why are you crying? Has my little silly girl turned into a little crybaby?" Liu Chuan chuckled, reaching out to gently wipe the slight redness from her eyes. Chu Xiaoyu obediently lifted her chin, akin to a small kitten, allowing him to tend to her. However, the more he wiped, the more tears flowed down her fair cheeks. Seeing this, Liu Chuan became flustered, hastily comforting her. "Please don't cry. I truly cannot bear to see you in tears. What is the matter?" I miss my mother," Chu Xiaoyu choked out, and upon uttering those words, the tears at the corners of her eyes began to subside. Upon hearing these words, Liu Chuan was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping the situation. This little crybaby must have only ever had her mother blow dry her hair. Thus, when he did it for her, it was inevitable that she would be reminded of the past. However, considering that Chu Xiaoyu's tears this time showed no attempt to avoid him, it was a stark contrast to the first time she cried due to being bullied, when she dared not let anyone see her tears. Nor was it like the last occasion when she wept in his arms, fearful of soiling his clothing. In this regard, Chu Xiaoyu's heart had begun to evolve, slowly resembling that of a typical girl. She had finally learned to cry and felt safe enough to express her emotions in front of him, signifying a complete trust and the beginning of unreservedly voicing her grievances. Reflecting on this, Liu Chuan wrapped his arm around Chu Xiaoyu's shoulders, gently patting her back, and said softly, "It's all right. Your mother would surely be delighted to see you like this." Chu Xiaoyu replied, her voice choked with emotion. "Do you enjoy it when I blow dry your hair?" Liu Chuan suddenly inquired. "I like it." Chu Xiaoyu lifted her chin and glanced at him. Liu Chuan lightly tapped her forehead and smiled. "Then I shall continue to do so, if you permit." Upon hearing this, a faint blush spread across Chu Xiaoyu's fair cheeks, her large, expressive eyes shimmering with a hint of shyness. All right." Chu Xiaoyu nodded earnestly. "Shall I also style your hair in the future?" Liu Chuan continued to ask. Yes. Chu Xiaoyu responded softly. "For a lifetime, just as you do for me," Liu Chuan declared with deep affection, his words akin to a confession of love. In an instant, Chu Xiaoyu's small face flushed as if it were a kettle boiling over with water, turning crimson. At that moment, despite her shyness, her heart swelled with warmth. She felt as if she had once again become that cherished little girl, loved and cared for, akin to the times when her mother was present, as if she had rediscovered her safe haven. Chu Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. Liu Chuan chuckled softly, ruffling her hair, and then turned to glance out the window, realizing that it was nearly 10 o'clock in the evening. It was time to take Chu Xiaoyu home. He didn't wish to let her stay overnight, as it was inappropriate and could lead to misunderstandings with his mother. Moreover, Liu Chuan was primarily concerned about not wanting to worry Chu Xiaoyu's grandmother and younger sister, especially since she had never spent a night away from home. "Let us go? I'll take you home," Liu Chuan said with a smile. "Your coat should be dry by now." Okay. Chu Xiaoyu nodded, though a sense of reluctance tugged at her heart. Nevertheless, she understood that staying overnight was not suitable, so she obediently followed Liu Chuan out of the room. A few minutes later, Liu Chuan drove Chu Xiaoyu to the entrance of the rundown neighborhood. After they exited the car, they linked their pinky fingers and walked down the dimly lit street in silence. After such an experience, Liu Chuan pondered whether their relationship had indeed progressed to a new level. He found it rather peculiar. Despite holding hands, Chu Xiaoyu kept her head down and spoke little. However, Liu Chuan paid it no mind, as he was determined to remain by the side of his dear little companion. The wind continued to blow fiercely, and Chu Xiaoyu, clad in Liu Chuan's shirt and denim jeans, wore an orange puffer jacket over it, hiding her face within the confines of her barriered hat. Before long, Liu Chuan had escorted Chu Xiaoyu to her doorstep. He glanced at her home and remarked with a smile, "I won't come in. It's too late." Yet, beneath his casual words, Liu Chuan felt a twinge of apprehension. In his previous life, without the presence of Grandma Chu, he felt no moral burden from his mischief. But now, he found himself slightly fearful of being discovered by Grandma Chu. All right, just drive slowly, Chu Xiaoyu replied with a nod. Understood, Liu Chuan said, waving his hand as he turned to leave. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept through, and Chu Xiaoyu unexpectedly rose onto her toes, lightly brushing her lips against Liu Chuan's cheek. He stood there, momentarily stunned, feeling the warmth of her touch with disbelief. Chu Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed crimson. Yet she bravely lifted her gaze and whispered into Liu Chuan's ear, Little Chuan go. I understand what you're thinking, but it's not the right time. Let us wait until we grow up, all right? She innocently inquired. Chapter 80. Will sister marry brother? In that fleeting moment, the raucous wind swept through the dim streets of the shantytown. The strands of Chu Xiaoyu's hair danced in the breeze. Her pair of pristine peach blossom eyes, illuminated against the darkness, appeared particularly pure and innocent. Liu Chuan stood frozen in place, the echo of Chu Xiaoyu's recent words resonating in his mind. A faint smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Will we grow up? A promise was made. Liu Chuan gazed at the rosy hue of Chu Xiaoyu's cheeks, and after a long moment, he softly replied. Chu Xiaoyu, already shy, felt her face burn intensely under his prolonged gaze and, in a fluster, hurried back inside her home. However, moments later, her little head peeked out from between the door's crevice. She stared vacantly at Liu Chuan, her voice laced with sweetness. Could you go a bit slower, please? Understood. Now hurry off to bed. Liu Chuan chuckled at her endearing expression, waved his hand, and turned to leave. Touching the slightly damp spot on his cheek, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The tender, naive bud of youth requires time to blossom and a lifetime of care. Liu Chuan was in no rush. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoyu gazed after Liu Chuan's retreating figure until he vanished completely into the darkness, reluctantly. She turned away and gently closed the door. In the dim light, she leaned against the door, her mind flooded with the electrifying sensation from the moment she kissed Liu Chuan's cheek. Chu Xiaoyu was somewhat astonished at her newfound boldness. Just the thought of it sent her heart racing, as if it might leap from her chest. Reflecting on the day's moments shared, her heart fluttered slightly, and she instinctively covered her face, too shy to ponder further. This sweet, yet slightly tangy sensation was an unfamiliar experience. Yet it felt elusive, and she feared it might slip through her fingers if she wasn't careful. At that moment, within the room, Chu Yue stirred, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she slowly emerged from her bedroom. Upon seeing her sister, a glimmer of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she dashed into Chu Xiaoyu's embrace. Sister, you're so late today. I fell asleep waiting. The little girl pouted, her voice a soft whimper. Chu, Grandma is sleeping. Be good, Yue. And keep your voice down. Chu Xiaoyu lovingly lifted her sister and gently stroked the little one's head, whispering tenderly. Embracing her sister, Chu Xiaoyu walked back to the room, softly explaining, Sister, something came up today, so I was late. Yue nodded obediently, unable to resist snuggling closer to Chu Xiaoyu. Sister, I'm scared sleeping alone. Then, shall I stay with you? Is that all right? Chu Xiaoyu smiled gently, holding her sister as they climbed into bed. She pulled up the blanket, softly patting Yue's back while humming a lullaby, a routine she had always followed to soothe her sister to sleep. Today, however, Chu Yue appeared particularly clingy. She nestled against Chu Xiaoyu's neck, her voice sweet and innocent. Sister. Yes, sister is here. Chu Xiaoyu gently cradled Chu Yue and placed her on a nearby pillow. With her large, blinking eyes, Chu Yue suddenly asked, Sister, did brother Liu Chuan bully you? I saw that your eyes were red. Concerned, she gazed at her sister. In her mind, her sister was the strongest person in the world. She had never seen her cry. In truth, Chu Yue was quite mature for her age. Under her sister's care, her personality had blossomed, making her somewhat aware of the matters between her sister and Liu Chuan, despite her youth. Now that her sister was crying, the only cause Chu Yue could fathom was brother Liu Chuan. Yet, she could not comprehend why such a kind and gentle brother Liu Chuan would bully her sister. Could it be that brother Liu Chuan was a bad person? No, that couldn't be right. Liu Chuan did not bully her sister. It was her sister who was crying. Chu Xiaoyu replied softly, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush under the warm light. Chu Yue blinked in confusion. Why is sister crying? At this question, Chu Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. She gazed into Chu Yue's innocent eyes, and after a long pause, she suddenly embraced the little girl and whispered, Because sister misses mom. But sister never misses mom. Chu Yue said with disbelief, her expression innocent. It was she who always cried in her sister's arms, expressing her longing for their mother. How could her sister suddenly miss her? Was it because of brother Liu Chuan? Chu Yue asked abruptly. Chu Xiaoyu pondered for a moment before nodding. Chu Yue raised her head, her large eyes sparkling. But sister never cries, even if she misses mom. The little girl pouted. Sister, you said that Yue must not cry. You said that as long as one does not cry, one can hold the blue sky, the white clouds, and even the vast ocean in their eyes. Chu Yu contemplated and replied, perhaps at that time, sister's eyes did not yet hold brother Liu Chuan. She gently patted Chu Yue's little head and smiled. Yue, as long as there is someone in my eyes, I might also become as emotional as you. Upon uttering those words, Chu Xiaoyu was surprised to realize that ever since meeting Liu Chuan, her once unyielding heart seemed to have softened little by little. She found herself gradually relying on Liu Chuan, and like her sister, she began to cry and long for their mother as well. Oh, Chu Yue listened, somewhat understanding, and obediently snuggled under the covers as Chu Xiaoyu gently tucked her in. Sister. After a while, Chu Yue called out again. Yes, sister is here. Does brother Liu Chuan treat you well? Yes. Does sister like brother Liu Chuan? Why, yes. Will you and brother get married in the future? Chu Yue gazed innocently into Chu Youyu's eyes. Yet this time, Chu Youyu's voice faltered. She seemed lost in thought for a moment. Memories of their shared experiences flashing through her mind, from the timid moments when they stood together to the boldness of lightly kissing Liu Chuan's cheek. After a prolonged silence, Chu Xiaoyu gently caressed Chu You's small face and whispered, Sister. Sister is contemplating this. Oh, should I call Liu Chuan brother-in-law then? Chu Yue exclaimed with delight. No, that wouldn't do. Chu Xiaoyu replied bashfully, her cheeks instantly flushed. In truth, Chu Yue did not grasp her sister's implication. The sister's thoughts did not necessarily align with the brother's desires. The future might hold uncertainties. That sweet, enchanting feeling seemed elusive to Chu Xiaoyu, akin to grains of sand slipping through one's fingers if not held carefully. Chu Xiaoyu was willing to embrace it all, yet she remained uncertain of Liu Chuan's sentiments. Nevertheless, she felt no regret. At least for now, Chu Xiaoyu was ready to summon her courage for Liu Chuan. Chapter 81. Dreaming of mother, Chu Xiaoyu softly hummed a lullaby, coaxing her younger sister Chu Yue to sleep. The little girl, weary and struggling to keep her eyes open, inexplicably resisted the embrace of slumber. She gently nudged her sister and, in a sweet, childlike voice, inquired, Sister, do you think I will grow up to be as beautiful as you? Indeed, you will be even more beautiful than I, replied Chu Xiaoyu with certainty. Will there be a Liu Chuan brother who will like me too? Chu Yue asked innocently, her large eyes sparkling as she gazed up at her sister. Taken aback for a moment, Chu Xiaoyu instinctively extended her finger and lightly tapped her sister's forehead, smiling as she assured her, yes, there will be. Chu Yue covered her forehead, her large eyes filled with a pitiful expression. Ah, sister, you and Liu Chuan brother have turned bad. You never used to say such things. All right, it's time to sleep, murmured Chu Xiaoyu as she tenderly embraced her sister. The little girl, already drowsy, succumbed to sleep in her sister's gentle hold. As Chu Xiaoyu gazed upon her sister's exquisitely delicate face, she softly turned off the light and settled into her own bed. However, upon closing her eyes, the handsome visage of Liu Chuan vividly occupied her thoughts. Perhaps it was her sister's innocent words that prompted her to ponder what the future might hold for them. Chu Youyu's thoughts were simple, her understanding of love uncomplicated. If two people were to marry, it should entail sharing a room, meals, and the seasons together, right? She mused that being with Liu Chuan every day would bring immense happiness. With that thought, a slight smile graced her lips as she gradually drifted off to sleep. In her dreams, a faint glow appeared before her, and she envisioned herself resembling her sister, sitting at a vanity with gentle hands combing her hair from behind. Mother, Mom, Chu Xiaoyu turned in surprise. Yet, the figure she beheld was a woman both familiar and foreign, her long bangs obscuring her cheeks. The harder Chu Xiaoyu tried to discern her mother's face, the more indistinct it became. In that fleeting moment, she awakened, realizing she was merely dreaming. Mother has long since departed. Suddenly, a passage from a book she had read came to mind, stating that human memory is like a tape that can demagnetize at any moment. As time passes, those most familiar to us may be the first to fade from our recollection. With this thought, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. She wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom, her tears pattering onto the ground as she realized she could scarcely recall her mother's appearance. To cultivate her own strength, to care for Yue and their grandmother, Chu Xiaoyu had refrained from allowing herself to remember her mother, even neglecting to keep a photograph of her nearby. for it was only with a hardened heart that she could ensure a better life for her sister and grandmother. As for her own emotions, Chu Xiaoyu felt they were of little consequence. Until Liu Chuan unexpectedly intruded upon her life, Chu Xiaoyu's heart gradually softened. And it was then that she began to think of her mother. However, she never anticipated that she would dream of her mother that very night, only to find herself unable to recall what her mother's face looked like. It was a suffocating pain, akin to a piece of her heart being missing. Chu Xiaoyu lifted her head, unable to suppress the urge to speak. Just at that moment, the woman before her raised her hand, gently caressing Chu Xiaoyu's cheek, smiling tenderly as she said, "Xiaoyu has grown up. Why are you still so tearful?" The woman then picked up a comb and softly resumed untangling Chu Xiaoyu's hair, adding, "All right, Xiaoyu, no more tears. Mother has come to see you, hasn't she?" But, Chu Xiaoyu found herself at a loss for words. And she embraced her mother, her voice laced with sobs. "But I've already forgotten what mother looks like." "Oh, foolish child. Mother and father have long since departed. They are the ones you ought to forget." The woman gently wiped away Chu Xiaoyu's tears, playfully pinching her cheek, and said with a smile, "Mother is very happy. Xiaoyu has finally grown up and met someone who can take care of you. Mother is truly delighted because she can see Xiaoyu dance once more." The woman's voice was melodious and bright, imbued with delicate affection. Each word seemed to tenderly stroke the door of Chu Xiaoyu's heart. "Oh, foolish child, you have truly suffered." As she spoke, the woman bent down and gently embraced Chu Xiaoyu, softly patting her back. There, no more tears. Mom, I miss you so much." Chu Xiaoyu finally could not hold back her words. "I miss you too," the woman replied softly. Yet, in the next moment, Chu Xiaoyu noticed the arms that held her gradually transformed into shadows, slowly dissipating into the air. The dream began to shatter, and the entire world turned to muted hues. Chu Xiaoyu, lying in bed, involuntarily rolled over, only to realize that the tear stains at the corners of her eyes had soaked her pillow completely. Chu Xiaoyu truly missed her mother. At that moment, dawn was gradually breaking. After the rain and snow, the sun made a rare appearance in the sky, the first light of morning shining upon Liu Chuan's face as he stretched lazily and got up. With the explanation of yesterday's test completed, the first semester of senior year had come to a close. The time was drawing near to the new year, and the busy last-minute preparations for the college entrance examination had culminated in a brief respite of less than a week. Clad in his pajamas, Liu Chuan gazed out of the window. The streets of the community were cleared of snow, with festive red lanterns adorning several places. Some people had even begun to set off firecrackers in advance, the remnants of which scattered brightly along the path, adding to the celebratory atmosphere. Liu Chuan let out a resigned yawn, feeling somewhat speechless. His mother had mentioned she wouldn't return, and indeed, she had not come home all night, showing no signs of returning today either. Sigh. For the sake of a daughter-in-law, has she truly abandoned her own son? Liu Chuan sighed again, changed his clothes, and checked the time, realizing it was barely past 5. After some contemplation, he settled down at his computer desk, ready to make the most of his winter vacation. He intended to first attend to his stock affairs and then seek out his dear friend. Relishing the essence of the festive season. Chapter 82, as my sister said. Shrugging slightly and stretching a bit, Liu Chuan immediately opened his computer and began his research on tongue washing. During this period, he had not been idle. He still had approximately 2 million in cash on hand, of which 500,000 was earmarked for emergency medical expenses for Grandma Chu, while the remainder was invested in the stock market. This time, Liu Chuan opted for a more prudent investment strategy, refraining from leveraging and instead utilizing his own funds. With 1,500,000, he selected 3 stocks, each of which was a promising one from his memory, either a blue chip or a speculative stock. However, he avoided any opportunistic tactics and focused on long-term gains, decisively selling all his shares 3 days before the prices approached their peak. Though his profits were modest, he managed to extract nearly 1 million from his initial investment of 1,500,000. In just a few days, another million was in hand, a result that left Liu Chuan particularly satisfied. Yet, as he gazed at the curve chart on tongue washing, he became increasingly convinced of his earlier hypothesis. The fluctuations of stocks after his rebirth had indeed undergone some changes, and with each investment he made, these alterations became more pronounced. If there were to be another opportunity, Liu Chuan could no longer guarantee that he would reap profits without losses. The previous loss of 100,000 in Salt Lake Company served as a cautionary tale. It seemed prudent not to invest further into the stock market. Leaning back in his computer chair, Liu Chuan sighed with a hint of disappointment. To be honest, he found it perplexing. With several million in capital entering the market, it should hardly create any waves. A small fish like him entering the ocean should not attract the attention of the seasoned traders behind the scenes. Could it be because of that financing company? After much contemplation, this seemed the only plausible explanation. It was not surprising that there were traders behind the financing company. If they followed his significant purchases, it could indeed affect the stock's volatility. However, Liu Chuan felt indifferent. If traders were following his lead, the likelihood of them incurring losses was greater, as greed often overtakes reason in the face of substantial profits. His selection of stocks was merely a means to accumulate his initial capital. With several million now at hand, he had indeed succeeded in that endeavor. It was time to consider venturing into tangible industries, the correct choice for long-term development. Liu Chuan did not aspire to become the world's richest man like some protagonists of rebirth novels. Nevertheless, he felt it essential to ensure that he and the simple-minded Huan Bao were not burdened by financial woes. There were numerous areas where funds would be required. The medical expenses for Grandma Chu alone would necessitate a significant amount, and the 500,000 was untouchable under any circumstances. Now, he had already acquired a car and a house. However, the property in Bin City was ultimately inconvenient. According to his memories from his past life, Chu Xiaoyu would eventually be admitted to Qingbei University and attend school in the capital. At that point, Liu Chuan would undoubtedly also need to be in Qingbei. Upon arriving in the capital, they would need their own cozy nest, which would require a substantial sum. In 2008, the prices of houses near Qingbei University had not yet become exorbitant. Liu Chuan had a general understanding of the housing market. Within the second ring road, prices hovered around 10,000 yuan. Moreover, the price of second-hand homes was fixed and negotiable, not calculated per square meter, with an average price of approximately 8 to 9,000. This meant that purchasing a property of around 100 square meters near Tsinghua and Beida universities would only require around 8 to 900,000 yuan. Such a price, when compared to a decade later, seemed almost like a gift, leaving Liu Chuan utterly captivated. To be candid, after experiencing the terrifying fluctuations in property prices in his previous life, Liu Chuan harbored a peculiar yearning for real estate. Furthermore, having endured 4 years in a dormitory previously, the thought of squeezing into another cramped space for another 4 years was quite unbearable. Thus, Liu Chuan's objective became straightforward. With over 3 million yuan in cash at his disposal, he knew he must spend it wisely, seeking a lucrative business venture that would serve as a long-term, preferably low-maintenance enterprise. With such a venture in place, he and his beloved Xiaohan could focus on their studies, cherishing their time together in university as a couple akin to celestial beings. However, despite his contemplation, Liu Chuan could not pinpoint a feasible investment opportunity. It was not due to a lack of options, but rather the enormity of the tasks at hand, which demanded substantial energy. As a high school student, already juggling his time with Xiaohan and preparing for college entrance exams, he found himself quite overwhelmed. Thus, he decided to postpone his search for now. Just then, an image of a tall figure flashed through his mind. Liu Chuan immediately leapt to his feet, excitedly murmuring to himself, "Of course. In my previous life, it was at this juncture that my benefactor, Chu Xiaoyu, rose to prominence. She was likely in a phase of financial scarcity, just starting out. What perfect timing." Recalling Chu Xiaoyu, Liu Chuan felt a surge of clarity. In his past life, she had made her fortune in the fashion industry, with a chain of clothing stores and factories spanning the nation, reaping abundant rewards. If he were to seize the opportunity now, a grand venture could be within reach. Yet, Liu Chuan felt a twinge of confusion. He had heard from a colleague's daughter that Chu Xiaoyu had become the leader of a gang. He remembered how her father's daughter had threatened to bring Chu Xiaoyu to confront him after he had bested her in a fight. At that moment, he had found the situation amusing, but now he felt a sense of urgency. Damn it, old Zhou is unreliable, and his daughter is even less so. It's been days since she mentioned the song "Why Are the Flowers So Red?" Why hasn't she come to find me yet? He sighed, realizing that he could always seek out Chu Xiaoyu himself. With his thoughts resolved, Liu Chuan stood up and exited his home. Given his mother's insistence on finding a daughter-in-law while seemingly neglecting her son, he concluded that he, too, would prioritize finding a partner over his mother's whims. A few minutes later, Liu Chuan drove to purchase Xiaoyu's favorite soup dumplings and shrimp wontons. He also bought a plethora of supplements for Grandma Chu, not forgetting to grab some candies for the little girl, Chu Xiaoyu. The relationship between the two had, after all, reached a certain level of certainty, marking this as their inaugural visit, where etiquette must not be overlooked. However, upon arriving at the doorstep of Chu Xiaoyu's residence, Liu Chuan, burdened with various packages, stepped out of the vehicle only to be momentarily taken aback. The grand entrance of Chu Xiaoyu's home stood firmly shut, and the courtyard lay devoid of any presence. Although the hour was still early, it was customary for Chu Xiaoyu to be up by this time, busily tending to her plants and watering the vegetables in the small front yard. Could it be that she had stayed up late the previous night? Liu Chuan pondered, a hint of confusion clouding his thoughts as he approached the door and gently rapped upon it. After an extended wait, a youthful, timid voice finally emerged, albeit with a note of caution. My sister always said not to open the door for strangers. Chu Yue whispered from behind the door. Chapter 83. The innocent little Yue. Upon hearing the soft and tender voice of Chu Yue, Liu Chuan could not help but smile. This little bundle of joy certainly had a keen sense of caution. He gently tapped on the door, cheerfully saying, Little Yue, I am not a stranger. I am your brother Liu Chuan. Will you open the door for me? He added enticingly, Little Yue, I have brought you some candy. Liu Chuan resembled a big bad wolf, coaxing the little bunny-like Chu Yue to open the door. Indeed, upon hearing the words brother Liu Chuan, the eyes of Chu Yue brightened with excitement. When she learned there was candy involved, her mouth opened wide in delight, and she let out a soft gasp. At last, unable to contain her anticipation, the little girl pushed the door open, peeking her head out from behind it. Her large, sparkling eyes gazed at Liu Chuan, and in her sweet voice, she asked, Brother, you're not lying, are you? Liu Chuan chuckled softly at her words. It dawned on him that his little sister-in-law had recognized his voice from the very beginning. Her deliberate refusal to let him in was merely a playful tactic to garner some sweets. Observing the mischievous little girl, Liu Chuan felt a genuine warmth in his heart. His sister-in-law's personality was truly endearing, a stark contrast to her older sister, Chu Xiaoyu, who was rather simple-minded. Reflecting on this, Liu Chuan felt a pang of emotion. Just by looking at the little girl, one could see how well her elder sister had fulfilled her role, protecting her siblings so effectively in such circumstances. Liu Chuan set down his belongings and embraced Chu Yue, grinning as he teased, Of course, I am lying. Not only will I deceive your sister, but I shall also deceive Yue. Are you afraid? As he spoke, he playfully pinched Chu Yue's little face. Humph, I don't believe you. You clearly like my sister. You wouldn't lie. Chu Yue retorted confidently, turning her head away with a proud expression. Children often speak their minds. After discussing matters with her sister the previous day, the little girl was firmly convinced that her sister would marry her brother. Since marriage was on the horizon, it followed that her brother must indeed cherish her sister. Thus he could not possibly be untruthful. Oh, Yue is quite clever, Liu Chuan thought with a smile, realizing that his sister-in-law was somewhat precocious. However, she was also a wonderful ally. Before the elder sister had even said anything, the younger had revealed everything. Of course, my sister says I am the smartest, Chu Yue declared proudly, lifting her chin with confidence. Liu Chuan affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair and produced a whole bag of white rabbit milk candies from his pocket, placing it in her hands as he said, Since Yue is so clever, this is a reward from your brother. Wow, so many candies, Chu Yue exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement, unable to suppress a gulp of saliva. Yet after holding the candies for a moment, she gently returned them to Liu Chuan, her head bowed. And with a hint of grievance she said, But Yue cannot eat them. Why not? If your brother says you can eat them, then you must. Your sister must listen to me, too. Do you understand? Liu Chuan chuckled as he pinched Chu Yue's face, subtly imparting some foundational wisdom to his future sister-in-law. Upon hearing these words, Chu Yue indeed hesitated for a moment, her small fingers fiddling with the candy. Yet, she lowered her head, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance. But I made my sister cry. Brother loves my sister so much that he wouldn't like Yue. And he wouldn't give Yue any candy. The little girl's voice quivered with unshed tears, her gaze averted from Liu Chuan. In truth, since the morning, Chu Yue had been filled with trepidation. Upon waking, she discovered her sister's pillow was drenched with tears, and recalling their conversation from the previous night, she felt it was her fault that her sister was upset. It was the first time she had seen her sister sleep in so late, and the little girl dared not wake her, fearing it would only deepen her sister's sorrow. When she had just opened the door for Liu Chuan, she felt a pang of guilt, intensifying her fear. Thus, the little girl devised a small trick, yet she could not resist the allure of the candy. Brother, will you hit me? Yue is afraid of pain. Yue looked up, her big eyes shimmering with innocence as she gazed at Liu Chuan. He couldn't help but chuckle. Silly girl, how could I ever strike you? With that, he placed a handful of candy into her hands and smiled gently. Don't think such nonsense. Go ahead and enjoy your candy. I will inquire about your sister's tears, all right? I'm all right. After a moment of hesitation, she succumbed to the temptation of the sweets. After all, she was but a little girl, her thoughts uncomplicated, driven by the desires for treats and a bit of mischief. I will go in now, you be good. Liu Chuan gently set Chu Yue down and carried his belongings into the house, quietly making his way towards Chu Youyu's room. Watching Liu Chuan's retreating figure, Chu Yue unwrapped a piece of candy and popped it into her mouth. Suddenly, as if recalling something, her mouth opened wide, a look of fear crossing her face. Liu Chuan giggled. Please don't wake my sister, she can be grumpy in the mornings. Unfortunately, her voice was too soft, and Liu Chuan did not hear her as he stepped inside and gently closed the door behind him. Chu Yue stared blankly at the door, instinctively covering her ears, feeling a twinge of fear as she hid to the side, continuing to savor her candy. Her sister, Chu Xiaoyu, was always gentle, as though she would never harbor anger. Except in the mornings, the thought made Chu Yue wince, recalling the slight sting on her forehead from when her sister had playfully tapped her. Inside the room, on the humble bed, Chu Xiaoyu lay with her dark tresses sprawled around her, resting her head on the pillow, turned to the side. She was covered with a quilt, though she tossed restlessly in her sleep, causing it to slip off her body. Liu Chuan, standing nearby, caught sight of her in soft pink thermal wear, revealing a delicate neck and lovely collarbones. What a silly girl. You'll catch a chill like this. Liu Chuan couldn't help but feel a pang of affection as he gently tucked the quilt around her. It was at that moment he noticed that Chu Youyu's pillow was completely soaked. Her eyes, shaped like peach blossoms, were tightly closed, and tear streaks marked the corners of her eyes, her hair slightly disheveled and brushing against her forehead. Upon witnessing this scene, Liu Chuan paused momentarily. It seemed she had dreamed of something sorrowful. The girl is truly crying with a heart full of sorrow. At that moment, Chu Xiaoyu stirred slightly, her lips softly humming a sound reminiscent of her mother's voice. Liu Chuan, feeling a pang of sympathy, sat by the bedside. Gently taking hold of Chu Xiaoyu's delicate fingers, he tenderly patted her back and whispered, "Be good, do not cry, it will be all right when you wake up." Chu Xiaoyu, initially lost in deep slumber, furrowed her brows slightly at the sound. She murmured softly, her voice tinged with tremors. "Yue, sister. I'm sleepy. I want to sleep a little longer." "Do not sleep any longer, you little silly, it's time to get up," Liu Chuan said, observing her adorable expression, and gently called her once more. However, at that moment, the sleeping Chu Xiaoyu had completely scrunched her brows together. To Liu Chuan's astonishment, he suddenly realized that as he held her fingers, it felt as if she was grasping them tightly, causing him some discomfort. He looked down in surprise to find that Chu Xiaoyu was indeed clenching his fingers with considerable force, quite like a child throwing a tantrum. Chapter 84, Morning Temper. Yue. Please, don't make a fuss, Chu Xiaoyu murmured, turning over, her fingers gripping Liu Chuan's hand with unexpected strength, causing him to wince slightly. Surprised by this force, Liu Chuan contemplated the unusual vigor of this usually delicate girl, who often seemed unable to even open a bottle cap. Where did this strength come from? Enough to pinch a tall man like him painfully. With a skeptical chuckle, he shifted forward and gently poked Chu Xiaoyu's cheek. Initially disturbed by the noise, she frowned, and upon being poked again, she pouted and said, "Yue, sister, is going to get angry." Hearing this, Liu Chuan couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, this silly girl can get angry?" He chuckled, genuinely unconvinced, and playfully ruffled her hair. However, the moment his fingers grazed her hair, he felt a sudden chill in the air, as if the atmosphere of the room had shifted dramatically. Was it merely an illusion? He turned his head, surveying the surroundings. Oddly enough, he sensed a slight undertone of hostility in the air. A shiver ran down his spine. Struggling to turn back, he glanced at the still slumbering Chu Xiaoyu, muttering to himself, "She really can sleep. She could be called a little sleeping bag." As his words faded, Chu Xiaoyu's enchanting eyes suddenly fluttered open. Yet, the typically innocent gaze transformed into something quite sharp in that moment. Her eyelids drooped slightly, disheveled strands of hair partially obscuring her face, and she shot Liu Chuan a fierce glare. Taken aback by her fierce expression, Liu Chuan swallowed hard, his mind racing with a popular phrase from their region. Could it be? Although Chu Xiaoyu hailed from the same area, this stark contrast was bewildering. Gulping nervously, he instinctively shifted back slightly, his fingers trembling. Suddenly, Chu Xiaoyu sat up abruptly, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders, her bangs tousled from sleep. Her drowsy, yet fierce, eyes fixed intently ahead, emanating a chaotic energy. Was she still dreaming? Conflicted with curiosity and trepidation, Liu Chuan reflected on how brief their past romance had been. He had never encountered Chu Xiaoyu in such a state. At that moment, as she turned her face towards him with an unreadable expression, his heart momentarily halted. Fortunately, just then, the door creaked open. Chu Yue, the little girl, entered with a cheerful expression, holding candies in her hands. This clever little girl had calculated the timing perfectly, knowing her sister had probably already taken out her frustrations on Liu Chuan and was now done with her morning temper. As she stepped inside, her presence was poised to alleviate the awkward atmosphere between her elder sister and brother. However, to her dismay, the moment Chu Yue crossed the threshold, she was met with the piercing gaze of her sister, filled with fury. Instantly, her small face stiffened, her smile vanished, and the candy in her hand fell to the ground with a soft thud. A tinge of fear washed over her as she covered her forehead, her petite frame trembling slightly, large eyes blinking innocently, exuding a sense of pitiful distress. Yet, being a little girl, after enduring her sister's glare for a while, Chu Yue could no longer contain herself and pointed at Liu Chuan, her voice laced with a whimper. "Sister, please don't hit me. It was Liu Chuan who woke you up. Yue has been so good." Liu Chuan's mouth twitched, and he found himself at a loss for words. Initially, he had thought of his little sister-in-law as a reliable ally, but it seemed she had quickly betrayed him, selling him out without hesitation. Upon hearing this, the half-asleep Chu Xiaoyu decisively extended her arms towards the two of them. Chu Yue, seeing this, fearfully covered her forehead, and Liu Chuan mimicked her action. However, in the next moment, Liu Chuan was startled to feel a searing pain in his ears. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he turned his head to find Chu Xiaoyu. Her eyes glazed yet resolute, firmly pinching both his and the little girl's ears, causing them to wince in discomfort. Chu Xiaoyu, in a daze, murmured, I still want to sleep." Her tone was flat yet tinged with an undercurrent of menace. Immediately, Chu Yue began to whimper for mercy. "Sister, Yue was wrong. It hurts. It hurts." Hearing her sister's voice, though still groggy, Chu Yu reluctantly released her grip, allowing Chu Yue to gingerly touch her reddened ears, sighing in relief. At that moment, however, Chu Yu turned her gaze to Liu Chuan, her expression still dazed but indifferent, conveying a simple yet potent message. The little girl had admitted her fault. What about him? Liu Chuan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Was he really expected to plead for mercy like the little girl? If he were to do so, would he not become a mere puppet? Resolutely, Liu Chuan smiled to himself. Impossible, absolutely out of the question. To be a puppet? Not a chance. Yet, as Chu Yu tightened her grip, his lofty thoughts wavered, and his body, betraying him, uttered a plea. Sister, I was wrong too. Please let go." Chu Yu nodded with a measured calmness, her grip gradually loosening. As the drowsiness began to dissipate, so too did the menace in her gaze, replaced by a pair of glistening, pitifully innocent eyes. Chu Yu blinked in confusion. Was she dreaming? She distinctly had only one sister, so why did she hear two voices calling her sister? Moreover, one of those voices seemed to belong to a man. Bewildered, she turned to see Liu Chuan's handsome visage. Most importantly, Liu Chuan's ears were flushed a vivid red, clearly having been tugged recently with considerable force. Chu Yu immediately grasped the reality of the situation. It was not merely a dream. She had indeed yanked Liu Chuan's ear with great fervor. As this realization dawned upon her, her cheeks ignited like a kettle of boiling water, turning a deep crimson all the way to the roots of her ears. How utterly embarrassing. Chu Yu was well aware of her tendency to awaken in a foul mood, yet she had managed to suppress it remarkably well, with the sole exception of a time when she playfully flicked her younger sister's forehead, after which she spent a considerable amount of time soothing her. Yet, she never anticipated that she would unleash her morning ire upon Liu Chuan. Blushing profusely, Chu Yu found herself in a state of fluster, her doe-like eyes shimmering with unshed tears, reflecting a hint of vulnerability. With her head bowed, she approached Liu Chuan, her gaze imbued with a pitiful plea, and in a voice tinged with a whimper, akin to that of a small kitten, she stammered, little Chuan, I'm so sorry. Perhaps you could tug my ear as well." As she spoke, she tilted her chin up, embodying a picture of innocent grievance. Chapter 85, Mother. I miss you. She gently turned her cheek, her delicate pink ear presented before Liu Chuan, as if she were inviting him to give it a playful tug, believing that it would somehow balance the moment. However, with a face full of trepidation, the moment Liu Chuan's hand barely lifted, her brows knitted tightly together, her doe-like eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Despite her trembling hands betraying her fear, Chu Xiaoyu cast a pitiful glance at Liu Chuan, murmuring, You can tug it. I want to feel pain. Upon hearing her words, Liu Chuan, who had been experiencing a slight ache in his ears, was instead overwhelmed by her adorableness, his heart nearly bleeding from the sweetness. How could such a charming little goofball not be worth it, even if he were to endure hardship in the future? Yet, at that very moment, a peculiar thought flashed through Liu Chuan's mind. One couldn't help but ponder whether his mother, Jiang Mei, was once a little goofball like this. How had she transformed into such a virtuous woman over the years? Did this mean he was destined to become the future old Liu? With this realization, Liu Chuan resolved to cherish the present moment, seizing the opportunity to tease her while she was still easy to play with. He pretended to extend his finger, gently pinching Chu Xiaoyu's tender ear. Instantly, she trembled all over in fright, lowering her head, her eyes filled with an innocent grievance, which left the little sister, Chu Wei, wide-eyed with astonishment. She had witnessed her elder sister's gentle strength and her occasional sulking, but had never seen her sister look so pitiful. Caught in the moment, the little girl cast a deep glance at Liu Chuan, suddenly awakening to her role as a supportive sister. With a pouting lip, Chu Wei softly murmured to herself, From now on, sister must listen to brother, and Yue must listen to brother too. Indeed, that was the way. Sister said so. And Yue was the cleverest. The little girl nodded earnestly. Liu Chuan, observing the scene, couldn't help but chuckle. He playfully pinched Chu Xiaoyu's fair neck, causing her to curl up in fright, yet she found that the anticipated pain never arrived. Curiously, she lifted her head, her eyes sparkling. Just then, Liu Chuan gently tapped her forehead with his finger, saying softly, How could I bear to hurt you, my little goofball? All right, time to wake up. As he spoke, he affectionately rubbed her little face, shaping her pout into a knob before lightly flicking her forehead. Chu Xiaoyu, feeling wronged, covered her forehead and let out a soft whimper, anxiously looking at Liu Chuan. Little Chuan Gu, are you in pain? If not, shall I give you a massage? Massage what? I'm a grown man, afraid of your little strength? In fact, it feels rather pleasant. All right then, Liu Chuan chuckled softly, nonchalantly reaching for the comb on the dressing table. Come here, let me comb your hair. Chu Xiaoyu nodded obediently, sitting in front of Liu Chuan, her raven black hair cascading before him. At that moment, she realized that her feeble strength could not possibly hurt Liu Chuan. In fact, it seemed quite pleasant. Reassured, she blinked her large eyes and thought that although she did not particularly enjoy it, a few playful tugs for Liu Chuan's sake would not be a burden. Meanwhile, Liu Chuan hummed a soft tune, playfully lifting Chu Xiaoyu's strands, utterly unaware that his innocent pretense had activated a peculiar switch within her, perhaps due to her fine genetics. Chu Xiaoyu's hair had transformed remarkably after a single treatment. It was lustrous and vibrant. Even upon waking, it lacked the usual dryness. Liu Chuan gently combed through it a few times, achieving a tidy appearance. He then picked up a rubber band and fashioned a lovely ponytail for her. The entire process was tender, and as Chu Xiaoyu felt the subtle pressure of his touch, she inexplicably recalled her mother brushing her hair in her dreams. Her mother's hands had been equally gentle. A fleeting image of her mother's now indistinct face crossed her mind, and Chu Xiaoyu's expression darkened once again. Observing this, Liu Chuan felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Noticing the damp pillow from her earlier tears, he surmised that she must have dreamt of something distressing. After a moment's contemplation, he gently placed his hands on her shoulders, leaning his cheek against her ear, and whispered, Little silly, are you unhappy about me brushing your hair? Is there something on your mind? No, not at all. Chu Xiaoyu shyly lowered her head, murmuring softly. She did not wish her melancholic emotions to affect Liu Chuan's spirits. Yet, the warmth of his breath by her ears sent shivers down her spine, flushing her cheeks a deep crimson, her heart racing fervently. In that moment, she yearned to embrace Liu Chuan gently and confide her longing for her mother. However, she ultimately restrained herself, lowering her gaze and avoiding his eyes. Seeing that Chu Xiaoyu was reluctant to speak, Liu Chuan boldly took her delicate hand in his. She trembled slightly, casting a surprised glance at him, yet she did not withdraw, allowing him to hold her. Nearby, Chu Yue witnessed this scene, her little face flushing red as she covered her eyes with her hands, thinking, is this something I should be seeing? However, a thought struck her. Wait, if I remain silent, can I continue watching? Thus, the little girl kept her mouth shut, her hands still shielding her eyes, but her fingers slightly parting, presenting an adorably naive sight. Liu Chuan glanced at the little girl beside them and chuckled, waving his hand with a smile. Shoo, little one. Brother and sister need to share some secrets. Go on and enjoy some candy. Humph. Fine, I'll go. Upon realizing she had been discovered, Chu Yue pouted and let out a soft hum, daring not to look further. After all, if her sister was to heed their brother's words, she too could only comply obediently. The little girl grasped the candy tightly and turned to exit the room. Once she had closed the door, Liu Chuan leaned in and whispered, Little silly, can you speak now? The little girl had mentioned that she had cried. What was the matter? Chu Yoyu's cheeks were already flushed, and upon hearing her sister divulge her tears to Liu Chuan, her heart became even more tumultuous, her small hands fidgeting nervously. Liu Chuan, could you not ask? She murmured, casting her gaze towards him. That's not an option, Liu Chuan replied, his tone assertive. Then, softening his voice, he gazed into Chu Yoyu's shimmering eyes, and with a serious demeanor, he declared, Little silly, I won't permit you to cry. Do you understand? However, since you have already cried, I must know the reason, so that I can ensure you smile in the future. Don't you agree? Liu Chuan's sincerity caught Chu Xiaoyu off guard for a moment. Though his logic seemed peculiar, it touched the softest corners of her heart. With her delicate eyes blinking, she hesitated for a while before finally whispering, It's because Mama misses me. Chapter 86. Mother sleeps in a distant place. Upon hearing those words, Liu Chuan fell silent. It was not that he missed his mother, rather, it seemed that this little girl was dreaming of her own mother. Memories surged in Liu Chuan's mind. He was somewhat aware of the circumstances surrounding Chu Yoyu's mother. However, in his previous life, when he encountered Chu Xiaoyu again, she had already learned to cope with her pain independently. Thus, even in her sorrow, this little fool would quietly retreat into her shell, unwilling to burden Liu Chuan with her negative emotions. Liu Chuan vaguely remembered that as the year drew to a close, Chu Xiaoyu would often disappear for several days. Perhaps the anniversary of her mother's passing coincided with this time of year. The thought stirred a pang of sadness in Liu Chuan's heart. While families elsewhere rejoiced and reunited during the new year, all that remained for this little fool was the longing for her mother. All right, let's not dwell on sadness. Why don't you share with me what you're feeling? Liu Chuan gently ruffled Chu Yoyu's little head, speaking in a soft tone. MMM. Chu Xiaoyu, resembling a small kitten, lifted her chin, her doe-like eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at Liu Chuan in a daze. For some reason, despite Liu Chuan saying nothing substantial, her melancholic heart gradually found solace. Chu Xiaoyu found it perplexing. She had always despised revealing her vulnerable side. She had long realized that her inability to integrate into a group stemmed from a proud self-esteem hidden behind her impoverished exterior. Yet now, before Liu Chuan, she felt as if she could naturally showcase her less admirable traits. With a silly blink, Chu Xiaoyu thought, in front of Xiao Chuan-gu, she could be fragile, sensitive, and silly. Regardless of her flaws, Xiao Chuan-gu would always treat her with kindness. She mused that perhaps this feeling was what one might call trust. As this realization washed over her, the sorrow she had suppressed, stemming from the memory of her mother, could no longer be contained. With a quivering voice, she confessed, I dreamed of my mother, but I have forgotten what she looks like. For the sake of Yue and Grandma, I dared not think of her, yet Mother said she misses me. As she spoke, tears began to cascade down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. Witnessing Chu Yoyu's tears, Liu Chuan felt a sharp ache in his heart. Inexplicably, he found it hard to breathe. He realized that in his previous life, during the new year, those were the very days when Chu Xiaoyu longed for her mother the most. The thought of her hiding from him, shedding tears alone, sliced through Liu Chuan's heart like a knife. Fortunately, after his rebirth, he had managed to change this little fool to some extent, allowing her to share some of her burdens with him. With a tender heart, Liu Chuan reached out to wipe the traces of her tears, softly saying, Little fool, please don't cry. You know I cannot bear to see you in tears. Be obedient and don't cry, all right? Chu Xiaoyu nodded obediently, her tears momentarily ceasing. She earnestly affirmed, I won't cry anymore. I will be good. With a voice tinged with sorrow, Chu Xiaoyu, for a fleeting moment, resembled her little sister, Chu Yue, who once cried in their elder sister's embrace. In the past, Chu Yue had an elder sister, while Chu Yu had no one. But now, she felt a sense of comfort in being able to confide in Liu Chuan. It was truly a blessing. After halting her tears, Chu Yu diligently strove to control her emotions. Although she had permitted herself to weep in Liu Chuan's presence, she still held back, not wishing to reveal her vulnerable side to him. In truth, just listening to Liu Chuan's voice brought her immense solace, and she dared not ponder further. Many years had passed since Chu Yu had wept in front of someone. As a child, she had her father, then her mother as she grew older, and eventually, she had to console her sister to prevent her from crying. At that moment, Liu Chuan extended his hand, intending to follow Chu Youyu's example and gently pat her back to comfort the little darling. However, unexpectedly, the door suddenly creaked open, and Chu Yue burst in like a tiny ball of fluff, dashing into Chu Youyu's arms, her tears streaming down her cheeks. Pouting, she cried, "Sister, Yue. Yue misses Mama too. Woo-woo." Just as Chu Xiaoyu had recently finished crying, seeing her little sister weep once more caused her own tears, which had just subsided, to fall again like delicate blossoms in the rain. Liu Chuan felt a surge of panic, witnessing the two sisters embrace and sob. He was momentarily at a loss as to how to respond. After a moment of contemplation, he gently patted Chu You's little head, saying, "Don't cry, all right? Be a good girl, and I will take you to see Mama, okay?" "Really?" The little girl instantly looked up in surprise, but soon her head drooped again, her face filled with despair. "But Mama is so far away, and both me and sister haven't been back in many years." Chu Xiaoyu wiped her tears and raised her head, stating, My mother is buried in our hometown in Chuanyu. Yue and I haven't returned home in many years." Upon hearing this, Liu Chuan immediately knew what to do. He looked at Chu Xiaoyu and smiled. "Isn't this perfect? It's winter break. Why don't I take you both back? Chuanyu isn't far from here. We can make the trip in a day." "But," Chu Xiaoyu hesitated. "But what?" "Don't forget, I have a car." Liu Chuan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoyu felt a flicker of hope. The reason she hadn't returned to her hometown for so many years was due to the poor conditions at home. The cost of round-trip tickets was exorbitant and slow. Even if she could barely afford them, her grandmother's health could not withstand the strain. However, if Liu Chuan were to drive, it might indeed be possible. Just a trip back and forth would not adversely affect her grandmother's health. Yet, after a moment's thought, Chu Xiaoyu shook her head. "No, it's too troublesome. Annie will worry." Upon hearing this, Liu Chuan said nothing. Instead, he took out his phone and dialed Jiang Mei's number. "Hello? Mother, I plan to visit Sichuan and Chongqing for a matter, and I shall depart today," Liu Chuan stated with a casual tone. No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Mei's furious voice erupted. "You little rascal. Have you lost your mind? The new year is approaching. What business do you have in Sichuan and Chongqing? You are not permitted to go. There is no room for discussion. Your father and I will return shortly. This evening we are going to your grandparents' house. Do you understand?" Liu Chuan's lips twitched slightly before he gently chuckled. "Oh, I see. In that case, I shall let it be. I initially intended to accompany Chu Xiaoyu back to her hometown." The mention of accompanying Xiao Youyu took Jiang Mei by surprise, and her demeanor shifted dramatically. She almost beamed as she exclaimed, Go ahead. Mother supports you, my good son." Seemingly anticipating Liu Chuan's change of heart, she promptly ended the call. At that moment, Liu Chuan shook his phone at Chu Xiaoyu and remarked with a smile, "See?" Chu Xiaoyu remained silent, her expression one of quiet contemplation. Chapter 87. Departure from Qingxi village. Noticing that Chu Xiaoyu remained silent, Liu Chuan casually tucked his Nokia into his pocket, interpreting her silence as acquiescence. With a natural demeanor, he took her hand and led her out of the room, enticing the little girl to join him for some wontons and soup dumplings. At that moment, Grandma Chu emerged from her chamber, offering a gentle smile to Liu Chuan. Her aged eyes flickered with a hint of surprise upon seeing Chu Youyu's hand clasped in Liu Chuan's, yet she uttered no words, merely nodding lightly at him. In contrast, both Liu Chuan and Chu Xiaoyu blushed simultaneously, hastily releasing their grasp. This was Liu Chuan's first encounter with a family, and lacking experience. He respectfully placed the breakfast he had just purchased before Grandma Chu, saying, "Grandma, please have some. It's still warm." "Young man, thank you." Grandma Chu replied with a warm smile as she accepted the meal, which she then offered to her granddaughter, Chu Yue. The little girl took a bite of the wonton and, with a bright smile and twinkling eyes, raised her small hand to feed Grandma Chu, exclaiming, "Grandma, you must eat. It's delicious. And the soup dumplings are so sweet." "Understood, Grandma shall eat," she said, and with a fond pat on the little girl's head. Grandma Chu began her breakfast. However, standing awkwardly to the side, Chu Xiaoyu grew increasingly anxious, her fingers tightly clenched, wavering on the brink of speech. After much contemplation, she finally stammered, "Grandma." Before she could finish, Grandma Chu interjected with a gentle smile. "Yu, I have heard you. If you wish to go, then go. After all these years, Qingxua must have missed you. It is my fault." As she spoke, a deep sigh escaped her lips, and a trace of melancholy shadowed her aged eyes. "Grandma, I do not want to go." Upon hearing her grandmother's words, Chu Yu immediately grasped her hand, her heart filled with concern. It's all my fault. Grandma has done nothing wrong." "Silly child. I have heard you. The young man has said he will take you. You should go. I can take care of myself. After all these years, it is time to return and see." Grandma Chu affectionately stroked Chu Yoyu's hair, but the latter's doe-like eyes shimmered with unshed tears, brimming with worry. She had initially thought that leaving for a short while would be manageable, but now, she could not bear the thought of being apart from her grandmother, not wanting to cause her any sadness. Her mother had already departed, and Grandma was the one who had raised her. Witnessing this scene, Liu Chuan pondered for a moment, then took out his phone to send a text message. He leaned closer to Grandma Chu, whispering a few words. Instantly, a smile blossomed on her face as she nodded enthusiastically, then turned to Chu Yu, saying, "All right, Yu, take your sister and go with the young man. Listen to Grandma." Hearing her grandmother's words, Chu Yu hesitated briefly, yet her eyes still reflected her worries. "Go on, Yu," urged Grandma Chu again. But, Chu Yu remained indecisive. "But what? You have already agreed to me. Now go." Liu Chuan, seemingly apprehensive that Chu Yu might change her mind, took her hand and cradled Chu Yue in his arms, striding out of the house. As they reached the car, a flicker of confusion crossed Chu Yoyu's mind. What had Liu Chuan just told her grandmother? With her large eyes blinking in bewilderment, she gazed at him for a while before stammering, Little Chuan, I am still worried about Grandma." Liu Chuan chuckled softly, pinching Chu Yoyu's petite face, playfully shaping her lips into an O. "What is there to worry about? The Aunt Jiang Mei, whom you have been thinking about, is coming to care for your grandmother. You needn't fret." "Jiang Mei aunt?" Chu Yu exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed. I texted my mother, and she was absolutely delighted, saying she finally looks forward to meeting the family." Liu Chuan replied, his voice tinged with a hint of bitterness. Why was everything smooth sailing for Chu Yu while he felt like merely the supporting actor in this unfolding drama? As these thoughts churned in his mind, he gently tapped her forehead with his finger. "Let us go. Although the distance is short, it will still take some time. And our schedule today is rather tight." Chu Yu covered her forehead, letting out a small, pitiful whimper, but nodded in agreement. With Aunt Jiang Mei looking after her grandmother, she truly felt at ease. Yet, the notion of Aunt Jiang Mei meeting her grandmother, akin to a parental introduction, caused her cheeks to flush crimson, reminiscent of a boiling kettle. In Liu Chuan's arms, the little girl, Chu Yue, pouted in discontent. "Humph, brother is bad. Brother is bullying sister. Go on, little one. What do you know about adult matters?" Liu Chuan retorted, albeit with a hint of affection as he subsequently handed her a piece of candy. Immediately, the little girl quieted down, clutching the candy. Before long, the trio was seated in the car, but Liu Chuan noticed Chu Yu holding a bag. "What is that? More steamed buns?" he asked in surprise. I bought this specially for you. I remember you love them, and I also brought spicy cabbage," Chu Yu replied, her cheeks flushed. Liu Chuan's lips twitched as he opened the bag to reveal indeed a packet of steamed buns and a jar of spicy cabbage. Oh dear. It seemed this joke would not fade away. Liu Chuan sighed. I do enjoy them, but the little girl should eat something else too. I'll go buy some snacks. You wait, it's a 3 to 4 hour drive." With that, Liu Chuan hurried off to procure a large bag of snacks, filled with instant noodles and chips. Yet, once the bag was in Chu Yu's hands, he couldn't shake off the feeling that he was still destined to encounter the steamed buns and spicy cabbage today. "Never mind, let us set off." Liu Chuan grasped the steering wheel, expertly pressing the accelerator. The BMW was quite steady, and little Chu Yue, experiencing a car ride for the first time, sat still and silent, mirroring her sister as they both gazed out at the passing scenery, occasionally gasping in awe. Upon leaving Bincheng, Liu Chuan merged onto the highway. Chu Yoyu's hometown is located in a place called Qingxi Village, a name Liu Chuan had never heard before. Nevertheless, he navigated effortlessly. 3 hours later, the vehicle exited the highway, and the towering urban edifices vanished from sight. Before their eyes lay a series of undulating mountains, cloaked in a pristine blanket of snow from the recent snowfall. Chu Yue could hardly recall the visage of her childhood home, merely staring vacantly at the unfamiliar yet nostalgic scenery flanking the road. In contrast, Chu Xiaoyu felt a surge of emotion as memories flooded back. She vividly remembered the many years ago when her mother took her on an old-fashioned bus, traversing the bumpy roads, weary and dust-laden, not knowing how long it would take to reach Binqing. Little did she anticipate that this journey would lead to a return to a world forever altered. Chapter 88. Unblessed love. In Chu Xiaoyu's memories, her childhood home still stands as a rough, yellow mud house, nestled upon a hillside embraced by meandering streams. During the summer months, the gentle chirping of insects and the soothing sound of flowing water would seep through the walls, resonating as though whispered directly into her ears. It was during these moments that her mother would tenderly stroke Chu Xiaoyu's back, singing lullabies to gently coax her into slumber. Memory is a peculiar entity. Some say it functions as a magnetic field, with the environment serving as its vessel. When one finds themselves in a familiar setting, memories rush forth, flooding the mind with vivid images, akin to scenes projected upon a screen. Chu Xiaoyu currently finds herself in such a state. Memories flicker before her like a cinematic reel, her mother's silhouette growing increasingly vivid, yet she remains unable to recall her mother's visage. Qingxi Village retains its original charm, with sparsely populated streets flanked by flowing streams and vast fields. However, now it is winter. The fields are draped in a desolate, deep yellow, topped with a delicate layer of snow that is beginning to melt, revealing the straw beneath. The once rough yellow mud house has vanished entirely, replaced by a two-story building cloaked in moss, likely a product of investment, yet now bearing the marks of neglect and the passage of time. Upon disembarking, Chu Xiaoyu stood in a daze, her doe-like eyes shimmering with unspoken emotions. The closer she approached her mother's resting place, the more trepidation she felt. She feared that even at her mother's grave, she might still be unable to conjure her image. Her mother's passing had been abrupt, leaving no photographs behind, and the gravestone bore only a hastily etched name. Reflecting on this, Chu Xiaoyu's fingers tightened in a melancholic grip, hesitant to share her inner turmoil with Liu Chuan, choosing instead to conceal it within her heart. Meanwhile, Liu Chuan glanced at the village nearby, finding it somewhat different from his expectations, appearing slightly more developed. He gently pinched Chu Xiaoyu's cheek, smiling as he asked, "Do you still remember the way?" "Why, yes, I remember," Chu Xiaoyu murmured softly, though she lowered her head, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. "Then lead the way. I have no idea how to get there," Liu Chuan said, cradling Chu Yue in his arms, who nodded earnestly, her large eyes blinking in agreement as she chimed in, "Sister, Yue doesn't he remember?" Then let us go together," Chu Xiaoyu replied, nodding as she guided the two into the village. The vehicle could not venture further, so Liu Chuan parked it at the base of the mountain. Qingxi Village has seen some advancement since the past, yet being in the mountainous region of Sichuan and Chongqing, the terrain remains steep and winding, leading them to discover that walking may indeed be the swifter option. After the snowfall, the mountain air is brisk, yet invigorating. The afternoon sun breaks through the clouds, casting warm rays upon the trio. Throughout the journey, Chu Xiaoyu appeared burdened with thoughts, and as they neared the location of her old home, her heart felt increasingly heavy with an unshakable sense of unease. In truth, there were sentiments she had yet to express to Liu Chuan. Her lineage was rather intricate. The romance between her parents had never been blessed. Her mother, having conceived out of wedlock, followed her father to Binqing. The conditions in her father's household were dire, with a sickly grandmother, and even in the mountains, they lacked a proper abode. Thus, the so-called ancestral home was, in reality, her grandparents' house. Yet, her grandfather had never held affection for Chu Xiaoyu, believing her arrival had led to the demise of his cherished daughter. Years had passed, and Chu Xiaoyu could scarcely recall her grandfather's visage, yet the tremors of dread that surfaced at the mere thought of him lingered unshakably. She pondered with trepidation that upon her return, she might only be able to circumvent the old house and secretly pay her respects at her mother's grave. Before long, under Chu Xiaoyu's guidance, the trio arrived at the location of the old house. A plume of smoke rose from the forest, and through it appeared an aged brick house. In that fleeting moment, as she stood at the threshold, Chu Xiaoyu halted abruptly, her small hands clenching tightly, though she was merely at her doorstep. An inexplicable sense of solitude surged from within, accompanied by a hint of shame rooted in her childhood memories. Chu Xiaoyu stood in a daze at the entrance, while Liu Chuan cast a questioning glance her way, but refrained from speaking. He was aware that within the innocent heart of this girl lay countless unvoiced stories. Even after their brief encounter in a past life, his understanding of her experiences remained superficial. Nevertheless, having been reborn, Liu Chuan held confidence in his ability to help Chu Xiaoyu gradually alleviate the pain she harbored within. After a moment's reflection, he gently took hold of Chu Xiaoyu's small hand, causing her to shudder slightly. Her captivating eyes gazed at Liu Chuan in bewilderment, yet suddenly, a tranquil calm enveloped her. At that moment, the smoke from the old house began to dissipate. A kind voice emerged from within. "Old man, dinner's ready." Upon receiving no response from outside, an elderly figure, bearing a resemblance to Chu Xiaoyu, appeared. She held a ladle in her hand, and as she approached the door, her eyes fell upon the motionless Chu Xiaoyu, causing the ladle to clatter to the ground. Chu Xiaoyu, feeling somewhat timid, softly called out, "Grandma. I've returned. Xiaoyu, my dear granddaughter. I've missed you terribly." Chu Xiaoyu's grandmother enveloped her in a warm embrace, affectionately stroking her hair while appraising her appearance. "You've grown, and you resemble Qingxue more and more. Truly splendid, just as beautiful as Qingxue." After a moment of nostalgia, she finally noticed Liu Chuan, who was cradling Chu Yue nearby. Chu Yue, having scarcely remembered her grandmother, instinctively nestled closer to Liu Chuan. However, upon meeting her grandmother's gentle gaze, she could not resist extending her little hand, yearning to be held. With a loving smile, Grandma Chu gathered Chu Yue into her arms, exclaiming, "My, how you've grown. And you are beautiful as well. Indeed, Yue is as lovely as her sister." The little girl nestled in his embrace seemed to recall a time when she was even younger, cradled in her grandmother's arms, and in that instant, her shyness began to dissipate. It was then that Grandma Chu turned her gaze toward Liu Chuan, who stood nearby, but her eyes held a glimmer of wariness. After all, her daughter, Qingxue, had been lured away by a man's sweet words when she was just as young as Chu Yu. Though Grandma Chu had not encountered much of the world, she understood that the girls from the mountains are often innocent and easily deceived. Each year, numerous beautiful young girls are coaxed into the city, never to return. Now, with the sudden arrival of this handsome young man who had brought her granddaughter home, Grandma Chu felt a sense of foreboding. With both of Chu Yoyu's parents long deceased, she lived with her grandmother in the city under modest circumstances, rendering her vulnerable to the charms of young men. Grandma Chu believed it imperative to ascertain the truth. With a vigilant gaze, she addressed Liu Chuan, inquiring, "Young man, who might you be?" Liu Chuan was taken aback for a moment. Upon perceiving the caution in Grandma Chu's eyes, he quickly comprehended the situation and replied with a smile. "Oh, I apologize for not introducing myself earlier. My name is Liu Chuan, and I am a high school classmate of Chu Xiaoyu." Chapter 89. It's good to be back. It's a classmate. Upon hearing this, Grandma Chu felt a sense of relief as her previously vigilant gaze softened slightly. Deep down, she understood that the relationship between the two was far more complex than mere classmates. Observing the expensive new clothes adorning Chu Xiaoyu and her beautifully styled hair, which complemented her healthy appearance, Grandma Chu felt a wave of reassurance. Moreover, the way the little girl, Yue, was so fond of this young man led her to believe that he must treat Chu Xiaoyu well. Having spent her entire life in the mountains, Grandma Chu had gained a clear perspective with age. She recognized that perfection was an illusion and simply wished for Chu Xiaoyu's happiness. Although only a few words had been exchanged, Chu Xiaoyu, standing beside them, began to feel anxious. She clenched her delicate fingers, glancing at her grandmother before lowering her head, whispering, "Grandma, he is my classmate. He has helped me a lot. He has been very kind to me." As soon as the words left her lips, a blush crept onto Chu Yoyu's cheeks, and her heart raced. She feared her grandmother might disapprove of Liu Chuan and worried that her words might impose pressure on him. After all, the phrase "he has been very kind to me" lacked clarity and carried different implications when spoken in front of elders. Their relationship remained ambiguous. Chu Xiaoyu longed to take a step forward, yet feared that doing so might cause Liu Chuan to vanish from her life. Caught in this turmoil of anticipation and trepidation, Chu Xiaoyu stole a glance at Liu Chuan, who remained unfazed, even playfully pinching Yue's chubby cheek. Yue, feeling the pressure of Liu Chuan's large hand, pouted and leaned closer to Grandma Chu, saying in a muffled voice, "Humph. They are both lying. I heard my sister say that brother is going to marry her." "Marry?" Grandma Chu's eyes brightened at this revelation, and as she looked at Liu Chuan again, he seemed increasingly appealing. This young man was tall and somewhat handsome, clearly possessing commendable qualities, Certainly an improvement over Chu Xiaoyu's father from years past. Most importantly, the mere mention of marriage indicated a sense of responsibility. Such a young man, hailing from a big city, should be promising. With this thought, Grandma Chu's demeanor softened, and she smiled at Liu Chuan, inquiring, "Young man, how old are you this year?" "Grandma, Yue is just a child and is talking nonsense." Chu Xiaoyu immediately interjected in a flurry, her charming face turning crimson as if scalded by boiling water. Grandma Chu, perceiving her granddaughter's shyness yet choosing to remain discreet, decided not to press further. Nevertheless, her heart finally settled at ease. Older individuals tend to look beyond appearances, focusing instead on the essence reflected in one's eyes. Just moments ago, when the young girl mentioned marriage, Liu Chuan's gaze remained unwavering, revealing much about his intentions. In the next heartbeat, Chu Xiaoyu blinked her doe-like eyes, a hint of anxiety washing over her as she glanced at Liu Chuan, her small hands clenched tightly in nervousness. She opened her mouth, wishing to articulate her thoughts. But before she could, Liu Chuan gently flicked her forehead with his finger, producing a soft sound. He chuckled. "Dating without the prospect of marriage is akin to being a rogue. Do you understand? Silly girl, you wouldn't be a little rogue, would you?" Chu Xiaoyu winced, covering her forehead as she gazed at Liu Chuan with a pained expression. "Woo. I am not." Despite the flick, a wave of sweetness washed over Chu Xiaoyu's heart, dispelling her earlier panic in an instant. Liu Chuan's words suggested that they were indeed in a romantic relationship, and perhaps he even desired to marry her. The thought made her blush deeply, her head lowering in shyness. Could it be? "Silly girl," Liu Chuan chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. With her grandmother playing the matchmaker, it would be rather pointless for him to deny it any longer. However, for Chu Xiaoyu, this all felt rather swift, and she would need some time to absorb the implications of it all. With this in mind, Liu Chuan discreetly slipped a piece of candy to Chu Yue, thinking to himself, "Ah, dear sister-in-law, you truly have a knack for this." At that moment, heavy footsteps approached, abruptly shattering the joyful atmosphere among the group. Chu's grandmother suddenly remembered her earlier purpose for coming out, to call her husband for dinner. Her husband had never been fond of their two granddaughters, and an encounter would surely lead to a scolding. Panic surged through her as she urged Chu Xiaoyu, "Your grandfather is back, dear. Slip out the back door, and then just go home with your classmates." As she spoke, a wave of sadness washed over Chu's grandmother. In their mountainous household, men held the power, and she had little say. Everything was dictated by her husband. Though her daughter had passed away long ago, her two granddaughters, who bore a striking resemblance to her mother, had always been the apples of her eye. Yet, due to her husband's insistence on rejecting these wild seeds, the bond between her and her granddaughters had been severed. Understanding her grandmother's intent was not to send her away, but rather born from helplessness, Chu Xiaoyu nodded obediently. Grandmother, I will come back to see you. Your happiness brings me joy," was all her grandmother wished for. Tenderly, she ruffled Chu Xiaoyu's hair, guiding her toward the back door. Just then, a stern, elderly voice broke the moment. "You've returned, yet you're in such haste to leave?" Startled, Chu Xiaoyu turned to discover an elderly man, silver-haired and weathered, wielding a hoe, standing at the entrance. The moment she recognized him, a tremor coursed through her body. She realized this was her grandfather and instinctively lowered her head in fear. Although her grandfather had never laid a hand on her, Chu Xiaoyu vividly recalled her childhood memories of him mercilessly striking her mother with a belt. In those moments, her mother would tightly embrace her, while the belt cracked ominously, leaving her mother with a bruised back. Observing the fear etched on Chu Xiaoyu's face, Liu Chuan hesitated for a moment before stepping protectively in front of her. Despite having no particular impression of the old man, he instinctively shielded her from harm. However, Chu Xiaoyu's grandfather paid Liu Chuan no heed. He simply set down his hoe and, with weary eyes, scanned Chu Xiaoyu several times before glancing at her sister, Chu Yue. With a deep sigh, he uttered, "You have returned?" Chu Xiaoyu replied, her voice trembling. "Did you not call for me?" her grandfather inquired. "Grandpa," Chu Xiaoyu weakly responded. Upon hearing her call, an inexplicable wave of age seemed to wash over the stern figure before her, causing his once straight back to bend slightly. Another sigh escaped his lips as he gazed at Chu Xiaoyu, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. So many years had passed. The sorrow of an elder bidding farewell to a younger generation was a memory etched long ago. As he looked at his granddaughter, who increasingly resembled his daughter, the long-held knot in his heart began to loosen, as if at last finding release. He inhaled deeply, managing a somewhat strained smile, and said, "You have returned. That is good." Chapter 90. The Child in the Mountains. All right. It's good to be back. Grandpa Chu sighed deeply, as if the past had dissipated like smoke with that breath. The old man patted his somewhat stiff back, casually pulled out a chair, and slowly sat down. Suddenly, he reached into his pants pocket and retrieved a pack of cigarettes, intending to take a puff. However, upon inspecting the contents, he discovered that it was entirely empty, prompting another frustrated sigh. At that moment, Liu Chuan glanced at the old man's silver strands of hair, thinking to himself that this old man still possessed a stubborn pride. Yet, pride was preferable. If he were truly obstinate, Liu's previous preparations would have been in vain. With a smile, Liu Chuan skillfully produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, purchased at the supermarket before his arrival. Although he himself did not smoke, he had thought the elderly gentleman might appreciate them, and now they proved useful. Tearing open the package, he offered it with a smile, saying, "Grandpa, smoke mine. Not those that might make you cough. Give it a try." Only then did Grandpa Chu properly look at Liu Chuan, sizing him up before extracting a cigarette from the pack and lighting it with a contemplative air. After a few moments, he exhaled a puff of smoke, glanced at Liu Chuan, and with a haughty snort remarked, "You're not bad. Better than that useless son-in-law of mine. Now, enough standing at the door. Let us go inside. It's time for dinner." With a cigarette in hand, Grandpa Chu rose to head into the house, but at that moment, Chu Xiaoyu could no longer contain herself. She rushed forward and embraced her grandfather tightly, her voice trembling as she cried, "Grandpa." Throughout her life, Grandpa had never smiled at her. Her memories were filled only with the ferocity he displayed when scolding her mother. Chu Xiaoyu was terrified of her grandfather, trembling at the mere sound of his voice. Yet, she remembered her mother once holding her and saying, "Xiaoyu, don't hate Grandpa, all right? It's not his fault. Your mother was too willful." Her mother had said that Grandpa was originally a gentle soul, and it was her defiance that had altered him. Chu Xiaoyu had been skeptical, but now, witnessing her grandfather's smile for the first time, she felt a glimmer of belief in the awkward warmth he exuded. After so many years, as grievances faded and the vivid figures in her memories transformed into wisps of smoke, Grandpa had aged. Yet his temperament seemed to have reverted to that of his youth. Reflecting on these thoughts, tears flowed uncontrollably down Chu Xiaoyu's cheeks. What little girl does not long for her grandfather's affection? Moreover, with so few family members remaining, Grandma was vital. And Yue was important too. Grandpa held significant weight in her heart. "Grandpa, I miss you so much," Chu Xiaoyu uttered, her tear-filled, doe-like eyes unable to suppress the cascade of tears that fell. Upon seeing his granddaughter's red-rimmed eyes, a flicker of panic crossed Grandpa Chu's aged face. He understood that his granddaughter had endured much hardship in the bustling city. He has merely aged. Some grievances, though resolved, leave him with the desire to act. Yet he finds himself powerless. Enough of this. At his age, why does he still cry? Grandpa Chu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned his face away. But his rough hands gently wiped the corners of Chu Xiaoyu's eyes. Though his hands were calloused, they were tender in their touch, as if afraid of hurting his granddaughter. Chu Xiaoyu looked up, her peach blossom eyes glistening with tears, gazing at her grandfather with a pitiful expression, yet she obediently nodded, saying, I won't cry anymore. Let us go have a meal." All right, old man, let us eat," Grandma Chu said with a kind smile. Then turned to Liu Chuan, "Young man, having come such a distance, you must be hungry. Let us eat together." Liu Chuan nodded, gently patting Chu Xiaoyu's small head, leading her inside for dinner. The structure of the red brick house was quite simple. The walls bore a dull gray hue, as did the floor, yet it was exceptionally clean, devoid of dust. The first floor housed a bamboo table, serving as the dining table. A few humble farmhouse dishes were laid out, barely sufficient for 5 people. At that moment, Grandpa Chu emerged from the kitchen with a plate of cured meat, placing it directly in front of Chu Xiaoyu. "Eat more, you're too thin. Your grandmother and I are old and can't eat much, so you 3 should indulge." He tapped his chopsticks, his tone still somewhat aloof. But seeing Chu Xiaoyu and little Chu Yue obediently eating, a faint smile graced his lips. Once the meal concluded, Grandpa Chu pointed upstairs and turned to say, "Your mother's belongings are all in the room upstairs. I haven't touched them. Go take a look. If you wish to take anything, feel free." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoyu hesitated. These were her mother's relics, and if she took them all, Grandpa's heart would surely feel empty. She felt a pang of reluctance and softly murmured, but, Grandpa. "No buts. If you want it, take it, keep a memento," Grandpa Chu stated. Rising abruptly and walking towards the yard, leaving no room for Chu Xiaoyu to refuse. Observing this scene, Liu Chuan shook his head, thinking, this old man is truly stubborn. At that moment, Grandpa Chu seemed to remember something, suddenly turning to Liu Chuan, saying casually, "Kid, accompany the girl upstairs, she is just like her mother. Always crying." Liu Chuan immediately recognized the concern behind the old man's words, saying nothing further. He picked up Chu Yue and took Chu Youyu's hand as they ascended the stairs. Once the three had left, Grandpa Chu sighed deeply, gazing longingly at their retreating figures. Yet, it was only for a moment before he rapped the table, commanding Grandma Chu, once those girls finished tidying the grave, send them on their way quickly. Startled by the abrupt rapping, Grandma Chu, having grown accustomed to her husband's sternness, jumped slightly. However, after comprehending his words, she couldn't help but retort, "Old man, how can you be so heartless? After all this time, the girls have finally returned, and you're so eager to send them away? After all these years." As she spoke, tears brimmed in Grandma Chu's eyes. Her beloved daughter was left with only these two little girls, and after so many years, they had finally managed to meet. Now, with their departure, the next reunion was shrouded in uncertainty. It was even possible that they might never meet again. Grandpa Chu, however, scoffed, expressing his disdain. "Humph, long hair but short-sighted. Always running off to the mountains. How absurd. Isn't it natural for a daughter to wish to venture out? Now that the two girls have left, they will endure some hardships, and soon enough, the youngest will be off to university. Only then can we truly say they have stepped out of this mountain valley. Do you understand?" His tone was somewhat brusque, yet his reasoning was crystal clear. Grandma Chu grasped his meaning immediately and lowered her head, falling silent. The children from the mountains do not simply leave. It is only upon gaining admission to university that they can be considered truly free from the confines of this place. Grandma Chu was certainly aware of this truth, yet she could not suppress her emotions. However, after hearing her husband's words, her heart gradually hardened. Chapter 91. Forgetting Mother. Meanwhile, Liu Chuan, accompanied by Chu Xiaoyu, ascended to the room upstairs. The little girl, Chu Yue, exhausted from several hours of travel and having just enjoyed a hearty meal, promptly fell asleep in Liu Chuan's embrace. Observing the sweet slumber of the adorable girl, whose small hands occasionally fidgeted restlessly, Liu Chuan could not bring himself to disturb her delightful dreams. He gently placed her on her grandmother's bed and tucked her in with a blanket. Having completed this tender task, Liu Chuan took Chu Youyu's hand and slowly approached her mother's room. Yet, upon reaching the threshold, Chu Xiaoyu halted abruptly. She gazed at the familiar yet foreign wooden door, her doe-like eyes glistening with a hint of uncertainty. The joy she felt from her grandfather's acceptance began to wane, replaced by a creeping sense of confusion and fear. Chu Xiaoyu vaguely recalled that her mother had once returned with her as a child, staying in this very room. Surely, the essence of her mother still lingered within these walls. However, her delicate fingers clenched tightly, as she was terrified that even if she entered, she would still be unable to recall her mother's indistinct visage from her dreams. If she refrained from entering, she could still console herself with the hope of rekindling memories. Yet, if she stepped inside and remained unable to remember her mother's face, it would signify a true forgetfulness. Lost in these thoughts, Chu Xiaoyu extended her finger to grasp the doorknob, her hand trembling slightly. Witnessing this, Liu Chuan recalled the dream Chu Xiaoyu had previously shared and instantly understood the source of her fear. He gently enveloped her small hand in his, offering a warm smile as he reassured her, "Little silly, do not overthink it. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side." His voice, though soft, flowed through Chu Xiaoyu like a gentle current, soothing her heart. Slowly, she lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling, and her previously tense hand inexplicably relaxed upon hearing Liu Chuan's words. The heaviness of her confusion and fear dissipated in an instant. Chu Xiaoyu thought to herself that even if she could not remember her mother's appearance, Liu Chuan would remain by her side until the day she did. She felt a twinge of selfishness for thinking this way, but a comforting sense of security told her it was acceptable to be a bit selfish in front of Liu Chuan. With this in mind, a faint smile began to curve her lips, and her grip on the doorknob grew steadier. With a soft click, the door finally swung open. Chu Xiaoyu glanced back at Liu Chuan, her eyes shimmering with hope, and he instantly understood her unspoken request. With a smile, he took her small hand in his and stepped into the room together. Contrary to her expectations, the sparsely furnished room was devoid of dust, immaculately clean. Inside stood a simple, old-fashioned wooden bed, dressed in monochromatic sheets that bore the faint creases of recent use. as though someone had just risen from it. Upon seeing the bed, Chu Xiaoyu's longing for her mother erupted uncontrollably at that moment. What her grandfather had said was undeniably true. Since her mother had departed, this room had remained untouched. She vividly recalled the last time her mother had taken her away from their ancestral home, fleeing under the cover of night for fear of her grandfather's intervention, leaving even the bed linens unmade. Yet now, with her mother gone, the sheets retained the semblance of many years past. In that instant, tears welled in Chu Xiaoyu's almond-shaped eyes, a thin veil of moisture glistening upon them. She had forgotten how long it had been. Perhaps it was only when her mother had just left that she had felt this intense yearning. As time diluted the pain, the longing would gradually fade, ultimately becoming as insubstantial as water, air, or a fleeting breeze, dissipating into nothingness. Yet now, Chu Xiaoyu felt her longing for her mother was as dense as a stifling night, a suffocating sensation enveloping her heart, while tears cascaded down in rhythmic drops. At that moment, Liu Chuan noticed the redness at the corner of Chu Xiaoyu's eyes, tears flowing freely, and a pang of sorrow stirred within him. In truth, Liu Chuan deeply understood such feelings. When one loses a loved one, the intensity of longing can be overwhelming, as darkness descends like a shroud, leaving one helpless in its wake. In a previous life, when Chu Xiaoyu had leapt from the rooftop, Liu Chuan had felt the pain acutely. Realizing just how deep the hurt could be, tenderly, he ruffled Chu Xiaoyu's hair and gently said, "Don't cry, all right? Otherwise, you'll truly become a little crybaby." But Chu Xiaoyu, with her voice trembling, replied, "I can't help it. I miss my mother so much." Liu Chuan pondered for a moment and decided to lead Chu Xiaoyu to a nearby cabinet, smiling as he suggested, "Little silly, let us see if your mother left anything behind, shall we? Perhaps we can find something she treasured, and it would be as if she were with you." In truth, seeing Chu Xiaoyu so heartbroken left Liu Chuan somewhat flustered. He merely sought to divert her attention, without truly knowing how to alleviate her sorrow. After all, the longing that spans the realms of life and death is inherently unsolvable. However, upon hearing Liu Chuan's words, Chu Xiaoyu's tears suddenly ceased, as if a memory had sparked within her. She hurriedly opened a drawer, revealing an old notebook with pages that had yellowed considerably over time. In a flurry, Chu Xiaoyu lifted the notebook, holding her breath as she turned to the last page and began to read its contents attentively. The handwriting was remarkably elegant and neatly arranged, containing a few lines. "Xiaoyu, I do not know if you will ever see your mother's words. Mother has been ill, and I may not be able to accompany you for long. Throughout my life, I have made many mistakes, sacrificing too much for a capricious love. But Xiaoyu, and also Yue, you are blameless. Let the matters of the previous generation conclude with them. Young fish, mother is about to depart. My only concern is for you, my precious one. You are still so small. How will you survive? Mother feels inadequate and will always yearn for you. Yet she hopes you will forget her." The notes end here, and tears from Chu Xiaoyu fell like raindrops onto the yellowing paper. She lifted her head, her doe-like eyes brimming with mist, and could not help but embrace Liu Chuan, weeping loudly. "Little brother Chuan, mother has long known of her illness. Even until the very end, she was still worried about me. Little brother Chuan, mother wants me to forget her." As she spoke, Chu Xiaoyu's voice diminished, and she became choked with sobs, her large tears cascading onto Liu Chuan's chest. Liu Chuan took a deep breath, caressed Chu Xiaoyu's small head, and softly murmured, "Be good." Chapter 92. The Paper Boat of Wishes. Weep, weep. Once the tears flow, everything shall be all right. I shall always be here. As Liu Chuan spoke, his voice gradually diminished, enveloping the room in a profound silence, save for the gentle sobs of Chu Xiaoyu. Quietly, she clung to Liu Chuan's arm, her warm little face resting softly against his sleeve, motionless. It was unclear when it began, but during her moments of sorrow, she yearned to nestle closely against him. Even though her tears soaked his clothing, the urge to draw nearer, to hear their heartbeats echo, was irresistible. Yet ultimately, Chu Xiaoyu merely sought refuge within Liu Chuan's embrace, weeping in secrecy. In her mind, memories of her mother's final words intertwined with visions of her mother's radiant love, which ultimately faded into the desolation of her last moments. A sound of muffled weeping emerged, as if an invisible chisel was slowly carving open the door to Chu Xiaoyu's heart. The hardships endured over the years, and the yearning she had endured, transformed into tears in that moment, flowing quietly yet desperately. The sound of tears dripping resonated like the passage of time. After a considerable while, Chu Xiaoyu finally ceased her tears, emerging from her emotional haze. She lowered her head, vigorously wiping at her slightly swollen eyes, and quietly stowed away her mother's notebook. Chu Xiaoyu was obedient to her mother's wishes. After shedding her tears, she genuinely intended to forget. If her mother believed it was for the best, Chu Xiaoyu would comply, even if her lips curled in a reluctant smile, and her heart ached with 1,000 regrets. The blurred visage of her mother from her dreams still evoking tears. Nevertheless, she resolutely held back, her delicate fingers tightly clenched at her side. Witnessing the facade of strength that the little one put on, Liu Chuan felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Silly girl. Why can't you understand? It is the weeping child that receives the sweetest rewards. This pretense of strength, this blind obedience, will only leave the burdens of pain within your heart. Liu Chuan sighed deeply, tenderly stroking Chu Xiaoyu's little head. However, at this juncture, even he was at a loss for words of comfort. He could only allow the little one to process her feelings in her own time. Just then, Liu Chuan noticed something peculiar. Beneath the yellowed newspaper at the bottom of the drawer where the notebook lay, there was a hidden photograph. Driven by curiosity, he pulled the photograph out. It was a scenic image, capturing the gentle stream at dusk. Upon closer inspection, Liu Chuan discerned a small paper boat floating in the water. This sight abruptly transported him back to his previous life, though the memories were somewhat hazy. He recalled that this was one of the few snippets about her mother that Chu Xiaoyu had shared. She had said that despite her mother's absence for so many years, she would always dream of a little paper boat made by her mother. On the paper boat, each heart's desire was inscribed. Mother Chu gently placed the paper vessel into the brook, as the setting sun cast its golden glow, closely accompanied by the young Chu Xiaoyu, who gazed intently at the boat as it drifted towards the horizon. In that moment, Liu Chuan was suddenly struck with an idea. He took Chu Xiaoyu's small hand in his own and smiled tenderly, saying, "Let us go. I will take you to visit your mother's grave, and then to a place where perhaps your mother wishes to convey something truly important to you." Liu Chuan's tone was gentle, his words carefully chosen, as he was uncertain of Chu Xiaoyu's true feelings. Yet, he understood that to help her emerge from this melancholic state, she must be reminded of her mother's presence. Chu Xiaoyu paused for a moment, then nodded softly. "All right. Okay." She cast a lingering glance back at her mother's room, silently assuring herself that this was likely the final memory she would share with her mother. Shortly after, Liu Chuan led Chu Xiaoyu to the rear of the old house. In 2008, there were no cemeteries in the mountains. The departed were buried close to home. Mother Chu's grave was exceedingly modest, merely a small mound of earth with a piece of slate standing upright, inscribed with the words Xiao Qing Xue. Surrounding it was the gentle stream, flowing from the mountains and meandering towards the sunset. Chu Xiaoyu simply tidied the grave for her mother, then knelt before it, bowing deeply several times. Afterward, her tear-filled peach blossom eyes shimmered once again, a glimmer of sorrow washing over her. This time, however, Liu Chuan did not offer solace. Instead, he retrieved a meticulously folded paper boat from his pocket and gently set it upon the brook. The twilight deepened, and the winter dusk arrived early. The orange glow breaking through the clouds, refracting in the stream and radiating a golden sheen, illuminating the swaying little paper boat with enchanting beauty. At that moment, Liu Chuan softly patted Chu Xiaoyu's shoulder and remarked, "Little silly, let me show you something." Hearing this, Chu Xiaoyu rose in surprise, her eyes flickering with hesitation. Yet she obediently turned back. She beheld the small boat bobbing on the stream under the sunset's afterglow, and she was momentarily entranced. In that instant, the scenes from her memory seemed to resurface, the once dusty images in her mind suddenly becoming vivid once more. Chu Xiaoyu's eyes welled with tears. Yet as they cascaded down her cheeks, a faint smile graced her lips. She recalled everything, as if all had returned to her. Her mother had folded her wishes into a paper boat and placed it into the stream, saying that in this way, her sentiments could be conveyed to her departed father. Now, it was Liu Chuan who folded her wishes into a boat, perhaps to drift toward the sunset, allowing her mother to feel her longing. Chu Xiaoyu pondered foolishly, her gaze lost in the mesmerizing scene before her. At last, under the orange-hued sunset, the paper boat reached the horizon, and in that fleeting moment, the image of her mother flashed vividly in her mind. As clear as a photograph, Mother smiled at her. Chu Xiaoyu took a deep breath, turned around, her peach blossom eyes shimmering with an amber glow. She gazed at Liu Chuan and softly murmured, "Thank you, Xiao Chuan. I remember now." Mother's smile. It was so tender. Chapter 93. The young lady has grown up. Upon hearing Chu Xiaoyu's words, Liu Chuan was initially taken aback, followed by a gentle warmth surging through his chest. He had not anticipated that a mere attempt would genuinely evoke memories of her mother and Chu Xiaoyu. This moment marked the first time since his rebirth that he had truly unlocked a knot in her heart. The little darling had finally taken a significant step forward. Remembering her mother equated to embracing the less than glamorous past and reconciling with her most vulnerable self. This was indeed a splendid development, and Liu Chuan felt a profound sense of relief as the healing of the little darling progressed further. With these thoughts, Liu Chuan's heart brimmed with joy, yet he refrained from revealing his emotions, fearing that a glimpse of his delight might disturb her sensitive heart. He chose not to elaborate, gently pinching Chu Xiaoyu's fair cheek, and with a tender smile, he said, "All right, let us go visit your grandparents." "Okay." Chu Xiaoyu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and obediently nodded. However, she suddenly halted, lifting her gaze to Liu Chuan, her watery peach blossom eyes looking at him earnestly yet hesitantly as she murmured, Xiao Chuan go, I would like to spend more time with my grandparents. Is that all right?" Her voice was laden with caution. The fact that she had already asked Xiao Chuan go to bring her to her hometown felt like an imposition. Now, wanting to stay longer would only delay their return. Chu Xiaoyu felt her request was somewhat excessive, yet recalling her mother's gentle smile, she mustered the courage to voice her desire. She simply wished to linger a while longer with her grandparents, seeking a semblance of understanding for her mother's past caprices. Hearing the careful tone in Chu Xiaoyu's voice tugged at Liu Chuan's heart. Such a modest request, yet approached with such trepidation. It appeared he would need to make further efforts to help the little darling become a bit more cheerful. After a moment's contemplation, Liu Chuan extended his finger and lightly tapped her forehead, smiling. "If you wish to stay, then go ahead. I'll follow your lead, little darling." But..." Chu Xiaoyu covered her forehead, her sparkling peach blossom eyes flickering with hesitation. "No buts. Aren't we in a relationship?" Liu Chuan teased, playfully stroking her small hand. "We just made it official in front of your grandparents. You wouldn't want to backtrack now, would you?" And no. At his words, Chu Xiaoyu's little hand trembled, her cheeks flushing as if a kettle had just begun to boil, turning a bright shade of red that reached her ears. Her mind was suddenly buzzing. A relationship, officially announced. As these phrases flashed through her mind, Chu Xiaoyu felt a sense of disbelief. She had initially thought Liu Chuan was merely trying to amuse her grandparents, never imagining he was sincere. In that instant, her heart swelled with happiness. Yet a flicker of fear began to creep in. Had they truly become an item? Is it too early? Little Chuan, will you gradually stop liking me?" Chu Xiaoyu's mind buzzed with chaotic thoughts, but ultimately, she blushed, lowered her head, and softly uttered, I do not intend to back out. It's just, what is there to jest? As long as you do not back out, that's enough." Liu Chuan, sensing the moment, promptly halted Chu Xiaoyu's words and smiled. "Since you do not regret it, then we are indeed boyfriend and girlfriend now. Given that, we must adhere to local customs. Don't all the men from Chuanyu listen to their women? I cannot be an exception, can I? But that would be too much of a compromise for you, and you would be called henpecked." Chu Xiaoyu shook her head. "What's wrong with being henpecked? That's called loving one's wife. Do you understand? I enjoy being henpecked. Let others say what they will." Liu Chuan continued in agreement with Chu Xiaoyu, not fully grasping the meaning of being henpecked, but believing that such words would bring her joy. However, to Chu Xiaoyu's ears, these words took on an entirely different significance. She lifted her head, gazing at Liu Chuan with surprise, recalling his complaints about Aunt Jiang Mei, pondering whether little Chuan might prefer being managed by someone. Chu Xiaoyu, naively contemplating this, felt increasingly assured. All right, she conceded, gradually raising her head, a hint of defiance in her tone as she spoke in the Chuanyu dialect. "Then, let us stay a little longer." After saying this, she observed Liu Chuan's nodding demeanor, and a peculiar sensation flickered within her. For some reason, perhaps due to the inherent traits of a Chuanyu girl, she found the notion of issuing commands rather amusing. Before long, the two returned to the old house. At that moment, her grandfather sat at the dining table smoking, drawing from the pack of Zhonghua that Liu Chuan had left behind. The sky had gradually darkened, the house remained unlit, casting a shadowy ambience, with only the flickering cigarette in her grandfather's hand emitting a faint orange glow. Her grandfather took a drag, flicked his fingers slightly, and the ash slowly fell, drifting down like snowflakes. Seeing the two approach, her grandmother's eyes noticeably shifted, revealing a hint of evasiveness. Chu Xiaoyu did not perceive anything amiss. She merely found the couple's somber interaction rather peculiar. Yet, Liu Chuan, witnessing this scene, sighed inwardly. It seemed the old man had made up his mind. If the little fool wished to linger, it might not be so simple. Sure enough, before Chu Xiaoyu could speak, her grandmother interjected, "Xiaoyu, it's getting late. You should take Yue back to the city quickly. We won't keep you any longer." But I want it. Chu Xiaoyu struggled to express herself, yet her words faltered as she caught a glimpse of her grandfather's weathered gaze. In the dim light, perhaps due to the smoke irritating his eyes, the elderly gaze of my grandfather was etched with wrinkles. A faint trail of tears having unknowingly slipped from the corner of his eye. Everything remained unspoken, yet it felt as though everything had been conveyed. Chu Xiaoyu refrained from continuing, gently lifting Chu Yue into her arms and, with a somewhat strained smile, took Liu Chuan's hand, murmuring, "Let us go. It's getting late." Liu Chuan hesitated for a moment, but eventually acquiesced. The three turned to depart as the night gradually descended. In that moment, my grandfather retrieved another cigarette, his eyes filled with sorrow, yet he managed to smile and said, "Girl, you've grown up." Chapter 94. Come home with me. Half an hour later, Liu Chuan was driving, having already left Qingxi village. Just before entering the highway, he reported his situation to his mother. However, there was no response, as if his message had vanished into a vast sea. Curiosity piqued. He wondered how his mother and Grandma Chu were getting along, to the extent that they didn't even reply to him. Liu Chuan shook his head, feeling as though his status within the family was diminishing. After a while, once on the highway, Liu Chuan steadied the speed of the car and instinctively glanced at Chu Xiaoyu's state through his peripheral vision. Throughout the journey, Chu Xiaoyu merely stared vacantly out the window, silent and seemingly withdrawn. She was making a concerted effort to suppress her emotions. Growing up was invariably painful. Even though she understood her grandparents' intentions, her eyes were slightly reddened, and she yearned to vent her feelings, yet she did not wish to appear so disheveled. At that moment, beneath the dim night sky, snow began to fall again, the flakes gracefully landing on the windshield, beautiful yet fleeting. Chu Xiaoyu widened her glistening peach blossom eyes, staring blankly, unaware of the thoughts swirling in her mind. Unable to contain himself any longer, Liu Chuan offered some words of comfort. "Little silly, don't overthink it. Your grandparents." Before he could finish, Chu Xiaoyu turned her head, looking earnestly at Liu Chuan, and said, I know. Little Chuan go. Grandfather and grandmother, they don't want me to stay in this remote place. I've heard my aunts say since I was young that only by stepping out and attending university can one have a bright future." Her voice was soft, each word carefully articulated, imbued with sincerity. Liu Chuan turned to glance at Chu Xiaoyu, then refocused on driving. To be honest, such sentiments might sound commonplace coming from anyone else. Yet, spoken from Chu Xiaoyu's lips, they pierced his heart with a profound sense of empathy. Those who endure hardship often become numb to their suffering. The fact that Chu Xiaoyu could grasp these truths indicated the depths of her own struggles, pain that Liu Chuan would likely never fully comprehend. He refrained from saying more, simply extending his right hand to gently pinch her cheek. The moment her face was pinched, Chu Xiaoyu recalled that they were, in fact, in a romantic relationship. Her cheeks flushed instantly, turning crimson to the tips of her ears, and her body trembled slightly. Blushing, she looked at Liu Chuan with her shimmering eyes and pondered for a moment before earnestly declaring, I will work hard. The college entrance exam is coming up soon. I need to keep up with little Chuan go. I can do it. Of course. Liu Chuan smiled. If need be, I can tutor you in English. Okay, all right. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoyu seemed to recall something else, her face reddening as she lowered her head. Meanwhile, Chu Yue had been listening intently, finally grasping her grandparents' intentions. With her worries alleviated, she slumped back in her seat, ready to sleep. Just then, Liu Chuan's soft voice broke the silence. Oh, I almost forgot about Yue. Yue, we must get a head start. We cannot afford to lag behind like my sister with her poor English. Liu Chuan nodded decisively and continued. Well, I shall enroll you in a tutoring class this summer. What? Chu Yue protested with an unwilling expression, whining to her sister in a childlike voice. Sister, brother is bullying me. I'm still little. I don't want to go to tutoring. However, this time, Chu Yu surprisingly chose to disregard her sister's plea. Her cheeks flushed, partly because Liu Chuan was going to help her with English, and partly because she felt a twinge of embarrassment at her own inadequacy in the language. As if she were being looked down upon by Xiao Chuan. Nearly 3 hours later, they finally returned to benching. The time had already crept past 8 o'clock. The snow was falling more heavily now. Under the dim glow of the city's streetlights, snowflakes gently descended, accumulating into a delicate layer on the ground. Liu Chuan hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to take Chu Xiaoyu home. After all, their mother hadn't replied to his messages, and he was unaware of Grandma Chu's whereabouts. Just then, a text from his mother, Jiang Mei, arrived promptly. The message was straightforward and blunt. Bring the two girls home. Quickly. Liu Chuan's lips twitched in bemusement. Just like that, they were to go home, and yet she referred to them as her daughters. Who was the real child here? He sighed and gently tapped Chu Xiaoyu's forehead, smiling. Come on, let's go home. But, isn't it a bit inappropriate? Chu Xiaoyu replied, pouting and covering her forehead, her voice muffled. Despite returning to Bincheng, where the temperature had already dropped to 0 degrees, her cheeks felt increasingly warm. Her mind buzzed with memories of the last time she bathed at Xiao Chuan's house, and of that peculiar book she had discovered in his bedroom. As those thoughts raced through her head, her heart raced in response, and she dared not look at Liu Chuan's face. Noticing her flushed cheeks, Liu Chuan realized that this little silly girl was once again lost in inappropriate thoughts. What did she think? That book was certainly not mine. Liu Chuan felt a wave of frustration and playfully pinched Chu Xiaoyu's cheeks, giving them a gentle squeeze before saying with a hint of irritation, What are you thinking? My parents are at home, and your grandma is there too. Let us all have a meal together. We haven't eaten in ages. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoyu instinctively wanted to refuse, but her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl, forcing her to lower her head and meekly respond with a faint mm. Meanwhile, the little girl, Chu Yue, nearby, felt she had stumbled upon something monumental. Her imagination began to run wild. Had something occurred between her sister and brother at his house? Recalling the dynamic between her brother and sister and having seen snippets of idol dramas, Chu Yue couldn't help but let her mind wander into fanciful speculation. Though she was merely a young girl, her cherubic face was adorned with a smile reminiscent of a mischievous uncle. Liu Chuan could not help but gently tap the back of Chu Yue's head, exclaiming with feigned annoyance, with one older and one younger. Not a single one of you provides me any peace of mind. Chu Yue, brace yourself for a summer filled with an avalanche of homework. Sister. Brother is bullying me. Chu Yue pouted, casting a pitiful glance toward her sister. However, Chu Yu merely blushed and lowered her gaze. Upon hearing Liu Chuan liken her to her sister in terms of trouble, her own doe-like eyes brimmed with a sense of injustice, and she softly echoed a gentle. Witnessing this scene, the little girl fell silent. She glanced up at the towering figure of her brother Liu Chuan and suddenly envisioned the dynamics of their future family. The sister would heed the brother's words, and if Yue dared to defy him, she would surely face his mischief. Yet, if Yue complained to her sister about the brother's antics, the sister would only respond in a similar whimpering manner, akin to a little train, utterly unhelpful. In that fleeting moment, the future sister-in-law of Liu Chuan, Chu Yue, grasped a profound truth of life. She must heed her brother's words. Otherwise, should she find herself bullied, not even the deities could come to her aid. The little girl nodded earnestly. Before long, the three had ascended in the elevator. Arriving at the doorstep of Liu Chuan's home. Chapter 95. Look at this young man. He all flustered. Liu Chuan opened the door, and before he could step inside, he was greeted by the sounds of laughter and merriment emanating from the living room. Frankly, he had anticipated that with his mother Jiang Mei's remarkable eloquence, conversing with Grandma Chu would be quite effortless. However, he never imagined that two complete strangers could engage in such hearty laughter within just a few hours. It was almost overwhelming. If Liu Chuan hadn't known that his grandparents had passed away early, he might have been led to believe that Grandma Chu was, in fact, his grandmother. As he entered the living room, Liu Chuan observed Jiang Mei, who was deeply engrossed in conversation, and with a hint of exasperation, he remarked, Honestly, Mom, it's my first time traveling far. Aren't you the least bit concerned? Upon hearing his voice, Jiang Mei didn't even turn her head. Instead, she smiled at Grandma Chu and said, Look at this boy, he's all flustered. Just as I said, he's never at ease. From now on, you must help me keep him in line. Look at how old he is. And he's worried about 3 hours of travel. Jiang Mei shook her head, stood up, and walked toward the door. She completely disregarded Liu Chuan's presence, and, upon finding him blocking her path, merely sidestepped him and brushed past, linking arms with Chu Xiaoyu as they made their way back into the living room. Witnessing this scene, Liu Chuan felt a vein throbbing on his forehead, rendered speechless. This he sighed, suddenly realizing that he might have to grow accustomed to this. After all, in his previous life, his mother had been just as she was now. Upon reflection, his status within the family had never been particularly elevated. However, having just been reborn and enjoying a few days of comfort, he hadn't yet come to terms with his past. At that moment, Jiang Mei began to complain. "You little rascal, look at how cold it is. You know the hallway is freezing, right?" Liu Chuan twitched his lips, but remained silent. Jiang Mei, filled with affection, lifted Chu Xiaoyu into her arms and kissed the little girl's cheek, exclaiming, "Oh my, how adorable you are, darling. Would you like to sleep with Annie tonight?" Chu Xiaoyu shyly touched her cheek where she had been kissed, lowering her head in bashfulness yet sweetly replied. Yue will listen to sister. Her endearing demeanor melted Jiang Mei's heart, prompting her to shower the little girl with yet another affectionate kiss. Jiang Mei then turned to Liu Chuan, her lips curling in a disdainful smirk as if to say, "Look how you were as a child. Can you compare?" At that moment, Liu Chuan felt a surge of frustration, but fortunately, Chu Xiaoyu timely grasped his hand, her innocent, doe-like eyes sparkling, which helped him regain his composure. "It's fine if my mother picks on me. I'll just have a little fun with this silly girl later. Whatever, it's a form of catharsis." Just then, Chu Xiaoyu softly interjected, "Auntie, it's nothing. I just wanted to wait at the door." Jiang Mei chuckled, casting a disapproving glance at Liu Chuan. Exasperated by his ignorance regarding girls' feelings, she then pulled Chu Xiaoyu close, smiling, "Good girl, let us not play with this rascal. Today, Annie has prepared some delicious food just for you. How about that? After a long journey, one must surely feel hungry. What would you like to eat? Hot pot or stir-fried dishes?" Jiang Mei inquired earnestly. Beside her, Liu Chuan expressed his discontent, saying, "Mom, I want hot pot. I want to make it myself." Jiang Mei shot him an annoyed glance, but then smiled warmly as she gently stroked Chu Xiaoyu's small hand, her expression tender. "Good girl. Well, would you like to eat? Andy will make it for you." Feeling the palpable favoritism, Liu Chuan chose to remain silent and plopped down on the couch, not wanting to further upset himself. It seemed that from now on, he could only bask in the glow of the little silly bun. With this thought, Liu Chuan felt increasingly like an unwelcome guest, and thus desired to tease the little silly bun even more. At that moment, Chu Xiaoyu was taken aback by Jiang Mei's enthusiasm. With her head lowered, she was at a loss for words. However, recalling that Liu Chuan wished for hot pot, she quickly lifted her head and timidly murmured, I want hot pot, is that okay?" Her tone was cautious, and Jiang Mei affectionately caressed Chu Xiaoyu's cheek, softly saying, "Good girl, don't always cater to him. It will spoil him." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoyu realized her thoughts had been seen through, and by none other than Liu Chuan's mother. Instantly, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reaching all the way to her ears. Jiang Mei delighted in the sight of this charming little daughter-in-law. What mother-in-law wouldn't cherish such a girl as a daughter-in-law? With a gentle smile, Jiang Mei announced, "All right, Auntie will prepare hot pot. After we finish eating, don't leave, stay here with us. Our home has 3 rooms, which is sufficient for everyone." Hearing this, Liu Chuan, lounging on the couch, was momentarily perplexed. Wait, 3 rooms? We only have 1 extra room, right? Would that mean sharing a room with Grandma Chu and the little silly bun? That seemed rather inappropriate. Mom, isn't that a bit off? It seems we won't have enough space, Liu Chuan inquired, perplexity evident in his voice. Jiang Mei retorted, "What do you mean there isn't enough space? You and your father can sleep on the couch." Liu Chuan's mouth fell open in shock, frozen in place. So, they had been waiting for him to arrive. It turned out that he and his father would be left without a place to sleep. Sighing, both Liu Chuan and his father exchanged a glance of mutual understanding. Alas, in the hierarchy of this family, the two of them would have to look out for one another from now on. At this juncture, Chu Xiaoyu noticed Liu Chuan's discomfort and felt inclined to refuse, but feared that doing so might hurt Auntie Jiang Mei's feelings. Her little hands twisted together in anxiety. She lowered her head, adopting a pitiful expression. Observing this scene, Liu Chuan was unperturbed and casually shifted to a more comfortable position on the couch. He turned to his father and quipped, "Dad, this side is mine. Don't even think about fighting me for it. I can't handle your stinky feet." Hearing his feet being mocked in front of so many people, especially in front of a potential future-in-law, Liu Chuan's father felt his face flush with embarrassment and retorted, "What are you talking about? Who has stinky feet? At your age, can't you act a little more properly? All right. Have your feet become fragrant enough? You no longer need 5-spice powder for your braised meat." Liu Chuan jested casually, eliciting a delightful laugh from Chu Xiaoyu. In that instant, she felt completely at ease. A sudden illusion washed over her, having bid farewell to her mother and grandparents. She believed she had reconciled with her past. Yet, in that moment, it seemed as though she had rediscovered a sense of home. Home, embodying a feeling so effortless, harmonious, and warm. As these thoughts danced in her mind, the corners of Chu Xiaoyu's mouth gently lifted, revealing two faint dimples on her cheeks that blossomed quietly. Chapter 96. The intent of Jiang Mei. Before long, Liu Chuan's stomach began to grumble with hunger. Yet Jiang Mei remained seated, engrossed in conversation with Grandma Chu, showing no inclination to prepare a meal. Witnessing this scene, Liu Chuan sighed, reflecting that the good days had come to an end. In this second life, it seemed he would have to take on the task of cooking much sooner than he had in his previous existence, where such responsibilities only fell to him after the college entrance examination results were announced. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Chuan exchanged a glance with old Liu, and they both made their way to the kitchen. Only then did Jiang Mei cast a glance over, smiling at Chu Xiaoyu, saying, "Look at that, little Xiaoyu," he asked, showing some initiative. The older one has a younger one, and they finally understand a bit. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoyu grew increasingly restless. Her legs anxiously pressed together, her fair fingers tightly clenched, and her peach blossom eyes occasionally darting towards Liu Chuan in the kitchen. After a moment's thought, she stood up, intending to assist Liu Chuan, but Jiang Mei cheerfully grasped her small hand and called out to the kitchen. "The beef and lamb need to be freshly cut. There are tools under the cabinet, you know?" "Got it," Liu Chuan replied impatiently. Alongside old Liu, they retrieved the meat-cutting tools and spent a considerable amount of time preparing the beef and lamb. When it came time to cook, Liu Chuan realized that old Liu was quite inept in the kitchen, while Liu Chuan, having lived independently for several years, had reasonably decent culinary skills. Ultimately, old Liu stepped aside, leaving Liu Chuan, clad in an apron, to quietly stir the hot pot base. Before long, the rich aroma of the hot pot filled the air, enticing both Chu Xiaoyu and Jiang Mei in the living room, who swallowed hard in anticipation. However, it seemed as though Chu Xiaoyu and Jiang Mei were the true mother and daughter, comfortably seated together, while Liu Chuan resembled more of a hired hand. Alas, where could one voice their grievances? After a while, with all the ingredients prepared and the pot boiling, Liu Chuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, preparing to call them over for dinner. Yet, before he could utter a word, old Liu preemptively announced, "Dear, everything's ready, come eat." At those words, Liu Chuan's expression darkened. And when he turned to old Liu, he found him wearing a smug grin. A potent sense of crisis surged within Liu Chuan. This old man. He had initially thought they were comrades, only to realize he was a rival instead. How absurd. Were the last two contenders now vying for supremacy? Could there not be a shred of ambition? "They're coming, they're coming," Jiang Mei replied somewhat impatiently, as she took Chu Xiaoyu by the hand, smiling. "Good girl. Eat more. All the fresh beef and lamb were specially bought for you by Auntie." After saying this, she lifted Chu Xiaoyu, pinching the little girl's cheek affectionately, adding, "Little darling, are you hungry? Eat more, but be sure to go easy on the chili. You're still young." But Yue loves spicy food. Yue blinked her large eyes, lowering her head with a hint of grievance, as the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. The little girl found herself unable to contain her excitement, struggling to recall the last time she had indulged in hot pot. However, being her first visit to her brother's home, she maintained a semblance of decorum. Even when cradled in his arms, she merely swallowed hard and stole glances at Liu Chuan, whom she regarded with a sense of reverence. Yet, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. It seemed as though both she and her sister garnered more affection from Annie. Why was that? The little girl pondered, somewhat perplexed. At that moment, Jiang Mei gently tousled the girl's hair and smiled. "Why not eat a bit more this time? All right?" "Really? Auntie, you are so wonderful." Chu Yue was instantly charmed by her words, turning her attention away from Liu Chuan and snuggling closer to Jiang Mei. In an instant, Liu Chuan felt a pang of abandonment, clenching his fists in mock frustration as he retorted, "Eat, eat, eat. If you end up crying from the spice, don't expect me to comfort you. I won't cry from the spice." The little girl defiantly shot back. Once seated at the table, she eagerly devoured the spicy hot pot ingredients, her small mouth transformed into two little sausages from the heat, her large eyes sparkling as she cast a plaintive look at Liu Chuan. In that moment, she felt more resolute in her decision to heed Liu Chuan's advice. Though his status might not be particularly lofty, his words always carried wisdom. Liu Chuan, displaying remarkable magnanimity, chose not to dwell on his little sister-in-law's sudden shift in loyalty. Instead, He playfully pinched her cheek and offered her a glass of warm milk to soothe the spice. Chu Yue turned her gaze towards him, her eyes brimming with gratitude, further solidifying her conviction. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoyu, faced with a table laden with delectable dishes, felt her appetite awakened as her stomach rumbled. After carefully cooking the meat, she inadvertently placed it into Liu Chuan's bowl. Concerned, she glanced at him and softly urged, You should eat. Aren't you going to eat? Liu Chuan inquired, raising his eyes. You go first, because you've worked so hard, she murmured, her delicate cheeks flushing as she spoke, a slight embarrassment creeping in due to the number of people present. Hearing her words, Liu Chuan felt a flicker of relief. At last, there was someone who understood and cared. It wasn't all in vain. He took a hearty bite of the meat that Chu Xiaoyu had prepared, warmth blossoming in his heart. In truth, having lived 2 lives, Liu Chuan had learned to navigate the intricacies of human relationships. Jiang Mei's exaggerated gestures, seemingly designed to embarrass him, were ultimately aimed at nurturing the emotional bonds between their families, which were separated by considerable economic disparities. Without such efforts, fostering a harmonious atmosphere would be challenging. Judging by the current outcome, her approach was remarkably effective. Despite it being their first family gathering, Chu Xiaoyu appeared relaxed and even began to show concern for herself. This was a positive development, and overall, Liu Chuan deemed the experience worthwhile. His mother had proven to be an excellent ally. As the meal unfolded, Liu Chuan found himself awakening to the nuances of the moment. However, upon further contemplation, Liu Chuan mused that since they would eventually reside together, it would be rather dull not to tease the innocent Chu Xiaoyu under her mother's watchful gaze. With this thought, he mischievously ruffled her hair. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoyu, watching Liu Chuan savor the meat she had prepared, felt a sweet warmth envelop her heart. Everything before her seemed blissfully surreal. Her heart, though not expansive, longed for this moment to linger eternally, and she found it utterly delightful. Thus, they engaged in a charming exchange. He cooked the meat while she served the vegetables, creating a tender atmosphere that rendered the surrounding onlookers practically invisible. It was only when Chu Xiaoyu suddenly realized that everyone was gazing at her that her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. At that moment, Jiang Mei and old Liu exchanged a knowing glance, nodding in mutual satisfaction. Chapter 97. Bullying the little fish at last, Jiang Mei smiled with relief, knowing that her son had some sense. In truth, she held a special affection for her son, and allowing Liu Chuan to endure a few minor grievances was merely to put her future in-laws at ease. Once they brought Chu Xiaoyu into their home, Liu Chuan would have a wealth of blessings to enjoy. Daughters from humble backgrounds often take charge early, possessing delicate thoughts and a capacity for care. Jiang Mei, sharing a similar background with Chu Xiaoyu, understood this well. Thus, the more she observed Chu Xiaoyu, the more she felt she was the ideal choice for a daughter-in-law. Liu Chuan noticed the subtle expressions of his parents. However, a hint of displeasure lingered in his heart. To be frank, his parents' actions were rather meddlesome. Given his feelings for Chu Xiaoyu, did this innocent girl dare to defy him? With this in mind, Liu Chuan could not help but reach out, gently pinching Chu Xiaoyu's small face. At that moment, Chu Xiaoyu, having only just begun to eat after Liu Chuan had finished, stuffed her little mouth with freshly cooked lamb. When Liu Chuan pinched her, she instinctively turned her face. Her cheeks puffed out, and her sparkling, doe-like eyes blinked at Liu Chuan with confusion, as if asking what was the matter. Seeing Chu Xiaoyu's adorably naive expression, Liu Chuan sighed. Well, even the foolish have their own kind of fortune. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoyu swallowed her food, and, with a pitiful expression, mumbled, I'm not foolish. I'm quite clever, truly. At this, Liu Chuan chuckled softly. He lightly poked Chu Xiaoyu's small face, then carefully selected a variety of vegetables and meat with his chopsticks, bringing them to her lips. Chu Xiaoyu paused for a moment, feeling shy, yet still opened her mouth like a little fool, taking a bite from the chopsticks. She savored the flavor of the meat, feeling a sense of longing for more. Liu Chuan, amused, said, Come on, let go. Are you done eating? Oh. Chu Xiaoyu then realized she had become so engrossed in the taste of the food that she had inadvertently bitten onto the chopsticks. She lowered her head, her face burning, her voice trembling slightly. Nevertheless, Liu Chuan continued to feed her, and she obediently consumed every last bite. Before long, the table was nearly cleared of dishes. Old Liu, observing the clean slate before him, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back, thinking, This girl, I hope my son can afford to keep up with her. She eats so much, it's just like how my wife was in her youth. Old Liu concealed his concern well, but Jiang Mei noticed his unease. She pinched him at the waist, exclaiming, "What? Are you complaining about how much I eat now? Let me tell you, being able to eat is a blessing." Her tone carried a hint of threat, and old Liu smiled sheepishly, not daring to breathe a word. This scene, however, brought Liu Chuan a sense of comfort. He lightly shook his head, feeling that no matter how miserable he might be, he would never end up like old Liu. At least, Chu Xiaoyu was gentle, allowing him to tease her as he pleased. Beside them, Chu Xiaoyu observed the interaction between Liu Chuan's parents, her large, enchanting peach blossom eyes fluttering with a hint of unusual contemplation. Liu Chuan felt a sudden chill run down his spine. When he turned to glance at her, he sensed that the once soft and innocent Chu Xiaoyu seemed to have transformed in some inexplicable way. In a fleeting moment, he thought he saw the reflection of Jiang Mei in her gaze. An illusion. It must be an illusion. Liu Chuan vigorously shook his head, denying the thought. It couldn't be. Surely, Chu Xiaoyu, the gentle girl she was, could not possibly inherit such a fiery temperament from his mother. Stealing another cautious glance at her, relief washed over him. She remained the same soft and endearing little fool. In that moment, Liu Chuan suddenly realized that the future was far from certain. While he still had the chance to tease the little fool, he decided to seize the moment. He raised his head, his eyes discreetly fixating on Chu Xiaoyu's delicate cherry blossom lips, causing a sudden flutter in his heart. As the meal came to an end, it was Liu Chuan and his father who gathered the dishes, while Jiang Mei engaged Chu Xiaoyu's family in cheerful conversation by the television. Amidst the laughter and merriment surrounding him, Liu Chuan felt compelled to tease the little fool. It was the only way to recoup his losses. However, old Liu, that rascal, took the opportunity to excuse himself for a smoke, leaving Liu Chuan behind to wash the dishes alone. The icy water splashed against his hands as he gripped the dishes, his frustration mounting. Just then, Chu Xiaoyu's soft, warm hand unexpectedly reached out to cover his larger one. Liu Chuan turned in surprise to find that Chu Xiaoyu had donned an apron and quietly approached him from behind. He was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had seen her in an apron. In their previous life, their time together had been brief, and even when he had brought her home, his mother, treating Chu Xiaoyu like her own daughter, would never have allowed her in the kitchen. Now it seemed, she was able to do so because Grandma Chu was still around. At that moment, Chu Xiaoyu stood there, her playful apron reminiscent of a cartoon character, appearing somewhat comical. Yet her innate charm and those pitiful peach blossom eyes, sparkling with concern, rendered her utterly captivating. Liu Chuan found himself frozen in place. Then, with her soft voice, Chu Xiaoyu said, "The water, it's cold. Let me wash it." Hearing her words, warmth surged through Liu Chuan's heart, yet for some reason, his mind kept drifting back to her delicate lips. The kitchen in Liu Chuan's home had a sliding door, which Chu Xiaoyu had conveniently closed upon entering, creating an entirely private space. Initially, Liu Chuan had complained about his father sneaking away under the pretext of smoking, but now, he found himself at a loss for words. A rush of emotions surged within him. They had shared so many experiences together in recent days. From feeling awkward standing side by side to holding on to each other as sleeves, and now, to their pinkies intertwined. Reflecting on all of this, Liu Chuan felt as though the shimmering light on the canal was right before his eyes. He could not help but reach out to grasp both of Chu Xiaoyu's hands, then pivoted, guiding her body to press against the wall. Liu Chuan gently applied pressure, securing Chu Xiaoyu's hands against the surface, creating an intimate wall embrace. In that moment, Chu Xiaoyu suddenly realized what was happening. "Little Liu Chuan, what are you going to do?" she inquired, raising her head, her doe-like eyes shimmering with a hint of vulnerability. However, as she felt Liu Chuan inching ever closer, his warm breath cascading over her cheek, her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. Abruptly, she turned her face away, her voice barely a whisper. "See, can we wait a moment?" Upon hearing her words, Liu Chuan halted his actions, staring blankly at the bashful Chu Xiaoyu. Chapter 98. Fever. At that moment, when Liu Chuan ceased his actions, Chu Xiaoyu shyly turned her head. She raised her gaze, gently biting her lower lip, and stammered, "No, not here, if that's all right." Her voice was barely a whisper, and her heart was in turmoil. She felt as though her boundaries were being repeatedly breached by Liu Chuan. Initially, it had only been a matter of brushing against each other's sleeves. Gradually, they found themselves holding hands. Now, to her astonishment, Chu Xiaoyu realized that, at some point, holding hands had become a commonplace occurrence. Furthermore, even when pinned against the wall, her first instinct was not to push him away, but to say, "Wait a moment." In that fleeting instant, Chu Xiaoyu's mind was in a whirl. Wait for what? She pondered, her cheeks burning as they flushed all the way to her neck, making her too bashful to even glance at Liu Chuan's face. After a considerable pause, she raised her head once more. Her delicate hands clenched tightly as she attempted to change the subject, saying, Please don't be angry if that's okay." "Angry?" Liu Chuan questioned, blinking in confusion, his face drawing closer to Chu Xiaoyu's. Feeling his proximity, she trembled slightly, her voice wavering, "A little Chuan. I understand that Annie might be a bit biased, but she only does it to take care of me. Please don't be upset, all right?" As she spoke softly, she realized that she had enjoyed her day immensely, having once again experienced the warmth of home. However, she was acutely aware that Liu Chuan's parents had neglected him in an effort to please her. Chu Xiaoyu could see that Liu Chuan was somewhat discontented, which prompted her to come forward and try to cheer him up. At that moment, Liu Chuan noticed the genuine concern etched on Chu Xiaoyu's face, and his heart warmed. Indeed, the most perceptive of emotions came from this little simpleton. He reached out, gently flicking her forehead with his finger, and smiled. "Whether I'm angry or not depends on you." Chu Xiaoyu covered her forehead, letting out a soft sound of protest. Her doe-like eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Liu Chuan. What should I do?" "What to do?" Liu Chuan chuckled mischievously. "Didn't we already have a taste of that last time?" Chu Xiaoyu immediately grasped Liu Chuan's implication, and the memory of their unexpected kiss flashed through her mind, accompanied by a wave of hesitation and fear. Yet, as Liu Chuan's face drew nearer, she panicked, attempting to wave her hands, only to realize that they were firmly pressed against the wall by Liu Chuan. She struggled momentarily, but ultimately chose to close her eyes, surrendering to the scent of masculinity that enveloped Liu Chuan as he leaned in closer to her lips. Just when Liu Chuan thought he was on the verge of success, the sliding door of the kitchen was suddenly pushed open with a loud creak. Old Liu, having finished a cigarette, cheerfully announced, "Son, you've worked hard. I'll take care of the rest." With those words, both Liu Chuan and Chu Xiaoyu jolted in surprise, their hearts racing wildly. In that fleeting moment, the cheeks of both individuals flushed with an almost ethereal glow. Liu Chuan, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, released his grip, while Chu Xiaoyu, overwhelmed with anxiety, lowered her head to tidy the tousled strands of her hair, scarcely daring to glance outside the kitchen. It was far too mortifying. She instinctively covered her face with her hands, her cheeks burning as if steam were rising from them. Liu Chuan, slightly irked, turned his head away and remarked to old Liu, "Do I even need your assistance? Little Huanbao has already come to help me." Old Liu, feeling a bit sheepish, scratched his head and peered inside, confirming that Chu Xiaoyu was indeed present, which led him to believe Liu Chuan's words. "Well, next time," old Liu mumbled, turning to leave. Yet, he found himself puzzled. After all, it was merely washing a dish. Why were both youngsters' faces so flushed? With age, old Liu had grown more set in his ways, no longer the carefree youth he once was, and his thoughts did not wander in that direction. Once old Liu departed, Chu Xiaoyu, still blushing, turned to leave. However, before she could take a single step, Liu Chuan gently grasped her delicate hand and smiled. "I want to let this slide. You owe me a favor later." "All right, fine," Chu Xiaoyu quickly responded. In truth, she hardly comprehended Liu Chuan's words, feeling a profound embarrassment and yearning to escape this awkward situation for a moment of peace. Upon hearing her agreement, Liu Chuan, somewhat surprised, released her hand. Observing her retreating figure, a playful curiosity stirred within him. How peculiar! What began as mere teasing had elicited such a swift response. Nevertheless, pleased with her acquiescence, he dismissed further contemplation. The thought of receiving a favor from little Huanbao made Liu Chuan feel as if he had just tasted sugar, a sweet sensation enveloping him. A few moments later, Chu Xiaoyu emerged from the kitchen, touching her flushed cheeks and taking a deep breath. Her fingers clenched slightly as she sought to regain her composure. At that moment, Jiang Mei, engaged in a light-hearted conversation with Grandma Chu, suddenly lifted her gaze and noticed Chu Yuyu's unusual demeanor. Rising from her seat, she tenderly placed her hand on Chu Yuyu's forehead, expressing concern. "Oh dear, have you caught a chill? Your face is burning. Quickly, go take a bath." With that, Jiang Mei called out to the kitchen, "Son, take the girl to wash up. Prepare a towel and everything she might need. Hurry." The mention of bathing conjured memories in Chu Yuyu's mind of the last time she was alone with Liu Chuan at home. The sound of rushing water echoed in her ears, causing her cheeks to flush even hotter. Chapter 99, the promised compensation. At that moment, upon hearing his mother's command, Liu Chuan, surprisingly, did not retort. instead wearing an unusually eager expression. He stepped out of the kitchen and glanced at Chu Xiaoyu, who stood frozen in place. Her face flushed. Calmly, he smiled and said, "What are you dawdling for? Come with me. All the things are in the bathroom. We both need to go in for me to fetch them, you silly girl." Liu Chuan deliberately emphasized the phrase "we both" with a playful tone. After speaking, he turned away, revealing a mischievous grin visible only to Chu Xiaoyu. Seeing Liu Chuan smile, Chu Xiaoyu instinctively took a step back, her delicate hands clenched into fists. Her heart racing. Given her recent experience, she knew that Liu Chuan was up to something again. At that moment, it dawned on her that Liu Chuan had mentioned something about compensation, and she seemed to have agreed to it. Blushing, she stammered to Jiang Mei, I'm fine, Andy. No, I don't need to take a bath. This child, here as if she were at home," Jiang Mei chuckled, covering her mouth. Then glanced at her son. "Besides, it's not like you haven't bathed before. Trust Andy, a nice hot shower will make you feel comfortable, and you'll sleep well. Ready for tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuyu's doe-like eyes shimmered with a pleading look directed at Grandma Chu. Yet, Grandma Chu, with her warm smile, gently encouraged, "My dear, go ahead and wash up. Both your aunt and I have already bathed. We will be waiting for you in the room." With that, Jiang Mei assisted Grandma Chu into the bedroom. Feeling flustered, Chu Xiaoyu lowered her head, her cheeks aflame as she stole glances at Liu Chuan. In no time, the living room was left with only the two of them, along with the slumbering old Liu, sprawled on the sofa and snoring rather inopportunely. Liu Chuan cast a sidelong glance at the spoilsport old Liu, then took hold of the still dazed Chu Yuyu's hand and led her to the bathroom. As the door clicked shut behind them, Chu Yuyu's heart raced. She pouted slightly, wondering why Liu Chuan seemed increasingly mischievous, always aiming to tease her. Yet, she could not quite understand why she found herself oddly unbothered by this sensation. In fact, there was an unacknowledged anticipation brewing within her. This feeling caused a delightful buzz in her mind, compelling her to follow her instincts and allow Liu Chuan to take the lead. Her heart was a mix of anxiety and a hint of excitement. However, once inside the bathroom, Liu Chuan dutifully released her hand, turned his back, and began rummaging through the bathroom cabinet. "Here is a bath towel, and this is a towel for your hair, along with a hairdryer. Since my parents and Grandma Chu are here today, would you mind drying your hair by yourself for now?" Liu Chuan casually retrieved the items, placing them on the sink, then turned to her with a smile. "Last time, I was too rushed and didn't get many things for you. You're not upset with me, are you?" "No, I won't," Chu Yu murmured softly. At that moment, the warmth on her face finally dissipated. In the presence of the serious Xiao Chuan, her anxious heart began to settle, and she felt a sense of calm envelop her. Thankfully, Xiao Chuan was merely jesting. There would be no need for any form of compensation. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, a sense of melancholy began to stir within her. With her head lowered, she fell into a contemplative silence. "What's wrong? Are you truly unwell?" Liu Chuan inquired, reaching out to touch Chu Youyu's cheek, only to find her temperature perfectly normal, which left him somewhat perplexed. Lost in her own thoughts, Chu Xiaoyu was startled when Liu Chuan touched her, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She looked up in surprise, then quickly turned her face away, feeling somewhat guilty as she stammered, "And no, I'm fine. Well, I'm going to take a shower now. Can you please close the door afterwards, Xiao Chuan?" In a soft voice, Chu Xiaoyu spoke, then averted her gaze once more. Liu Chuan obediently took a step back and promptly closed the door with a click. Upon hearing the sound of the door shutting, Chu Xiaoyu felt a sense of solitude within the bathroom, which calmed her slightly, yet the lingering sense of disappointment became even more pronounced. She touched her clothes and sighed, preparing to undress. However, just then, she lifted her head and was taken aback to discover that Liu Chuan was still standing right in front of her. "Ah!" Chu Xiaoyu gasped, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. She nearly exposed herself in front of Xiao Chuan. The thought made her blush so fiercely she felt as if steam might escape her. With her doe-like eyes shimmering with innocence, she implored, "Why haven't you left yet?" Liu Chuan scratched his ear and chuckled. "You told me to close the door, but you never asked me to leave." Chu Yu was momentarily at a loss for words, finding it difficult to refute his statement. After pondering, she timidly suggested, "Then, could you please step outside and close the door, if that's all right?" "Sure." Liu Chuan replied with a straightforward nod, stepping outside and shutting the door behind him with a click. With Liu Chuan finally out of sight, Chu Yu let out a long breath. Her heart, which had been racing, finally began to calm. She touched her clothing, letting it fall to her waist, and prepared to undress once again. Yet, At that moment, the door clicked open once more. Liu Chuan entered with practiced ease, closing the door behind him. His gaze fixed intently upon Chu Xiaoyu. Under Liu Chuan's unwavering stare, and with her delicate abdomen exposed to the air, Chu Xiaoyu hastily pulled her clothing back down, biting her lip in shyness, and protested, Xiao Chuan, you're so bad. You're bullying me. I'm not. I merely wanted to check if you locked the door, and to my surprise, you really hadn't locked it. Liu Chuan replied, shamelessly shrugging his shoulders. Suddenly, he moved closer to Chu Xiaoyu, intending to pin her against the wall with a playful grin. Besides, you promised to make it up to me. You wouldn't be feigning ignorance, would you? Liu Chuan said, inching closer once more. As the distance between them diminished, Chu Xiaoyu's heart raced fervently, its rhythm echoing in the silence as if Liu Chuan could hear it. It dawned on Chu Xiaoyu that Liu Chuan had been pondering that matter all along, merely teasing her deliberately. With a sense of grievance, she lifted her head, her doe-like eyes glistening with unshed tears. In a soft, plaintive murmur, she confessed, I haven't forgotten. After uttering these words, Chu Xiaoyu, as if resigned to her fate, raised her chin, resembling a forlorn little kitten gazing pitifully at Liu Chuan. Chapter 100. The true first kiss. In that fleeting moment, the warm breaths of the two entwined, gently brushing against each other's cheeks. Liu Chuan lowered his head and beheld Chu Xiaoyu's pitiful gaze. Her eyes, like blossoming peach flowers, sparkled as her chin, slightly raised, seemed to accept the judgment of fate at last. The warm, amber glow of the heater illuminated her face, accentuating her long eyelashes, straight nose, and the delicate quiver of her rosy lips, trembling slightly from fear. Thump, thump, Liu Chuan's heart raced, his breath becoming more labored. In truth, he had not anticipated reaching this juncture. Initially, he merely sought to tease the innocent girl, never expecting her to so readily acquiesce to her fate. With a gulp, he instinctively closed his eyes, gently clasping Chu Xiaoyu's hands, leaning his cheek forward. Yet in the next instant, feeling her slight shiver, Liu Chuan abruptly halted. He gazed at Chu Xiaoyu, whose eyes were tightly shut, her face appearing even more vulnerable under the warm glow, especially as a blush crept onto her cheeks. Witnessing this scene, Liu Chuan hesitated, uncertain of why he felt compelled to press such a fragile being. A flashback of their previous kiss crossed his mind, filling him with a sense of regret. It was, after all, merely an accident in the truest sense. As he contemplated this, he glanced at the rosy corners of Chu Xiaoyu's lips. This was truly their first kiss. After a moment of inner conflict, Liu Chuan merely brushed his finger gently against her lips. Ultimately, he refrained from proceeding further. His intentions were simple. He wished for their first kiss to be one of her own volition, rather than under the duress of his persuasion. To articulate it more accurately, Liu Chuan desired for Chu Xiaoyu to initiate the kiss, rather than him imposing upon the delicate girl. In the next instant, his finger lingered upon her lips. Chu Xiaoyu quivered, feeling a tingle as if something had pressed lightly upon her. Though it felt peculiar, her entire body sparked with electricity, her heartbeat quickening. Her breath became heavier, and as she savored the tingling sensation on her lips, she tightened her eyes, shut even further. It felt as though her very soul was sinking downwards in that moment. But why? Was there a hint of saltiness? And a trace of hot pot flavor? Startled, Chu Xiaoyu opened her eyes, only to realize that what was against her lips was not Liu Chuan's mouth, but rather his finger. Upon this revelation, her cheeks flushed like a kettle boiling over, turning crimson to the roots of her ears. She clenched her fists, her entire being trembling slightly. How mortifying! What had she just been doing? In an instant, Chu Xiaoyu's enchanting peach blossom eyes glistened with unshed tears, a delicate mist gathering at the corners. Her petite hands clenched into tight fists. Alongside her shyness, a flicker of annoyance towards Liu Chuan surfaced. For a girl, her first kiss holds a significance akin to life itself. Thus, every young woman approaches the offering of her first kiss with utmost gravity. Chu Xiaoyu was no exception. Had she truly been unwilling, how could Liu Chuan have had the opportunity to act inappropriately? Yet, Liu Chuan mistakenly believed he was coercing Chu Xiaoyu, leading him to relinquish the chance to claim her first kiss. What's wrong? I'm not bullying you anymore, and you're still not happy? Liu Chuan chuckled, embodying a rather straightforward demeanor. Upon hearing his words, Chu Xiaoyu tightened her small fist, her lips pouting slightly, as her enchanting eyes brimmed with tears. Witnessing her distress, Liu Chuan grew anxious, flustered as he exclaimed, "Oh dear, my lady, please do not cry. Otherwise, my mother will truly think I have wronged you, and I shall be in dire straits." All right, no more tears. Would you consider punishing me instead?" Liu Chuan offered a sheepish smile in an attempt to console her. However, Chu Xiaoyu merely lowered her gaze, seemingly indifferent, leaving Liu Chuan perplexed and worried that she might genuinely be upset. He found himself at a loss, uncertain of where he had erred, standing frozen and unsure where to place his hands. But in the next moment, he was unexpectedly pushed against the wall, prompting him to shut his eyes instinctively.